And gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to a very special 12-hour Subathon edition of BoltBlitz Uncut. I'm your host, Boogie Peters. Thank you so much for joining us. It's going to be a long day / night, but you guys have come to the right place if you're here to have a good time and to help ensure we have a good time. My man, Lee Ainsworth, host of
What's
the
up, Boogie?
Hour, Tuesday co-host. How you feeling, brother? Long day, man.
I'm feeling good. I hope you got your energy ready. I hope you got the lightning bolt ready. Let's go.
I'm telling you, I am bolted up right now as we speak.
Let's go.
Hey, Lan, this is a special show. I'm going to do a quick rundown of everybody you can expect to see on the show today. Eric Williams, NFL reporter for Fox Sports. Cannot wait. E-Dub's a longtime friend. I met Eric Williams at Miramar for a San Diego practice that was just for the veterans and the soldiers there, but they let the media in. And at the time I was credentialed in San Diego. Former wide receiver, a sneaky good one too, just at a small college. We're lucky to have him. Right after Eric, we have Rocky Sealanders. And the thing about Rocky is, listen, he doesn't have a Twitter, but he's on the good old Facebook app. And he's a former Chargers offensive lineman from the 60s. I'm telling you right now, he's one of the coolest cats in the land. If you're on Facebook, give the guy a shout out. 2:00 Eastern, of course. We got Bolt Man. Are you kidding me? The Bolt, the man, the Bolt Man. We got this cat. I'm excited to talk with him. 3:00, Taylor Bloom, literally one of the best doing it. We love the Electric Edge podcast. Taylor's also the producer and co-host on Wednesday night of BoltBlitz Uncut. Following her, Jeremiah Spicer. Listen, he has one of the most motivational and heart-wrenching stories as far as his come up. Everything that happened to us as a child is just, it's heart-shattering, to be quite honest. But his football journey is worth listening to, and we can't wait to talk to him. 5:00, and this is a long time coming. I know people think there's a feud between me and Adam Rank because he hasn't been on one of my shows in forever, but we got him back. He finally started texting back. It's like an old girlfriend. You kind of get her back and you just feel a little smile just creep into your face for it. Following that up, we have Charged Up Jay of the Charged Up podcast. Excuse me. Kid's phone's going off. It's not his fault. Following Charged Up Jay. By the way, Charged Up Jay is on TikTok. He's got a very successful channel there. Lee is very familiar with him. Really excited to talk to him for the first time. And then 6:30 p.m. Eastern, the Princess of Darkness, Amy Trask, the first female CEO in the NFL, the right-hand gal to the Al Davis, who, by the way, for you Charger fans who have a problem with Al Davis, he actually started with the Chargers. Do your homework. Figure it out. He was a Charger first, by the way. He learned a lot there. There were a lot of things that he gleaned from being a Charger, and lo and behold, he put together one of the most gracious fan bases ever, one of the strongest and stoutest fan bases ever in the Raiders. It's hard for me to say good things about the Raiders, but the Raiders fans travel pretty fucking well, Lee, and I know you agree with me there. 7:00, David Drogemeyer, the Locked On Chargers podcast. Him and Daniel Wade have been doing that show for literally 8 years. It's one of the best ones going right now. I'm really proud of David. He used to write for me at BoltBlitz on BoltBlitz.com. He's really one of the up-and-coming guys. Even though he's been doing it for 8 years, I really hope that his exposure continues to get his voice out there to as many people as possible. Following him, speaking of up-and-coming, this is one of my favorite guests I've ever had, quite frankly. Alex Ensdorf of Bolt Breakdowns. He's a part of the Guilty as Charged podcast network. The kid just knows his shit, and there's not a lot in between. There's not a lot of fluff. He's been on the show before. Everybody loved that episode. I'm excited for you guys to listen to him again. Speaking of another up-and-coming guy, Garrett Greenlee at FB Analysis YT, in other words, YouTube. X's and O's. Again, no fluff. A lot of football knowledge for a kid that's that young. Super young. I'm telling you, Lee, he's going to make us look like grandparents on this show.
If I can learn something, it'll be fun. Hey, fantasy season's approaching.
Following Garrett, everybody's favorite, Burke Grossman, former Chargers legend, the first player in NFL history to have double-digit sacks in both their rookie campaign and the following year, their second year. Burt was legit. If you have yet to check him out, why don't you just search through the BoltBlitz Uncut shows that have Burt on there? Some insane. Well, I feel horrible for former Chargers punter John Kidd, but you're going to have to sneak around, so to speak, for that episode. And let me tell you, you will laugh your ass off. It's worth it. 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Lee, And the closers, as I'm calling them. JD and Bogey, how off the rails are we going to be, Lee? My God.
Hey, man, you never know what you're going to get. If it's Bogey, if it's JD, they're going to talk their talk. They're going to, trust me, they're going to keep people entertained.
Oh, hey, Terry. I don't know if you're listening, Terry, but Terry just shared a picture from one of the BoltBlitz meetups at the Tilted Kilt. Several hundred people just coming to hang out and talk Chargers, and we did raffles and shit. That brought a smile to my face, Terry. Appreciate you. I'm not sure if you're listening or not, but thank you so much for that. Listen, we talked about the lineup. We've got the roster, brother. I guess it's just up to you and me to hold this shit together, because once we get all these guests on here, the information, the news, and the knowledge is just going to be flying out of everybody's mouths. What Lee and I talked about pre-show is we kind of want to break down the entire roster, literally, position group by position group. Lee and I are going to volley ideas off of each other regarding how we feel about each position group. And I don't think there's any position group more fitting to start with than that quarterback room. Lee, you have a new offensive coordinator and Mike McDaniel. How fucking hyped are we? Are you kidding me? Is there a better?
I talk my shit every single week like yourself. Let's go.
I'm telling you, Herbert's had what? Fucking 14 OCs between college and
he's had enough.
It's nuts. It's nuts. This is a chance, even though McDaniel's under a 1-year contract, I do believe they find a way to retain him one way or another. This is a chance for Herbert to really embrace something that fits his skill set too, where he's not having to play hero ball, where the ball does get out quicker. Now, if the offensive line doesn't do their job, if the issues at guard still remain, so to speak, despite bringing in Cole Strange, and then it could be Yode Awashika, could be Trevor Penning, could be Jake Slaughter at left guard. There are a lot of questions at the guard spot, but the quarterbacks, 6'6", 236 out of Oregon, Justin motherfucking Herbert. There's not a quarterback in this league I would rather have over Justin Herbert. We understand the noise. We know the 0-3 playoff record. We also know there's one guy, he was pretty decent. He went by the nickname of the Sheriff, Peyton Manning. He didn't win shit forever either. And then all of a sudden he started winning everything. I know it was just the one bowl, but come on now. Everybody knows exactly what I mean. Peyton Manning is arguably top 2 or 3 best quarterbacks in the history of the game. To find a fit like McDaniel for Herbert is not just important to get him going, but this offense, after having to spend 2 years under Greg Roman, it needed resurgence, wouldn't you say?
For sure. I mean, you're looking at look at what Mike McDaniel did with El Concusto 2L.
Yeah, I know, right?
Okay, you take that and you take the arm strength, the elite arm talent of Justin Herbert, his IQ. Not to say he has brains that could have been a doctor. Come on now.
His family is.
So I'm looking, and you look at what he did with Tua, that offense. And now you take that with Justin fucking Herbert and Amari and Bomb Anthony. Let's go. I'm excited.
Be a big year.
So this offense to me could be next fucking level. Use my language, but I ain't lying.
No, I'm not here.
For this season. I am so excited.
I couldn't be more hyped. Listen, I'm guilty of this, and I'm sure if anybody who's being honest with themselves out there, when Mike McDaniel's name was being floated around as a possibility at offensive coordinator, I kind of poo-pooed on that shit and just forgot about it. I didn't see the mesh between Jim Harbaugh and then Mike McDaniel. These are two completely polar opposite human beings, except they love football and they're just trying to win games. McDaniel's tenure in Miami obviously ended ungraciously, if you will. He gets a fresh start in the City of Angels. His wife has family in SoCal. Props to my boy, our creative director, Nick Milliken, for reminding me of that prior to the show. It's a good fit. Let's go to the backups, though. Here's the deal, Lee, before we do that, actually. Herbert goes down, the season's done.
Yeah. We talked about that in the last show.
Yeah. No, it's important that everybody understands. As we talk about the backups, we're not going to shit on them whatsoever. But it's just a matter of saying
when.
If he does go down, Trey Lance and DJ Uiagalelei are not going to win you games. But let's talk about Trey Lance. His familiarity via the Shanahan tree, obviously with him being drafted by the 49ers. He has a little gas to him. He had one of the best balls to throw it all last year, even though it was in the preseason. That bomb along the sidelines to KLS, Keandre Lambert-Smith, that was some special shit. Now, that being said, he has the mobility, but so does Justin Herbert. That being said, again, Herbert goes down. It's Skid City, so to speak, and it's going to be a tough watch. Who's tougher than Justin Herbert, though? I mean, the guy plays.
You've heard me speak. You've heard me speak it. The man had a league high last year, 129 quarterback hits, pressures, sacks. He was in almost every single category when it came to what your offensive line is supposed to do. When we didn't have a line last year. We had a line that had 16 different combinations, the most in the NFL, most pressures, one of the teams with the most sacks, pressures, quarterback.
Sacks.
It was ridiculous.
Well,
he and Drake May were right there all season long.
Well, yeah, and that's what's funny is, Drake May, obviously, because the Patriots go to the Super Bowl, although they, obviously lost against the Seahawks. I don't think people understand that, like, Drake May and Justin Herbert they're not the same guy. I'm not suggesting that, but they're very similar quarterbacks in what they can do. Herbert's got a stronger arm. I believe Drake May has a little better touch in that. My guy Herbo, he likes to really laser that thing in there. Would love to see him find a little more touch, maybe take a little gas off that damn thing. What's up, Peacock?
Shout out to my boy, NeonPeacockMerch.com. Make sure you check out this shirt over on NeonPeacockMerch.com. Also put your email in there. Check out this upcoming sales. I know Peacock has sales coming up just put your email in there. Trust me, this man is an imaginable person that can put a piece of art into something very personable. Like my dog passed away. He made an amazing picture for our family, but he's made some of the most amazing things I can possibly imagine. But man, Peacock, keep up that work, man, because you know what? He's made me a dope-ass Power Hour video. He's made our channel some amazing things. So shout out to NeonPeacockMerch.com. Also, check out his YouTube channel, which is Neon Peacock Merch. And also, he has a Houston Huddle. He's a diehard Texans fan. As much as I love him and all that, he beat us in the playoffs. But I love you, Peacock, as a friend and all that stuff. But you know what? We're coming for you this year, buddy. You know that.
I love that dude till right now. I forgot he was a damn Texans fan. I'm feeling God bless America. Unbelievable. No, hey, listen. Yeah, it just ended. It wasn't too long ago, but he literally just had a $12 t-shirt sale. I mean, the guy is legit. He's got the old school NBA Jam style Chargers t-shirt.
Oh, yeah, he does.
With Justin Herbert and Lad McConkey on it. Like, he is the real fucking deal. He's a little too busy to help produce the show. We appreciate you.
This thing right here. There you go.
I'm telling you, my son, we're waiting. We're waiting. We want him. Telling you right now, man. So Trey Lance, we'll get back to the quarterbacks real quick. Trey Lance, he's not going to win you a lot of games. Now, do I feel comfortable with him coming in at the end of the games? Yeah, he's not going to give the game away, I don't think. Third string quarterback, DJ Uiagalelei. Listen, fun last name to say. It's hard for most people to do. I'm actually an old producer who was fucking horrible, but he could pronounce the name pretty well, and he's the one who helped me out with that one. Again, he's probably a camp body. I do think, though, that with a team that's literally led by a former NFL quarterback in Jim Harbaugh, I do think there's a good chance they're going to keep the three. Obviously, Trey would be the backup, and then maybe you try to kind of hide away Uiagalelei on the practice squad. That's what I would expect. But listen, again, Herbert goes down. Season is trouble. Hey, let's go. We got to do this for you because I know you got that bump in you. Let's go to running backs. My favorite player.
I'm excited.
I'm telling you, baby. My favorite player in the entire draft class of 2025 was Omarion Hampton out of UNC. Big, strong, physical, enough speed 4.4 guy, can actually get moving. Very rarely goes down on first contact. And as your boys would say. And what he does as a receiver out of the backfield is something that I believe we're finally going to see utilized in a non-Burger King Greg Roman offense. Let's talk Omarion Hampton. Your expectations for him. And listen, the NFL's kind of heating up, realizing, Herbert's a guy to watch with McDaniel, except that Omarion bump Hampton ain't too bad of a guy that he's going to be featured, I would say.
I had him on one of my power hours. What I had him for this projecting, if we're talking about this season, I think he's going to be around 1,600 all-purpose, about 1,200 in the ground, and about between 400 and 450 on the ground. receiving wise. Yeah. So I think he's around 1,600 for all total. And I think around 10 to all purpose touchdowns, about 12 to 14 all purpose.
Sure. Here's the
That's
deal.
what I had him going at.
My favorite thing, the thing I look for, I guess, that's the most important to me with running backs. Of course, you want speed and power, whatever, but are they falling forward? That sounds ridiculous if you're not an NFL head. But when you hit contact, get that extra yard and a half, get that extra 6 feet, those 2 yards. Omari and Hampton, if you didn't watch the Giants game last year, you missed a spectacle of the game. He literally showed exactly what he can be in the NFL. It's unfortunate that he got hurt, and obviously Najee Harris blew his eyeball out of his face, and the running back room was interesting. But let's get to the number 2 running back, and I'm not talking about Keaton Mitchell. I'm talking about Kamani Vidal, and we talked about it on our last show as a possible trade target, but he proved last year that he could be a number 1 running back. Your thoughts on Vidal? And then he has a solid place in this offense, wouldn't you say?
Oh, I think he has a solid, his floor especially. But you saw what he did with that lineup last year. He did around 791 yards. Saw that? Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers, but it was up there.
But it was 6. It was 6.
It was close to 700. I mean, he was a quality down back, and he filled that role very well. And
he could get in the end zone. He showed, even in a Greg Roman offense with a very porous offensive line, he did all right in between the tackles, which a lot of people didn't give him credit for because they just see a smaller back and they kind of shit on that stuff. Vidal was a weapon in the passing game. Had Greg Roman realized that you can throw to your running backs, but hey, depth will be important because the injury bug hits most of the NFL in waves every season. Peacock, that. That's why having a full backfield and a Mike McDaniel offense, one that's going to feature the run a lot more than people think. We see the jet sweep motion, we see the cheat motion, we see the sky motion, and we think passing game. Mike McDaniel's a run-first guy. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why it was so easy after the fact, once he was hired, for me to say, now I kind of get the McDaniel-Harbaugh pairing. But don't sleep on Kamani Vidal, please, for the love of God. Our guy Alex Ensdorf of Bolt Breakdowns, he's been popping him up and propping him up since before he was drafted or came into the NFL. Listen, I think Vidal is going to surprise a lot of people this year. Running back 3, Keaton Mitchell. Mike McDaniel, the new offensive coordinator, literally had a most wanted poster, of Keaton Mitchell on the wall and Alec Ingold, who we'll get to in a moment. But Keaton Mitchell, 5.8 yards per carry last year, led the entire NFL. He's explosive, could be a kick returner. What do you expect from Keaton Mitchell in this Chargers offense? And then do you expect him to actually return kicks?
I've seen that about the kicks. What am I expecting from him? Well, we know what Hampton did, but he was off the field quite a bit last year. So that's where you spell, and as you said earlier, it's going to be nice having these 2 backs to spell Hampton. So Hampton's not going to, yes, I know we think he's going to have the load, but we're going to have a good quality backing him up. So that's for something we haven't had in a long time. So that's what I kind of like too.
We touched on it too on the last show. It's a great problem to have 3 running backs who are capable, man. Hey, Crooked Commish, what's up, brother? I didn't see you, baby.
What's up, Commish?
Appreciate you, man. Thank you for showing up to the 12-hour subathon. I think that what's important too is when you have a stable like that, a Hampton, a Vidal, and then a Keaton Mitchell, you got Jarrett Patterson who will probably hang around on the practice squad too. He ran his ass off last year. The Chargers have an incredibly great problem in the running back room, and there's just a lot of horses in there. Load up the stable, baby. Do not be shy when it comes to looking at what Omari and Hampton's going to do fantasy output-wise, especially. I think people are sleeping on him. I saw somebody rank Hampton as the 19th running back.
Yeah, I saw that.
Dumbest shit I've ever seen. Yeah, I shared it too, just to get people talking. Absolute horse shit. But that being said, we brought him up. He was on a wanted poster as well, placed on the wall in Joe Ortiz's offense by offensive coordinator Mike McDaniel. Let's go to fullbacks. Alec Ingold, a real fullback, not a makeshift Scott Matlock. I mean, come on, baby. There's a real fullback, a receiving threat. He's going to fill that gap. Pause. He is literally the guy that Mike McDaniel said, because of the way I run my offense, I need this fullback in here. Again, the wanted posters of him and Mitchell. It's about time. I'm an 11, I'm a 12, I'm a 13, I'm a 22 personnel guy. Get me tight ends and a fullback on the field.
Oh, yeah. I'm excited for this tight end room. Oh,
Oh, we're going to get there. We're going to be there real quick, because what we're not going to do is talk about Scott Matlock as a fullback. Good work. I don't know what position he plays. And listen, I'm not shitting on Matlock, but I'm just going to say something. At some point, you really have to decide, if the guy doesn't have a position, then he's not going to play. He's not great as a defensive lineman. He did listen. He improved as a fullback, but I mean, he started from literal ground zero. It was a brand new experience for him. So it's hard for me to cut him or give him any shit about it. I need to cut him some slack, but
I just look at the camp body.
Unfortunately, I think it is. Shout out to him being drafted out of Boise, but it just hasn't worked out. I don't expect him to be on the opening day roster.
No, I don't.
You did it. You segued into it. Let's talk tight ends. This tight end room. Now, as Taylor Bloom and I talked about on the show here on BoltBlitz Uncut, we basically, when we were trying to rank, is this current Chargers tight end room the best tight end room that the Chargers have ever had? We agreed that any tight end room that had Antonio Gates in it was better than this, except overall, with depth included, 1, 2, and 3. This is one of the best tight end rooms in the entire NFL. Let's talk about it right now. They paid Charlie Kolar for a reason. I mean, he's getting close to $8 million. You sure you're not shitting on him? Because it kind of sounds like you're shitting on him. That's my line, Kamish. Goddamn, that's really fucking funny. Sorry. It's early, guys. I had a little anxiety leading up to this. I didn't sleep a lot because I'm excited, but I scheduled 12 hours of guests, and I'm old, so we're going to figure this out. But my man,
you're not the only one.
I'm telling you, we got this shit. The tight end room.
On our channel, we're used to these long.
Man, I got to get my stamina game up, boss. Charlie Kolar, the new addition to David Njoku. I was so excited to see him added. And then I know everybody's, incredibly excited about what Oronde Gadsden Jr. did last year. He's a Y slot to me, guys. When I look at the tight end spot, again, I just told you, I like 12, 13, and 22 personnel. I like more tight ends. I like power. I like 3 yards in a cloud of dust. I've got the fucking University of Michigan curtains up right across from me. Go blue. This is a different tight end room, though, because you have a guy like Charlie Kolar, who, when he was drafted, he was actually drafted as a receiving tight end. He learned.
Hey, what's up, King D? My boy King D's a Rams fan, so shout out to King D.
Let's go. Appreciate you stopping by, brother. Let's go, man. We're gonna get to Lad Peacock. We got something for Lad here in a minute. But this tight end room, Kolar, he can do both. He came into the league as a receiving tight end. It just so happens he learned how to block so well. He's one of the best in the league. When you have Charlie Kolar on the field, you're not going to know whether it's run or pass. That's one of the differences, and the main difference to me when it comes to Oronde Gadsden. When Gadsden's on the field, they're probably going to flex him out. And if he is in line, I would attack that edge. If I'm going to be completely honest, I would go at him. That other tight end, though, David Njoku, he's a mixed bag, too, when it comes to the fact that he's one of the better, not one of the best, but one of the better blocking tight ends in the league. And we've all seen his receiving prowess in Cleveland, where he's played with some of the most mediocre quarterbacks that we've seen in a long time. This is an exciting room. Your thoughts on Kolar? What type of exposure do you think Njoku gets? And am I sleeping on Gadsden?
Well, I'm going to give this. And as you know, I come from a fantasy channel, and we do I look at it this way. I think as we talked on our show before, Charlie Kolar is one of the best blocking tight ends in the league. That's great. He knows the Mike McDaniel system. No, he knows he knows the system. Okay, so now when we come to
he can play in any system because of his abilities.
Now, when we look at Gadsden, we saw what he did last year. That was fantastic. I love what our future. He
didn't even play the first 4 games,
and then look what he did. Exactly. Now you bring on Njoku. I've told you, and I've said it on shows before, we didn't have a red zone offense last year. We have a red zone threat that can be deadly. We're not just talking Njoku. We're talking Gadsden / Njoku, and it's ridiculous what our tight end room looks like.
Yeah.
Fantasy wise, this is I have a lot of Gadsden shares. Did I say, oh shit? Yeah, I did. But you know what? I remember Njoku's on a 1-year deal. Gadsden's not going anywhere.
Yeah. No, that's but no, here's the deal. This is literally like an interview, so to speak, an interview year, if you will, for Njoku, because if he is going to stick around, he's going to have to earn it by making plays on the field 100%. It's a loaded tight end room. Again, another great, you look at the running backs and the tight end room. We talked about this on our last show, Lee. The running backs, the tight ends, and the quarterback group led by Justin Herbert, those are my top 3 position groups on this team. I think that what that's going to do is it's going to help supplement this next group. And Peacock, we're going to get to your question. Rumors around the league are the Chargers have an average to below average wide receiving core. And I hate to say it, Chargers fans, #BoltFam that shit. They're right. Overall, there's not really a number 1 on this team. You have some 2s. Looks like 3 number 2 wide receivers to me, and Quentin Johnston, Ladd McConkey, and then Trey Harris. Trey Harris in a Greg Roman offense was literally used as a move tight end, and he was actually pretty fucking good at it. Like he's a good blocker. I was really impressed. Now, I don't want my wide receivers out there getting cardio unless it's Darius Davis, because I think that's the only spot for him on the team. Just go run. Go get in motion and just clear out the top. For the love of God, if he sticks. The wide receiver room, let's talk QJ first. It's undeniable that he has truly improved each year that he's been in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's still hanging on to the first 2 years of drops.
I think everyone holds on to his first year, which is horrible. And then you saw after that. But with the last 2 years he's done, it's been consistent. There was 2 drops last year from Q. That's a drastic change.
And Ladd McConkey had more drops, but nobody talked about Ladd dropping the ball. QJ's the easy target for folks because he's the first-round pick. I understand that. Listen, you want a guy who's 6'4" to be able to do all that 50-50, 80-20 contested catch shit. It's just not in QJ's game. But what he has that's so unique for a guy of his size is he has that yak ability. He has that run after the catch. In a Mike McDaniel offense, you're going to see quicks, you're going to see screens, you're going to see bubbles. Listen, I know he played in the Big 12 in college, but that's why he ended up being a first-round draft pick. Tom Telesco believed that, listen, if we get a scheme that can get this guy the ball early and quick in space, he's very good at maneuvering around the defense. And he's a guy with some feet, man. He can move a little bit for 6'4". Not your typical long, lengthy guy. I think we shit on him too much, and I'm kind of excited and very interested to see what happens when it comes to the Quentin Johnston output. Now that Keenan Allen, it seems, is not going to come back, let's get to Ladd McConkey. Obviously, McConkey.
Is there a player on the team besides the QB that, if they get injured, might derail the season?
Either tackle.
Exactly. I touched on that the other day. It's our offensive line. It's going to be Joe Alt. Or Slater.
You talked about it on our last show too, Lee. For those of you who didn't tune in, the output of Hampton and production of Herbert while Joe Alt was in the lineup was exponentially better. It was
Ivan won when in the lineup, 6-6 when not.
I'm telling you right now, that's a great question, Commish, by the way. Joe Alt or Rashawn Slater, and God willing, please don't let both go down again. You saw what happened last year. Austin Deculus, good Lord. Charger fans have literally forced him out of their memory. Hold on, I got you, Peacock. I would put my money on QJ breaking out this season over the other receivers on the team, and in fantasy, you can draft him as your wide receiver 3 with upside. That's one of the best points, actually, Peacock. Fantasy-wise, you don't have to try to reach for Quentin Johnston. And the Chargers, honestly, it's weird because you look at the running back room and the tight end room. I think Hampton's a very, very safe bet fantasy-wise. The tight end room, I'm concerned because there's so many good options. The wide receiver room, again, a lot of number 2s. But, I mean, literally on the field, I don't think they have a true number 1. Baby, get down. Sorry. My cat Rocket won't quit messing around. I apologize. She's incredible. She's huge. She's a ragdoll Maine Coon. So she's only 16 months and she weighs like 24 pounds. So she's a big girl. But listen, Ladd McConkey, Keenan's not there to chew up targets. I don't think people are talking about this enough, but if you remember the exit interviews last year that were posted on Chargers.com, Ladd's frustration wasn't just visible. I mean, it was exuding. It was water falling out of his mouth. It was pretty clear, like, I just want to be put in position to make plays. Now, you don't want to see him drop the ball the way he did last year, but for anybody who's actually played the game, if you're just out there running cardio, as we like to call it, as wide receivers, and you're not seeing looks, you get cold, then the ball comes to you, you're going to see some of those drops. It's hard to be completely disciplined when you see 4 targets a game. as a wide receiver. Ladd's not the biggest guy either, so he's getting, he can work. He's physical for a smaller wideout. Well, come on now. What expectations do you have for Ladd? And is he somebody you'd even consider in fantasy football, or am I maybe underselling him?
I have Ladd shares. I have QJ shares because I play in Dynasty. So to me, yeah, I have both, and I just I'm excited. If we get the Ladd we got in 2024 with
Exactly.
Mike McDaniel, I'm stoked. I ain't gonna lie.
He can be a number one in a Mike McDaniel offense.
Oh, in the McDaniel offense, it's huge.
Remember what he did with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle too. I mean, he needs that speed. Ladd's got it.
And then it's not like we do have speed. We have Trey Harris. We have KLS. There's so many things that we can do with this offense. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, come on. This is by the way, Peacock, I love it. Austin Deculus, he's referring to, used to be on the Texans. LOL. He wasn't even good enough to be on their horrible offensive line. I'm telling you right now, man. It was a turnstile Deculus, and it was a tough watch. And you got Herbert 6'6", 236, literally just getting pummeled. Lee, we've talked about it ad nauseum about the 129 quarterback hits. Man, I know it's a 17-game season, but shit, dude, give a dude a break, man. My God, and Deculus is a big part of that. Don't get me started on Mekhi Becton.
I called that move I thought it was like an impulse move. It's something that had to be done, and it may have been done, but it really showed it wasn't thought out.
Well, it was no. See, that's what honestly I think.
I ain't gonna lie with this. When we signed him, I'm like, shit. What he did for Barkley, opening up holes, I was like, oh, is that going to do that? He didn't do shit.
Listen, here's the deal. He played on an offensive line that had Jordan Mailata, Landon Dickerson, Jason Kelsey, and then Lane Johnson, arguably the second best right tackle in the league. Shout out Joe Alt.
Yep.
He was a product of what he was surrounded by. If you have four linemen like that, and I know I'm going to get a Chargers fan saying, then why are you shitting on Cole Strange? Well, because I don't know who the fuck the left guard's going to be. But listen, I went on record and I called a lot of shit for it, and I'm a hater and blah, blah, blah. In March, I said, listen, I want nothing to do with Mekhi Becton before he was signed. It's out there. I caught so much shit. It was fun. I have fun with haters. It's kind of nice. It's a nice little back and forth kind of game. I wanted nothing to do with it. And what did he do? Like you said, absolutely fucking nothing other than get Herbert killed and then literally not play a lot of games. Literally would start drives and then leave drives and not get back, like inserted back into the lineup. That obviously says a lot about his lack of ability to play. Let's stick with the wide receiver group here, Lee. I don't want to get off track again. In a Greg Roman Burger King offense, Trey Harris, rookie out of Ole Miss, was used as a move tight end. You brought up something I think is important for a guy his size. He does have good speed. Is this possibly a breakout year for Trey Harris over a Quentin Johnson? I agree with Peacock that QJ has the best chance, just because I think in this offense, he's going to get the ball in space and he can actually make a lot of dudes miss, just like Ladd can too. But Trey Harris, he's kind of like the question mark for me as far as the trio of the starting wide receivers for the Chargers.
All right, here's my theory on this one. I've said it many times on about a month ago in the Power Hour, that I feel Trey Harris does break out this year. Here's my theory. We did pay Quentin Johnson $18 million guaranteed. If he stays with us next year or if he finds a new home, this is where Trey Harris makes a name for himself to maybe supplant. If QJ is gone next year, it becomes it's Trey Harris. So to me, he has to show up and show out this year if that does hypothetically happen. But hey, would love to have all of them, but we can't afford all of that.
Right? Yeah, no. Listen, and I understand there was a lot of trepidation from the Bolt fam and the fan base regarding Quentin Johnson being paid $18 million a year. Wan'Dale Robinson's getting that. There are a lot of middling wide receivers who are getting them.
Flowers, who went just around him, is getting an extension that's looking at $36 million a year. So that 18 is looking like chump change now.
I'm telling you, that's literally it, Lee. And guys, we understand the history of Quentin Johnson. We're all Chargers fans. We've been watching him. That being said, I mean, I think it's time we quit shitting on him and we try to support him a little
Hey,
bit.
I called him Butterfingers his first year, and all that slippery one wet shit and all that kind of crap.
Yeah.
You know
Oh, I went
but
off.
he's led our team with touchdowns 2 years in a row, 8, and he's
8 touchdowns.
and he's done what he's supposed to do, and he's only improved. The drop everything, and hey, if he hit the jug machine, kudos to QJ. But man, he's improved, and
yeah,
and everyone that knows me, I went to bat for the guy. I live here right by TCU. I've seen enough of the man.
Oh yeah,
he was a yak man.
Way.
He's a yak man, and now we can see what the yak man's about.
Yeah, listen, I'm not so. How do I say this the right way? Yes. Hey, Guccini JD, let's go, baby. Cannot wait for the closers.
Oh shit, he brand up Brandon Thompson.
Telling you, hey, we're gonna get to him. I want to do KLS next though, because
that's what a guy these guys this year is. Brennan Thompson.
Brennan Thompson was the player that I wanted the Chargers to draft. I put it everywhere. He was my favorite player in this draft class. I got Hampton last year, and then I got Brennan Thompson this year. I'm on fire, baby. I'm telling you right now. You know what? Fuck it. We'll talk about KLS in a minute. Let's get right to Brennan Thompson. 4.26 speed. Not a big guy, about 170 pounds, probably a little bit soaking wet too. Pause. But when you have that kind of speed in a Mike McDaniel offense, again, we talked about Tyreek Hill. We talked about Jalen Waddle. 4.26 speed is real. It is real. And it's not just to take the top off the defense type of a wide receiver here that we're talking about. When you can do what he can do underneath in the intermediate routes, you're going to see whips. You're going to see return routes. You're going to see these option routes where he's putting these defensive backs in a huge crux where they're just not sure what's going to happen. But remember, in the Mike McDaniel offense, balls out quick. When you can run like a Brandon Thompson and you have an arm like Justin Herbert, throw it up, baby. Let him run underneath it. He's not a contested catch guy, but the speed, JD, absolutely electric. I'm sure you'd agree, Lee.
Oh, I do. I'm excited. Hey, I know when JD and I were doing drafts, I ain't gonna lie. I had to fight that man for Brendan. We were both trust me, when you're on the same channel with the Guccini and Bogey and Peacock, these men, they know I'm a Charger lover, but you know what? I learned not to go overboard. Because you know what? When I get trades, these boys send me Charger players thinking I'm gonna fight. You know what? I used to bite all the time. I've kind of learned not to bite in real.
I got a buddy. He actually used to be a co-host on this show, John Kegley. He literally drafts all Charger fantasy teams each year, like every player. He actually won a few years ago, but boy, I'm sure he's had some rough seasons.
Well, I do know Guccini and I have ongoing talks, but I'm gonna make him wait it out. We're gonna talk, but I have Mr. Brock Purdy. He has Mr. Justin Herbert.
Oh, yeah.
I also have Mike Evans over there too, so I kind of have some 49er leverage on my side. But he has Justin Herbert. But we have until Las Vegas. We're gonna be cooking up a deal, Guccini. Come on now, Guccini. I know you want your boys. I want my boy, but we're gonna find a happy medium. You know that. I love you, my bro, but you know what? Business is business.
But I ain't getting fleeced, is what he's saying, folks. Right now. Thank you so much for tuning in to the 12-hour Subathon here on BoltBlitz Uncut. I'm your host, Booga Peters, joined by my co-host every Tuesday, Lee Ainsworth, and he is also the host of Chargers Power Hour, part of the Heart to Start podcast and the
Jen Wealth Net.
I mean, Lee is everywhere. His boys, I mean, they're filling up. Look at the crooked commission. Don't get me wrong. Home cooking is good, but you can't overindulge.
No, sir. No,
sure
sir. Yeah, commish.
I cook like a motherfucker.
My first year in Dynasty, I was like, holy shit, how the hell am I going to fill all those pots?
I know, right?
Oh, shit, I ain't doing that again.
Right. Come on now. Hey, let's talk. Let's keep with the wide receiver group. I don't want to get too off the rails yet because we got a long show. But KLS, Keandre Lambert-Smith, he's got the speed. We're talking a lot about speed. This is a Mike McDaniel offense. Had somewhat of a disappointing rookie campaign. Obviously, he missed some time, but expectations for him, and should anybody scratch the surface as far as fantasy-wise or no?
I look at it this way. KLS for fantasy is more like a depth piece. If you have a wide receiver, if you're looking at You just look. You need to, if you get hurt or something like that. Other than that, I really think he's the body.
Do you think he could be a waiver wire kind of guy though that you pick up in a pinch?
Yeah, for a bye week, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Basically, that's it.
No.
Other than that, he's sitting. If you have him in a taxi squad, he's staying there.
Right. No. I think that he's going to be one of those guys who has that random like 150-yard game, and then he has like 10, 30-yard games or whatever.
To me, hypothetically, if your league is set up for kick returns and he ends up on special teams, that's a beautiful thing, and you get points for that too. But that's hypothetically it depends. But some of our leagues are set up that way, some are not. But the thing is, that would be nice, but because you can use them in multiple ways. But you got to make sure that he has settings that's going to work out, and then if he ends up in special teams too.
I'm actually listen. If it weren't for special teams, if it wasn't for kick returners and punt returners, I wouldn't have played high school football. That was what I was good at. Remember, freshman year, 4'10", 86 pounds. I'm telling you right now, it was a different thing. Oh, what do we got, King D? Hold up. As long as the old line stays healthy, this offense is gonna be insane. Can't wait to see it in person. November 1st.
He's going to the game.
D, you were so cool till the very, very last two words, motherfucker.
Yeah, he'll be on the Power Hour. I'm bringing on Rams Nation.
Oh, I'm there. I'll tune in for sure. Hey, shout out to the Rams. I'm not one of these listen, fuck the Rams, but I'm not one of these random oh, the Rams suck because they share a building with the Chargers or they rent to the Chargers, where the fuck it is. Matt Stafford, I think, is probably the best quarterback in football, and I catch a lot of shit for that.
No, I agree with you. I think he is. He's talented. He might be up there, but damn, the man's got an arm. The man can still do his thing.
Still has the super fucking rocket arm. Still can read the defense. Listen, I don't like the no look shit, but it still looks cool when you see it in the highlights. I'll just leave it at there. Matt Stafford, obviously, I am in Michigan, so I do follow the Lions to some degree. I'm a 100% Chargers fan. Check the background, but I do watch the Lions a little bit. So when he went from the Lions to the Rams and then won his Super Bowl, that was a pretty special moment, I would say, for him especially. KLS we talked about. Brennan Thompson we talked about. Let's get to Darius Davis. Here's the deal, man. When he first came into the league, hey, what's up, Ken? That's the Bolt man right there. Good morning, gentlemen, from Ken and Mary.
What's up, Ken?
Ken and his beautiful wife, Mary, they constantly are helping out their communities. They do some great shit in some of the projects at LA. I really appreciate that kind of shit. For those of you who don't know, I live in Pontiac, Michigan, and we do some stuff around here. We don't advertise it, but what Ken and his family are doing, including his kids, because he's a family man. He's always involving his children in all of his activities that are Chargers and community related. He's raising kids right. Big shout out to Ken and Mary.
Yep.
Oh, man, we'll talk to him at 2 p.m. Eastern today. I cannot wait to have him on the show. Darius Davis came out so hot in the league. Pause.
That's another TCU product too.
I know. And he can fly. He can run. I've been shitting on this guy for 2 years because he's hurt. When you're little like him and I, only I got that gut on me now. You get hurt often, often. It took away from his speed. He wasn't making the first guy miss anymore. Do you see a place on this roster for Darius Davis? I mean, again, it's a Mike McDaniel offense. It's motion everywhere. Do you have him run cardio, or do you find somebody else who's a bebetter fit for the roster?
I do think he makes the roster, but he could be one on the chopping block too. But I do see him making the roster.
It's going to be tough. I mean, you start looking at this wide receiver room there. How many are you going to keep? Are you going to keep 6? Are you going to keep 7? I mean, they've got guys that they're flirting around with in Sincere Brown, DeLavion Campbell, which I kind of like DeLavion Campbell because he's that 6'4" actual jump ball contested catch guy. But I don't know how many they're going to keep. Let's go. Quentin Johnston, obviously. Ladd McConkey, obviously. They just drafted Brennan Thompson, Trey Harris. I mean, you're running out of spots here. Darius Davis, maybe the 5. You know, I would love to see get a little play, but the more I think about it, and since you seem so confident in it, I might have to piggyback off you there. Maybe he does make the roster, at least to they're flirting with the ideas we talked about earlier in the show with Keaton Mitchell being the kick returner. But I'll tell you this right now: if you've not returned punts It's so hard. These
Yes.
punters are insane. Even in high school ball, it's just hard to track a punt. Kickoff, you can see it from the tee, blah, 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 blah. It's a little bit different. Returning punts is significantly more difficult, at least in my opinion, having done it. Maybe they keep him as a punt returner or whatever it is, but you're talking me into it, Lee. I'm kind of getting talked into the Darius Davis one more year with the Bolts. DeLe'Veon
I think if it is, it'd probably be the last, because really you look at roster. As I said, he could be on that roster bubble. So if you're looking at a name, I think that is a name that could be a bubble. But we shall see how this all pans out.
I'm telling you right now, all that we are talking all offense so far, but how jacked up are we talking about these fucking weapons all over the damn field? Lee Ainsworth, this is insane. Chargers actually have a lot.
I can't remember a time that we've had offensive weapons like this in the position groups, and especially the depth. That's the beautiful part, because you know how our Chargers end up having that injury bug. So to me, this year in that Mike McDaniel offense, it's a beautiful thing because injuries happen. We always get cursed with that injury. Now that next man up, we don't have to say, "Oh, who's up?" We got a capable back.
You know what? I love you. You frame that really nicely. Quite honestly, you know what's waiting in tow, so to speak. Who is going to be there to actually, I don't know, produce for an offense should they lose players? Can I start by saying I owe an apology to Joe Ortiz? The guy does know how to draft. This team is being built. I'm telling you, Mike McDaniel obviously had a lot of say in the draft picks because he wanted Brendan Thompson too. Just so happens 2 offensive geniuses and Booga Peters and Mike McDaniel wanted Brendan Thompson. So glad to see him in lightning bolts. He probably has he might have a little say in the return game as well because of that speed. But again, returning kicks and returning punts, it is an art form. It is not just for fast guys. I need everybody to understand that. O-line. Let's get to the O-line. Bookend tackles. Listen, is there anything more Charger-like than Rashawn Slater signing the biggest O-line deal in history and then
getting her?
I mean, come on, man. Of course that would happen. My son just started cracking up, like cry laughing. Like, are you serious?
You can't make it up.
Dude. One of the best in the entire league. I mean, he's literally an all-pro. And then that other guy out of Notre Dame, 6'8", fucking all-man, Joe Alt. I think that when it's all said and done, and I hope you'll agree, and maybe you won't, but I don't know about Slater. He'll be close, but I do believe Joe Alt can end up in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Oh, well, I think but you look at his rookie season and what he's done. I think his trajectory is Hall of Fame, gold jacket.
Let's go.
That's what I look at. If you just look at the trajectory of what his rookie year is, and yes, I know what last year was, but come on now. If the trajectory was from his rookie year and goes on, it's a gold jacket and nothing else. It's Canton next up.
And he tried fighting through injuries. He wasn't even healthy when he came back, and then he got hurt again. There's a lot of skepticism as to whether or not he should have been put back in the lineup that early. But listen, I want to teach you guys something. If you haven't learned this about NFL players, they want to be on the field, especially if you're Joe Alt. He's not sitting there watching his boys go to battle without him. He got out there, and yeah, indeed, he did get hurt again. But that being said, 2 special tackles, top 2 tackle combination in the league. You could argue that Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata in Philadelphia is better. They're more established is the way I'd like to put it. That being said, I think at the end of this season, you're all seeing people talk about the Chargers having a top 5 O-line already. I think at the end of this season, the Chargers in Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt are going to prove they're the best tackle duo in the league last year. We got a beat poem coming up later, so a little beat poetry on this cat. Let's talk about the former Chargers center, Bradley Bozeman.
The clown?
The clown. Fucking Bozeman. Hey, if you have not watched So I Married an Axe Murderer, just watch the first 8 minutes, and you'll get where I'm instead of Woolman, it's Bozeman, and it's going to be a lot of fun, and I hope you guys will tune in. We're going to keep that a surprise for when that happens, by the way. But Bradley Bozeman, we all saw the graphic. Primetime football. They're showing Becton ranked 35th out of 36, and Bozeman 40th out of. I mean, it was a nightmare. But the Bradley Bozeman experience, it's over, Lee.
I know. I'm excited.
They brought in Tyler Biadasz, talk about an upgrade. He's arguably a top 10 center in the league, but it's literally it's nearly impossible. Excuse me. It would have been nearly impossible for them to downgrade at the center position. And what did they do?
If you going into this offseason, I felt that was a major need was center, and we addressed it. And that's what I love, because we didn't just address it in free agency. We addressed it in the draft too. So we're looking long term. So that's what I love about the whole situation. Yes, we got a sweet deal. We didn't spend $75 million on Linderbaum, but we did spend 3 years, $30 million on a center that now is a player that could be here a year, maybe 2 years, or we shall see. But then we also drafted a center in Jake Slaughter. So to me, it's like, hey man, we did address that position not just once but twice.
You nailed it. We were going to go to the guards, but let's stick on Jake Slaughter. Listen, this is one of the premier centers in collegiate football last year, actually last 2 years. I know he was banged up a little bit the year before, but they coveted this guy. You don't take a center in the second round unless this is the center of the future. Now, this is not a shot at Tyler Biadasz. But that being said, Jake Slaughter was drafted to be the future center of the Los Angeles Chargers. I would imagine he's working hand in hand with Herbert and probably getting all the second team snaps. At least I would make sure that he was if it were me. It will be interesting to see how that plays out in training camp. But the Jake Slaughter pick, the theme of this draft, along with the Jake Slaughter pick, you look at the first round in Akeem Mesidor, and then obviously the second round with Jake Slaughter. This draft feels like they drafted a lot of depth and backup players, but future starters. Akeem Mesidor, future replacement for Khalil Mack when he's done. Jake Slaughter, future center of the Chargers. Brennan Thompson, future all-pro wide receiver. Please, come on, baby. I just want to see it. They did a really good job in trying to solidify the future, which was something that we weren't privy to under the Tom Telesco era. He threw away his third-round picks on Craig Mager and Trey Pipkins, which somehow Trey Pipkins has survived another regime. It's weird to me. But your expectations for Jake Slaughter switching to left guard, he's never played left guard. How concerned are you?
I'm a little concerned about left guard. I really am. As I think I mentioned on the shit we mentioned, I said I'm hoping that something that's a cam body or someone that's a reliable sign, because I'm not so confident that left guard. But then again, we do have the Detroit former player that can play left guard.
Yode Awashika, let's go. We talked to our friend of the Detroit Lions podcast, Jeff Risden. He's an expert. He's been covering the Lions for a long time through USA Today and several other things, and now he's the editor and host of the Detroit Lions podcast. Here is Kayode Awashika. He goes by Yode. I like Yode because that's easier to say than anything. Yode.
Oh, in there.
Brother, we're with you. Listen, he was the one who was seeing the majority of snaps at starting at left guard. So will he be the starter going into into training camp? Sounds like it. But that being said, competitors welcome, Lee. I mean, that's the mantra, isn't it?
Yeah, next man up and competitors welcome. Yeah, we're going to see what happens in camp. But yeah, the left guard, I'm not worried about right guard, but left guard is shaky at best to me. I'm worried about that. Because it's Justin Herbert. We're talking about Justin fucking Herbert. That's what I'm talking about.
I know. I'm with you. I'm with it. The other guards, though, let's get to what up, Matt Lidioff? Appreciate you. Hey, for those of you who are unfamiliar or unaware, my guy Matt Lidioff of ML Collectibles. He's one of 2 sellers on the San Diego Chargers Lovers Facebook page. We're creeping up on 10,000 members. By the way, we're about 500 away, hoping we can get there by the beginning of the NFL season, of course. But shout out to my boy, Matt. Matt's been sending my kids football cards, Chargers cards, since they were 5 and 7 years old. They love getting little deliveries from Uncle Matt. So appreciate you. If you have yet to check out what he's got, he's selling, go to Facebook, look up Matt Lidioff. He's really got some special memorabilia at phenomenal prices. He's a trusted seller. He's somebody you can count on. Appreciate you, Matt.
I'll have to check it out.
Let's get to Cole Strange. You're not worried about right guard. I'm terrified.
Oh, yeah.
I watched him be overdrafted by Bill Belichick. I have no fucking clue why he took him in the first round. It's insane. I didn't even have a grade on him, and I was still grading the whole draft class back then. Had a little more stamina back then, too. Throwing that out there. I'm terrified about the right guard spot, but Good news is, who's he got to his right? Joe Alt, future Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
You're not worried about Cole Strange? Why not?
Yeah, I'm worried. I am worried about both guard spots. I ain't gonna lie. But I am worried. But hey, it's another body in camp.
If the tackles stay healthy, they're all right. You know
Exactly.
If Slater can rebound the way that we hope he can, Alt got back early. Like, he's been working at the Bolt for fucking 3 months now or whatever it is. He was there as soon as he could get in the building to start rehabbing.
I think of the two, the injury that worries me the most is Rashawn Slater's. That out of both of them, that is because I did read that the injury he suffered, most of them guys don't come back from that injury.
No, they're not the same player.
They're never the same, exactly.
So, ironically, even though he signed that huge contract, and this is going to piss off so many Charger fans, and everyone will disagree with me here, and I know it's not a popular opinion, but if it does affect his lateral movement and such, do not be surprised if in the next season or whatever that Slater moves inside. That's going to hurt people's feelings. They're going to hate it. I would have, if Slater is not capable of protecting the edge and the blind side of Justin Herbert while he's a left tackle, I would move him to left guard, and I would slide Alt to right, or I would slide Alt to left tackle. And then hopefully we can get fucking Travis Burke or somebody at tackle ready, as long as it's not Trey Pipkins at right tackle.
Oh, you ain't lying.
I know that's way out there, and people shit on that take all the time. I thought Slater coming out of Northwestern would have been a better guard than a tackle, and then he proved me wrong. He's a great tackle. That being said, if his lateral movement and agility is hampered by, like Lee said, an injury that players usually don't come back from to where they're the same player they were before. But let's just say, let's throw this out there. Rashawn Slater is one of the hardest workers in the entire NFL. Pay attention to his Insta. I mean, the guy is constantly working out. Even though he's more of a finesse lineman, he's overly strong for a guy that doesn't seem as though he would be. Need him to stay healthy. Still concerned about Cole Strange. Let's talk about some of these backups, though. Obviously, draft picks and Alex Harkey, and then Logan Taylor. I'm telling you, Alex Harkey is a behemoth. That is a big boy, man. Coming out of Oregon, he was on one of the best offensive lines in all of college football that also featured Isaiah World, who's also a Charger, but he's going to start the year on PUP and stay there for sure. And in fact, he'll probably just go straight to IR. But
I just drafted Brendan Thompson in one of my leagues.
While we're live, that's hot. That's hot.
I actually got bump in that league too.
Oh, that means Omarion Hampton time for my man Lee. We're sneaking up on the first hour of our 12-hour Subathon. Thank you so much for tuning in to BoltBlitz Uncut. I'm your host, Booga Peters, joined by man, myth, the legend, Lee Ainsworth, host of the 12-hour hour. Listen, I set Lee up, and I feel a little guilty, but not too guilty. I was like, hey, Lee, I just need you for the first 2 hours. And now as we talk pre-show, it's like, hey, Lee, I'm thinking like 8, 9 hours. Lee is going to be here for as long as he can. He's going to have to take breaks because he's a human being. I'm going to do whatever I can to not take breaks.
I'll be popping in and off. Trust me, it's going to be a fun day. We got some great guests.
I want you here, Lee, as often as possible, especially some of these special guests, but you know when to take your breaks. We talked about it pre-show.
Don't worry. I'm good right now. I'm good.
Let's stick with the offensive line here. Logan Taylor. Come on now, out of Boston College. This guy played all along the offensive line, 4 different positions, 6'7", a lot of beef, and he can move a little bit. And he was a part of one of the better offensive lines in college football there at Boston College. Can he maybe push Yode Awashika, Trevor Penning, and whomever?
Well, anyone can push Trevor Penning out of a job.
I know, right?
Come on now. I remember when we first made that signing, I was like, we gave up what for him? And I was like, and I first called Spencer's dad, and Papa Guru was telling me, he's like, Lee, he's just I'm like, yeah, no, he's just a body.
Running gag on Wealth Net is that Lee is not human but a robot. Dude, he was laughing at me. Hey, listen, I don't mind saying this. I don't mind being clowned either by somebody I care about. This motherfucker's like, oh yeah, 12 hours, that's nothing. I'm like, what? That's nothing. I do 36-minute shows. What are we talking about? He literally has a charge. It's a USB, isn't it? Of course he is. With the times. No, he doesn't. No, Lee, I'll tell you right now, and I've told him this before, and I've talked to the BoltBlitz group chat about this. Lee's one of the best additions that I've ever been able to acquire, so to speak, for anything BoltBlitz related. Lee is an incredible host. The family he has at Gen Wealth Net and the Heart to Start podcast. I mean, listen, I mean, that's the chat right now. Obviously, Ken and Mary popped in for a minute, but I'm telling you, like, that's all his boys. So I can't thank y'all enough. I hope to
you know what? Bogey put together a team. I swear to God, it's a team of all casting characters from all fan bases. I swear to God, in the time we've done this and gelled together, it's great because in about 28 days, we're going to be in Las Vegas. It's going to be one big party.
Less than
one big party. And you know, hopefully we get your ass there.
Hey, let's sneak me in the goddamn suitcase, man. I'm round, but I'm not tall, baby. Hey, King D, what's up? Let's go.
No, man. I trust me. Vegas is going to be fire. It's going to be lit. But man,
Taylor lives in Vegas too. I've got so many friends in Vegas. It's ridiculous. I'm just saying.
It's going to be fun.
If there's some fat, short white with a weird beard creeping around the windows at y'all's place, just be like, oh, shit. Fucking Booga made it.
Dude, we're going to have to get you out there. We're going to have close to 5 YouTube channels doing content there.
And I mean it in a gracious way. I'm so jealous of that type of a setup. Again, I'm in Michigan. I think I've run into like 3 Charger fans in the last 6 years. Total.
I think Peacock, if I recall Peacock saying, because I think I only knew 3 Chargers fans. Oh, Ty Mayberry, my boy Ty, the GWN lawyer. He's coming to Vegas too.
You guys have God damn it. I have a lawyer. Oh, well, I mean, I have a great lawyer, but not like related to BoltBlitz. My ex-wife's uncle is Brian Hartnell. He's the only man to survive the Zodiac killer. Literally,
oh my goodness.
Killer. He was stabbed a ridiculous amount of times. Go read the book. Him and his family were in there. It's Brian Hartnell, incredible man. He's about 6'6" too. The ex-wife's family, they're all tall. All the men in that family are super tall, super tall. Let's stick with the offensive line. Again, Isaiah World, I think it's important that, listen, depending on what happens with the tackles, and let's say something wonky does happen with Slater, World is a guy, when you look at next year, that there's a good chance that he can fight and push, not just for a roster spot, but try to find a way to weasel his way into that swing tackle position, because right now it's Trey Pipkins. And you and I are excited about that.
And I think he'll be on the injured reserve all year. That's great. He can rehab, do what he has to do. Next year, it's a draft pick we don't have to waste. We have a position in that pick of World. And I was so ecstatic when we got him because he was well, everyone wanted him and we happily got him. I'm like, what the hell? Let's go.
No, he was one of the most highly coveted undrafted free agents. You nailed it. And listen, it's a boon. They really, for those of you who didn't hear during the draft, when the Chargers took Logan Taylor, did anybody hear Jordan Ortiz say, yeah, now we can shut up the fans about guard? It's live. You could hear it. It's just like, I think what I gleaned and took from that was, listen, Ortiz is at least listening to the fucking fan base. I think it's important.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, if you look at what we've done in the draft the past couple of years with Ortiz, we've put at least 2 to 3 starters that we've drafted on the team that turned into starters.
Listen, and I like to shit on, I've given Ortiz a rough time just because I'm still pissed about the fact that the interior O-line stayed the same.
Mm-hmm.
That they brought back Bozeman, and then they did the fucking magic show with experimenting with Zion Johnson at center. Shut the fuck up. Y'all didn't have any intention of playing him at center. Yeah. Now he signed a huge deal in Cleveland, which, by the way, for those of you who are unaware, the Chargers actually offered more money than Cleveland did, and Zion said, no, I'm fucking out. Peace. Have you ever been to Cleveland? I'm just saying.
That's where you go to die.
I love the fans there. I love the people.
If you like losing,
it sucks, dude.
If you like losing, go ahead.
They don't even know. I mean, it's Shador, it's Deshaun Watson. It's a little murky over there. But that being said, listen, Zion, good luck and every Sunday except
Thank you for your service.
yeah, fuck it. But we've talked O-line. I think we've covered everybody on the offense. I guess we got to switch to the defense, huh? One of your favorite groups on this team, the edge group led by Tuli Tuipulotu, Khalil Mack, and rookie Akeem Mesidor. Let's talk about Khalil Mack. He's no spring chicken, but damn it, he's still effective, especially at setting the edge against the run. And I do believe he still has some gas when it comes to rushing the passer.
Yes, sir.
Your thoughts on him? Any expectations for this upcoming season? Obviously, he's gonna see some time off. In other words, he's gonna be spelled by Mesidor.
Mesidor, yeah. I think I had him around. I think around 5 to 6 sacks this year. Because I know he had 2 years ago double-digit sacks, but that's reason I said realistic 5 to 6 is because of Mesidor.
Well, let's hope so. Here's the deal. One of the things that's funny about Tuli is early in his career, he was the cleanup guy. Like there was a lot of pressure from Mac and even a little interior pressure, not too often, but when Puna was there, Puna Ford, God, I miss that cat. But I don't know if I think I have to give Mac more sacks than that. I think he'll have between 8 and 10. He may not get to double digits. Tuli coming off a 13.5 sacks. Let's get right to him. The cat's only 24 years old, Lee. He's been in the league 4 years. That's special. Hey, Lidioff nailed it. The defense is stacked. I'm a little concerned about the cornerback group, Matt, but we're going to get to that later in the show, of course. But sticking with Tuli, I think he's one of the more special players on this Chargers defense that, around the league, he doesn't get a lot of pub. There aren't people talking about, this dangerous pass rusher and Tuli Tuipulotu, but I sure as shit am. I think he's going to have another phenomenal year, and I think he increases his sack total above 13.5. If I were to set the over-under for sacks for Tuli, I would say I would set it at 14.5.
I had him at 13.5 myself.
Again, okay. Well, and listen, I don't think it'd be too shabby if he had back-to-back 13.5 sack games or years. Excuse me.
No, I wouldn't know. If you look at his numbers, they've improved every single year.
And listen, he's still 24. He's 2 years younger than the rookie Akeem Mesidor.
I know, that's crazy.
It's kind of nuts.
But no, if you look at our line, it's a young, as I told you on our last show, it reminds me of the Kansas City Chiefs, how they built their defense. Young, I understand they got to pay the man, but you look at how they built their defense. We're doing it exactly the same. Unfortunately, it's our rivals too, but we're doing it the right way.
Listen, the NFL is a copycat league. You're going to, whatever, it's cyclical. The running game's starting to come back a little bit. I know we've been a passing league for a long time. You're going to see a lot of 12 and 13 personnel in the NFL this year. Remember, as the defense switches to adjust to the offense, you're seeing all this nickel and even dime and base coverage, which is, when it's a passing league and you're expecting that, I get it. But this Chargers team, they're built to do a lot of different things, both on offense and defense. Cannot wait to see what happens. Let's talk about Dame Tucker out of Western.
Hey, shout out to Ty Mayberry, the GWN lawyer. Tully's a beast. With Mesidor, he's going to be better this year. Absolutely.
Shout out, Ty. Appreciate you stopping by, brother. Thank you so much. The GWN lawyer, man, I don't know. That's pretty fucking cool. And if I get in enough trouble on this damn show to need a lawyer, anything's possible. Anybody who's known me my whole life. I got friends and family that are still Facebook pals and shit that I haven't talked to in 30 years. And they're just like, no shit, that guy's still alive. He's still breathing. Even at 47, we thought he'd be gone 10 fucking years ago. The Dame Tucker out of Western Michigan University. He had 14.5 sacks last year. He was a part of that Chris O'Leary Bronco defense there. And what do you know? The defensive coordinator of the Chargers this year is Chris O'Leary, Dame Tucker's former coach. I think he makes the 53 here, even over a Kyle Kennard, who was a 4th-round draft pick. Got covered all the bases.
Got to cover all the bases. GWN lawyers a must.
I guess I'm just not getting in enough trouble. Don't tell anybody who knows me that, because fuck, man. I ain't been to jail in a long time, but years were filled with a little bit of trouble, if you will. Good God. Tucker, listen, this is you need 4, 5, 6 pass rushers.
Yeah.
right now, Tucker proved he could do it. Yes, it's in the MAC. Okay. I understand that the MAC is not a huge conference in collegiate football. But that being said, he has familiarity with everything that O'Leary wants to do. It's similar to like what Cole Strange is doing for the offense under Mike McDaniel from Miami. You have Dame Tucker in there, despite being an undrafted free agent rookie who actually knows what O'Leary's going to want to do. I think he finds a way to sneak onto this roster, and I think he could even piece together 3 to 4 sacks this year.
There you go.
There you go. with Minden, Lee, and Bogey wandering around Vegas, it's like insurance. Yeah. Listen, you're talking me into literally calling my lawyer and being like, hey, man, so I'm not going to give you a retainer for no reason, but I might need a lawyer. I'm just saying.
Hey, I'm trouble from the word go. Trust me, ask Peacock, ask the boys. I walk out the house and I twisted my ankle.
That's just a part of getting old, brother. Come on now. All right, listen. Let me look at the rest of the edge players we have here. Those are our all D linemen. Hold up. Oh, come on, baby. Oh, and my computer is frozen. Lee, you don't have the edge group brought up, do you?
The edge, hold on, let me pull it up right here. Edge group would be.
While you're doing that, I'm going to yak at the fans. Thank you so much for tuning in to BoltBlitz Uncut. I'm Booga Peters, joined by Lee Ainsworth, host of the Chargers Power Hour, and then, of course, our Tuesday evening host.
Okay, we got, defensive line, you got Caldwell, you got Matt Law.
Those are interior guys. I want edge.
Edge. Oh, we got Henley. Henley, and then
Henley's a linebacker.
Perriman.
No, Perriman's a linebacker.
Oh shit! Ooh.
Where the fuck is Edge on here? Damn it! I'm blind. By the way, I'm not wearing my glasses for this shit because y'all make fun of me when I wear my glasses. Literally. Hold on, I got it. Hold up. Give me just a second. Later this evening, by the way, if you guys have ever seen the movie So I Married an Axe Murderer, I'll be performing my beat poetry. Which fuck beat poetry. It's so corny, but it's going to be funny on Bradley Bozeman. I hope y'all tune in. We're not going to tell you when because we really want people to just hang out for as long as they can. Okay, I got the edge group right here, brother. Whew. There's not a lot here. Khalil Mack, Bud Dupree, Kyle Kennard, and then Tuli Tuipulotu, and then, of course, Dame Tucker. Wow. Bud Dupree, does he make the 53 or not?
Ooh. That's an interesting one right there, man. I think he's another.
They're lacking in numbers. They don't have the bodies at edge, but he's an established veteran player. But he didn't do shit last year, Lee.
Maybe he's a bubble candidate, or he's just one that just barely makes the roster, or just like last man out. I don't know.
Yeah, I love that Peacock's like, I love that Mike Myers joint. Mike Myers is still fucking funny as shit. Yes, I'm old enough to say I'm looking forward to the Austin Powers movie. Y'all can suck it. I don't care that y'all don't think it's funny anymore. I do, and I always will. I know Goldmember wasn't the best movie, but The Spy Who Shagged Me? Fuck out of here, man. Come on, that shit's classic. The edge group, again, Bud Dupree, sounds like you agree with me that, chances are he may not be a Charger despite his veteran ship, if you will, within the NFL. I think it gives a chance for Kyle Kennard to make the roster. Love what he did at South Carolina, but he literally couldn't see the field. Any concerns about him, or is he literally just on his way out?
I think he's on his way out. I think he's on his way out.
So in that case, then Bud Dupree makes the roster.
Yep. I really do think so. It does. But you know what? You look at Kennard, I really do think it depends. I want to see how Cam shakes out. I really do. This is one thing. What I'm looking forward to, and working on the Power Hour is when we get this, all our camp bodies, how it's going to work out. Then I can do things. But right now, it's all in flux. Like, what do we do? Who stays? Who goes? It's like, it got our brains thinking. It's like we want him gone. We do, but we know how our Charger fan are. These bodies pause. It's like,
sorry. Absolutely, dude. Quite literally. Well, we snuck into the interior defensive line group in there by accident, folks. So let's just fucking get to that shit. Let's talk about these interior D linemen. Let's talk about what we expect out of them. And when I look at the D-line unit, the interior D-line, Tierre Tart, I mean, listen, They didn't sign him to that big old deal for nothing. A 3-year, $30 million a year contract. Tart proved enough. He struggled. He had some lulls during the season last year. But that being said, I think that he earned that contract. And when a player like him who's kind of floated around a little bit finds a home, I think you can expect him to have a stronger season than others are looking at, just because of the fact that once somebody's appreciated, the confidence built into that is astounding. And I'm excited to see what Tart does. Your expectations for Tart, and even though he's an interior D lineman, can he rack up a few sacks?
I think he can get 2 or 3.
Yeah,
I do think he can. Well, I know we're not having Jesse Minter, but I did see that Chris O'Leary wants to unleash those on the quarterback a lot this year. So I'm excited about that. I remember seeing that a couple of places.
If they so from what I understand, and then after watching some of the Western Michigan tape from last year, thanks to the folks at WMU, by the way, I met my ex-wife there, sang in Dalton Center. Love Western Michigan University. Just going to throw that out there. They're more multiple. In a Jesse Minter defense, it was predominantly a 4-man rush. But when you can get home with 4, why would you not only rush 4? That being said, O'Leary's a little more aggressive. You'll see some corner cats every now and then, a cornerback blitz off the far side, of course, from the nickel sometimes too. But expect more stunts. Expect a little versatility, a little more action when it comes to what the defensive line is responsible for. O'Leary seems to be a little more aggressive now. Again, that's in the MAC at Western Michigan University. But I don't see why he wouldn't carry that into the NFL, because he's made it clear already. I'm not Jesse Minter. I'm Chris O'Leary. I got my own thing, man. I do my own thing. Like, he's a little perturbed, if you will, during one of the first little OTA press conferences when people were asking him how similar he was to Jesse, and he was just basically like, I'm me.
Exactly. I'm my own man.
Yeah, no. And I think that's important. And we'll stick with the interior line group, but I'm excited to see, obviously, what Tart can do for sure. Let's go to the next guy, and I think it's Jamari Caldwell. You talked about him earlier. We talked about him 2 shows ago. This is a cat out of Oregon, 6'1", 340 pounds. He is a true nose tackle. You have a guy with that kind of beef who can occupy blockers. It's going to free up Tart to do things, and God, we all know what that does for edge rushers when you can occupy multiple blockers on the interior. Jamari Caldwell, I kind of expect him to take a leap this year. He is a favorite, a lot of our favorite draft prognosticators. Jamari Caldwell, is he going to start next to Tart? Sounds like it.
Sounds, from what I've been hearing, yeah, that's what I've been thinking. I'm seeing.
Well, and here's the deal. As much as they like, obviously Tart after signing him to that big deal, and then Caldwell, he was an early round draft pick. They've got Justin Aboigbe, too, out of Alabama, who obviously had the neck injury in his rookie season, but he made some plays last year, finished with 4 sacks. I mean, it was kind of a very pleasant surprise. Should he be healthy, he's going to push for time. And he's going to be in goal line packages.
Mm-hmm. Excuse my little dog.
Oh, she just wants to be on the show. It's cool, man.
She's probably looking
for a special show. We got 10 hours and 41 minutes, 50 seconds left of the BoltBlitz Uncut 12-hour Subathon. Hi, puppy.
She's like,
my cats are all hiding
she goes, I'm on enough shows, pup. I'm on enough shows.
Are you the star of everything? Look at you, girl. How you doing? Wait, is it a boy or a girl?
It's a girl. We had both females in the house, but I'm in a house of females.
I got 3 girl cats, so I get it. Trust me.
It really do.
A 17-year-old daughter who's going on 30. It's an experience. Be careful having kids, folks, especially girls. As a father, I'm just going to throw that out there. I like let's get back to the interior defensive line. I actually like the makeup of this group, to be honest. And they've got some guys, Tara Edwards, Jacoby and Guillory. They've got some depth there that it will be interesting to see how that shakes out. Don't forget, they drafted Nick Barrett out of South Carolina, and that's 6'3", 327 pounds of man meat, pause, that I need people to understand that if he sneaks his way into the lineup, he occupies blocks, but he actually has a little gas as a pass rusher. You didn't see a lot of sacks at South Carolina, but I'll be interested to see how he's employed as well. Lee, we're going to do it. We're going to go to the cornerback group. We both talked about, you talked about it on your show. I've talked about it on several shows. Really would have liked to have seen oh, I don't know, a free agent acquisition of some sort. I thought Rasul Douglas might have been an all right ad. I just felt like there could be a veteran presence in there because here's the deal. I'll love me some Tarheeb Steele. Cam Hart. I mean, Cam Hart made my mock draft worth a shit that year because I got another Charger to the Charger, so to speak. What's up with Dye? Oh, we're going to get to Dye too when we get to the linebackers for sure. I love Troy Dye, by the way. He's one of the best special teamers in the entire NFL. But sticking at the cornerback group, Dante Jackson, underrated as hell. One of the better cornerbacks in the league, and he can play outside and inside, so I like that versatility. But again, it's still who changed his number from 29 to 4, by the way. So when you see number 4 in the defensive secondary for the Chargers, that's your boy Still. Make sure you keep an eye on him. I think he has a breakout year. Cam Hart got picked on some, but listen, he is one of the most physical corners in the entire NFL. He is 6'3". He's long, he's lanky paws, but he is literally going to be somebody who's going to help O'Leary run this defense to the way that he wants. Jesse Minter wasn't too comfortable running a lot of man defense last year. He didn't feel they necessarily had the pieces. That being said, I do expect more man, and I know we saw Cam get torched a couple times, but Cam's out there on an island against these guys. I mean, he had a great game against Jamar Chase. Like, Cam has showed out in the games that, you know, he has a really tough matchup. I just want to see him stay consistent. Again, Dante Jackson, not worried about him at all. Still, no, not worried about Tarheeb Still. I think he's one of the most underrated corners in the league. I think he's not just going to be fine. I think that we're not talking enough about him. When you talk about the depth at corner, cats that were exciting from the preseason last year that unfortunately got injured, Nico Reed, I mean, come on now. Eric Rodgers, same thing. Both guys had picks in the preseason. Rodgers took one back for a pick 6, and then the next thing you know, we see him in the locker room on crutches. The cornerback group is deep, and do not allow me, I would be remiss, excuse me, if I did not bring him up. Dean Leonard doesn't see a lot of time at corner, but when he has had to step in, he's done all right. But let's not forget, probably the best gunner on special teams in all of the NFL. Dean Leonard needs to get a little more love. He's also got to stay healthy. But the cornerback group, again, it's one that I'm a little worried about. Not as worried as I am about the guard situation, but any concerns about the cornerback group? And then who do you expect to stand out among the top trio when it's Cam Hart, Tarheeb Still, and Dante Jackson?
I think it's going to be Jackson had a great year last year. He surprisingly
way underrated.
Underrated, yeah. And I think Still having a big year this year. I really do. I'm not, and Cam Hart, I see them both having big years, but I see Still having most of the two. But I love what we do have in that group right there. I think that young talent right there is excellent. They've both shown what they can do, and they both show that they grow and produce more. It's going to be very nice what that cornerback room's going to look like.
Well, and I think that what's important for people to realize and kind of look at is, you know, should they stay healthy, this could be, you know, maybe top 10, top 12 cornerback room in the NFL. I think that Still is, again, he's in tow for a breakout season. You know, I'm not suggesting if you're in an IDP league, you take him and try to get numbers like that. But what I would say is I am concerned if one of those cats go down.
Yeah, I am.
Nico Reed, Eric Rodgers, unproven. The depth behind Dean Leonard, again, I think he can fill in admirably, but I don't believe that he's a starting cornerback in the NFL. Still wish they would have added another vet. I don't know what the lineup. I don't know what the
we touched on this. Do you think we add one after camp as a cornerback? I really do think we do.
I mean, you know, we'll wait for camp to play out, and God willing, the Chargers don't go through another camp having all of us crying on our sleeves because everyone and their dog's getting hurt. But, you know, I do think it's a possibility. But that being said, O'Leary is one of those guys. He's a player's coach, so to speak. I don't think he's going to try to get rid of anybody unless they're literally a detriment to the team. As far as adding anybody, Joe Ortiz, he's going to be active. I mean, listen, look at what they did in picking up Odafe Owe. Now that's an edge rusher, but damn, look what he did at the end of the season for the Chargers after being acquired. And obviously he signed a mega deal in Washington with the Commanders. But Joe Ortiz has proven, not just here, that in a lot of different, and at Baltimore, that he knows what he's doing, and I think it's time we all warm up to him. Ty Mayberry, is saying, "Bolt up, my brothers. Great show. I'm off to court. Keep Bogey out of trouble. How do we navigate this hella schedule and get 12 wins?" Hey, weeks 3 through 10. We'll talk about the schedule later in the show. Lee and I will for sure, because there is a gauntlet weeks 3 through 10. But you start off with the Arizona Cardinals and the Vegas Raiders,
where Mr. Mayberry lives.
Oh, does he really? No,
he lives in Arizona.
No shit. Yeah, I lived there for a little bit. This is only JD. You nailed it, baby. It is just the beginning. Who have we left out? Let's get to the safety group. And even though he is second team all pro, nickel cornerback, Derwin James, this safety room's kind of hot. It's kind of special. I really like what they're doing here. Derwin obviously is going to move down in the box and play a lot of nickel, but wherever Derwin plays, he's going to literally make plays. Elijah Molden, little banged up, friends with his dad, Alex, and Alex is a Facebook friend of mine, excuse me, and he's constantly posting updates. It seems as though Molden is healthy. That obviously is a boon for the team, and draft pick from this year, rookie, Genesis Smith.
There's a lot of hype on him. I was telling JD about
tackle.
I was telling JD where I couldn't get him. That's someone, if he can get a hold of him, that's something that someone's going to be a name. Is Genesis Smith.
Making plays in camp too. Listen, I mean, he picked off Trey Lance and DJ Uiagalelei twice. Like he's making plays. His issue is tackling is a want to thing, and if you don't want to, you're going to look really silly doing it. And Genesis Smith, I'm telling you, I watched a lot of tape on him because he's got that. He's a long, lengthy DB. Pause. We like those kind of things in a Jesse Minter, Chris O'Leary style defense. Of course, it stems from Mike McDonald. But Genesis Smith is a true center fielder. There are things that he's going to do in that secondary, should he see playing time early, that's really going to get a lot of people hyped to the name that, listen, Genesis is somebody who's going to find his way into this starting lineup at some point because of the things he can do. And again, as much as I like Elijah Molden, he's one of my favorite acquisitions the Chargers have made in a while. He does have injury issues, which, that kind of fits the, hey, what up, kid? Hey, what up, degenerates? I love that. What's up, kid?
What's up, kid? A cat. The cat,
That's
man.
Cool,
Shout
love
out
it.
to
Look at all these guys. Look at everybody showing up. I feel too fucking cool with all these people showing up. But let's get to the rest of the safeties. I know nothing about Noah Avinger, and I don't know who Kevin Grant is. They're camp bodies, but I can't believe I left out my guy, R.J. Mickens, and we'll get to Unk here in just a second, Tony Jefferson. But R.J. Mickens, he was thrust into the starting defensive lineup due to injuries. Obviously, when Molden went down, he played well. This is another ball hawk, but he can actually tackle. I'm excited about the Clemson product this year. I'm telling you right now, do not sleep on this safety group. Overall, should Molden stay healthy, I think it's one of the better groups in the NFL. I really do. And then, of course, let's get to Unk. Tony Jefferson made big plays, led the team in interceptions last year, seems to always be around the ball, and the Chargers underpaid him again. Now, is he a little too focused on...
Hold on a second. I got Bogey on the phone.
Oh, let's go, Bogey. Come on.
What's up, Bogs?
Yo, hey, so he doesn't need me on there?
No, he does. He does tonight. I'll send you the link for tonight. Huh? No, because you're not. Hold on. Bogey.
Well, I'm going to run with the show while Lee's handling that.
Yeah.
We're talking about the safety group here. I just brought up Genesis Smith. Ball hawk, I think I'm sleeping on him because of the fact that, indeed, he is a poor tackler, but 6'2", 204 out of Arizona. This is a cat that he had some cornerback plays as well, or snaps. I think this is a very versatile guy who's actually going to help this team. But again, Derwin James, Elijah Molden, Tony Jefferson, R.J. Mickens, and Genesis Smith and Miles Purchase, who actually made some plays in the preseason. The safety group is something to keep an eye on. I'm excited. While I don't have Lee here, I'm going to move over to special teams because I know he and I want to talk linebackers. Let's get to Dicker the kicker. Cameron Dicker. Listen, if you don't think he's the best kicker in the league, he must be Genesis. He must be a part. No, his name's not Cinnamon or Candy. It's Genesis. Come on now. I don't know. That was rough. Sorry, man. Remember, it's still early here. Let's talk about Dicker the kicker. It's not too shitty to have quite literally, the most accurate kicker in NFL history, manning your kickoff, your field goal, and extra point duties. You see him all over social media. He's an outgoing guy. He's absolutely hilarious, by the way. He's basically automatic. Now, he's had a miss here every now and then when it quote unquote would count, so to speak. But I don't, there again, like Herbert, there's not another kicker in the league I'd want. I like Brandon Aubrey. I think he's a phenomenal kicker, but give me Dicker 10 times out of 10. And I'm about to say the opposite about our punter, so please bear with me. I'm a special teams guy. For those of you who don't know, if it weren't for special teams, I wouldn't have played a lot of football, especially when we got into high school. I was just a little bit too little. But J.K. Scott, interested to see if they bring in camp bodies to compete at the punter position. J.K. had a rough season last year, despite the fact that he had some really strong games the season prior. He's not necessarily doing what the Chargers need when it comes to establishing field position as far as setting up the defense to have success. There were times where he had opportunities to pin the opposing team deep, and he suffered. A lot of us, in fact, a lot of the guests that will be on the show today, they have talked about the fact that we were kind of surprised that J.K. Scott didn't receive like major competition here in camp. We'll see what happens. Of course, every team is going to bring in another leg. There's a guy that they brought in. I can't even think of his damn name. Hold up. I'll find it right now. That I know that India Moss, who's a fan of the show, she's been saying for a while that she thinks that this guy is going to get some pull and possibly even push J.K. Scott. Listen, I know it's easy to talk about punters and say that, well, if you're the holder, you're so valuable to the team and your importance can't be overstated, so to speak. But listen, let's get somebody who can actually punt the ball. I hope that JK has a rebound year, but at this point, I'm not going to hold my breath. And again, I'm not trying to take too many shots at him. It was just a rough season, and I really hope. Hey, King Petty, my dog. Hope all is well, brother. We're almost back. Hey, King Petty, let me tell you right now, one of the best. I know everybody calls it X. It's still Twitter to me, but this cat goes after everybody. He ain't shy, and he's letting everybody know exactly how it feels. People can't handle his smoke. And he keeps on burning, baby. I appreciate seeing you in the comments, King. Appreciate you so much for showing up. I'm talking about J.K. Scott, Lee. I skipped the linebackers because I know you want to talk about them. I just got done with Cameron Dicker. Let's talk about J.K. Scott. Rough season last year. Do you expect a rebound, or should we see some camp competition, even at the punt?
I think some camp competition.
Everything good with Bogey?
Yeah, he said, you didn't include me. I go, dude, you're not on socials.
On the flyer.
He's oh, that's right.
I hope he took it personally. I would too.
No, he didn't. I sent him the link anyway, so he may pop on.
I love it, man. He could pop in whenever, man. Bogey's welcome at all times. That goes for the Gen Wealth Net. You guys just know what you're doing over there. Y'all have a good time. People take this shit too fucking seriously. It's still football. It's still a kid's game played by the best athletes in the entire fucking world, and that's why y'all are tuned in today to have the best host and co. Well, I'm in the top 137 somewhere in there as hosts. Lee, I got to rank you in the top 5 co-hosts I've ever had.
Thank you.
Talk long snapper, Josh Harris. Long-term Charger, obviously. The Chargers have been spoiled at long snapper, obviously, with number 50, David Binn, for so long. One of the longest tenured Chargers in the history of the organization. But they have a guy in Josh Harris who, when he goes down, it's a problem. He doesn't just snap the ball quite literally perfectly. He's also a tackler on special teams. How important is it to have a long snapper like that? And listen, we're talking special teams here. Bear with me. How important is it to have a long snapper who actually can make tackles and make plays?
It's nice. It is nice. It's nice to have a nice special teams unit like we do to us.
Yeah. I expect that, for the record, by the way, Ryan Ficken, I still believe, is one of the best special teams coordinators in the entire NFL. He had a down year. It was a little rough. The year prior, I don't think was as rough, but it was a little shaky too. But please remember, Dean Leonard going down, and we're going to get to dudes. I think it was Peacock who brought up Troy Dye. Troy Dye is one of the best special teamers in the NFL as well, and he can fill in all right in linebacker duty, and that's where we're moving to right now, the linebacking group. Deion Henley.
Oh, I'm excited.
Tough year. But
I think we had a big year from Henley this year. To me, we've seen improvement every single year. Man, next year he's up for a contract extension.
The fluky, like weird illness he had early in the season clearly affected him last year. But that being said, I'm with you. I expect a resurgence. Listen, he's truly one of the leaders, not just of that Chargers defense, but the entire team. The guy has some sideline to sideline ability. And remember, former safety, He can make plays on the ball as well in pass coverage. I expect him to have not only just a much better year, I think that the rest of the NFL is finally going to start to catch up with him and start to pay attention to what Deion is doing. Love the stuff he does on social media. He's a gregarious, outgoing guy. I think it's important to have those type of personalities too. You don't want just a bunch of stone cold murderers, but you don't want a bunch of choir boys either. It's okay to have a guy who's not afraid to open his mouth, and they have that in Henley. I expect Henley to, for sure, to have triple-digit tackles this year. And don't be surprised if he notches a sack or 3, because he's actually a lot better than people give him credit for when it comes to rushing the passer. Hi, baby. You don't need to get up there right now. Sorry, my cat Gates, named after Gates, is barking in the background. But Deion Henley, again, you're expecting a big year from him. Is he? I know Derwin's the leader of this defense, but is Henley kind of right up there with him, or is he playing second fiddle, if you will?
I think it's Derwin and nothing. I think it's Derwin at the top, but I think he's pretty damn close up there. You know, he's an important part of that line. I really feel. I mean, if you look at when Henley is on his game, he changes that game too. When he is on, he's on. That's one thing I love about our team. It's a young team. I understand, but we have a lot of hitters on that team. And Derwin James, especially, if you look at his numbers last year, how many different positions did he play? The hits. I went over in the power hour and dude, golly, the numbers were ridiculous. And you wonder why the man was paid again.
Listen, the Chargers have made Derwin James the highest paid safety in the league twice. Again, that helps me shit all over this Spanos is cheap thing. Have you seen the Bolt? I haven't, but I've heard it's pretty fucking great. Obviously, they spent a shitload of money on that. You can call them renters at SoFi. I don't give a fuck what you do to soothe your ego. But yeah, I do expect not only for Henley to have a solid year, I expect him to kind of put his name on the NFL map as one of the top, let's just say 10 linebackers in the entire NFL. Let's keep moving along with this group here, the linebacking core. I mean, I'm telling you, you got some names here. This is a weird one. Junior Colson.
Oh, that was a name I was going to mention a little earlier. See, to me, his career has been injured riddled. We've never seen much from Junior Colson.
Yeah. Was weird. He was out of shape. Like, there was a bunch of stuff going on that just felt fucking, yeah. Sorry.
Kidda, are you actually sticking up for Dean? We know Kid is a former Chargers fan.
I know. Oh, that's right.
Oh, so Kid is gonna hate on Dean. You know, Kid doesn't like. He is now a Jets fan. You know,
I get it. I took a year and a half to decide if I was going to stay a Chargers fan. Everybody has their own path.
I love Kidda, don't get me wrong, but you know what? The hate I get from that man, but I love it. I take it with stride now. I just call it kid. I call it kidderism.
That shit you literally
kidderism.
For it?
It's called the haterade that I give. I get the kidderade. I get it coming right at me about the Chargers. I just give it on back.
Man, kid, I'll say this. Despite you being a former Chargers fan and now a Jets fan, you're cool as fuck in my book, man. Thanks for stopping by. We really appreciate you.
I'm going to have the cat man on the freaking power hour when we play the Jets. I can't wait to dethrone that jet fuel.
Sugar-free. Yeah, sugar-free. Yeah, because Lee doesn't. Yeah, Lee's on that sugar-free C4 right now.
They've seen, Booga, they've seen me juiced up, not on that stuff, but on my own sugar ray. Oh, fucking.
Listen, man. I think that's one of the reasons why you and I work so well together. Both a little bit fucking crazy, and you gotta be to be a Chargers fan. Damn it, hasn't exactly been easy. That's for sure. Hey, salute to you too, kid. Appreciate you so much, man. Love you too, man. Anybody who supports it, I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. I've been trying to find a group of people to incorporate into this BoltBlitz shit for a long time. For those of you unaware, and I'm not going to get too serious, we won't talk about this too long, but my co-host and the guy who helped me form BoltBlitz.com, Thomas Powell, passed away, a year and a half ago, and it changed the dynamic of this, and I stopped, doing shows, and RIP to one of the best to ever do it, a true journalist, and he was not that way when I met him. He grew into that role. We worked really hard together. I edited the fuck out of his articles, but damn it, they were good because the sentiment is what matters. I'll do all the spelling. I'll fix the grammar. I'll make sure the sentence structure is correct. But I can't tell you how much I miss him. And one of the things that I'll say to you right now, Lee, and I've said this to you already, you're not Thomas, but damn, you guys are a lot more alike than you would expect. You guys both have that same love for the team, and you actually know the game. That's so important when you're really trying to portray, or excuse me, to give out information that people can glean from that's actually useful. Sugar-free Lee. Hey, where that's going to stick, Peacock. Sugar-free Lee.
I know, man. The sugar-free fun, and they wanted me to call my show the Haterade.
Oh, you fuckers! That's so mean.
They said it had to have a segment of the Haterade, and last year I had so much hate for freaking the AFC West, and this year I got to tone it down because I'm gonna have other people on my show.
Yeah. Oh no.
But you know what? I do have Kermit in my corner. I will bring out Kermit.
Oh, shit. Man, I got a Kermit in the other room, man. I have had it since I was like 6 years old. That thing's fucking old. Come on now. No, the sugar-free Lee thing's going to fucking stick, whether you like it or not, brother. I think that's fucking hilarious. Coming up in about 19 minutes, we'll be joined by Eric Williams, NFL reporter of Fox Sports. I met him in San Diego at Miramar, covering a media-only and soldier-only practice. This is a special guy, former wide receiver at William and Mary. And let me tell you, no pause. Dude's got great legs. You can tell he's a wide receiver. No pause. No pause. Leaving the pause out. Eric is one of the best experts on the sport. There are very few reporters that actually have played the game, and I think that's important. The playing, the coaching, the officiating, whether you like it or not. That's right. Yeah, literally. Sorry, Lee. Like he said, you're stuck with that shit, dude. Whether you like it or not. We'll be joined by Eric here at the top of the hour at noon Eastern time. Excited to kind of pick his brain. And then following that, we'll have Rocky Sealanders, former Chargers offensive lineman from the black and white days. This young man, if you will, joined me on BoltBlitz Live on Mountain Country 107.9 in 2013. Rocky is still hung around, and he's still a big fan of everything BoltBlitz. So we're really looking forward to talking with him. Let's finish up the linebacker group, Lee. Let's stay on task. I know we get off the rails a little bit. Let's talk about Troy Dye. He stays healthy. One of the best special teamers in the league. Fills in admirably. He's actually really effective in pass coverage. He's a better pass coverage linebacker than a run-stopping linebacker. Peacock asked it early. Your expectations for Troy Dye, and can he try to sneak some snaps into the starting lineup, regardless of whether or not people get hurt?
I think he could make his way into lineups in certain times of the season. I do in packages. I think there's got to be a lot of compared to past seasons that we've seen. I think there's got to be a lot of different wrinkles that goes in that some players that think they didn't have a role are going to find a role in this offense and defense. I think that's going to happen this year. I really do. I mean, I know people don't like that, but if you look at how we're going to run things, I really do think that maybe, he's not going to make the team, but he might make the team, but on a role that we didn't think of. So to me, this is how this offense, this defense, a lot of things are going to shake up.
I don't think you realize how good you are at this because you're talking about like this floating. We don't know where they're going to do, but they're going to find a way to talk shit here. Come on.
You look at it because you know the schemes that McDaniel runs, and you got to say, there's always a player that finds these schemes. So obviously they're going to have to find a role for these players. Sometimes
on defense too, it's an O'Leary defense. It's going to be interesting to see people sneak in. But what I was trying to say is you perfectly segued into the next player, two players actually, that found their way into the lineup. Del'Shawn Phillips, one of the best special teamers in the league as well, quite literally. And what did he do when he saw time with defensive snaps? I don't know, a couple sacks, wrecking havoc off the edge, playing a little pass coverage. Del'Shawn Phillips, when I saw his name on the roster, I honestly had him as a cut candidate last year, but he played so well on special teams. I love special teams if you have not.
Yeah, special teams will win games for you too.
It's the third phase of the game. There are three. Let's keep that in mind. I understand it's offense and defense, but special teams is the part of the organization that's literally going to help establish field position. I mean, that shit's it's underrated. I'll just leave it at that. Speaking of another guy who flashed late in the season, Marlowe Wax. He's that fringe player, but he played so well at the end of the year. I think they have to find a way to keep him, and you can't stash him on the
I picked him
squad.
up in fantasy last year, just because I didn't think of it, but he actually played decent last year. I know
he put up numbers when he
I
got to play.
I do think he finds him spell because here's how I look at Marlo Wax, right? If you look at Junior Colson, right? Marlo Wax is the one, he was taking basically Colson's spot last year. So to me, I'm like, if Colson doesn't, Marlo Wax does come in.
Hey, oh, that's cool as shit. Such a dope name for a special teams unit. The establishment. Man, we better get on. I'm going to get on the horn with I don't have O'Leary's number, or excuse me, Ficken's number, but damn, yeah, the establishment. I love that kind of shit. Nickname these cats, man. They all take pride in that shit. I love that. And plus, you can't come up with your own nickname. So if we provide it for them and it's cool, a la Bolt fam. That's me. By the way, I'm going to do this and we got 38 people here. Thank you so much for tuning in. I need to apologize. I'm not going to apologize for Bolt fam. And it's one fucking word, 2 capitals. Deal with it. There's nothing like the Bolt fam. We're made up of everything. I'm telling you right now, it's just a singular fucking thing that is special. It's just a lot of different people supporting their team to the best. But Bolt up, hashtag Bolt up. That is me as well. But I need to admit something here live on air. I borrowed that. And when I borrowed it, it's because I saw the Dolphins putting hashtag fins up. And I thought it was the dumbest fucking thing I'd ever seen. So I started the hashtag Bolt up because the Bolt made more sense to me. Again, another thing the Chargers are running with. It's mine. But they put the space in between Bolt and fam. That's not how it goes. Singularity, one fam, one Bolt, one love, one goal, Super Bowl. All right. Now that we're off that shit. Baby. Oh, she made another cameo. I love it. Other linebackers to talk about. Oh, God, I can't believe I left him off. Denzel Perriman. The hard-hitting old man. Shit, he might be my age by now, but he'll still knock the shit out of you. I guarantee you them cats that he's hitting are having.
I follow him on TikTok. He's a wild cat.
Hey, stay hydrated, as he likes to say.
Yeah, he does. He's always at the San Diego beach and shit like that.
Just partying. And by the way, Gatorade, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? He's been saying stay hydrated for 10 years in the NFL. And not one sponsor. Shit. Hi. I don't know what she just hit. She hit all. It said a marker was created. I don't even know what that fucking means, but that's cute. Linebackers, Perriman, hard-hitting guy. The question behind Perriman is whether or not he can stay healthy. Quite frankly, that is the only issue. Because when he's in the lineup, is he a liability in pass coverage? Yes. But he's your 2-down thumper who can be replaced by Peacock's duty asked about Troy Dye in pass coverage when you get into passing situations or on 3rd down. The linebacking core, listen, there's not like this. I'm excited for Henley. I really want to see what happens without him having that fluky illness. But the linebacking core, I'm a little bit worried about. But we're going to see how that plays out, and I'm really, really looking forward to it. Lee, I think we've covered the entire roster, haven't we?
Yeah, pretty much. We have.
No, we didn't do the interior offensive. No, we did. Yeah, we talked Slaughter. We didn't talk a lot about Trevor Penning because I didn't want to. We talked about Burke, Pipkins, take it or leave it. Yeah, in Isaiah World, we'll see what happens with him the following season when he's not on IR because we expect him to start the season on IR. A guy that fans are going to get excited about in the preseason, just to throw a little nugget out there pass rush literally helps everyone else. Listen, when you're getting home in 2.5 to 3 seconds or 2 seconds to 2.5 seconds, that makes the cornerback's job, the secondary's job, the linebacker's job, everybody's job easier. You literally nailed it, kidda. I think we should bring up the schedule. I think we need the schedule. Hey, let's go through this damn thing. And one of the things we're going to have everybody on the show do is a record prediction. I'm going to save mine till the end, of course, when we have the closers, because then I can get rowdy and I cannot wait. Leave Bogey.
Oh, the closers. They know those closers. Yes, sir.
As my children used to say, but I was told the other day that's not cool anymore. So I'm going to keep saying it. It will be epic. First game, Arizona Cardinals.
Get the W.
Come on, baby. Help me out. Home or away?
Oh, we are We're home.
Yeah, so that's at SoFi.
That's at SoFi. And week 2, we got the Las Vegas Haterades. Ray Turds, as I call them, the Ray Turds.
Hey, JD nailed it.
AZ bums.
Dude, Jacoby Brissett hasn't even showed up yet. They started training camp yesterday. Like, it's kind of important for your QB to be there.
Okay, we have 2 cupcake games on schedule-wise. Week 3, it gets real.
Super, super real. So, again, that's Arizona Cardinals at home. I think they go to Vegas, don't they?
I think we do go to Vegas. I think you're right.
I thought you had the schedule pulled up. My fault.
It goes Cardinals, Raiders. I think that's
is it home or away, Bubba?
I'm gonna check this one out because I have it like the way it's worded.
Home.
Let me pull it up. Pull up on ESPN. It'll be easier.
I've got the whole schedule right here, brother. Listen, it is at home. So the Chargers open up with the Cardinals and the Raiders at home. Listen, you really need to go 2-0. It was getting ready to get into it because week 3
it gets
at
real.
Buffalo.
And the new stadium too.
That's not just real. Oh shit. Is that gonna be for this year?
Yeah, it opens up this year. They open up week 2 against Detroit.
You're a mark.
Detroit,
No, actually, you're right.
Detroit's their first game in the new stadium.
I hope the Lions kick the shit out of them.
Yeah. So
listen, Bills. Everybody's touting the Bills as possibly the AFC champion this year. I know you see some Kansas City coming back. People like to talk Denver. I like to throw the Chargers in that conversation, quite frankly. Except Lee, after the Buffalo Bills at Seattle at Lumen Field, the 12s, man.
Yeah, that's going to be a game. That's going to be a game.
I lived in the state of Washington for just short of 10 years. Both of my children were born in Walla Walla, Washington, real city. And I was born in Kalamazoo, fucking weird as shit, but whatever. Kalamazoo, Michigan. But the 12s there. When you play on the road at Lumen Field, it's different. It's just a different vibe. Thank you, JD.
It's a deafening stadium.
Oh, it's nuts. Oh, the decibel levels out. I literally would not be able to go there because I have one good ear and it would just be like a fucking siren the whole time.
They call me ears to the street. I wouldn't have the ears to the street if I went to that stadium. I'm just speaking facts. Then again, JD and Bogey, they would disown me because I'd be in their opponent's stadium.
Dude, they'd be pissed. I know. Hey, by the way, JD and Bogey are diehard Niner fans. So was my mom, by the way. Mother was a huge, may she rest in peace, huge Chargers fan. Talk about a weird game in 1995, Super Bowl 29. My mom's sitting there all silent while the Chargers are just getting their ass handed to them by the 49ers. That was a tough watch. And my mom was the sweetest lady. Everybody called her mom. My friends all called her mom. She had her lip zipped. She didn't want to say nothing because I'm telling you right now, my pops was fuming. And then what's funny is I had already given up on the game, and my dad sees Andre Coleman run that kickoff back for a touchdown. And he's like, we got a chance. And I am, however old then, fucking 16. And literally in my head, I'm going, fuck no, we don't. They just scored the fastest touchdown in the history of the Super Bowl. Steve Young had 4 touchdowns and passing touchdowns at that point. Ricky Waters had a receiving and rushing touchdown. I mean, Jerry Rice, we saw what he did to Stanley Richard. Oh, God, some of those guys from back then. Ugh.
Yeah. I try not to link of 1994. Bogey, JD, they remind me of it all the time. I love to those guys, but I live it. But I always say, you know what? It was a good year. I graduated high school, so something good happened.
Hey, shout out to the mention here from JD. Natron Means, let me tell you something. I got a fun story. So
20.
He went to UNC. He and I actually frequented because I would rent cars and stuff depending on what I was up to. It wasn't crazy or nothing like that, but I would like to rent cars from this dealership, high quality cars. Well, I rented one after Natron Means. And when I opened the ashtray, I found out that Natron Means and I have something in common. And it's that puff because there was half a blunt sitting in the ashtray of the rental car. The detail guys didn't go through it enough. And I called the dealership guy. I was like, hey, man, somebody left a present for me in here. And he's like, you know how we talked about Natron Means? That's the car he rented last. So let's just say Natron knows how to get down with the get down. And let me tell you, Natron means business, JD. He was one of our favorites. He just couldn't keep his weight where it needed to be. And then he had one of the best playoff games. So he was a Jacksonville Jaguar when he did it, rushing for an obscene amount of yards and just making dudes miss. And for a man of his size that he had that type of lateral agility, everyone needs their med. Let's go. Come on now. I don't take pain pills and I'm in all the pain. So maybe I do a little herbal medicine. Come on now. It keeps me doing this shit, provides me with the opportunity to talk to y'all more. Listen, I understand the show is not for everybody. I'm a little rough around the edges. Lee and I have a little bit of fun. And listen,
we do. That's we do.
Wait until the closers get here at 9 p.m. It is no holds barred. It is not safe for work. We're going to let this party fucking blow up because it will be at the end of a 12-hour subathon. Thank you so much for everybody who's tuning in. 47 viewers right now. That doesn't sound like a lot to you, but you know who it sounds like a lot to? This guy with 2 thumbs. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here. I have yet to change costumes, so to speak. My man Lee is on his 3rd uniform change. I mean, we're playing with you.
Oh, man, I had to put my paws shirt on just in case.
Is that to remind me?
I had to represent neonpeacockmerch.com.
Let's go. Hey, listen, man. Hey, shout out to the chat. Shout out to JD. Shout out to everybody hanging out. If you're in the chat right now, let's just try this. Something I know this isn't Twitch. Hit me with some ones in the chat if you're excited that Lee is a part of BoltBlitz Uncut. Let me just see some ones. Come on. I know it's not good.
I'm excited. I'm enjoying it, man. As I tell, hey, you know what? I've learned a lot from Gucci. I've learned a lot from JD, learned a lot from Bogey, Peacock, especially watching his show. I wouldn't have had my show if it wasn't for Peacock. And because that's how when I saw Peacock do his work, I'm like, shit, if he can do it, I may not be good at the graphics and shit, but I swear to God, he loves his team. I love my Chargers. I'm like, shit, I was going to start my show week 9 last year, right? And JD goes, and I said, JD, I'm ready. I can do it. Let's go. And I swear to God, it took time to get used to it. Seeing yourself, I mean, I'm used to the guys doing a show with the guys, right? But when all eyes are on you, you're like, oh shit, I'm fucking like, oh.
Trust me, every time I see the
I made my mistakes. Trust me, I saw those things.
When you go blank, I'm just like, oh shit, I have to do this myself. God damn it, man.
Like when I was on the show, was it my last power, right? I like my notes, right? Someone called me. You're reading notes. I went like, oh shit, man! I don't like someone calling me. I was using my dome. I'm like, shit, I actually can do this shit. But I just had a glance once in a while. But shit, no one called my ass out, boss.
That's when you fire back, baby.
I said I got the mouth of the South. I'm in the South. I'm the mouth of the South. But shit, don't get me going.
On the street.
But you know what? It took me a while to get used to the name, the the streets. But you know what? I love it because you know what? It fits me. My wife says to me, "Yeah, you are the ears because you got some big British ears." But you know what? I love it. I run with it. But you know what? I couldn't ask for a better band of brothers and characters on our channel because you know what? We all different in our ways. I tell you one thing, Bogey is like, for me, Bogey is like he's got a memory of football. And you'll see that tonight as a closer. JD, with you see his content, it's Peacock. Their creative minds are just nuts. And when we feed off each other, it's like, man. But you know what? You get this happy medium. You got JD knows his shit. Bogey, we all know our shit. We all follow our own teams, but it makes it such a fucking band of brothers. It's cool.
So here's the deal. I've been saying this since the very first time I started BoltBlitz, and here are the 3 focuses that have been every BoltBlitz product, and it's the focus of everybody. They just don't talk about it. Entertain, educate, and inform. Educate, teach about the game. Inform about the news that's going around. Entertain. Fucking look at me. I'm goofy as shit. I mean, how can I?
That's at me.
Not entertained? I know y'all.
Exactly.
Well, listen, man, we're going to go to the next game in the schedule. We got a little off the rails, which we're going to do that a billion more times. That game at Seattle is going to be tough. But again, you're coming off of back-to-back away games, Buffalo week 3, and then obviously the Seattle Seahawks at Lumen Field week 4. And then it doesn't get much easier. The team with the best record in the NFL, the Denver Broncos, come to SoFi. That's a tough game. That defense is legit. The offensive line is legit. How much of a problem are the Broncos going to be this year, Lee?
I think we split. I personally think we split.
I think that's fair. Oh, listen,
I
they
mean,
split.
you look at the addition of Waddle. They didn't have that last year.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not a Bo Nix fan.
I'm not either.
I know I drafted him last year in Las Vegas as a second quarterback, but that was off the hype that he had. That was it.
Yeah.
Okay. But the thing is, but if you look at that ankle, it's snap, crackle, pop.
Absolutely.
I'm not hear me out. I'm sorry. One injury to Bo Nix, their season's done.
Could be. Actually, I think that here's how I would say this. Charger fans are wrong about Bo Nix being horrible, but Broncos fans are way over.
I'm not saying he's horrible. I think he's average. That's my personal opinion.
I mean, he led the team to a great record. By the way, it's noon. We have just now hit 2 hours on the BoltBlitz Uncut, 12-hour-ish subathon, and the man, Fox Sports, my guy, Eric Williams has joined the show. E-Dub, how you feeling, brother? Nice to have you on the show, man.
I'm feeling great. I'm glad that we're able to watch football and not the other football that everybody else in the world watches. And looking forward to going to training camps, over the next couple of weeks.
Eric is busy literally covering several NFL teams. He's a do-it-all guy for Fox Sports. I've known Eric for a long time. You talked about the other football. You're in the know. You know what's going on around the NFL. You're seeing all these players talk about the fact that, hey, can we get some natural grass too? How realistic is that, Eric? Or is that just kind of, this dream that's floating out there that these owners aren't going to pony up for? Or do you think it's something that has to be done?
Well, I think it's a good bargaining chip for players to use because what owners obviously want is 18 games. Yeah. And so it gives, players something to bargain with in order to get that 18th game. It's something that the owners, I think, would sign off on potentially to get that 18th game because it's so lucrative to have that extra week. So I think that's why you're kind of hearing it now. They want to make sure they're uniform in their messaging. So I understand that part. And so if it's something that the players can use as a bargaining chip, that helps them get to that 18th game, which it seems like we're inevitably going to get to in the next couple of years. I think it makes sense health-wise because obviously I think the players feel when they look at the numbers, it's better to play on grass than on turf. And most of the facilities that they practice on every day have grass fields.
Yeah. I think for me, I've talked to a lot of people about this, and you bring up the leverage point of it for the players that I think is really interesting. Again, they've been trying to move to an 18-game season. The step to 17 was just literally a stepping stone to get to 18. The Chargers, the NFL is wanting to play games all over the globe. The league is constantly trying to expand. Roger Goodell is making so much money for these owners. He's going to be the commissioner till he's 95 years old or something. These players, though, you see Kittle, you see these guys come out. Shit, there were reserve offensive linemen saying, hey, what about keeping grass for us too? You brought up the most interesting angle is, if these owners really want to move to 18 games, sure, then give us grass. It's so much easier on the body. I mean, we could talk about old Veterans Field and the seams and like all the crazy stuff where you're watching players go down from, tearing this and tearing that because the turf is so shitty. I mean, it's a tiny little piece of carpet with, basically concrete and maybe a little rubber pad. But like, I think we're past the point. And it's interesting to me that, obviously FIFA comes in. It's like, yeah, we're going to play all over the United States and wherever, but we're putting in real grass for our soccer players. It just seems like it's that obvious. It's so much better. You're paying these guys so much money. I mean, you look at these quarterbacks, at the numbers, pass rushers, shit, even guards are making 19-20 million right now. I mean, the NFL, you're paying these guys so much money. Let's get them on grass. I love the angle, Eric. Let's talk about the AFC West. Obviously, you saw the Broncos come out and just have a year. Great offensive line. Again, I believe an average quarterback, like Lee mentioned prior to you joining the show. Kansas City Chiefs set for a rebound. It seems like the Raiders are kind of an exciting team, which I really hate to say out loud. How do you see this thing shaking out? Chargers have an incredibly tough schedule, but how's the AFC West play out in the end, Eric?
I think this is the best team the Chargers are going to field since I covered them in 2018. It's the most complete roster that they've had since they've been in Los Angeles, in my opinion. It was huge for them to get Mike McDaniel to be able to revamp that offense and give them a modern offense that kind of fits what Justin can do. Justin is the best quarterback physically maybe that has ever played for this franchise.
Yeah.
But he still hasn't led this team to a playoff win. And the last time the Chargers had a home playoff game was when they were in San Diego, 2009. I mean,
that's embarrassing.
Nearly
The last time we won the AFC West.
Crazy.
Yeah, it was exactly. And we've seen the gauntlet that the Chiefs had run prior to last year. But let's stick on Kansas City for just a second. I think it's fair to say we all expect a rebound year, or am I wrong? Are we going to see the Chiefs miss the playoffs 2 years in a row, Eric?
No, I don't think you're going to see that with Patrick Mahomes just healthy. I mean, I think they're going to be better than they were last year. Getting Kenneth Walker was huge for that franchise because now you have an elite running back. And when Andy Reid has an elite running back, you look back at Brian Westbrook, LaShawn McCoy, Jamal Charles. Anytime he has an elite runner to add balance to that offense with his innovation, they're going to score points. And you have to think that Spags is going to do his thing defensively. So those are obviously going to be tough games that the Chargers are going to have to overcome in order to, again, win the AFC West title, which I think that they have a legitimate chance to do, even with Denver, bringing back a legit, top 5 defense. And Bo Nix, who I think is probably better than maybe you guys think.
Let's go.
In terms of he's clutch. I mean, he's up and down of his play, but when it comes down to the fourth quarter, he usually shows up. So we'll see if he can stay healthy. He's coming off of a significant injury. See how he comes back from that. But for me, you look at how the Seattle Seahawks made that run to the Super Bowl and then, basically took the Patriots behind the woodshed. Those were at home in the playoffs. If that game was in LA instead of Seattle, the Rams probably win that game. And to me, that's the difference between the Chargers winning and losing in the playoffs since Herbert has been here. They have to get these games at home, which means they have to win the AFC West. They have to figure out a way to do that. And we'll see if Mike McDaniel is the key. The other thing I don't think we're talking about a lot is Jesse Minter going to Baltimore and Chris O'Leary, who's really unproven, taking over that defense. I mean, he's running the same system, but is he going to be able to dial up the same type of play calls at the end of games that lead to winning? The Chargers have a new offensive coordinator, a new defensive coordinator. We saw what happened to the Detroit Lions when they had 2 new coordinators last year. It takes a while to kind of, adapt to the kind of new culture that's going to be in place when you have 2 new people leading your offense and defense. So maybe there's some bumps in the road early because of that.
No, I couldn't agree more. And I'm excited to see what O'Leary does. I watched enough Western Michigan footage to say, they're going to probably be more aggressive. But again, that's the MAC, like Lee and I were talking about before you joined the show. I think it's something worth keeping an eye on early in the year. As long as guys stay healthy, I'm interested in the rotation via the edge rushers and the way that they employ Deion Henley, especially with him being healthy. Derwin obviously is going to slot down into the nickel spot more often than not. I like the idea of keeping him closer to the line of scrimmage. Obviously, the Chargers have liked that, even with Minter and wherever. Even Staley, the same thing. But Staley had Derwin literally playing everywhere, doing a billion jobs, and head spinning. It was tough to see that. I don't blame Derwin for hitting the shit out of everybody because he had to be frustrated with having to learn every position and know how to do everything on the defense. As much as I don't want to, let's talk Raiders. Obviously, you have Tom Brady in the front office. They drafted Fernando Mendoza out of Indiana, quarterback, number 1. But it sounds like Kirk Cousins is going to start the year. I think that bodes well for the Chargers in week 2. Your thoughts on them going with Cousins as opposed to starting rookie quarterback Mendoza?
Well, I like the move of getting Clint Kubiak, who obviously, had a lot of success with the Seahawks and has lineage, with his, dad and the success that he had in the league, both as a coordinator and as a head coach. So you have, Pete was there, but they didn't really allow Pete to be Pete. I mean, they kind of saddled him with Chip Kelly as the offensive coordinator, and Chip Kelly was running stuff that Pete would never run, as a head coach. And so they didn't have alignment last year with Pete and their coaching staff. This year, I think they have alignment both with Kubiak and their GM and how they all kind of see the way the franchise is moving forward. And you get Mendoza as the #1 overall pick, who I think is going to be a franchise quarterback in the league.
Okay.
I do think they're making a mistake by not starting him from game one.
I agree too.
We know what Kirk Cousins is. We that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, just go ahead and let him take the lumps and let him play. The more reps that he plays, the better he's going to get. So why have him holding a clipboard and watching for the first month or 2 months of the season instead of out there actually playing? So, and we'll see maybe if they change their thinking on that. If Mendoza goes out and plays like I think he's going to play in the preseason, which I think he's going to be lights out. So, the Raiders, for them, this is a development season. If they win, 5 to 7 games, I think they'll be happy with that. I don't really truly see them being a team that's going to compete with the rest of these teams in the division for a playoff spot or a title.
I'm not even sure they want to, if that makes sense. I think you have some really strong pieces, especially on offense. Colton Miller at left tackle proved me wrong. He's a stout left tackle now. Obviously, you have Ashton Genty in the backfield. Brock Bowers is an all-world tight end. I mean, what he can do. Listen, I know I shit all over that pick, and I didn't want him to be a Charger. I'm an old school football guy. I like my tight ends to block. That's not necessarily his specialty, but what he does as a receiver is something to watch. I think you're right too in saying that 5 to 7 wins is probably about the window for them. And if you get 7, like, hey, we can build off of that. As much as I hate to say it, I really do like what the Raiders have been doing this offseason, and especially since Brady got there, to be quite honest. And we know what Brady had to do. He had to sit behind Drew Bledsoe, and had Bledsoe had the absolute lights knocked out of him by Mo Lewis, we may not have even seen Tom Brady. It's a weird NFL. It literally is a game of inches, and anything can happen at any time. The AFC West, I think, is one of the strongest divisions in the NFL. I think the NFC North is right up there as well. But let's go right back to this, Eric, before we get you out of here. How high of a chance do you think it is that the Chargers can not only win the AFC West, but is this a year that Herbert wins a playoff game?
I think this is a year. I feel strongly about that because of the addition of Mike McDaniel. I think it's going to put him in better position to be successful, where he doesn't have to carry the offense with his legs and his arm. I just think we're going to see more balance. If you've watched what the Niners have done over years, it's a quarterback-friendly system that McDaniels is bringing with him, and I think that's important. And then I think the other thing, it's not only like the moves they made in the offseason with getting Tyler at center and Strange coming in to play left guard. It's the guys behind them. We know that you're going to have injuries. It's the Chargers. Guys are going to get injured. It's going to happen. So you have to prepare for it. And I think this is the most depth they've had along their offensive line, again, since they've been in Los Angeles. So if guys go down, I know people want to bang on Trey Pipkins, but as a swing tackle, I'm okay with that because he's played winning football, in his past. Trevor Penning, former first-round pick, if he doesn't win the job at right guard, he is now your backup swing guard. That's pretty good backup swing guard when guys inevitably get hurt. And again, Tyler's your best center since Lindsey, might be your best center talent-wise since you had Pouncey, former Remington Award winner. And guys that I talked to in the league, and I have sources within that franchise at Washington, they were pretty sad that he left in free agency, and they were
what
concerned.
Was the deal with that? Why was he cut? It feels weird. It feels awkward.
They don't want to pay him.
Yeah, that's crazy. And his contract is team friendly for a starting center. Again, the guards are making 19-20 million. Your top center, Creed Humphrey, I don't know what his contract is, but it's big.
Yeah.
They're paying
he
everybody.
was the highest paid, and then he's not no more. Humphrey was.
Yeah, obviously it's Linderbaum now, but the Raiders.
That was a lot.
Yeah, it was a huge number.
So do you think were the Chargers, and this is something that you'll have more insight on than I ever will, were the Chargers ever like serious players in the Linderbaum sweepstakes, or was that just kind of a passing, like we'll take a shot, but not really going to throw out the cash?
I think from talking to people, they showed initial interest, but once the numbers started to go up there, then I think they got out of there and said, let's go to our second option, which apparently was the guy from Washington, which is pretty good considering what they paid him versus what Linderbaum made. And so I have to respect that. Obviously they knew they needed a legit guy, so they weren't willing to pay astronomical numbers at the center positions or top of the market. They're still able to get a pretty good player that can come in and be there for a while.
Yeah, well, and listen, when you have the highest paid offensive lineman in the entire league at left tackle and Rashawn Slater, and then obviously, I mean, you have to be ready to pony up for whatever Joe Alt wants. Back up the Brinks truck. He's going to get paid whatever he asks for, basically. You're not going to overextend salary cap wise on the center position. Of course, I wanted Linderbaum. I really wanted to see him in lightning bolts. The fact that he ended up a Raider is perfect Chargers dumb, if you will, in that, of course, he would go to a team in the AFC West. But I think the Raiders are somebody to keep an eye on. Let's get back to the Chargers, Eric. Justin Herbert, now, of course, we're all talking ad nauseum about the new offensive coordinator and Mike McDaniel. There are MVP talks kind of getting floated around out there, and I don't know that I necessarily disagree with that. What type of chances do you think Herbert has in a Mike McDaniel offense to possibly be the MVP of the NFL this year?
One more time, Boogie, kind of cut off there. Sorry about that.
It's all right, man. Chances for Justin Herbert to win MVP this year.
Ooh.
Mike McDaniel.
I mean, I think he has a decent shot. I mean, I think this. Herbert's going to put up decent numbers at the position and is going to make splash plays, and he's well thought of around the league. So I think he's always going to be in the conversation because he's considered a top 5, top 10 quarterback. But in order to win the MVP, you have to have signature moments during the regular season. Your team has to win 13, 14, 15 games. So you have to be 100%. On a dominant team, in my opinion. And then not only do you have to put up really good numbers, I think you have to put up historic numbers. You look at what Stafford did, last year. You look at what Josh Allen did a couple years before, or even how Lamar Jackson has played when he's won it. They've been kind of unprecedented numbers at the quarterback position. And so I think that's kind of what we need to see from Herbert. If it's just game manager type numbers, like what Sam Darnold have with Seattle, you'll take it. I'd rather have the wins, but I don't know if it would lead to MVP trophy, especially if Omarion Hampton runs for 1,400 yards or something like that, and is really kind of the driver of the offense.
Sorry, we're huge Omarion Hampton fans here. Lee just traded for him in his biggest fantasy league. The expectations for Hampton. God, you segue me perfect. Both of you guys do. Let's get to Hampton before we get you out of here. Omarion Hampton, should he stay healthy? I mean, 14 yards is literally a huge possibility on the horizon for a guy with that type of talent. The constant fall forward, never goes down on first contact, hardly ever. And he's actually a decent weapon out of the backfield as a receiver, which you wouldn't know in a Greg Roman offense, but you're going to see that in a Mike McDaniel offense. Thoughts on Hampton's 2026 season? Is the sky the limit?
I think when I think about Omarion and what he could do in this offense, I don't know if he's going to get enough touches to get to 1,500. That would be my concern because of his injury history last year. They want to manage those carries a little bit. And everything that I've heard, they really like Keaton Mitchell. Like, I think he's going to get a little bit of run. And so he might be a guy that steals carries and or touchdowns for Hampton. I would imagine you're going to use Hampton on the goal line, but Keaton Mitchell's a guy that is explosive and knows how to find the end zone. And so you might see Hampton have, 1,200 yards, 10 TDs, and then maybe Mitchell is around 600-700 yards, 4 or 5 TDs as a guy that can, create plays out in space.
Eric, Lee and I have talked about it earlier in this show and then last week on our show as well. Kamani Vidal's kind of the weird, odd man out, and all he did was prove he could be a number one back last year. But your offensive coordinator, who's brand new, put a wanted poster of Keaton Mitchell and Alec Ginkold on the wall in Joe Ortiz's offense. Do you believe that Kamani Vidal could be a trade target this year, or do you think that's somebody that they could move? They still have Jarrett Patterson as well, who knows the offense. Well, who's going to learn the offense, but hey, he's a fall forward guy as well.
No, I think they're going to keep Vidal because he's cheap. And he's a guy that,
they got him for $1 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're going to need backs. Guys are going to get hurt. You're like we talked about, Amarian's coming off an injury. And so, what if something happens in training camp and now all of a sudden Vidal is going to play a larger role than maybe, you didn't expect, kind of like last year. And he's a guy that, has proven that he can get it done in the regular season. So I think those are the kind of guys, and he's not very expensive, that you want to hold on to.
Yeah, like Lee mentioned there briefly, they signed him for just around $1 million. It was an ERFA contract. I'm glad to see him in lightning bolts, and I hope he finishes the year in lightning bolts. Eric, what we're doing today in this 12-hour subathon is all of our guests, we are asking for a record prediction. Feel free to throw in if you think. You already said they'll win a playoff game, but what type of a record do you expect the Chargers to have, and can they win the AFC West?
I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, man. 12-5. AFC
That's
West
what I
champions.
had. That's what I had.
Absolutely love it. Eric, obviously, you've been a friend of BoltBlitz for a long time. You're one of my favorites. Former wide receiver, by the way. Just want to throw that out there. Don't sleep on either. Dude can run
long time ago, man.
It's all right. Hey, some of us live in them old years, man, because I ain't got any good ones left. Tell everybody where they can find your work, please. And thank you so much for joining the show, Eric. I'll hit you up later and thank you privately.
Awesome. Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Eric. Have a good year.
Thank you.
EW can find all of his work on Fox Sports. He's one of the best NFL reporters that's ever been a part of this show, and he's one of the best that's going out there. Lee, anything that Eric said that you stood out to you, or anything you strongly agree with or strongly disagree with?
Not really. I did like his take about where the Chargers finishing in and the West and the record wise. I did see the way he said about Mitchell. That did sit home with me because we didn't get him for nothing. But for as me as a fantasy manager, I love Hampton, and all that stuff. And I like this take on altogether.
One of the best things about Eric is he literally covers the Seahawks, the Rams, the Chargers, the Niners. He's all over the AFC West and the NFC West. He's one of the brightest minds in the game, and it's always a pleasure to have him as a part of the show. Lee, we're going to get back to the schedule. We left off with week 4, where the Chargers obviously are heading to Lumen Field, and then they host Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos at SoFi Stadium. What type of a problem do the Broncos pose for this year's Chargers?
I think I think they're going to be a threat? I think they're going to be players in division, yeah. So I think they're going to be a team we have to reckon with. Also, I think it's got. I think I had what is it? I had the Chargers. I had it going in standing was I had Chargers, Denver, Kansas City, Raiders. That's what I had. That's how that had the West finishing.
Yeah, I honestly, I do expect Denver to come back down to earth a little bit. Phenomenal year last year. Obviously, they finished with the best record in the entire NFL. Vegas, I think Eric kind of nailed that. 5 to 7 wins sounds about right. The Chargers winning the division, I have a little trouble warming up to that, but I will say this. They swept the Chiefs last year. They split with the Broncos, but the game that the Chargers lost against the Broncos had a bunch of backups in there. The Chargers didn't even play Herbert. I mean, come on now. I really do think that the Chargers have an opportunity to push, but another thing to piggyback off of what Eric Williams had just added, Kansas City going to be real tough this year. I expect them to rebound. Mahomes.
I see them rebounding. It's good to me. It comes down to the health of Mahomes. That's all it comes down to.
Well, if Mahomes is healthy and you got Andy Reid, and by the way, we didn't touch on this with Eric. They brought back Eric Bieniemy as well. The Chiefs offense is going to always be something to be worried about when you have Andy Reid at the helm. And then of course, Patrick Mahomes under center. The Raiders, you agree with that, Lee? 5 to 7 wins, not a lot of noise this year. Try to get a good pick, or they?
I think they're what was it? Their over under was 5 wins, something like that.
Was it really?
I think it was 3.5 or something like that. I don't know the total numbers.
If it's 3.5, I'll take the over. They're going to win more than 3 games. I think they'll luck into a couple games. I just don't want it to be against the Chargers. We're having a little technical difficulty with getting Rocky Sealanders on the show. But that being said, I got my man Lee with me, so we're going to keep rocking and rolling as we get this thing going. Let's get to the next game on the schedule. Lee, my man, stick with me, brother. Right after the Denver Bronco game in week 5 at SoFi, the Chargers travel to Arrowhead to face the Kansas City Chiefs. Listen, it's early in the season, but at least it's not week 1. The O'Leary defense will be semi-established by then. Obviously, the Mike McDaniel offense should hopefully be getting comfortable after a month rolling through regular season games. That first game against KC is huge. Your thoughts on the first opportunity to beat the Chiefs, and how do you expect that game to go, especially if Mahomes is healthy?
Well, if he's healthy, I'm going to expect the Mahomes we always expect. He's just minus his scrambling ability, because that's not going to be I don't think that comes into play. If it happens, it's later in the season or sometimes next year, what we expect from him. But I really don't see it being a factor in the first game we play.
Hey, I love that you brought that up too, because I don't think enough people are talking about it. One of Mahomes' greatest attributes is the fact that he moves so well out of the pocket, and it's the boots. But what he does past the line of scrimmage, he's actually a solid rusher as a quarterback. He's not Josh Allen, and I don't think he's Justin Herbert either. But he's fleet of foot, and he can get shit done, and he's going to get that first down. He's going to find the hard yards via the running game as well when he keeps it himself. I think the Chargers get the first one from the Chiefs. I'll be interested to see how the second game plays out. But this is obviously a huge year for the Chargers. But again, this is a weeks 3 through 10 gauntlet, Lee. Again, they start in Buffalo. Then they go to Seattle. Then they're home against the Broncos. And then, like we just mentioned, they travel to Arrowhead in week 6. And then week 7, Lee, they get a bye, a much-needed bye, I would expect.
For sure, right.
Obviously, I would prefer the bye to be a little later in the year, but like Eric mentioned, it's the Chargers. They're going to be injuries no matter what. We can always count on that shit for sure. I got to keep Lee awake here, guys, so I got to do something to get him going right.
I'm wide awake.
Let's go. Let's move to the next game here on the schedule right after the bye week in week 7. I love this. The Chargers play at Los Angeles. In other words, their away team against the Los Angeles Rams, the Sean McVay, Matthew Stafford-led Rams. They're literally at the top of most people's list when it comes to NFL prognosticators regarding who has the best shot to win the Super Bowl. That Rams game's a little scary. How do you feel about that one? And should fans be concerned? At least they know the stadium.
No, the stadium, but it's just looking at that defense. I look at this. If this Aaron Donald stuff is all like smoke, I'm not saying he's gonna come. If he does, I think he comes back for a playoff run. That's how I look at it. As King D says, he'll be there. But I see Aaron Donald coming back as the playoffs. I don't think if he comes back in the regular season, it's maybe 1 or 2 games towards the end of the season. I really do think it's like a playoff run, because you know what, when you look at it, a man like that, he's been away for 2 years. I'm not saying the man's always in shape. We know what he does, but I'm just saying
he's always in shape. No, dude, dude.
I just feel 2 years away from football, that game does change.
It does a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to take the other.
It's Aaron freaking Darnold too, but I'm just talking. I'm not saying he can't do it. Anything is possible. It's just I just don't. If I see it, I think it's a playoff run where he comes back.
See, I love that. That I believe is what Keenan Allen is going to do this year, is kind of just wait till it gets closer to the playoffs.
I did see that he's now open to joining an AFC team in the East.
Well, so there are rumors that the Chiefs have talked to him already. I don't want to see him in that red and white Chiefs bullshit. That's for fucking sure. But being said,
everything that came out, Tyreek Hill is not even ready.
Oh, dude, he may not be ready till October, dude. Like literally.
He said he has no speed. His boost. He may sit the whole season out.
Whole game.
Exactly.
His speed is who he is. It's not that he's bad at catching the football. He's actually got pretty good hands, but he's not a contested catch guy, though he's had a couple that were pretty impressive over his career. But when you take a guy like Tyreek Hill and you buff out one of the tires and it's a little fucking jankety, it's going to be tough sledding. Like you said, it's his burst. It's his acceleration in and out of cuts. It's his overall take the top off the defense speed. It will be interesting to see what happens with him. Stephon Diggs, while we're here, you're a fantasy football guy. Where do you expect him to end up? Or is he just going to sit in purgatory, just kind of waiting?
What was that again? I was just turning thought.
It's okay. Stephon Diggs, where do you see him going? He's a free agent, obviously.
Where do I see Stephon? I see him going to the Ravens.
Oh, no shit. That would make a little bit of sense. They like to pick up some of those veteran wide receivers for sure. Let's move to the next game in the schedule. We've just hit 2 hours and 30 minutes into our 12-hour subathon. I'm going to keep Lee riveted and engaged. Folks, I'm working my ass off at it. That Rams game is going to be tough. All right, Peacock, if you're still listening, let's talk about week 9 at home at SoFi. The Houston Texans come to Los Angeles to face the Chargers. That defensive line, Lee, stay with me. Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson Jr., the interior pressure that they put from their interior defensive line. It's always a tough matchup for the Chargers. You know, how concerned are you about that Texans games? And can the Chargers actually come out of that with a victory?
Is a victory possible? Yes. But also that defense is legitimately real. You know, Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson Jr. The only thing is, I'm not saying a win is anything is possible in football.
Sure.
But you're going to have to get the CJ Stroud.
1,000%.
There's your thing right there. If that doesn't happen, nothing's but that's a hell of a game, though. I ain't gonna lie. I've seen schedules. This schedule from 3 to 10 is wild.
Yeah, we're in it right now. We're in the thick of it. Appreciate everybody's patience while we roll through this shit. The Texans game terrifies me. It's not just because of the pass rush, but Derek Stingley Jr. is probably a top 3 corner in the league. I know Christian Gonzalez, when healthy, would have something to say about that. Devin Witherspoon out of Seattle. But Derek Stingley Jr. is an incredibly special player. He's somebody I had eyes on for the Chargers. Obviously, that did not happen. But the Texans game, that's one that if I were to decide ahead of time, like without watching training camp, which has yet to take place, I might even mark down as a loss. So again, week 9 against the Houston Texans at home at SoFi, but then week 10, it's the reunion of Jesse Minter. The Chargers play at Baltimore. Jim's brother, John, obviously is now the former Baltimore Ravens head coach, and Jesse Minter, former Chargers defensive coordinator, is the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens. Lee, that Chargers-Ravens game, tough match, right?
You know what? Minter's going to know a lot of our players. That's a lot. He knows a lot of our players, so he's going to be able to scheme around that. But then we also have the new defensive coordinator, so that's a different story there too. So to me, it evens itself out. We're going to play a game just like we're playing any other team. He's going to know the players, yes, but is he going to know our schemes? Yeah, he's going to know some of what our players does, but we're also probably going to have a new scheme for that game, I feel.
I think that's one of the things I'm most excited about with Mike McDaniel, and defensively with Chris O'Leary is Mike McDaniel has proven, like we all talk about the passing game and what he does in the running game, but Mike McDaniel shifts everything and comes up with a new strategy and a new playbook and a new game plan per the offense and per the season. He stays multiple. That's one of the reasons that he's had so much success as an offensive play caller. The fact that he is doing that in Los Angeles with Jim Harbaugh as the head coach. Again, I didn't think it was a match made in heaven, but I really needed to be. It was fun seeing McDaniel and Harbaugh at the Lakers games courtside, seeing them hang out. That was cool. They're literally trying to build a solid rapport. Anything I've seen from, the OTAs and minicamp stuff where there were videos when people are mic'd up, McDaniel and fucking Harbaugh are thick as thieves, man. And I'll tell you right now, that's exactly what you need when it comes to the cohesion, the rapport between a head coach and an offensive coordinator. Let's get to the next game, man. God, the schedule it doesn't get any easier at all. Wait, it does in week 11. I'm kidding. Week 10 at Baltimore. I do expect the Chargers to win that game, by the way. Week 11, we can take a deep breath. The New York Jets. Led by Geno Smith. Stay with me, Lee. It's still early, baby. Stick with me, baby.
I know it's early.
The New York Jets, week 11, Chargers, the Geno Smith-led Jets, by the way. He's back. I don't know why in the world the New York Jets decided, hey, let me get some more of that guy. Thoughts on that game, and do the Chargers blow them out, or it will be closer than we want it to be?
I think we win the game hands down, easy there. But those I look at those games as trap games too.
They're the Chargers.
They
play down to their competition and they play up to the tough.
The Jets do have. I know that we know what the Jets are, but the Jets do have players that can play and do. They have a line. I'm not saying they have a great offensive line. Okay, they have a team. It's just they don't have a quarterback that's can win you a game.
They don't. And that's tough for me too, because ironically enough, like Kid, I actually have several Jets fans. They weren't former Charger fans, by the way. But that being said, the tight end room, speaking of the Chargers having one of the best tight end rooms in the league, if not the best, the Jets have, they just drafted Kenyon Sadiq out of Oregon, obviously an explosive player. He's kind of more like a Y slot too, by the way. But one of my favorite tight ends that, I was quote unquote turned on by A.D. Simmons, former co-host of this show, Mason Taylor. I mean, that's a guy who's literally a real tight end. It's kind of the tight end I wanted. We were all hyped up. Wouldn't have even minded if the Chargers traded up for him, which isn't a popular opinion. But I think that Jets game is one that the Chargers not only should win, they should win handily. Not only have they faced Geno Smith as an opponent, he was a former Charger. He was a backup there. Let's lock that game down, and let's make sure they walk out of SoFi that day in Week 11 with a victory towards the end of November. And then this is a big one. It's a rematch of the playoff game where the Chargers got embarrassed. Week 12, they're playing the Patriots, but they're at home this time. Lee, you got Boston roots. You know a little bit about New England. Let's talk about the Patriots. Drake May, obviously they went to the Super Bowl last year. That's going to be a really tough matchup. What do you think about how that's going to play out? And is there anything that stands out to you that might give the Chargers the edge, or even the Patriots the edge over the Chargers?
Let's see. All right. Okay. The Patriots get a AJ Brown and a Romeo Doubs, something that we didn't see last year. Okay.
I forgot about Doubs.
Okay. I'm not. The Patriots are the Patriots. They have a line. Don't get me wrong.
Will Campbell struggled like a motherfucker. He's not listed as
I talked to a friend of mine in Massachusetts who's a diehard Patriots fan. And everything they're saying about Will Campbell, he may not stay there where he's at. He may move to guard.
I would move. I get the short arm thing. He just doesn't have we talked about it with Slater. He doesn't have the lateral agility when these cats on these edge rushers can bend the edge, man. And the bend is ridiculous. I mean, we're talking about Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, so many guys. Shit, even TJ Watt, even though he's getting up there in years. When you have that type of ability to bend the edge, you really need somebody athletic who can get out there and do it.
I mean, I do think we come out this one with a victory. It's Sunday Night Football, too.
Oh, is that a Sunday night game?
That's a Sunday Night Football game. Correct. Yeah, that's a Sunday Night Football game.
100%. Yeah, 5:20 Pacific starting time.
Yeah, so I do, and it's in our house.
Yes, sir.
So it's not in New England. You don't have to worry about those elements. So that's another thing right there. That's the thing in New England. You worry about those elements. And the time of the year those games are. Could it be cold? Could it be windy? It's in our house. We don't have to worry about those kind of elements. We got our fans will pack that stadium. Hopefully, I think it will happen. But it's going to be an interesting game. I mean, we're playing the defending AFC champions.
Yeah. No, I mean, the deal. Drake May versus Justin Herbert. I mean, that's top billing. That's again, there's a reason why they made it the primetime game on Sunday night. We're all going to be tuned in. I really want to see the Chargers sneak out a victory. I think one of the things that nobody's talking about regarding New England is that Vrabel ship may kind of hang into the season. All the messing around, embarrassing his family. Like, we've all made mistakes. Listen, my laundry list of mistakes is longer than my Christmas list when I was 9 years old. I'll just leave it at that. I'll be interested to see what happens with that and how it plays out, but at least it's at home. And again, you're not dealing with Foxborough, those swirling winds in the cold, and depending on, at that time of the season, even though it is in late November, November 29th, I mean, shit, New England could easily have snow at that point.
Exactly. Trust me, I've seen snow. Yeah. But I mean, I think that I think we win that game, but I think it's going to be a close game. I think it will be. But I look at the X factor. We didn't have Mike McDaniels this year. We have him this year.
Let's fucking go. No, I think that's
I look
huge.
at New England brings the X factor. They have AJ Brown and Romeo Dubs. Okay, we have the X factor of Mike McDaniels that can captain. I know New England's going to have this and that, but I really think this offense, if it clicks on the way we all think it's going to click, that's how I look at it.
Love it. No. I think you nailed it. I want to call Justin Herbert the X factor, but you nailed it. It is Mike McDaniel. Having an offensive coordinator like that, and Eric Williams from Fox Sports, who was just on our show earlier, brought it up. Like, this is a special offense. This is a different offensive mind. This is something that fans can really look forward to, some innovation. It's a modern offense. It's not the offense. I'm talking about, I love 12, 13, and 22 personnel. This is 3 and 4 wide, and we're going to flex out our tight end, and we're going to run the running back in motion into the slot. The Chargers are going to do a lot of exciting things. Lee, let's move to the next game. After facing the New England Patriots in primetime at SoFi on November 29th, Chargers head to Tampa Bay. The Baker Mayfield-led Buccaneers. Interesting squad. Bucky Irvin, a running back I shit on, who surprised the hell out of me. I'm done doing that. Obviously, they lost Mike Evans, which is a huge loss, a huge get for the 49ers. Your thoughts on that game against Tampa Bay, and how concerned should we be with the Chargers having to go across country to win that game?
I think that's gonna be a very competitive game. That cross country thing is real, but we know what Baker is. We know what that Tampa Bay, but that Tampa Bay is a little older too.
Sure.
So I'm not saying you got Tristan Wirth over there. You got a lot of cats over there that are very good. It's just that, they were without Bucky Irving all last year, most of the year. Now they're going to have are they going to have a fully healthy Bucky Irving? We shall see. I mean, they're going to have going into the season. They hope to have him, but you know what? Anytime you have a run game like that, but they have a nice team. I look at that game as a shootout.
It should be. I expect it to be, and Baker's going to show up as long as he's healthy.
Oh yeah. Well, come on. Yeah, he wants to. Because they're talking contract extension too soon, possibly. So yeah, there's a lot of things that go into play. I think it's going to be a hell of a game. Do I have a W? I think that this is kind of tough because, as I said, right now you see. What do I want to say? I want to say W on everything, but it's kind of hard not knowing with all these, like, what's our things going to look like, this and that. It's like, I think for when I get to the season, I'm like, when I see all these stuff on paper, then I can make my. I'm always saying 12-5 right now. 12-5 or 11-6 were my numbers. Floor and ceiling. But to me, I want to wait till after training camp when it all comes up, depth charts, who subtraction and minuses. There's a lot of things that go into it.
God willing, no major injuries.
Exactly.
No, I think that's that. No, and listen, I know it's a little early for a record prediction, but one of the things that every guest, almost literally every single one, brought up is like, are we gonna literally put our schedule prediction out there? And I was like, oh yeah, well we're gonna. If I had fucking 15 people ask me if we're gonna do it, hey. So after that game again, they travel to Tampa Bay the following week, back across country at Las Vegas at the toilet.
At the toilet bowl.
Fucking thing. What a weird looking stadium. Still, I know people love it. It's futuristic. It looks like my Roomba. I'm just going to throw that out there. I expect it to do a better job in the corners, if I'm being completely honest. But traveling to Vegas after, again, going to the opposite coast for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers game on the road. Any concerns about a Raiders team sneaking up on the Chargers that late in the year? Again, we're talking about this is week 14.
No, I'm not really worried about that Raiders offense. I'm not.
I'm more worried about the Raiders offense than the defense. That being said,
look at Raiders last year. What they had last year are going to look a lot different this year. All right, they just signed Mendoza to his deal. Speaking of that, they just signed Mendoza to $57.27 million fully guaranteed contract with the 50-year option.
What?
So Mendoza just got paid. Yeah, he just got paid. Raiders
Like,
are unpaid. Mendoza inks his 4-year, $57.27 million fully guaranteed contract with a 5th-year option.
Well, there it is. Damn. Okay. So here's the deal, like Eric talked about. Now, again, as we're going through the schedule prediction, we have to look at the fact this is week 14. Do you see Fernando Mendoza in that game, or somehow has Kirk Cousins managed to stay around?
I think we possibly could see him. Possibly. Who knows? But anything's a possibility.
Sure. I expect to see Fernando Mendoza by then. I think at that point, the Raiders' record is going to be inconsequentially bad, but I don't think they're too worried about that in 2026. But that being said, I do think that you want to get at least a month of games under his belt, because going into the following season, that's obviously a boon if you actually have the opportunity to start some games, even though you're a rookie. But by the end of the year, whether you played or not, you're not really a rookie in the NFL anymore. That being said, when it comes to signal callers, you really got to get under the center. You need to line up in shotgun. You need to hand that ball off. You need to do it in live action. I think the Raiders got a really good one in Fernando Mendoza. Do I think he'll be what everybody else says he's going to be? I do not.
No.
Listen, it's Indiana, and that's cute. And Kirk Cignetti, and one of the best coaches I've ever watched, by the way. I literally have a reel of just several speeches he's given to fire me up before I go do a strip and wax at a church where they just don't want people like me in there. But I'm just saying, I think Fernando Mendoza is going to be just fine. I just don't think he's going to be what everybody else is going to be. But again, that week 14 matchup, I don't think that the Raiders or the Chargers and their fandom don't have anything to worry about regarding the Raiders. But I think it's something to keep an eye on. Again, it's a division game. The Chargers and Raiders games are almost always very hard fought. And regardless of the records, you kind of throw the records out the window, Lee. They travel to Vegas, as we just mentioned, in week 14. The following week, Lee, we're back on Tough Train. And this is where JD and Bogey come into play. Week 15, Chargers play there on Thursday Night Football, by the way. San Francisco 49ers. How much shit is going to be talked on that game?
A lot of shit. I'll open my mouth quite a bit. But you know what? I may talk my shit, but I got to back it up. That's all I got. Because I know one thing. If it's Bogey, if it's JD, if it's the mouth of the Bay, who works with the Crooked Commish, I swear to God, I invited him on my show. Because I'll have JD backstage and Bogey wants to come on. I invited the mouth of the Bay. He's a 49er fan. Hey, I know I'm going to hear about it. I know that week will be fucking a lot of trash talking, but you know what? They remind me all the time, 1994. That's a long time ago. You know what? I understand that it's a Super Bowl loss. Don't get me wrong. I understand that. I take it all. Hey, I had to learn one thing. When you're with a bunch of 49er fans, you got to grow through this game because you're going to hear about it. You know what? That's kudos to you. You won the Super Bowl. You beat us. But you know what? When it's 1994, that's an ancient history. I'm 51 fucking years old, okay? I don't mind saying my age, but you know what? 1994 is a long-ass time ago. So to me,
about it.
I ain't going to say I understand that. Congrats on your win, your Super Bowl win. But I'm a person that, what have you done for me lately? The San Francisco, they got the Super Bowl, but have they won it? No. And that's nothing against the 49ers, nothing at all. Hear me out. I'm not talking. Hey, they're a great organization. Great. They're run greatly. Okay. They're run. Shanahan, what he does over there is phenomenal. Okay. What they do in general. But I just, when I say 1994, it's I know it's a tough year for us Charger fans, but you know what? It's a game. I moved on from that. I can't think of that long time ago. Hold up. I was 21 years. I was what, 27, I was 19 years old. Long time for me. 30 plus years ago. So I don't think about that.
When I look at it, I add the ages of my children up. My daughter is 17. My son is 15. It literally equals 32 years, which is when the Chargers lost that Super Bowl to the Niners. Can we get the fuck over that shit?
You know what I always say now? At least some teams don't even get the Super Bowl.
Lions.
That's how I say it. As much as I want to win the Super Bowl, at least I can say my team got there. We may have lost and got spanked, but we made it there. I know no one wants to lose that way, but I'm just saying teams that talk their shit and say, "Oh, we may have lost, but we got there. What about your team?" I'm always gonna defend my team. That's how I am. I ride and die with my team. I know shit talking is part of sports, but you know what? To me, it's like I do my shit talking. I ain't gonna lie. I can run with the best of them. I will smack talk, but you know what? Sometimes I'm not the best at taking it because you know what? Some people are just a little better at it.
Oh, hey, listen, hey.
It takes a talent to do that shit. I ain't gonna lie. But
Look
it takes a talent to take it though too.
Phil
takes a talent to take it
ever, and he didn't even cuss. Phil Rivers, come on, baby.
Yeah, I always say, man, only what if we could have had that bowl, man, with the year best offense, best defense, but woulda, shoulda, coulda. You can't do anything about it.
Yeah, when your special teams rank fucking 32nd and you finish fucking 8-8 with the best offense and best defense, that's insane. I don't know that will ever happen again. If it has happened, correct me. I apologize, but give me a fucking break. All right, let's get back on track here to the schedule. That Niner game, it's a Thursday night game, 12/17, December 17th. So the Chargers have a 10-day break before they
mini break. Yep.
They travel again across the United States to the East Coast, and they go Hard Rock Stadium,
the Miami.
Chargers get that dub, right? Tell me how bad that game's going to be.
Oh, it's Mike McDaniels returning back home. That's a rebuilding Miami team that's going to get. They put up 72 points. Imagine Mike McDaniel putting up 70 points in the Dolphins.
Dude, yeah, they did. Right? What was it? 70-20.
72. It was a 72. It was 72 points.
That's insane.
Imagine Mike McDaniel hanging up 70 on the Dolphins.
Hold on, I got to respond to Amy Trask, so I'm gonna ask you a long question.
Sure.
How not long? Just take a minute to respond. How bad does Mike McDaniel want to put it on the Dolphins? Is this a game where they literally try to run up the score at that point?
I think they put a 40 burger on them. I could see a 40 burger put up on them, 40 points. I really do. We shall see. But no, I could see 40 points putting up. I mean, I'm not saying Miami has, I wouldn't say a great team. They have building blocks. They have A-Chain. They have Jordan Brooks. They have, I'm not sold at quarterback, but
Jordan Brooks just got that huge deal.
Yeah, he just got 53. I think he got $53 million extension for 3 years.
He earned it. I'm not surprised. Honestly, there were a lot of teams that were kind of coveting him, hoping that the Dolphins would keep cleaning house and that they could find a way to acquire Jordan Brooks. He's one of the better linebackers in the league. Again, I think it was 180 plus tackles last year. That's solid. He's no Jesse Tuggle, who went nuts back in the day. Literally had back-to-back 200 plus tackle seasons, followed it up with 193 and then 188. Like the guy was just a machine. Nobody gives that guy credit because, I mean, he's a former Atlanta Falcon and they were kind of illegitimate back then. Nobody gave a shit. Shout out to Jesse Tuggle. I know you're not listening to this show, but I just want everybody to know one of the best linebackers to ever play the game. Let's get out of Dolphin territory, okay? This is literally 2 days after Christmas, 12/27, and then week 17. Glad it's at SoFi. The Chiefs come to SoFi. We've already played them on the road at Arrowhead. Thoughts on that game the second time around? You know, a split seems likely, but that being said, is there a way the Chargers can pull that off considering they're not playing at Arrowhead in the fucking snow and the cold?
You think that this would be nice back-to-back sweeps if we could do it.
Dude, come on now. If hypothetically, let's talk hypothetically, if we can complete back-to-back sweeps of the Chiefs, I would feel confident about an AFC West, legitimate AFC West. Let's go. I love that.
That's just thinking of that on the spot. If we feel that we're the AFC West title for the title in the West since 2009, in order to have that since 2009, you got to sweep the Chiefs, but you also got to make that's a statement too. That's a statement 2 years in a row.
Fucking nailed it. Love it, Lee. And listen, the AFC doesn't necessarily go through the AFC West. But when you look at the gauntlet of teams there, forget the fucking Raiders, which is fun to say. But I mean, Denver, best record in the NFL last year. Listen, the Chiefs were banged the fuck up last year. I expect, and you expect, and sadly, we all expect Patrick Mahomes to rebound and have another MVP-like year. I'm glad the game, considering where it's at in the season, week 17, is at home at SoFi. I really am glad that I just segued to myself. Hey, what's up, Mr. Bakes a lot? I appreciate you.
What's up, Bakes? Yeah, Bakes is a Raiders fan. Hey, congrats on Mendoza getting signed.
Hey, that's cool as shit of you. Congrats on the Mendoza contract. Man, we got Raiders fans showing up to the 12-hour BoltBlitz Uncut Subathon, hosted by yours truly, Booga Peters, and my man, Lee Ainsworth, who is also the host of the Chargers Power Hour, part of Gen Wealth Net, and, of course, the Heart to Start podcast network. Nice to have a Raider fan in the chat. We got Amy Trask coming on later. She's having some camera struggles, but we're going to figure that out. Don't worry. I'm managing all this shit behind the scenes while we host a 12-hour subathon. That Chief game is going to be tough. I'm so glad it's at SoFi. But listen, here's what happens at the end of the year. Loved the show last time. You tore some. Oh, yeah. All right, listen. Oh, no, I hate this. So there was a part of me that I woke up the next morning. I was like, can I talk them into deleting that whole show? Just because I don't do that very often. I just want to point something out. I know what I look like. I'm short, fat, white, and all that shit. Bought a home in Pontiac. But if you want to get dirty with me, I'm down to get in the mud. Like, I'm all right going at people. The dude had this weird, like, puby mustache, and he was talking trash, but he had no credentials or foundation to stand on. So I didn't know that was his name. I apologize to him. For those of you who don't know, I did apologize ad nauseum several times because I did feel bad. But yeah, I did kind of go after dude because, well, hey, man, you want to come at the king, baby? Better bring the crown. I keep mine softly planted up here so that I don't have to fucking do my hair because that's who I am. Appreciate you being here, Mr. Bakes, a lot. Anytime a Raiders fan stops by, I love it because, honestly, the NFL is better when the Raiders are better. Let's just throw that out there. Let's get to the very last game. Week 18, this shit sucks. Traveled to Denver. You know the weather's going to be shitty.
I feel this is for the division.
Ooh,
I really do. I feel how fitting would it be playing the AFC West defending champs when the division's on the line? Oh, and last year it was, and we didn't play our start. I ain't gonna lie, I was pissed at that because to me, we could have swept the division, and then had the West.
It was tough. It was tough seeing that. That being said, I do get it from a managerial standpoint, but in Denver, shit, that's close to fucking January too. Says to be determined because they're not gonna put the fucking date on there yet. It is January. It's well into January. It's gonna be cold. It's mile high. It's gonna be tough to breathe. You're at that high elevation. For those of you who don't understand what mile high stands for, is the stadium is literally a mile above sea level, which means the air is thinner. It's harder to breathe. The Broncos are used to it, but the Chargers, who play there at least once a year, God willing, they'll be ready for that one. Who do you expect to come out with a victory in that one? And again, you said it's for the AFC West, so it's got to be the Bolts, right?
Yeah, I feel we win it in 2026. And we stomp on their donkeys' asses.
It's about time. Listen, but what's funny is, again, had the Chargers not rested their starters, they literally would have swept the AFC West. Do you remember when the last time that happened is? I do not.
When we swept it?
When we swept the entire AFC West.
We've never done it. Well, we've never swept the division.
Yeah, see, that's nuts. And they were
I don't think it has been done. It's probably been done by other teams, but I don't think by us. I know Kansas City's did it last, a sweep of it.
Soundwave has some learning to do. I mean, starting with being a Jags fan. I got all the love in the world for the Jags fans because, boy, Duval is one of the lamest fucking places I've ever been. They got the strip club, and they got a couple things, but I went there to cover a game in the press box, and Jacksonville is just it's not for me. I'm sorry. I do live in Pontiac, so you're like, who the fuck is this guy? But what I mean by that is if I'm going to go travel for a game, I'm there for the game, and I am semi-professional, but I like to catch a buzz and do my thing, and Jacksonville is buzzless. It's just not my place. He does have a little bit of learning to do, but that's all right. Again, I apologize to him, and I'll apologize to him again. Hey, I love this. ML Bolt, Matt Lidioff is back in the convo. We love return guests. He's saying Justin Herbert for MVP. Yes, no, maybe. What do you think, Lee Ainsworth?
I feel he can be in the MVP conversation. If this, my whole theory is this: in order for Justin Herbert to be in the MVP conversation, everything with Mike McDaniels has to click. The offensive line needs to stay healthy, keep him upright, keep him clean, give him time to throw the football. If he did what he did last year without an offensive line, he does that again this year with a healthy offensive line. That is an MVP character.
Oh. I think
that's where I come. That's where I come and speak. That's where I feel he can be in the MVP conversation. Come on, he's going to have company, but in order to be in that company, those things have to happen. The healthy offensive line, have time to do all these mechanical things. He's making adjustments with the mechanics, the footwork, the timing. If all those things go into place,
you're really good at this, Lee, because that's the next thing on the docket. Actually, now that we've finished the schedule, you and I will do our record predictions later in the show. But the emphasis on the footwork, you got Herbert out there not even throwing footballs at practice sometimes. What does the second string? Hey, that's a great question. I love this. Hold on. Let me scroll back up. I'm going to get to you in a minute, Lidioff. I got you, brother. Mr. Bakes a lot. What does the second string look like behind the starting O-line? Chargers drafted 5 offensive linemen. Trey Pipkins is probably, and I don't want to say this out loud, probably one of the better swing tackles as far as depth in the NFL. That's hard for me to say. Horrible pick by Tom Telesco in the 3rd round, just like Craig Mager and, from these random Financial Institute of Technology, Sioux Falls State bullshit like that. That it is. It's a little wonky. But this year, it's a lot different. You have a Logan Taylor from Boston College. You have Branson Taylor from the year before. You have Alex Harkey, whom they drafted out of Oregon. Like, they really spent resources on the offensive line this year. Jake Slaughter was a 2nd-round pick, and they're not even going to play him at center because they obviously signed Tyler Biadasz. Should Biadasz go down, I honestly feel fairly confident that Jake Slaughter can step in there and be, he can do the job. I don't know if he's going to, he's not going to reach all pro level as a rookie. Of course not. But he has the savvy. He has the strength at the point of attack. He's got good feet, and he can move in this offense enough behind a Mike McDaniel-driven scheme that I believe the depth on the offensive line is one of the best parts about this team. Hold on. Mr. Bigslot, because that's who will be playing sooner or later. You guys always get hurt like the Niners. Listen, always one of the most injured teams. Lee, you brought it up. 16 different offensive line combinations last year. That's nuts, man. That happens a lot to the Chargers, by the way.
Yeah, it does.
I'm tired of it. I want to see some health. Rashawn Slater, Joe Alt, praying for you every day. Tyler Biadasz, have here.
What the Niners need to do, get rid of that substation.
Yeah, that's why they keep tearing everything. That's that. Honestly, I wish somebody would do like a deep dive on that. Like really,
they have. They supposedly did it, and they said there's no issue. But come on, why would you have so many injuries when you have something there? I know. I mean, I know a lot of people have talked to said the 49ers looking into relocating it, their practice squad, but I mean their stadium is right next to the substation, I believe.
Hey, what's up? Oh, look at that. Good show, fellas.
That is going to be Papa Guru. That's Spencer's dad. That's that's my co-manager in baseball. That's Spencer's dad. That's Horace.
Yeah, shout out Horace. Appreciate it. Hey, Adam Rank, listen. I'm not going to pick on him because he'll just leave the show because I haven't had him on a show in almost 10 years. But Amy Trask, Amy's a little worried about being on camera, so she's going to cover the camera. So I'm managing everything the best I can, but I will tell you this, whether the camera is covered or not, Amy Trask is a wealth of knowledge. She's a great friend of BoltBlitz, which is ironic because we're a Chargers thing, but obviously being the right-hand gal to Al Davis, who started with the Chargers, the stories that she's told me, the just being a part of something when she basically wasn't allowed to be, but Al Davis was a pioneer, making sure he doesn't care what you look like, your gender. I just want to make sure I get the best people in place to win games. What do they say? Just win, baby. Hate that shit, but it is their mantra. Shout out to you, Horace. Thank you so much. Hey, Adam's going to be a blast. What's
I
funny?
always call Papa Guru a wealth of knowledge when it comes to football. He went to the very first Saints game. He told me
No
he was
shit.
at the very first Saints game. If I'm correct, right, Papa Guru? You were at the very first. When it comes to knowledge of football and baseball, the man just knows a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
man. Not to be shy, stop by. We'll get him on the show. You know how I am. I want to invite everybody on here.
No, he is a wealth of knowledge when it comes to football and baseball. That's one thing. He's a diehard Cardinals fan. That's his team is the Cardinals, but he's a diehard Saints fan.
Okay, I got you.
And he told me, shout out to Drew Brees, a former Charger. He's gonna be there with Spencer when he told me. I don't know if that's still gonna happen, but they got to go out to see Drew Brees in Canton when he's inducted.
Hey, Matt, Rocky has been unable to get through to me, unfortunately. I'm sorry about that, buddy. Thank you for asking. It sucks. He's messaged me a couple times because we're live right now, and we're just past the three-hour mark here. I'll let Rocky know after the show. Matt, if you want to do me a little favor, just message him. I cannot get him to connect. I tried to do it. The sound is not going to come through there. We tried it with a guest prior to now. We're literally 3 hours into the BoltBlitz Uncut 12-hour Subathon. I'm your host, Booga Peters, joined by Lee Ainsworth, of course, of Gen Wealth Net, host of Chargers Power Hour, part of the Start Podcast Network. Talking Chargers. We've talked the schedule. We broke down the roster, and we're just going to keep moving here in 55 minutes. We'll be joined by Ken Lampkin, more importantly, respectfully, known as Bolt Man. We're going to have the Bolt Man on. I don't know if he's going to dress up. I have no idea. I'm not sure if he's going to be in the Bolt Man.
That'd be wild.
But let me tell you right now, this guy he's like me. We're different cats. We kind of play to the beat of our own drums. And one of the things I like about him is that he really says what he feels. And I think that's important in today's day and age, because a lot of people are just literally regurgitating everything that somebody else says and wanting to be right or first. Like, what if you just be genuine? Ken feels like that kind of guy, and I'm really glad to have him at the 2:00 hour here in 54 minutes. Lee, 3 hours in, trudging along. We're cooking. We've talked about Herbert for MVP. We've talked about the possibility of even an Omari at Hampton scorching fantasy league. Who is your sleeper on this Chargers team as far as making an impact that maybe these fans out there who do play fantasy football avidly should keep an eye on? Is there anybody on this roster that you think could be worth rostering?
I'm going to say Brendan Thompson.
Yay, come on now. Tell me more. Come on.
I really do think. I think that speed. I think he's going to be a gadget player this year. I really do. I think a gadget player I feel for fantasy this year, he could be a gadget, a guy that just comes out of no place and said, "Oh shit, he's a waiver wire darling."
Well, and listen, once you see this offense start to develop in the way that he's going to be employed under Mike McDaniel,
I look at him as the Tyreek Hill of this offense.
Ooh, fun. I like
That's
that. I think
possibility. I'm not saying he is, but it's a possibility.
Did you think
it's the speed? To me, it's the speeding. Are you guys no? The old man, I think, is the old man is Bakes. I love what he's done. Bakes. I wouldn't be shocked if he goes over to Raider Nation, as much as I hate it.
Oh God!
You all need a wide receiver.
They could use some help and a guy who gets open all the time. I just don't think that there's enough room for Keenan Allen in this Chargers wide receiving core. I think that there are 30 other teams, at least probably 31, that could find a way to put him in there. You saw again, we talked about it earlier in the show.
Papa Guru said she probably has a lot of interesting stories being a woman in a man-dominant industry. I was at the first Saints game in 1967. I was 6 years old.
Well, shit, you are a wealth of knowledge because you got about 17 years on me. The rumor is Debo to the Raiders. Oh, now listen, let me do this, Mr. Bakesalon. I'm glad you brought that up, actually. I saw the post on X/Twitter, depending on what the fuck you call it. And it was the typical offseason. Debo Samuel is in the best shape of his life. Motherfucker, Joey Bosa.
I saw the Debo thing to the Chargers, too, but it ain't happening.
Listen, I understand the allure, but I think everybody wants Debo from 2023 and before. I don't think they want the recent one if they've been paying attention. I know he had I think it was close to 700 yards receiving last year, and then the similar number the year before. But he's just not that dynamic weapon, in my opinion. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. I'm all right. I own all my shit. But I'll just say this. I don't think that he should be highly coveted as he is by the fans out there. Keep an eye on where he goes. But if he does go to the Raiders, I'm just going to say this. Kirk O'Chain's over there, as much as Lee and I have shit on that guy. I think he can find a way to get the ball to a guy like Debo as long as you're running drags and slants and quick hitting type of shit. I just don't see Debo being the guy that can get open downfield, and he hasn't really been that. Could we see, him taking some carries out of the backfield? I mean, if he did go to the Raiders, you don't want to take carries away from Ashton Genty. So I just think that Debo's a different player now, and depending on the price tag, even for the Raiders, whom I can't stand, I would hope they don't make a decision like that. Where do you think
see the biggest weapon for the Raiders this year is being Brock Bowers?
Oh, always. Oh, yeah, dude. One of the best tight ends I've seen.
He didn't have a quarterback last year. He has Kirk Chains. He's going to get his. But the question is, Brock Bowers had injury history last year.
Yeah.
Question is, here's my question for this one is, and this is shout out to Bakes, and I love, but is, they have two tight ends over there. Do they not rely on Bowers to a point where that injury don't put so much pressure on Bowers to carry this offense? Do you have that? They have another backup tight end that's decent.
Yeah, Michael Mayer. I've been trying to get
exactly. So to me, if they want to make this team, I'm not saying that I think that Raiders, what they're building, young nucleus, it's nice. It's a work in progress. The thing is, you can't. Putting it all on Bowers that's where the pressure is going to be on him, and that's where the injuries happen. To me, I'd want to have Michael Mayer. Hey, let's just do the 22 package, that kind of shit. 13, you make Bowers last the 17 games. Do I think he's going to last the 17 games? I don't personally think so, because I think there's going to be so much put on him to carry this offense.
Mr. Bakes,
and I'm a Chargers fan saying that about a Ray, but I'm just saying if that was my team, that's what I would do. I'd take the pressure. It's just like hypothetically if it was Gadsden. We have Njoku to take off that pressure.
No,
you know what Brock Bowers is, though. You know what I'm trying to say?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's
Bakes. I know his knee's 100%. I'm just saying. We know what Bowers is. Don't get me. Yeah, the real Brock will be. But I'm just saying I'm just saying. I'm not saying anything hateful. I don't wish on injury that, but I'm just saying if the Raiders want to. But hey, let's do the thing. What happens. But hey, I don't wish injuries on anyone. Not even on my team. I don't, because it happens.
That honestly, another great segue. One of the most irritating things to me in sports is fans celebrating the injuries of the opposing team. I want our best against your best, and let's see who the fuck is the best.
Mm-hmm. So I was like that when my younger years. I used to talk a lot. Oh, look at my shit that happens to my team, and look at it does all the time. So I can't talk this shit.
Grow up and we experience our own injuries.
It's the heartache every single year.
Jesus Christ. Come on now. We're 3 hours and 12 minutes into a 12-hour subathon. Lee, you've been hanging. I appreciate it. You're here. You're in the business. We've been talking. We've had literally a great guest in Eric Williams, reporter.
That was kind of fun.
Sports. He's always good. Sorry we missed you, Rocky Sealanders. I apologize. I could not get you through. I will do better next time. I owe you better. By the way, I have an autographed picture of Rocky Sealanders that he actually put, Booga on there. He was again a guest.
Younger years. That was 3 months ago. Yep. Younger years. That was 3 months ago, Lee. Yep. I hear you, man.
We're all younger 3 months ago. I hold on to that shit.
Yeah, I know.
I need it.
I know. 3 months ago.
This is listen, we're trying to pull off something crazy here, and we're really trying to make sure we get this content to keep rolling. So we're going to stick with you. We hope you will stick with us. Again, BoltBlitz Uncut. I'm Booga Peters. If you're unfamiliar, I started BoltBlitz.com back in 2010. I did so while I was living in North Carolina, different state, wrong coast to be on to cover the Chargers. But that being said, we threw so many parties and meetups. I'm talking 375, 400 something people filling out the Tilted Kilt. We had some really special memories, tons of raffles, tons of media personalities, former players. I got a long list of Chargers that have showed up to my event. My father's dream was to work for the Chargers. Well, I had the Chargers work for me, and I look forward to that happening again someday. But BoltBlitz has been around for a while. Sorry, I went away for a little bit. My son and I both got sick. We both have a degenerative tissue issue with our stomach lining. So he's fully recovered, and I'm on 7 GI meds. So let me just tell you, yeah, damn kilt, good times. Matt Lidioff, I'm telling you right now, it makes me miss Thomas. It makes me miss just everybody showing up. And as much as other people get irritated by pictures and shaking hands and you know, meeting kids' children or parents' children, like that's one of the favorite parts about the whole thing for me, especially when I went back to San Diego. Having lived there as a child, San Diego's still the best city in the entire world. Fuck off if you don't agree. I don't care. But the Tilted Kilt, seeing that one go out of business, it hurt my feelings all the way to the core. But we had some special moments there. And Lee, I'll tell you right now, had you met Thomas, y'all would have been thick as thieves. Y'all would have been pals. You guys would have made each other fucking laugh all the time. You guys are very similar. You have different attributes, but I'm just going to tell you right now, I wish that you would have been around back then, and I wish he was still here now. But let's get off the BoltBlitz train. Let's talk about the stuff that we're doing. Do me a favor. Talk about this giveaway you have on Gen WealthNet.
Yeah, we're
Jackson
giving away a JSN signed mini helmet, a Super Bowl helmet from last year. Yeah, all you got to do is like, subscribe. If it's the Gen Wealth, the Heart to Start, neonpeacockmerch.com, or Spencer's YouTube channel, one of the four. You just you show a screenshot that you subbed up to one of the channels. You send it to JD, basically to the Heart to Start, and then or the Gen Wealth, whatever. Send it to them. Then you enter in, and then we'll have a raffle on August 21st at our second annual Las Vegas draft, fantasy football draft. So yeah, there'll be other giveaways, I believe, over there, and that will be taking place on the 21st of August. While we are in Vegas. There'll be like Bakes will be there, Peacock will be there, Bogey, JD, Kiddo will be there. There'll be all cast of characters. Yeah. So yeah, and then there'll be other giveaways, I believe. But yeah, that our first giveaway of the year is a JSN helmet, mini helmet, signed mini helmet.
When you guys are looking for Heart to Start, by the way, it's HEART 2, as in the number 2.
Number 2, yeah.
Yeah.
Number 2 start, and then the Gen Wealth is Gen GEN Wealth Net, and it's a big circle, and it's got diamonds on it.
You'll see it.
You'll see it. It's fun. Well, just type in Gen Wealth, and it should pop up.
We have another giveaway coming up here on BoltBlitz Uncut. It will not be today because I've got to focus on content and doing the most managerial shit I've done in a long time, just trying to focus on getting people in and out of the conversations. Again, at 2 o'clock, if you're just tuning in, we've got Boltman, Ken Lampkin. I'm telling you, this is a guy that the stuff that he does for the community, I think it's important to talk about. He's a man, a principal, and he's somebody that I think that can help a lot of the younger men trying to figure out how to be grown men, as far as just finding that path to just making a difference for your family and just being a lead or whatever it is that you need to be in your family, assuming the responsibility of your role. I think that's something important that he puts out there for everybody constantly. And it's nice to see somebody like that nowadays, because I feel
I see a lot of that stuff on social media. What he does it's fantastic. And then things have to help people out, and then auctioning off gifts. It's phenomenal. Shout out to him.
Food on Crenshaw, like literally in the hood. Like I live in the hood, but I'm talking about the LA hood. Like they're on Skid Row, like they're doing all these things to help the community. And it's just those are the type of selfless acts that I want to have be a part of what BoltBlitz is doing. And I think Ken sets a great example. And we'll talk to him here at the top of the hour at 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. Right now, you're listening to BoltBlitz Uncut. I'm Booga Peters. Thanks for sticking around, Lee. Thank you for sticking around. Cannot believe your resilience and how much fun we're having right now. Let's do something right now. Who's going to be the returner on this team? Is it Keaton Mitchell? Is it Darius Davis? Does he have a resurgence? Or are we going to see Kamani Vidal because he's returned kicks too? Kick returner is my favorite position in the NFL. Sorry, not sorry. Who's going to return kicks for this Chargers team? Field position is a wonderful thing in football. We have a lot of speedsters, so it could be anybody.
I think it's going to come down to who it could it be Vidal, could it be Mitchell, or do we? It's going to be it's not like we only have one or two. We almost have 3 or 4 people that can do it.
Hell yeah. No, I love that. No, it's absolutely true. It's again, we keep running into this, Lee, throughout the Mr. Biggs might be right. It's probably Keaton. Again, he averaged 26.9 yards per kick return last year. He also averaged the most yards per carry at 5.9 of the entire NFL. Limited touches, and he does have something that we didn't bring up earlier. He has an injury history as well. But that being said, when the new offensive coordinator that we've been begging for forever in Chargerville and the Bolt fam is Mike McDaniel, and he's putting fucking wanted posters on the wall. Keaton Mitchell's going to have a spot in this offense. I'm not sure I like what that's going to mean for Kamani Vidal because I am a big fan of his. But again, it's a plethora of good problems to have. The tight end room, stacked. The running back room, stacked. You got Justin Herbert. I love it. Lots of good problems to have. And the Chargers offensive line actually has depth for once. And I think, Lee, you're the one to bring that up. I'm going to need you to spell me for about a minute.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you a topic to talk to all the fans about because I have to use the restroom real fast.
Mm-hmm.
So let's do this. Tell everybody about first your favorite player and why, and then your favorite coach, and I'll be right back.
Favorite player. It's gonna toss up. I'm gonna have to say it's probably LaDainian. It's going to be Phillip Rivers for me. Hands down. Phillip Rivers growing up as a teenager, then living in Massachusetts. So I saw the AFC Championship game against the New England Patriots and the San Diego Chargers at the time, and I saw the ACL game. Favorite coach. That's tough. I'd probably have to say probably the same time frame would be Marty Ball when we went 14-2, had the best offense, best defense in the league, and we folded. But I mean, that to me was the best Chargers football I saw. And growing up, I mean, I was growing up in Massachusetts, living from a family with Patriots fan, me being a Chargers fan. It was wild, but I used to get Christmas presents for here's Patriots gear, trying to turn me over. I couldn't do that kind of stuff. I was just probably gift my friends some of the nicest jerseys that I got. I mean, I get authentic jerseys and I just regift them. I couldn't wear that kind of crap. I know they're the champions 6 times, but that doesn't mean anything to me. I just going to support my team. My dad was a Chargers fan he was a Dan Fouts fan. So that's how I became a Chargers fan. So my dad was a Dan Fouts fan and an Art Monk. So he loved the Redskins. I remember walking around the house with a child with a freaking honk. You know, the
Hogs.
Yeah. My dad always he loved Art Monk, but he was a Dan Fouts fan. So he had his team for the NFC. Then they had a team in the AFC. But it was Dan Fouts and Art Monk was that was my dad's stuff.
Listen, so my dad's team, he's obviously a Chargers fan. You know, I got the tattoo. I was born into the shit. I wore Chargers gear home from the hospital at birth, and so did both of my children, both my daughter and my son. But Art Monk, can we do this for a minute? I kind of love this. Doug Williams in that Super Bowl against the Broncos, watching the Broncos get fucking wiped like that. Art Monk. Oh my God, everybody on that shit. Timmy Smith breaking the Super Bowl rushing record. Doug Williams just lighting up the first half and then just carrying the game through. Art Monk's one of my favorite players of all time in the non-Charger realm, if you will. Art Monk, everybody paying attention to. Great route runner, strong hands, really good. Speaking of what QJ could learn from.
I think he was very underrated. I really felt he was very underrated.
Shit, he led the league in receiving more than once, and nobody gives him enough credit. And that's okay.
He's actually going to the Ring of Honor this year for the Redskins, for the Commanders. I saw that.
No, I love it. Listen, we're not trying to offend anybody here, but when we do talk about Washington football from back,
we talk about
them as the Redskins. They are now the Commanders. We're not here to disparage anybody. That's not the show. Again, I bought a house in Pontiac.
If this being a Charger show, if I had what I want for a logo, I would give you that thing right there. That's what I want for a logo. That to me is the best all-time logo the Chargers ever had.
It's on my shoulder, baby. I got that tattoo right here.
I ain't gonna lie. I love the Bolt. But when it comes to that thing right there, that means it's a little more than a Charger. I'm sorry. I think it just means more.
For the record, after talking about the Patriots game, if Lee were to shift his camera, he's got fucking Red Sox shit all over that goddamn office too.
Yeah, I do. And it's a small corner, but yeah, I got all my shit there. Yeah, but I got a free wall there, but it's pretty much dedicated to this office. It's the Chargers.
Slow time, Lee. It's you and me for a little while here. Once we
good.
get Taylor on here, please take a break. I cannot expect.
Yeah, I'll probably grab lunch.
You're like, yeah, I'm starving. Again, Bolt Man at the top of the hour at 2:00. And then following that, we have Taylor Bloom, producer and co-host of the BoltBlitz Uncut show. And she's also the host of the Electric Edge podcast, one of the best going. If you're not into fluff and you really want the news you can use, tune into what Taylor has to say. Mr. Bakes a Lot, by the way, I'm a huge Tank Bigsby fan. And very limited. And he was right behind Keaton Mitchell in yards per carry. He's right. So how in the world are you a Chargers fan and a Red Sox fan, Lee? Let's learn a little bit about you. Let's tell the fan base about you. Let's get the Bolt fam.
Let's see. I was born in New Jersey. My whole family's. My mom was from Massachusetts, so my grandma lived there. I came over from England. And I came back here in '86, and I lived with my grandma. So I grew up there. And '86 was when the Red Sox won the World Series too. But I was always a Red Sox fan from birth. But no, I mean, I'm a diehard Boston fan. But when it comes to the Chargers, I fuck the Patriots. I don't care about your 6 rings. I know I have all my friends back there. My family used to buy me like authentic jerseys, like $250 a piece. Give them to me for Christmas. I used to re-gift them to my friends. If my family ever was watching and saw this, there was probably thousands of dollars I gave away. I didn't care. I can't wear that trash.
Die hard, baby.
I remember trying to return one to the store. Where's your receipt?
Get the money back. I ain't got it.
I got a store credit, but I didn't get the full credit. But it was worth it. Because I was getting rid of a piece of shit.
Let's fucking go, Lee.
Dude, trust me, I would get it every year. I'm like, don't give me a jersey. You want a jersey? Give me a Chargers jersey. I'll be happy. Finally, after 4 or 5 years, they knew I wouldn't wear it. Where was your jersey? Oh, it's in my closet, still hanging there. What? Why? Why am I going to wear something I don't support? But you go to a game here. What? As just like a honorary. Okay, I'll go just so you don't have to lose the ticket. That's fine. Other than that, that's all I did. An honorary, I'm just going to show up for you so you don't lose your money. Hell no, I couldn't support that kind of crap. And I was never a fan. I got to meet all the fucking, I met Tom Brady at an event. I thought he was the most arrogant son of a bitch ever.
That doesn't surprise me. Kind of shitty to hear that, but I've had other people tell me that.
No, because I was at an event for my aunt, right? It was a charity event, right? And he denied some kid an autograph from the, and this guy calls himself class act. I just didn't, it wasn't a thing for me. I know everyone looks like he's God. He's just a human being. He's like you and I. It's just his name is Tom Brady. But in Massachusetts, he's fucking God. Or I should say was. I mean, now it's Drake May. Now it's Drake May. You know?
Yeah, no, for sure. So
you know what? Everything comes in full circle. I mean, I'm not saying he's a night.
Oh shit, we dropped Lee. Lee dropped. Oh no, he's back again. Let's go. Hi. Keep going.
I never was a fan of Tom Brady. No, I never was a fan.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. I kind of liked. I wanted him to get a better chance at Michigan. Obviously, you know, I can't call myself a Wolverine fan, just like I don't call myself a Padre fan anymore. Even though I've actually been to way more Padres games than I have been Chargers games, and I never sat in the press box for a Padres game. But the Chargers are my team, but I can't call myself a fan. But I will say this: seeing what Brady had done. Just beyond remarkable. And if you don't love the story of a 6th-round pick, number 1.
Oh, I think his story is remarkable, what he did.
But if he's a prick, he's a prick. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? That was just my opinion because it was a first impression. But then the first impression, it lasts a long time for someone. And that's all you need to tell me about.
Tom Brady cut Lee off. Tom Brady has so much power to cut you off.
Hey, Pace. He can take his 6 rings, shove it up his candy ass, and shine it. I don't care if it's silver, black, or a pile of shit. I don't care. That's how I think about Tom Brady. Yes, he's your part owner, but dude, that's just my feelings on him. Hey, he was like, no one talks shit about my rings. Well, he can take those rings and shine them. But hey, good for Brady. He got his rings, but hey, and then who's the next? Is it? I mean, I think Mendoza's. It's gonna take 2 years for him to be decent. I think he's gonna be a good quarterback. Don't get me wrong.
I don't think he'll be great though. I don't.
But a good backup for now.
Hey, that's such a dirty shot. Hey, Mr. Bakes a lot.
Hey, Bakes,
open the
right
fire,
now,
babe.
he's like a good backup, but man, he's as I said to you earlier. I think the Raiders, what they've done in the past drafts. Hey, shout out to Coupon Tom. He did draft Brock Bowers. And as much as I hate to give compliments, that was a hell of a pick. Coupon Tom's done some decent picks, but that was a hell of a pick.
So here we are. I have a story about Tom Telesco. And again, this is a 12-hour subathon, so we're going to bring up everything tonight. So 2014 Chargers Rams at Qualcomm, or as I like to call it, the Murph, Jack Murphy Stadium. Sean Hill is driving the Rams down the field. It's looking bad. For everybody out there, if you're in the press box when there are 4 minutes left in the game, and I don't know if this is the 19th green or some shit, but Derek Togerson, NBC San Diego, taught me that, hey, when there are 4 minutes left in the game as media members, you can leave the press box and go down onto the field. So I go down onto the field and I'm hanging out with the players and all this shit. Well, Sean Hill, former quarterback of the then St. Louis Rams, is driving them down the field, and what ended up happening in the end zone, Marcus Gilchrist, former Clemson safety, picks it off, and who's standing next to me? The young Spanos, both of the younger Spanoses, and then Tom Telesco, and we look at each other, and he gives me a 5 and literally dislocates my wrist. The hardest 5 I've ever received, and he's a skinny, spindly guy. He's a little taller than me because I ain't tall, but literally dislocated my wrist. I'm dressed up in a vest. I'm suited and booted, baby. I'm looking good. I'm sitting here going, well, shit, that doesn't look normal, but I've done that a lot of times. We've broken this, dislocated everything on this side because I'm right-handed. But that was one of the most special moments because the whole stadium, it's a feeling I'll never forget because it was San Diego and it was at the Murph, and having the GM of the Chargers give you a high five was a pretty cool accolade for me. And you see it in some of the old shit. There's some clips where you can see he and I on the sideline, and it's a point of pride for me. But I will say this, Coupon Tom, why did you hate third-round picks so much? Craig Mager, Trey Pipkins, what are we doing? I can keep going. There were other ones that were even worse. There were a couple running backs he took that were horrible. But Coupon Tom, we'll save him for another day. Lee, let's keep moving along with this. We are 29 minutes away from having Ken Lampkin, the Bolt Man.
Yeah, he was in New England last year for that game.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah, and unfortunately, some bad things happened to him.
Oh,
Patriots fans attacked him. You didn't know about that? Yeah, you can. Yeah, he was attacked after the game.
Hey, Ken can hold his own. So somebody at least got a bloody lip out of the deal. Ken's not a small dude.
I remember reading that. I was like, wow, that's crazy. I remember it was his wife that posted about it. It was on Facebook. Yeah. Yes, Patriots fans jumped him after the game. Mm-hmm. He was jumped after the game. I remember. I'm like, God damn it, man! I remember sending it to my friends in New England. They go, we wouldn't do that. Oh yeah, it was all over online. It was online. It's sad what people do just because you're from another fan base. I think it's just sad as fuck.
Oh, it's goofy. Well, like for example, when I lived in North Carolina, I'd go to Panthers games. I went to a Giants Panthers game on Thursday Night Football, and I wore a Seau jersey. I cannot tell you how many people were like, "Are you lost?" Like, motherfucker, I'm not gonna wear an Eli jersey or a fucking Panthers jersey. I'm a Chargers fan. I'm gonna represent my team no matter where I'm at. Y'all don't have to like it. Thank God I didn't get my ass kicked because I was with my fucking ex-wife. But that you're right. The fan on fan hate when it comes to opposing teams. I mean, look at the Chargers and the Raiders at the Murph, and I don't know if they do it at SoFi. I would imagine.
Well, they also say that I've asked. I think it's Bogey and JD. They said exactly the same thing when it's Raiders 49ers. That shit's nasty.
Oh, dude, I listen. I'm suited and booted for the press box, and I got into fights with Raiders fans. Like the Chargers cut off beer sales at halftime.
Oh, they do.
when they play the Raiders.
Oh,
I don't know if they do it at SoFi. They did it at the Murph. I haven't been to SoFi yet, which is embarrassing. I understand that, but you can't help almost dying a bunch of
I
times.
was there after COVID.
Were you really?
Yeah, after COVID when they just opened it up. But it was wild though. It was like, ugh. Nothing. And you want to experience SoFi in a different way though.
Sure.
Everything was not fully open though. That's the problem. You know what I'm trying to say? Everything was like closed off. I got my first experience, but I never got my first experience of a game.
Yeah. Okay.
Until the next year after COVID when everything opened up. But other than that, it's you know, I'm trying to think. The new stadium I want to see is the new Buffalo Stadium. But I know that
Aramark. I do too.
I know that's going to be. You got to have to wait at least 3 or 4 years for the prices to come down. Because everyone wants the nostalgia of the new stadium. I mean,
Darren Ravel posted it, dude. The ticket prices are nuts for the first.
I saw the $700 is the cheapest
for regular
ticket.
seats, Lee.
Exactly. I'm all set. Thank you. My TV looks good at home.
I can sit in my fucking underwear and drink beer tea.
You got to understand. Jesus. You're talking about airfare. You're talking about hotel. It's going to run you about $2,000 plus, maybe $3,000 plus. I'm good.
God, you keep doing this where you segue into the perfect thing. We were not able, I do not believe, to get our gal, Jessica Thompson, whom I believe should be the fan of the year every year. She has a 70-plus game attendance streak, both home and away for the Chargers.
Doesn't she do that with J-Rock?
I don't know if she works with J-Rock anymore. I know she used to do
used to work. I used to see it on Facebook all the time.
I know they're pals. I know honestly, I don't know. I'm speaking.
No, I saw them a couple years ago. I haven't seen it recently, but no. Yeah.
Oh, they used to do events together all the time. I know
that. Yeah, they used to all do that.
Still happens.
Yeah.
J-Rock's cool as shit. Hold up. Mr. Bakes a lot. Don't talk shit at a Raiders game. You might get checked. Yeah, even in San Diego, dude, it was dirty. Like, I'd literally just be again, I'm wearing a suit and shit, a suit and fucking tie, and I'm walking through the parking lot. And I would literally have people question me, who do you rep? Who do I rep? My fucking self. I'm a Chargers fan. Like, just all the shit. And I'm telling you, you're walking through J4, and there are just fights on the sides of you everywhere. Chargers Raiders games, there's a reason why San Diego and maybe even SoFi, I'm not sure, but I would assume they may have the similar rules as far as cutting beer sales off, which, golly, that would hurt my feelings. I've actually never been to a Chargers Raiders game as a fan. I've only been in the press box for those ones. So at some point, actually, no, I won't, because I don't want that kind of smoke. I'm too old now. Lee, let's keep moving. You talked earlier about the fact that you gave away the Patriots jerseys that you received as gifts.
Mm-hmm.
You gifted them, but I don't know if I think
my cousin got married the weekend the Chargers played the Patriots, and what did I wear? A Chargers jersey.
That's my boy.
I went to her wedding reception in a Chargers jersey while everyone had Patriots shit on.
Hey, that takes nuts.
You know what my sister wore? A fucking Steelers jersey because her son's a Steelers fan.
Oh, she represented her kid. Come on,
the Steelers because for her son.
Good Lord, I love it.
This is back then. It was who did she have? She had Big Ben on jersey.
Hey, man, as much as folks, Charger fans especially, like to hate on Big Ben, one of my favorite to watch as far as maneuvering the pocket, breaking tackles, and still finding a way to get the ball off. Now, was he a good person? Probably not, because those allegations were proven and this, that, and the other. But hold on, while we're on this subject, since we're talking about other jerseys, I'm going to start here, and let's go through the list of non-Charger NFL things you've ever had or owned or worn. For example, my first non-Chargers t-shirt was a Randall Cunningham one, which felt weird, but he was one of my favorite players. What he did to revolutionize the quarterback position and get these old white fucks to quit talking about black quarterbacks can't get it done, that mattered to me. And that's black with a capital B, by the way. And then I had, and this sucks, it's before the dog shit, the dog fighting stuff, but I did have an away Atlanta Falcons Michael Vick jersey because it matched a pair of Sauconys that I had. And I like to match because I'm weird and I'm colorblind. So I get dressed and people help me pick out my clothes, even my children, 47 years old. And then also I had a Cordell Stewart jersey for the same reason. I liked players who could do a lot of things because I may not have been the starting quarterback, but I was the emergency quarterback, the emergency punter, and I could hardly see over the old line, by the way. I was multifaceted in the way that I played football. So I've always been a part of rooting for those kind of guys. Now, Lee, you're a diehard Chargers fan. I see the background. Everybody paying attention has the background in mind. But have you ever owned a non-Chargers piece?
When I came back from England, the first jersey I ever received was a Dan Marino jersey. And that was from my aunt who lived in New York, all that kind of shit. And then my first jersey I ever bought with my own money was a Randall Cunningham jersey. I used to love Randall Cunningham. I thought he was the shit. So I used to love that. And I thought Randall was the shit. And I'd say my first Parker jacket living in Massachusetts came from my cousin who lived in California. Was a 49er fan. She loved Steve Young. She bought me a big Parker, big thick one, the goose down ones.
Yeah. Oh God.
And that in Massachusetts in winter, you need one of those. And I had a big 49er one, that one from here down to almost this like half to my calves, because that's how. And I'm like, what the hell? And these things are heavy, don't get. And
not a short guy either.
No, so that basically it would be Dan Marino was the first jersey I received. First jersey I bought was a Randall Cunningham with my own money, and then I got that Parker from my cousin loved the Fort. She was Steve Young, but then again, when my cousin rubbed that in my face in 1994, I care. My cousin now lives in Denver. She went from her husband is a diehard Chargers fan, then his job gets relocated to Denver, and he's a fucking Broncos fan now.
Oh no,
we had that in common. My cousin, husband, and I. We used to shoot the shit about Chargers shit all the time.
I want to say this.
Chargers shit all the time, and then now when we talk, we text. It's hate. Every time. It's hate. Straight. I understand. Straight talks about Charger legends, this and that, and now it's straight hate because he's a Denver fan.
I understand the switching
but he married my cousin. My cousin was a Patriots fan, but moving to Denver, it's okay. I'm a Broncos fan. I'm like, how do you fucking go from the Patriots to no ring? I'm not saying no rings, but how do you go from that fan base to that fan? Well, she goes, well, we moved. I'm like, well, stick with your roots. Well, I can't.
I jump on the bandwagon real quick. I get that though. I'm not a fan of that, obviously, because again, though I took time to figure out if I was going to stay a Chargers fan when they moved from San Diego to LA, I'm still here. It was tough because again, San Diego's my heart. It's my love. It is America's finest city for a reason. There's nowhere else I'd rather live, and I look forward to being back there again within the next 5 years for sure. But it's interesting. I think that, you're bringing up these jerseys that you had from other teams. It's kind of funny how we do that kind of stuff. Randall Cunningham, we have a Randall Cunningham share between the two of them.
Yeah, I loved how he played. I loved his scrambling ability was one of my favorites. But you know what? It's just some things. Those jerseys back then was so freaking dope. I had to have the kick, but everyone was at that time was getting a Randall Cunningham jersey. I hopped on the train. I ain't gonna lie, and I was living in Massachusetts too. But shit, I was born in Jersey. I could have been a Giants fan. Oh
God, or a Jets, even worse. Jesus Christ.
No, and from where I lived, it would have been the Giants. It would have been Giants. Okay, because I was born in Pompton, which is near Ramsey, New Jersey. So it's basically upper state New York. And now I got a ton of friends that are Philly fans, but you know what? I always say Philly fans are brutal. Those are brutal fans. Go to a baseball game in Philly, it's nasty.
Hold on, you set me up again. I don't know how you do this. It's literally innate for you. It's built into you. Let me talk about the draft in Philly. Woo! I need to say something. I love Philly. I fit right the fuck in. I had a fucking blast there. I stayed at the Hilton Home too. I had a beautiful room. I had a decent view of the other tall buildings. But I will say this. Boy, those fans, they don't fuck around, man. I'm walking around.
No, they're brutal fans.
Oh, everybody called me out. Everybody. I had a grandma call me out. The fuck you wearing the Chargers jersey for? I was like, oh, shit, this is real out here.
Yeah, they're good fans.
I haven't recorded it. Went on BoltBlitz. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. And she was like 4'9", and she didn't give a fuck about me. She wanted to make sure she threw some fucking vitriol and some spite at me for wearing a Chargers jersey in Philly.
Philly fans take their sports seriously.
They have a jail below the stadium.
I thought Boston fans were bad. Philly fans
are pretty bad.
Are bad. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Did I go to many Philly games, like baseball games? I think I went to like 2 or 3. That was the last I ever did again. Never again. Oh hell no. I went to Yankee Stadium a lot. Oh shit. I've been to Yankee Stadium, Yankee Stadium, over 60, 70 times.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
To me, that rivalry was the best in sports. You say Yankee back in the 90s, that was the best in sports. It's like going to see UNC Duke.
Hey, now remember I lived.
Dude, I went to Carolina for 2 years.
Oh, did you really?
I played soccer there. I played soccer for 2 years. I had a 4-year scholarship, but my dad got sick with Alzheimer's. I left. My grandma paid off my scholarship. Dude, but no, Chapel Hill, man, was a beautiful place for 2 years for me.
A soccer player. Talk about for a minute.
That was fun stuff.
From England, that's all y'all do out there.
Well, I was born here, but my dad was born over there. But I got to meet a lot of players over there. I mean, I went to my dad and my mom when we lived here in the 70s were boosters for the Cosmos and the T-Men. So I not shout out to the World Cup that just happened. I had Pele at my 3rd birthday party. I have a ball right in the back, signed by Pele and the New York Cosmos. So I met Franz Beckenbauer. I met Werner Roth. I met some of the greatest players that played soccer ever. German, European players. I mean, I was at Pele's retirement game, and I had a ball signed by that ball that's in the case is signed by Pele, and it was given to me. I have a picture of the player bringing it over to me. It carried me on the field. I had Bugs Bunny carry me in the field.
Listen, I love me some Phillip Rivers, but interviewing him does not top you having a Pele signed fucking ball. Jesus.
Yo, everyone says, you got to sign that, sell that thing. And go, you're crazy?
No, don't you dare leave.
The money I can get for that ball, but that means nothing to me because you know what? That's my history. Then again, you know I got a Scottie Pippen ball signed over there from my Make-A-Wish trip. That's another one I ain't touching. It says, hey, best wishes, but I got to go to Chicago, man. I had opportunities. Well, I did not the way I wanted to go to Chicago, but as JD said, I got memorabilia. Yeah, but you know what? That's all personal stuff to me. Someone said, "Yeah, I wouldn't sell that ball if you pay me." It means too much to me. To me, it's history. And you know what? You're not going to find a ball like that around. You know, and especially the signatures that on there because that's from the. I was 3. I'm talking about. I was 3. 1978.
I was gonna say just really when I was born.
Yeah, 1978. Yeah, I was just like but as I told you, man, when my mom and dad bred cats, I used to go around in a cat carrier. I was in Cat Fancy magazine in a cat carrier. If I could find those fucking pictures, you'd laugh your ass off.
Hold on, stop. I'm sorry. For all the viewers at home, I need you to understand that the host of the Chargers Power Hour and co-host of Tuesday nights on BoltBlitz Uncut was featured in Cat Fancy.
I was in the magazine, yeah. My mom used to breed the cat. They had the best Burmese in the United States and Canada, and I would go around in a cat carrier, and I had my own little nameplate too.
Oh God! Whoa!
My mom showed me that shit. I was like, hell no! And then my mom would say, I remember when I got older, right? I met one of my mom's friend who was a breeder. She goes, Lee, did you know how your parents showed you off? I go, what? They go, you got first place ribbons on your carrier. I'm like, what the hell? I said, I know I'm number 1 in my parents' heart, but I was number 1 to the cats.
Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm crying.
If I can find some of that shit, it's funny as shit. My brother would laugh at me.
Brilliant. Oh, look at this guy. Oh, timely. Look at this guy. His new name is not Busley. Who the fuck is Boston Brewski? That's not.
That's my friend. That's my friend George. He's from Massachusetts.
What's up? Oh shit.
What's up, George?
Boston. I should have known. My
fault. George is a Lions fan. He likes the Lions, but he's from New England. He likes his Patriots, though. He can talk his shit. He and his Drake, man, all his stuff. George knows. George and I are in a fantasy football league together, too. He's got his own league, so it's kind of funny.
Love that shit. Let's do that. Let's have fun. Let's make fun of each other because that's why we're here.
Georgia, that's some funny shit, man. I got a lot of friends from Massachusetts that watch our shit. It's funny, but you know what? I can't wait for the Patriots Chargers game. I get to talk. We have a thread on Facebook, and I get to talk my shit. They get to talk their shit. It's kind of funny.
Hell yeah!
I love the smack talk. It's kind of fun.
Let's do this. He's here early, but I think that he's going to be okay with this. I'm telling you right now, if you're not paying attention to what Boltman does, and yes, Ken Lampkin, in the communities that matter to Los Angeles, where he helps the downtrodden, where he helps the people who truly, genuinely need it, you're missing out. Let's bring him on stage right now, man. Let's get Ken on here. This is literally the Boltman. Oh, get the hell on here. Come on, button work. There he is. What's up, Ken?
Everybody?
What's up, Ken?
What's up?
Nice to finally meet you, quote unquote, in person. We've done our best, I think, to try to praise you and make sure that people, understand who you are and what your process is about. But you are the Boltman. Talk about it. Listen, I know the former Boltman. I'm really glad that we have a new one. So, how did that process happen? And then you ended up.
Dan.
How did that transpire?
Dan's an amazing man. That man created an image and an icon symbol out there for the Chargers 30 years ago this year. And I give him all the props. I'm glad he was able to hand it over to me. And I can only hope that I make the fans proud and him proud as well.
That's awesome. Listen, Dan and I we were on the Save Our Bolt squad together. I like to flip Dan some shit. He's actually a good dude. He just he tried to offer me the Boltman thing for a price tag that I thought was hilarious. And I don't fit that.
He tried that on me too.
Yeah, but I know about you a little bit. I know you know how to negotiate. So listen, you've been Boltman. When you do these things as far as community outreach, how important is that to you and your family? And you're raising a lot of good future adults. Talk about that a little bit, please.
Well, about 30 years ago, me and my beautiful wife started taking care of kids, not just our own, all kids. We moved that into Chargers world now. For 25 years, I couldn't watch Chargers football. I had 13 kids. Very hard to take that many kids to a football game. So as we moved on in life, our kids are all grown now. I still have 3, 2 adopted, one of our own. My beautiful wife allowed me to venture on to more Charger stuff. And I can tell everybody, I go off of her heart. I'm the foot, she's the heart. She's amazing. Yeah. She's got the biggest heart out there. She raises the kids amazing, educates them, takes care of them, and she takes that same energy, and takes it out to the streets of a community, our community, LA's community. Her and her friends are amazing at what they do.
Well, and it's constant for you guys. It feels like there's no rest. Every time I turn on to your Facebook feed, you guys are doing something else.
Yeah, I know something
important.
Well, I'd like to rest. Please let me know when I'm allowed to, because I'm ready to. I plan on retiring, but unfortunately, I can't do that now. No, my wife, she's just got energy. She's got the biggest heart I've ever seen in my life. And if she wants me to do something, we're going to get and do it. And luckily, we have an amazing back group of people that you guys don't even know about who absolutely are always there for us. Financially, they support us. Everything that we do, we have a nonprofit now. So they're always on top of that. They're out there doing things right now to collect stuff for the homeless. We have a homeless event August 30th. So if anybody out there wants to come and join in and be a part of it, you're more than welcome. Because, again, that's Mary C.J. McCoy. She's our front runner on the homeless events that we do now. She's doing an amazing job. Again, we have an amazing back group of people that you guys don't even see or know about is what makes us be so successful.
Congratulations. It's always the back part that always comes in the story that always means the most. It's those people that work the hardest. And I see it on your Facebook feed all the time. And I always see the wonderful things you do, the giveaways, the things that people in need for the Chargers. And I represent, and I say what you do is wonderful. And I thank you, and I really do. And trust me, when you ever have an event, if you need me to mention it on my podcast, I will happily do that also, because it's a Chargers podcast. So I will happily do that, Ken. No problem.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Ken. It was a blessing to get something like this. There he is, right there. To have this guy and to have a platform, the only thing I could do is good with it. Anything else would be a mistake. You got to represent. I I don't walk as a super fan. I walk as a mascot. I don't have the luxury to hate. I won't hate. All fans are welcome. If you're wearing powder blue and yellow, you're part of Charger Bolt family in my eyes.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
No, hold on. So, I mean, this is so important to you, obviously. I mean, that you have the honor, I believe. And again, you know, you took the torch, so to speak, or were passed down the torch from Dan Jaregi. It matters to you when you put that on. Number one, your focus is always on making sure the kids get pictures. Like what you're doing is really, I mean, you're incorporating the people who wouldn't be incorporated a lot of times, especially in the NFL world. It's a complex game, but every time I see you in a picture, I mean, it's kids and everybody's piece of, and you're doing all this great stuff. Again, you're feeding the homeless. You're doing these great things. Is this just like ingrained in you from the beginning, or where did that start for you? Your need to help the people out in the community?
My wife. Again, I'm an asshole. I am not nice. I'm not polite, but that's why we get things done. She knows who I am and my abilities, and she uses that. And she says, I want this done, so I go get it done for her. I'd love to take credit for this kind of stuff. Again, raising as many boys and children I have, through fighting the court systems and dealing with all kinds of things I deal with. Being kind is nice, but it doesn't work when I'm raising all these boys and these children. So she's the heart, I'm the foot, but I give her 100% of all the credit. When you see anything when it comes to the homeless, the people out there, she tears up. She just, her heart's just so damn big. You can't help but help her, you know.
We're sneaking up on the 4-hour mark here on the 12-hour subathon on BoltBlitz Uncut. I'm your host, Booga Peters, joined by co-host Lee Ainsworth. And then, hello, we got the fucking Bolt man, Ken Lampkin. We're talking about the strength, and I want to show something and say something about humility. When we start to defer the credit to our loved ones, our wives and our girlfriends or our children or just people that we care about, I think that really sets a foundation for humility. And Ken, you're just deferring all the credit. I know you're not going to give yourself a lot of credit, but what I can say to you is I can't tell you how many kids or parents I've talked to that have said, Boltman made a difference in my day. How does that make you feel, man?
That's what it's all about. Period. Again, we take care of a lot of kids, and that's my goal in my life. Is I spent 30 years destroying neighborhoods with what I did in my bad life. I spent the last 30 years fixing them, and that starts with the kids. Period. And when it comes to marketing and building a fan base, you can't start with 40-year-old men who just want to get drunk and yell and complain about football. You got to start with the kids. So our whole goal is to start with the children and build our fan base. And again, hey, I'm one of those guys too, trust me. But if we want to build the fan base back to what it used to be back in the 70s days that I remember, when you couldn't buy a ticket at our stadium, that's what we got to get back to. We're only going to do that is if we get these little kids tugging on mommy daddy shirts saying, I want to go to the game. I want to go see Boltman. I want to go see the fun that he brings. If we don't bring stuff out for these children, we're never going to build our fan base. So we have to start with the kids. I advertise 3 foot high. That's it.
Dean Spanos, I hope you're listening.
I know, right? Yeah. Hey, man, by the way, I put Susie, this is Spanos, is a Facebook friend. I already put in a little note about the Bolt man. So we're looking forward to whatever transpires. And I just have to tell you right now, Ken, kids deserve all the help in the world. They're literally quite helpless in some certain scenarios. And what you're doing for these literal helpless folks is it's what changes them. And I don't think people understand that fandom does start as a child. I wore Chargers gear home from the hospital at birth. My children wore my daughter and my son Chargers gear home from the hospital. Like, it starts then, Ken. And that's so important to build that foundation, isn't it?
Yep, absolutely.
Well, and like you said, we're trying to pack that SoFi Stadium, just like, I know people hate on San Diego and the Murph, but damn, it used to be hard to get tickets, like you said, brother.
Yeah, hey, we were second to none but Green Bay. I remember going to football games. We were season ticket holders when I was a kid. And my best memories as a child was going to those football games. The grass, the concrete, the cigarette smell, the beer, all that. And you could go anywhere you wanted. But every time something happened in that stadium, you were surrounded by our fans. You weren't surrounded by the enemy. I don't want my boys going to a game being surrounded by the enemy. I want them surrounded by our fans. So we got to get 50,000 to 60,000 people in that stadium. Period. That's my goal, and I won't stop till I get there.
Yeah, I know we see a lot of opponents' jerseys, especially when the San Francisco 49ers come to that stadium. It's a sea of red. It's not blue. But those are facts. There's nothing we can do about that. It's just us showing up and showing out. That's what we have to do. We can't control what we can only control the things we can, not the things we can't. Unfortunately, that's our fan base has to get bigger, as Ken said, from the younger kids and growing it up bigger.
Hold on, I got to get to the comments real quick. Mr. Bakes a lot. What would you do? What would you say to your kids if they became fans of another AFC West team? They wouldn't be my children anymore. They have Charger personalized jerseys. They're good. They have their names on the back like they've had them since they were really young. My daughter's first jersey was a Luis Castillo.
Ooh.
Check back. Defensive lineman. It was the only tiny one I could find. She was a baby, but we put that on her and she looked good in the 93. No, honestly, I'll accept whatever my children decide to do as long as it's within the parameters of how I'm raising them. How's that sound? I know Ken gets that shit for sure. Boston Brewski. Chargers should have stayed in San Diego.
You ain't lying.
You know, I wish. No, I can't change it. Again, I took a year and a half to decide. But I kind of want to backtrack a little bit. Ken, you've been at these games. I think that one of the things, as much as we're putting it in the impetus on the fact that we need to see more Chargers fans at SoFi, last year was a little bit different, wasn't it? I feel like the fans were showing up.
Yeah, I think they did show up.
Yeah, you had to have felt it, right? Because I mean, the watch parties, the end of the season, the playoff game obviously put a big damper on everything. But as far as the fan base growing, the fans going to the watch parties, going out to the events, just showing up when they need to show up was amazing last year. It showed me again we're on the right track. We are building, we are growing. Our fan base is amazing, and the greatest thing about it is it might be small now, but what they do out there, go look out there when it comes to Chargers community. We're doing more than any NFL team out there right now. We do a lot as a community with Chargers, from San Diego to LA. We got Southern California taken care of, from Thunder Alley, Electric Avenue, Swoop and D, Bolt Pride, Charger Bolt Family, Lost Rail, all those guys out there. IE, you got so many, Beach City. I could go on and on and on with all these groups that continuously do things out there for the community and our fan base. So it might be small now, but I guarantee it's one of the greatest ones out there.
Yeah, I think it's one of the most dedicated it has to be. We ain't won shit yet.
That's right.
You saw it. You were there live and in person. I can't even imagine what watching a game is like for you. I'm sure you don't get to see much.
No, I don't watch war. I have not sat in my seats in 6 years. I also won't go down in front and take the glory away from our super fans. I walk the backfields up a bit more down to the cabanas, and all I do is take pictures all game long.
Yeah, but some of those pictures are worth 1,000 words to some kids too. You know, I've seen them online, Ken. I've seen them around, and I've seen, wow, man. Some teams they have mascots, but they don't do half the things that you do. And I've noticed that. There's a couple, like the Jaguars are one. I've noticed that. I've seen a couple teams, but what you do, there's like I'd say out of all 32 teams, there's maybe like 4 or 5 mascots that are really in tune with the fan base. I've noticed that. But we have a loyal one. That's what I love. But you do.
It's not their fault. I talk with a lot of the mascots. Toro and me talk a lot. I talk a lot with Cleveland Browns. I talk a lot with other mascots out there. They would love to have my ability, but their hands are tied. They got the NFL and their own organizations tying their hands. Now, you got to admit, though, people like Toro, amazing. I couldn't do half of what that young man does. He praises me and gives me all the acclimates, but I'm telling you, I'm an old guy. Bolt Man is an amazing mascot. He's been around for 30 years, but these young kids out there for their teams, they're doing a great job too, and they would like to do a whole lot more. They just can't.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, the NFL is a young man's game unless you just show up old and change the fucking scenery, my man. What you're doing is not just changing the scenery. You're changing lives. I think it's important by the way, I saw Boston Brewski say that shit about the Patriots are 4-0 against the Chargers in the playoffs. Appreciate you, man. Thank God you're Spencer's dad, so I'll be nice to you. But come on now, man. That don't matter right now. That being said, it's 2026, and it feels like these Chargers are primed for a run. And we're going to continue to talk about everything you do for the community, Ken. But you also know some fucking football, too. Let's talk a little bit about that. The 2026 Chargers, deep positions, running back, tight end. You have Justin Herbert. I mean, this is a different team this year. And then we have the fan base to back it up. Ken, what do you expect out of the Chargers this year in 2026?
I expect nothing but a Super Bowl, period. Again, we have everything. This is the most stacked, most situated, most perfect scenario you could come up with for not just Chargers, but NFL itself. We're in a SoFi Stadium this year. We got a fan base that's loud and proud again. We got a team that's stacked beyond belief, is so deep that I can't even see down the line. We have everything we need. We got 2 head coaches. We got a man that can take Herbert all the way. If we mobilize Herbert, protect him for more than 3 or 4 seconds, we will be nonstop, unstoppable. 17-0, baby. That's all I want to hear. I don't want to play with nobody. I don't want to hear nobody out there this year. We're the baddest team on paper. Now we're going to put it on the field.
Ken, you're getting me fucking fired up, and we're 4 hours into this shit. So I'm telling you right now, a little tough to do that. Also, I do want to provide a public apology to Rocky Sealanders. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get him on the show. I'm sorry, Rock. I miss you. Cannot wait to talk football with you again. We're going to figure it out, but I got to get you on camera. But we're going to figure that out. And you have no wide receivers other than Lat. Come on, Trey Harris. Come on, man. KLS. What are you doing? Brennan Thompson? That's the guy I wanted in the draft, Mr. Bakes. The hell is that? The wide receiver room's all right. It's not great, but it's all right.
We're so deep and stacked that we're not even going to bring Allen back. I love the man. I wish he could come back, but we're not. We're moving on so fast and so strong that even a man that I believe will bring a lot to a locker room and a lot to these younger players, their minds as head coaches are saying, nah, we're that far ahead of the game already.
No, I'm going to piggyback exactly off of what you said, Ken. And we talked about it twice, I believe, Lee, in this show. Watching Ladd McConkey during the exit interview saying, I just want to help this team. I just want more looks. Listen, Keenan Allen led the team in targets last year at like 122. Ladd had less targets. And let's just say this quite out loud. Keenan is a catch and fall down kind of a guy. Sure, he can make people miss earlier in his career, but that's not kind of what he is. Ladd, he's yak. He's make people miss. I know he's slight of frame, but he has all the speed in the world that you need for what he's going to do in a Mike McDaniel offense. Raiders go away. Love you, man. They were saying that. Fuck the Raiders, by the way. Oh, what is it? Hold on. Sorry. To put it politely, we always say family, trust, respect.
That's right.
Family, trust, respect. You're listening to BoltBlitz Uncut. I'm your host, Booga Peters. Of course, my co-host, Lee Ainsworth, is here for the longest show we've ever done. We've had the privilege of being joined by my guy, Ken Lampkin, the Bolt man, somebody who's differently changing the lives of all the fans out there and really trying to unite everybody. I think it's so important, Lee, that you continue to do what you're doing because this fan base has a chance. It really does. I heard it on TV. I haven't been to SoFi yet, Ken, but I heard it on TV for the first time. And I'll get out there. I have health issues, but I'll get out there. I could hear it on TV, Ken. It hasn't been that way since the Murph. And you can hear all the fans, and it looks good in the crowd. I know there are some teams that travel well, but the Chargers are really trying to establish a home field in LA. How do you feel about that?
It's coming. That's all there is to it. And it was just a matter of time. Again, you got to win games to get a fan base. And I get that. But we're doing that. And again, this is our season. This is our year. We're not going nowhere. We have everything we need to see the fans come out like they did last season. I guarantee we're going to be louder and prouder and stronger than our opposing teams this year in our stadium.
I'm telling you, it really feels that way, Ken. You see the hype. I mean, we're all begging for football to be back. Ken, I know you've got to be excited. This is the work you're doing, and literally, I think you kind of nailed it too. And just the all-encompassing, it's all of the fan base really trying to come together. How busy do you think training camp's going to be, considering they sold out of tickets in 9 minutes, Ken?
Every time they do. Oh, yeah. I love getting out there with them. I'm going to do family night and kids night, of course. The fans, this is what gets them going. This is what gets us all started and riled up, watching these youngsters out there trying to earn their spots, seeing what they could do. Being able to watch them up close like that and then watch them go down there on the field and play in the games, it's exciting. And if we get the kids out there again is our number one goal. Families, bring your children out there. That's what we want to do. Again, on the 15th and 16th, Boltman will be out there. So come out. Again, we'll have all kinds of cool things. I got Marlo Wax and Vidal working with Charger Bolt family. So when we're out there, we'll make sure we bring them around for the kids too, you know. So we do a lot of cool stuff for the community, the family. But training camp, that's just when things start moving, you know. Everybody's already excited. Oh, by the way, real quick, we have decided to take Bolt Boulevard, which is a new tailgate we're creating, and we're taking it off the lot. We've decided to move across the street, and it gives us so much free will. We could put jumpers out there. We could bring players out there. There's nobody tying our hands no more for tailgating, and we've got over 150 spots. So it's going to be an amazing thing, an amazing idea. Patrick was a huge part of it. Doug Butch, these guys, Scotty on the back pages, they all talked me into it. So we're moving a huge tailgate across the street and on Prairie Avenue for all the Charger fans. It's a cheaper cost. It's a better way. You guys will see what I'm talking about this season.
Yeah, I know. Patrick's little Thunderdome is a wild one, man. He's a Patrick's a wild one.
I think he's talking about Patrick Conlon, but Thunderdome.
Yeah, there's a couple of them, yeah.
I know Patrick and I aren't big fans of each other, by the way, but I love anybody who's supporting the Chargers. I can always get down with all that shit. Ken, when you let's talk about this. You're clearly abreast of what's going on here. The pink lot seems to be going away. What the fuck is going on with that? And then that does make the Bolt Boulevard tailgate the spot. Tell us a little bit about what we're going to lose. It's one more year of tailgating at SoFi, but what does that mean for Bolt Boulevard and the tailgate there?
Well, we were planning on deciding when to move across the street anyways. Again, it gives us more freedom, gives us more spots, gives us the ability to do more things without being handicapped by the NFL or the organization. So we were planning on doing this anyways. It seems that the pink lot, they were going to try to move it down to a tortilla chip idea with a purple lot this year.
Oh, yeah.
That plan didn't work because construction isn't ready to be started for that hotel and all that stuff in the pink lot. So they're going to go ahead and let them have it for one more year. I don't think they're going to eliminate tailgating at all, but I do think they're minimizing it so much that about 1,500 fans won't have the ability to tailgate in a stadium. So we're just thinking ahead and making sure that we have an option, and a much cheaper option, for the fans to come park, tailgate, have a great time. We got great DJs. We got great ideas coming out, you know. I don't want to expose anything that we got coming up.
It all.
If you ever been to one of our events or seen how we do things, it's going to be an amazing tailgate. One of the best in LA, I guarantee it.
Well, I obviously that's you guys' goal, is to provide this immersive experience. And from what I've seen, and again, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but from what I've seen, from what you guys do, you really have this area that you've got restaurants, you've got merch shops. There are things along there that literally, again, it's all immersive. You get the full experience of LA, not just the Chargers too. And I think that's important even for visiting fans. And as you're trying to hone these children into Chargers fans and become a part of Charger Bolt family, the Bolt fam, I think it's so important that there is at least somewhere. Hey, I've aged out of tailgating. I'm more about the game and this kind of shit. But that being said, boy, there are videos all over, man. Yeah. But listen, I can still party a little bit, but the end of the road is literally tomorrow for the drinking. So that I'm excited about that transition in my life. But Ken, what you're doing, I think it's not just important. I think that it's something that a lot of these young people, their parents, their families, they're really going to latch on to the fact that this made a difference. It didn't just necessarily make them better Charger fans, but it could make them down the road better people. Please keep doing what you're doing. What else are you working on before we get you out of here? What can we expect from Boltman this year? Obviously, you're at the home games, but talk about what you have planned for the 2026 season.
Oh, being loud, proud, and staying strong, man. Powder blue and yellow all the way, baby. Charger Bolt family. We got all kinds of great things. We got players coming out. Like I said, I got Marlo Wax. I got Vidal with us. So we're going to be doing some events with them on the off-season, the game. I mean, what's it called? The bye week. We'll do something on the bye week. August 30th, again, we have a homeless event on August 30th. We'll be doing that. We'll be starting a greet and meet for the fans coming out of town. We're also aligned with ESFF, which is a larger national group of all 32 teams. So we have a lot of people coming out from across the globe and across the country. So we're going to put some Greek meets together out at Smash Mouth Pickleball in El Segundo. So we got a lot of cool things going. The tailgate, of course, we just started ramping that up, signed the contract with that today. So again, look forward to amazing things designed all around family, kid friendly Charger fans.
Sounds good.
Literally beautiful. Listen, when we did the BoltBlitz meetups, we always had the kids on the mic reading off the raffle tickets, and they fucking loved it. They got to be the star, and a lot of them won shit too. Ken, what you're doing, I think it's not just important. I think that this fan base doesn't understand that it does start from the ground up. Getting these kids involved. I mean, again, I wore shit home from the hospital at birth in Charger gear. My children did as well. Anything else you want to shout out? Because right now, by the way, Marlo Wax and Kamani Vidal, that's not too shabby, brother.
Yeah. And they're both great young men. They're into the community. We're going to do some football camps with them next season. We got a lot of stuff headed in the next 2 or 3 years. We like planning way ahead. First off, shout out to you for doing what you do here. This marathon thing is great. The fans love listening. We need more podcasters out there doing what you both are doing. Also, best wishes to your health, man. And I hope you come down and see the games. And if you do, get a hold of me. We'll make sure, because we got hotel rooms for you. We got everything you need coming out from around the country. You come into our city, we got you taken care of 100%.
Okay, Ken, if I ever need information, I'll hit you up on Facebook and I can put it on my podcast. And thank you for all you do. Not just you, but also your wonderful wife.
Absolutely. Hey, also don't threaten me with a good time, Ken. Come on, brother. Hey, this has been, I'm telling you right now, you and I are going to have to work together a little bit more, but I'm going to tell you right now, I'm really good at accepting invites to things.
I'm all down, baby. Again, we got the red carpet for you, baby. Come on down. If you haven't been to a game yet, that's the blessing this for yourself.
San Diego is powder blue and navy. I'm just saying they did roll out the carpet, but I got to earn my status back, and I'm doing all the dirty work to get it done. We're doing that hopefully on this 12-hour subathon. We've literally hit past the 1/3 mark. Before I close it out, I say with you, Ken, I really appreciate you coming on the show. You're welcome anytime you want. I'll get you links when you got something you want to post out there, or you have an event. Hit me up and we'll get it on the show. I'll literally just do a show, a quick one, whatever it is. We'll put it all over YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok. Because yes, Lee's talked me into a TikTok account, even though
I started one too.
On TikTok.
Yeah,
let's fucking go.
I got mine. Yeah, I got no
excuses. Ken, it has been my pleasure. I know Lee was excited to have you on the show, and you exceeded all expectations. Keep us abreast. I know people hate that word, of all the news you got going out there and the stuff that we can do to help promote what you're doing. Please help doing what you do to build this fan base. They deserve it. I'm tired of the no fans talk. We're all fucking tired of it. Ken, let's defeat that shit. Let's shove it into the ground. Let's bury it 6 feet fucking deep. Let's just keep fucking forging forward.
0.6 out of here, baby.
Let's go, baby. Appreciate you so much. That was Ken Lampkin, the Bolt Man. Lee, we just finished up with Bolt Man. Are you kidding me?
That was fun, man. I swear to God, I need to get a Bolt Man and put it in my office. I've seen the bobblehead. But I need to get a little figurine to put it in the office. I always have something if it's. I think it's kind of cool, but that's Charger related. So it is the Charger's office.
Ken, send me something. I don't know.
Yo, Ken, send me one. Because it was like a couple years ago. He had a shirt, and I was gonna buy it, but they were out of stock.
Oh,
it was the Bolt Man shirt.
Yeah, T Public, I think is the name of it. TEE Public. They have some Charger stuff a lot of times, but you can't get a Bolt Man shirt.
Exactly. And his stuff goes fast.
As it should.
And no, right?
We're 17 minutes past the 2 o'clock hour Eastern time, Lee. I don't know how you're hanging out with me.
I'm hanging good. Oh, what time do you need the closers? I was asked.
9 p.m.
So 9 p.m. my time? Because I have to get them Pacific. So that'd be 7 Pacific, right?
My time.
9?
Yeah, 9 my time. So if they're Pacific, 6.
So 6 Pacific.
Yeah. We need them for an hour, and we're just going to fucking vibe and have the best time ever. Again, coming up at 3 o'clock here, we'll be joined by producer and co-host of BoltBlitz Uncut, Taylor Blue, one of my favorites, probably Oh God, I don't know. Probably my favorite co-host other than Thomas, if I'm being completely honest, because she just crushes it. But she's a straight to the point, facts, stats, no dribble in between. It's just it's really stuff that you can learn from and you can use. She has a lot of great places to glean all this information from, and somebody like that is useful to this fan base because what's so important to me is the education and the information provided to this fan base. Let's make these fans better. Let's grow this fan base, just like Ken talked about. Let's start trying to educate the kids young. Like, let's teach them about football. Y'all ever want to talk about anything? I'll do a whole show. We can break down X's and O's. I'll break down my favorite 12, 13, 22 personnel. I'll talk about my 5-wide package that I helped run at Portage Northern. Like, we can talk about this Pontiac Northern. Portage. Jesus, I haven't been in Portage in 22 years. So that was a weird pull.
Yeah,
weird,
I just text
pull.
JD the time. 6
All right,
Pacific. 6 Pacific
we
time.
need them rowdy boys. It's going to be at 12 hours. Lee, you might fall asleep before then. I'm just trying to hold on.
I'm good.
My teeth. I know you are. I don't have a C4 sugar free, but I got that thing in the cup. I'm hanging in here, baby. Hope y'all are having fun. We're having a ton of fun here. Again, you're listening to BoltBlitz Uncut. We're hitting the 4-hour and almost 20-minute mark. Lee, we're over a third of the way done. I know you're going to gas out and leave for a little bit with Taylor, but I don't know if Jeremiah is going to show up because I haven't heard from him and he hasn't done anything. But if he does, I'll tell you right now, Charger fans, you do not want to miss this story. It's a different kind of story. It's a story of despair. It's a story of pain and what he's done to get to where he's at. Though he did just have a cup of coffee in the NFL, he's still playing professional football. And at a high level, he led the team in sacks last year that he played for. So we're hoping he does show up. He's one of the coolest cats I've met in a while. And his story is, if it doesn't inspire you, you're not paying attention. We really hope to get him on the show. He's scheduled to be here at 4 p.m. Eastern time. By the way, at 5 o'clock, I know everybody's ready for this guy. Adam Rank, who was a featured guest on this show for years. He was literally my first interview I ever had on BoltBlitz. I scheduled him for a 22-minute interview. We talked for an hour and 37 minutes. So when we get Rank on here, we're going to be talking. But then it gets fun. And then we got Amy Trask trying to figure out what she's going to do. She wants to cover the camera. She doesn't want to be seen. I don't know why she's so shy. She's a very good-looking lady. So for whatever reason, we will accommodate her no matter what. I mean, Lee, she's a princess of darkness. And we got Mr. Bakes a lot. We got Raiders fans in the chat. Just looking forward to her being here.
Yeah, I know. As soon as I saw that she was on, I told Bakes right away.
I love it.
Trust me. Bakes is a shit. I mean, I remember when I met him in Vegas, man, last year. He had his Raiders jersey. I'm like, oh God, it's all good. But I love Bakes. He's a great competitor of mine, man. I mean, we're in like what? Well, at least now maybe three leagues. Yeah, he just joined our $200 league. He took over a team, and he's already shaking that sucker up. And he's the one that made the Hampton deal with.
Oh, that is. Oh,
yes, that's Bakes. That's where I got Hampton from. And because we were talking, he's like, well, in another league that, hey man, I got Mitchell for you. I'm like, yo, I don't make too many trades in fantasy, especially at $200 leagues.
I took the last 3 years off, but we're gonna have a BoltBlitz league. I don't want to commission it, so I got to find a commissioner. I don't have the time to do that. The cleaning business keeps me busy as fuck. The editing job keeps me busy, and then by the way, I have a 17-year-old daughter and a 15-year-old son. Like I try to stay busy and as focused on my children's lives as possible, considering obviously. Well, not obviously, but I split custody 50-50 with my ex-wife. So anytime my kids are here, they're the priority, of course. You having fun yet, Lee?
I'm having a lot of fun because I got George asking me, you got any leagues open up?
Hey, you tell George we're going to get with it. Whatever it is. Have a couple.
It's funny, man, because, you know, if you ever do a league, I could commission it, you know.
I want 1 point PPR, and then you can run the BoltBlitz league, and of course you can be in it. I just don't want to commission. I don't have the time for it. I wouldn't be a good commissioner because of my lack of time. I can't, and I'm not letting the league down like that. We're not doing any of this respectfully.
I hear you.
Matt Miller bullshit where fucking people sign up for leagues and never get paid, and nobody pays their. That's insane to me. That whole story is all the way out there. Matt Miller and I were Facebook friends until I started hearing all this bullshit. And it was like, nah, I got to cancel, dude. I can't be a part of whatever that is that he's doing. After the GoFundMe guy, look at the pause. There's the pause t-shirt.
Yeah, it was.
Is that from Neon Peacock merch?
Yeah, it was. It was.
So he does his thing too. Let's give a little plug to him. What else has he got on the website? Not just t-shirts. Tell me about it.
It's not just t-shirts. He does custom t-shirts, custom hoodie. Once you put a picture on his website, he can do pillows, framed artwork, you name it. He does t-shirts that go front, the design, the front and the back, a crest. There's everything. I mean, there's I couldn't really tell you. I'd be there for like 5 minutes. How much stuff's on his website? He does cups, bags, even blankets, throws, you name it. There's everything over there. I mean,
your boy.
Oh, hey, George, Puss Paws, huh? Puss Lee. Hey, George. Hey, it is all good. You know what? Hey, it's fun. You know, it's all fun. Make them pay first draft. Make them pay. Yeah, George.
You gotta have them pay.
Hey, George, you're gonna have to make a bet. You want to put your mouth where it's George? Let's make a bet goes to a charity on that Patriots Chargers game. We'll talk then. Then we'll see who the puss is. Then we'll see who the puss is.
Ooh. Well, I am what I eat, so I am a pussy. I'm just saying.
Then again, I'll talk a lot of smack that week. It's Sunday Night Football, too. It's Sunday Night Football, Patriots, Chargers. That's Sunday Night Football.
Now, I'm guilty of saying that shit.
That fucking thread, that Massachusetts thread, as George says, we got to liven it up. We got a lot of old cats in there, but I got to liven it up here and there. You got George and you got Mark in there and all that kind of stuff.
Hold on, you got to explain his last comment. I'm sorry, but
you were like, George, you don't even know. My parents used to breed cats when I was younger. So, in other words, they had two boys. So it's kind of hard to handle one. So they had to take me around in a cat.
The kid leashed.
I know, right? Clip that.
Oh, you got me again.
You can have a regular season win. I'll take. Hey, George, all playoff wins. We'll get that playoff win this year. Hey, I would love it against the Patriots. I would love that.
Listen, so let's give him a little props here. By the way, the Patriots have beaten the Chargers in 4 straight playoff games. I watch it. Boy, he just keeps calling you pussy. What a fucker. I kind of love it though, because he knows he can get away with it or he wouldn't do it. I just think that this year is going to be a little bit different. We're going to find out in the regular season, and let's see what happens in the postseason, because I do believe the Chargers have a chance to face the Patriots again, hopefully ending in a completely different outcome. Lee, we've been holding 50 viewers.
And hopefully it's in our house, not New England.
Hey, well, I definitely don't want to play.
That's how I look at it, because you look at New England. When you play in New England, you play against those elements. That's a huge difference. When you don't have those elements and home field advantage, that is a key, especially against the Patriots. Knowing, living there for so long, watching all that shit and family, that shit is real. I ain't gonna lie. That shit is real. That home field advantage is real. That weather is. I lived in that shit for 28 years. That weather is a factor and is a key to how Patriots play their football. They build their team all the time back in the day when they were winning around players that can handle that weather. That's why their run game is so huge. And that's why Henderson for that team this year in fantasy is huge. And again, they got Rahamad or Stevenson. So
Stevenson. No. I don't know why Travion Henderson didn't see as many touches as I believe he should have had.
Saw a lot more last year. I thought he should have.
Hey, Boston Brewski, don't you dare talk about Troy Brown with me. That dude played everything.
You ain't lying there.
Incredible special touch, dude. Like, listen to me. When I think about Foxborough, number one, I think about the fact that the fans are fucking racist as shit, and I hate that part. Boston Brewski. But they're diehard. They really believe in their team, and literally until the final whistle, the Patriots have a chance to win. Again, if Boston wasn't racist, I'd fucking move there because a lot of those people, minus the racism, think similar to like I do, minus again the worst part about them. if you don't believe me, go to any game in Boston. It doesn't have to be an NFL game. It doesn't have to be a Patriots game. Go to a Celtics game. Go to a Red Sox game. It's a different experience depending on where you live.
Mm-hmm.
Not a huge fan of that. Gillette. Oh, sorry. My bad. The Razor. Oh, God. That reminds me of the Raiders. Like Chris used to do. Gillette Stadium. My apologies. I know. No, I appreciate you even being man enough to fucking say that. I get tired of that kind of shit. I'm old. I bought a house in Pontiac. There's no room for racism in my life. I just did Texas. Yeah. Dude. The Massachusetts. That's hilarious. Why do you think Lee lives in Texas? What you got there?
Oh, it was just that something showed up at the house. It's not even mine. It must be my neighbor's. I don't wear a kid's shirt.
No, you definitely
do. Dude, this ain't gonna fit me.
That's like somebody handing me a medium. Like, dude, that's gonna not fit over my arms, much less my gut. Give me a fucking break, man. Massachusetts is one of the best references I've ever heard, by the way. That's absolutely brilliant. This is Spencer's dad, you said?
No, Spencer's dad is Horace. That's my friend George.
George. Okay, my fault. Sorry, I've misquoted that a couple times then.
Sorry.
But the good news is we're hitting up the 4-hour and 30-minute mark here on the 12-hour subathon of BoltBlitz Uncut. Thank you so much for everybody who stayed tuned in. I don't mind telling y'all, this is the most viewing we've had consistently as far as staying around 48 to 50 viewers that I've ever had on this show. So I think this 12-hour subathon is working. We'd love to have y'all like this episode and then, of course, subscribe if you're new. We have a lot of content. It's going to be a huge season for the Chargers. Lee and I both have huge expectations for the team. Also, 30 minutes from now, Taylor Bloom, co-host, producer of the BoltBlitz Uncut show. And don't forget, she's also the host of the Electric Edge podcast. She has some great videos from the Chargers Social Club, which is actually an all-women's group where they meet and they play like board games and they talk football and they feel safer there, so to speak. And I just want you to know Taylor doesn't need to feel safe because she can talk football with anybody. Taylor's one of the best minds in the game. She has a great resource as far as the number of sites that she gets her information from. So there's no fluff in the middle. It's literally, these are the stats. These are the facts. Let's form our opinions from here. I think it's very important that we start to do that kind of thing, as a fan base. Looking forward to have Taylor on here. She's great. Cannot wait to have her on the show. How great was Boltman, by the way?
That was excellent, dude. That was so much fun.
I mean, I got fired up again. I got my second win. We're going to need a third and a fourth win. Who is that? Is that a soccer player, Layman?
Yeah, I don't even know. This looks like an eBay thing, dude. Dude, look at how big this is. Dude.
Oh.
Dude.
Wait, hold on. They have the name and number on both sides?
It's trash jersey. It's nothing. It's trash. It looks like you could use it to wipe your ass.
Cut it into squares, baby. Cut it
exactly. Exactly.
Here, by the way, let's add in a little flavor, so to speak. For all of you who think that there are flushable wipes, I own a private cleaning company. There is no such thing. Buy a diaper genie. If you're a man or a woman who's handy with a drill, just mount a fucking toilet paper holder onto it and then put the wipes in the diaper genie. For those of you who have yet to change a diaper, the diaper genie is one of the greatest inventions in the history of the world. But that's not important right now. Listen, we're trying to fill a little bit of time. We got 7 hours and 28 minutes, 4 seconds left. Golly, Bears jersey. Oh, yeah. Who's like George again? Oh, well, of course.
Yeah. George lives in Massachusetts. So
Boss Brewski. Teddy Bruschi is one of the best football names ever, by the way. I just want to throw that out there. Great guests coming up. It's going to get busy here in the latter half of this. We have had some cancellations. I'm going to see what I can do with Amy Trask. She keeps messaging me, and we're going to do whatever we can to get her on the show. Amy makes everything she touches better, so we really want to make sure she can be a part of the festivities, if you will. Lee, I'm not going to give mine yet. You've talked about it earlier in the show, but for the new listeners who just tuned in, what's your record prediction for the Chargers, despite Weeks 3 through 10, that gauntlet is dirty. It's tough as fuck.
I'm going to say truthfully 11-6.
Love it.
I had 12-5, but if I'm being what I want is 12-5. I'm being realistic. It's 11-6.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And what do you think when you look at this schedule and you look at that gauntlet? You know, are there games that stand out to you that you think, I don't want to say for sure the Chargers lose, or are there just some you just don't feel that confident in? Hey, hold up. Hold on. No. We got Ginger Ninja. Making an appearance. Dennis, appreciate you, brother. Nice to see you. Got a 5-minute break on my day and just wanted to stop in and say, Skull Vikings. Man, what are you doing in here with that? No, I love that shit. Appreciate you stopping by, brother. That's cool as shit. Hey, by the way, my record prediction for the Chargers is 10-7. We'll talk about it 10 fucking times for the rest of the show, but mine is 10-7 as well, and I'm fine with that. As we move towards an 18-game schedule, I need to see one more win and go 11-7, but we're not there yet quite as an NFL. But I'll say this. When I look at this Chargers roster, we've talked about it for 4 hours now, basically, with several people. It is deep. It's deeper than it's been in a long time. There's depth along the offensive line. Now, having depth, if it's not quality depth, does not fucking matter. But that being said, the reinforcements along the offensive line, Joe Ortiz and company have been paying attention. If you have yet to hear the soundbite, the clip of Joe Ortiz during the draft after they took Logan Taylor, he said, we took a guard to shut the fans up. Not verbatim, but it's literally something along those lines. They really put an impetus on making sure that should, not when, and not if. We're just going to say should an offensive lineman go down, let's say Rashawn Slater or Joe Alt again, that they actually have some depth. Worried about the depth at tackle, but I like Travis Burke down the road. These are 2-3 year project, in my opinion, but I do believe he has a chance to start down the road. Like Isaiah World, I think that he actually has a chance to push to be the swing tackle in 2027 when we're talking about 2026. Lee, stick with me. Great guess, great show. Lots of hours left. How you feeling?
I got plenty of energy. George says 10-7. Are you talking about your Patriots?
Oh, that's what I said. Got it, me. Did I catch a stray too? Good Lord. Come on now. Okay, let's get to the pressing matters regarding this team. We talked about the possibility of trading away Kamani Vidal. It sounds like you'd be okay with it. I am not. Eric Williams, he obviously a breadth of information. He made it clear that he thinks that Vidal is a part of that backfield and that the Chargers are really, going to rely on the fact that they have depth at that position because in this Mike McDaniel offense, again, as much as we tout the passing ability and what the play calls are going to do to get literally players open on every play, the running game is going to be the impetus. The running game is going to be the focus. Now, the running game sets up the passing game in a Mike McDaniel offense. Look what Devon Achane did last year. Look what Raheem Mostert did the year before with 18 touchdowns. There is literally nobody who thought that was going to happen. If you had him on your fantasy roster, congratulations. I guarantee you got him off the waiver wire. Fantasy-wise, you're the fantasy expert here, Lee. When you look at
I'm not an expert, but I can give you my opinion from what I know, yeah.
Oh,
but
shut up. You're an opinion.
I'm part of a channel of experts, I would say, yeah.
Yeah, I would agree, and you're one of the experts. Who has the biggest capability of standing out fantasy-wise on this Chargers team? Is it Herbert? Is it Amari and Hampton, which seems like the obvious choice? Can one of the tight ends sneak into the fold? I don't believe so. And these wide receivers, again, I've called them number 2. Who has the best shot at being a fantasy football standout this year?
It's going to be Amari and Hampton. It's Hampton. It's going to be Hampton. I think there. And if I had to put it in order, I'd say Hampton. Hampton first. You know Herbert's going to do his Herbert thing. If he can have MVP numbers, he's a top 5 quarterback this year. If he has with a healthy offensive line, he is a top 5 quarterback with a healthy offensive line. I see Ladd McConkey having a year. And if I had to say I wouldn't say a sleeper, but a standout that could be a fantasy darling would be Njoku.
Ooh, I kind of like that. Well, you talked about it earlier in the show too. Like he's a legitimate red zone threat. Like one of his best attributes is what he does to go up and get the ball, especially with inside the 20. I'm excited to see how he fits into this offense. Do you expect him to be the red zone guy?
I expect him to be the presence we didn't have last. I'm not saying Gadsden's not that presence, but I'm saying the large, big presence in that offense. Yes. What's it? Things you can say about your team, but your wife. It's what the fuck?
No, that's hilarious. Things you can say about your team, but not your wife. It's deeper than it's been in a long time. Good Lord,
Yeah.
Not unless you want to get fucking single in a hurry.
Yeah, I'll watch what I say.
Hey, this is BoltBlitz Uncut. We're off the rails too, and wait till the closers get here at 9:00. Lee and I are going to be fucking bananas by then for sure. But when we get the closers on here, it's going to be nuts. I look forward to it. I'll do the Bradley Bozeman beat poetry once we get the closers here. It's going to be a blast. No, sure, he's a good blocker. Yeah, absolutely. Lee, we've talked about so many things this show, and we only have a good 7 hours and 20 minutes left. So we're going to have to come up with some content, but I got you right here. People don't know a lot about you on the BoltBlitz network, so to speak. It will become BoltBlitz Media here in the coming weeks. We already have the LLC built up. But who's your favorite player of all time? I know I missed it, so I want people to hear it again. Who's your favorite Charger of all time? Maybe you have.
I'm going to say it's going to be Phillip Rivers, and then it's going to be Damon Thomason.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Albert? Is that one of your guys?
Albert's on our channel. Yeah, he's a daily listener on our shows. Not Albert. Yeah, he's always in the chat. But I'd say it's gonna be Phillip Rivers and it'll be LT. But man, LT's here a lot in Fort Worth. He's at TCU.
I know all about him. I'm Facebook friends with his wife, Latorsha. They're cool as fuck. They did the Chargers.com did the tour of his house. Did you see that?
No, I didn't. I saw something a couple of years ago.
Oh, he's living all right. I'll just say that is beautiful. I mean,
dude, where our old house was, when I used to live in Plano, right? For like 6 months when I first moved to Texas.
Plano, Texas, for the folks at home.
I used to I live right down. Like Deion Sanders had a house in Plano, not that far from where I lived, and all the Cowboys lived down in Plano area. That's where all their houses are. Yeah, they're all in Plano.
Far enough from the stadium, but still close. Yeah, I get it. You got it. It's like Rivers living in La Jolla. I get it. So Rivers is your favorite. So I will say this, and this always upsets Charger fans every time I bring this up. My favorite player of all time is actually Barry Sanders. How can you be a Chargers fan? Listen, I wore number 20 in high school. Look at Bobby Humphreys. Where are we pulling that from? That's a Denver Broncos running back, by the way. Love the hair. Hated him tearing up the Chargers at times. A little shifty. I got you can bring up a lot of old dudes. I'm older than I look. I got all that shit for you. But again, Barry Sanders, my favorite player of all time. Phillip Rivers is, I don't want to say easily, but he is nature on beans. That's horrible. That's absolutely horrible. But Phillip is my favorite Charger, followed very closely by, of course, rest in peace, Junior Seau. I've worked with Mary Seau. I've worked with Savai Seau. May he rest in peace as well, for some charity stuff and some events that they were putting on. I'll just say this. There's not really a better family that out there to show you how to love each other and just unite and be a part of what I believe is one of the strongest families that's been out there. We all hated to see what happened. Stan, not Bobby. Yeah, Stan Humphries. Hey, he's the only Chargers quarterback to take him to a Super Bowl. Sorry, Dan Fouts. Sorry, Phillip Rivers. Sorry, Justin Herbert for now. But, hey, we love Stan Humphries over here. Come on now. One of the toughest quarterbacks I've ever seen. He literally got mushed and mashed and smashed again, this was a different league back then. They didn't protect the quarterbacks like today's NFL. Back then, you could maim these guys. You could hit them wherever. It didn't matter if you slammed them in the head. Oh, Jesus. Boston Brewski. I'm so glad he's still here. Phillip is the king of keeping his wife pregnant. I mean, that's a lot of babies for sure. That's a lot of babies. I think it's 10, Lee.
10, yeah. And yeah, he's got a handful.
This thing is one. Whole offense. I'm telling you right now. I don't know if they can play O-line, but if anybody could coach them up, it's Phillip. Hey, speaking of Phillip Rivers, Lee, while I got you here, stuck on what I'm talking about. When you look at Phillip, how impressed were you with what he did with Indianapolis coming back literally at 1,000 years old? Were you surprised or just that's what you expected out of him?
I expected, but I think what he did probably cemented himself in the Hall of Fame.
Ooh, you think so?
I do.
Why?
I think a 40-year-old man coming back out, what he did, I think he did. Even Lexi said he probably put himself in the Hall of Fame. Right?
Thank you, dog.
I think he did. I think. John Gruden and Aronde Barber are going to call the Hall of Fame game.
Gruden and Barber, interesting. I love Aronde Barber.
They didn't want to touch Chucky. I thought the NFL wanted nothing to do after that lawsuit shit.
Well, they gotta welcome him back in because fucking Chucky won, dude. Like Chucky, it's not even done. I would assume the NFL is gonna fucking serve him what he wants on a platter right now. I expect John Gruden to be a coach in the NFL in the next 2 to 3 years, without a doubt. When you smash the NFL like that, the best way to save face is to invite him back into the fold because he was fairly or unfairly, depending on how you look at it. Those emails were pretty rough, but the singling out of him was weird. It was really awkward. And obviously Goodell's been put on the porch and told that, listen, this isn't how it goes. And Gruden won. So, I mean, how many people can say they took on the NFL and won? Lee, you ever hear of anybody who has?
No, never.
LPA, he won a couple times, but that's the head of the fucking players union. So
it's crazy. I ain't lying. That's some crazy stuff, man. Oh, that jersey was my neighbor's.
Did you take it, Layman?
I just texted my neighbor. Oh, that's my daughter's. Okay.
Yeah, that's why it fits like an extra small.
I was like, dude, I'm like, I can't even get this over my head. Pause. I'm like, okay. It looks like an eBay special.
Oh, man, we're cooking today, by the way. We are cooking. Ooh, love everybody showing up, by the way. We're live. Twitter, StreamYard, YouTube, Facebook. In the future on TikTok, I'm kind of warming up to the idea, and Lee has told me, like, we're cooking on there. By the way, we actually have a Chargers kind of TikTok expert, if you will, coming on later. Charged Up Jay from the Charged Up podcast. Lee, tell the fans about Charged Up Jay, please.
All right. Well, Jay over on Charged Up, he has a Charged Up podcast over. He does like content multiple times a week. If I'm not posting my podcast, Jay's posting, especially when training camp rolls around, he'll probably be I wouldn't doubt he'll probably be there. He's posting content. He's posting at the game. He's always posting content. Chargers late, and one of the first people I followed on TikTok, and the content is exceptional. He says it's charged. I think Jay will tell when he's on. Yeah, but it's Charged Up podcast. But if you follow me on TikTok, it's easy to find him because I always tag him and stuff. Yeah, I'm always tagging him.
I'll get hip to the trend. I promise. I'll get there. By the way, folks, if you're keeping score at home, we're approaching slowly the 5-hour mark on the 12-hour subathon. BoltBlitz Uncut. I'm Booga Peters. This is Lee Ainsworth. If you see us losing a little energy, don't worry. We got everybody in the world who's going to bring us back up. We got Taylor Bloom joining us at 3 o'clock at the top of the hour, literally at 3 p.m. Eastern. She always has the energy. She's got the insight, and we can't wait. I can't wait to have her on the show with you, Lee, quite frankly. Have you guys been on the show at the same time yet? Here on BoltBlitz?
No, I've always been in the chat.
Let's go. I know you have. Yeah, because you're incredible. Do me a favor. Write up 2 questions for Taylor. Just so sure. I can.
She loves Quentin Johnson this year.
No. Yes, that's literally perfect. Literally fucking perfect. But what I want to do is I want to make sure that when we get her on the show, I want to include you in asking questions. You and I haven't quite built that rapport when it comes to having guests on the show. Yeah. But what I'm going to do is I'm literally going to say, Lee has a question. Go ahead, Lee. Sure. Okay, and then you ask the question. I love the QJ one. If it were me, and
I'm going to probably go 1 offense, 1 defense.
Love it. You do what you want to do because I know you're great at what you do. We're really looking forward to Taylor being on the show because she's great at everything she does. Former service member of the armed forces. I mean, an incredible softball player from what I'm told. And by the way, yes, Taylor, did a little research on you. You actually can play. You can't just coach. You can do both. And it sounds like you do both very well. So just another boon to having you as a part of the BoltBlitz Uncut family, which will eventually be BoltBlitz Media. We're going to be moving to that. The San Diego Chargers lovers page will remain the same. I've run it for 15 years. We're just changing the name. It's BoltBlitz Media from San Diego to LA and beyond. We'll be changing that here in the coming days. So please be patient with that. We're close to 10,000 members on that page. We're less than 500 now since this show started. Again, I want to thank everyone, Pusley. God, this dude will not let up on you, man. We're closing in on a lot of different mile markers, if you will. And the fact that you guys are all tuning in and staying here 12 hours. I mean, shit, again, we're almost 5 hours into this, and we've maintained 48, between 47 and 51, peaked at 53 at the same time. The show hasn't done that before, and the fact that y'all are taking the time out of your schedule to do so, I cannot thank you enough. Do not be shy to comment. Do not be shy to like, and of course, subscribe if you're new. Please subscribe. It allows us to do even more content. We're a little rough around the edges, but please trust me when I say played, coached, officiated, wrote for CBS Sports, a part of the PFWA, press box member, Senior Bowl credentialed, East-West Shrine game credentialed. Like, I got it. I'm just a little wonky. I'm a little weird. I hope y'all can appreciate that. It's 2026, man. It's okay to be weird. We can just be who we are. Lee, you're a little bit weird considering you're a Chargers and a Red Sox fan. Tell us a little bit about, in fact, I already know the answer to this because you've said it on a previous show, but again, this is a 12-hour broadcast. Your favorite game of all time, I know it's a Chargers game, but that being said, what's your favorite game of all time and why? And tell the fans, like, if you were there.
Are we talking football, soccer? I've been to everything.
Well, I mean, you could do both. Let's do both. Let's do football and soccer.
I'd
start with soccer.
If I went to soccer, it'd probably be Pele's game when I was 3. Then when I lived in England, my dad took me for my birthday to see Everton versus Watford, which at the time Elton John used to own Watford. And I went to the old Wembley Stadium. And that was just around when that big thing happened in Liverpool, right? When they had the stadium collapse. My fucking next door neighbor passed away in that fucking. He got stapled on. He was one that passed away. Yeah, that's how long ago. That's when the thing in Spain. Where is it? Over in Madrid, over there. Yeah, and they got the stadium.
That's
all the fans.
Serious?
Huh?
I said you're serious.
I wasn't there, but my neighbor was one of the died.
Your neighbor literally died. That's insane.
Yeah, my neighbor passed away when I lived in England. Yeah, he was 3 doors down from us. Yeah, that was when Liverpool. Who was Liverpool playing at that time? It was Liverpool and someone else, and it was a Spain Italian team, and they stopped. All the fans were going out, and they stomped all over, and they killed people. Everything went down. Yeah, I'd say that would be for soccer. Pele, and then football. I'd probably say the Chargers Patriots game. I've been to a lot of games. I've been to the Super Bowl. I saw the Chicago Bears, and I saw the Colts. That was with my uncle as just a guest. But you know, I've seen games, but that's because my uncle didn't want to waste the ticket. Yeah, Lee, you want to go to a game? Sure, I want to go. You know, sure, I want to. Why not? You know, but it wasn't my team. But I got to experience the Super Bowl. You know what I'm trying to say? You know, but I got to experience that kind of shit. That's something I couldn't pay for in my life. That's way too much expense.
Hey, our guy
JD just texted me. He goes, "Good looking, bro. Everything's good for yeah." And I told him the time. He said, "I'll be there."
We got Bogey too.
Yeah, he's gonna pass it on to Bogey. Will pass on. He'll pass on to Bogey. Yeah. So yeah,
I need the closers. I need all three of you. Hey, hold on. Let's get to Boston Brewski's comment here. Chargers, Dolphins, Dan Fouts, Kellen Winslow, the Miami, 1983. I've seen some of the former Miami offensive linemen. I'm not going to use his name because I'm not going to give the guy any credit because fuck that guy. Saying I never had to be carried off the field, this and that. Kellen Winslow literally had an epic game in what was one of the most humid, weird games for a Chargers team to ever play in. Do you remember watching that game? You're a little bit older than me. I was only 5.
Well, Calvin went.
Chargers Dolphins, the epic in my what the fuck? Lee, stick with me.
That was the ice one. That was the cold one, wasn't it?
No, that's Cincinnati, baby. That's the freezer bowl.
Cincinnati. That was not. Yeah.
I'm talking
Chargers, Dolphins, Dan Fouts. Yeah, that to me, man. If we didn't have Gates, man, Winslow was the hell of a tight end.
Oh, hold on. Winslow is literally right there with Antonio Gates. He just didn't put up numbers, but he revolutionized tight end position.
Tight end position, exactly.
It's easy to say the former basketball player that never played collegiate football and Antonio Gates revolutionized the position, but that's for the young cats, man. Kellen Winslow was an extra receiver out there with the extra height and extra weight and still could run routes. And Kellen, random story, and considering this is a 12-hour subathon, please like and subscribe if you haven't yet, by the way. Went to the Pro Football Hall of Fame with both my mother and my father. It was the year that the Carolina Panthers and the Jacksonville Jaguars were expansion teams. And I met Steve Berline and I met some other players and this and that. And then lo and behold, Kellen Winslow comes around the corner. Kellen Winslow Sr., by the way, the good one. He comes around the corner. My father has like a 10-minute conversation with him, shaking hands and whatever. And what did Booga Peters do? Little Booga. He froze, stood there, didn't say a fucking word, and didn't shake his hand or meet him. So that's a little embarrassing, but look at me now. I've been interviewing NFL players for the better part of 15 years. We'll see what happens. It's weird seeing me hosting things on Twitter, by the way. I wish that thing was not there, but you are tuned into the BoltBlitz Uncut Subathon. Lee, I need you to stick with me, and I need you to take over so I can use the restroom real quick.
Yeah, when you're back, then I'll go.
I'm telling you right now. Let's do this. We talked about your favorite player. We talked about some of your favorite games, including soccer. When you look at this upcoming roster, we talked about a sleeper, but other than Justin Herbert, who's your favorite roster on here, or your player on the roster, excuse me, and tell the fans about it, and I'll be right back quick.
On our roster right now?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to say it's going to be, for young player, I'm going to say Tully, for all his improvement year after year. On that defensive line. Offensive line, I'd say Joe Alt. I mean, we saw what he did on the field. When he was on the field last year, we were 5-1. When he was not on the field, we were 6-6. So it just shows what the addition of Joe Alt means to our team and what a healthy Joe Alt does for Justin Herbert. When you don't have a healthy Joe Alt, what does it mean for Justin Herbert? He gets hit, he gets sacked, he gets pressured. And hopefully we can see that this year with a healthy offensive line. It's going to be a huge thing for this team and team in general with a healthy offensive line, especially when we had 16 different offensive line combinations last year. Justin Herbert had the most quarterback hits in the league at 129. So, yeah.
I love that. The guy talking shit to Lee is Soundwave's burner account. Yeah, that's okay. That poor kid. Hey, real quick.
Golly.
Hold on. Is that guy really related to you? No way. Soundwave.
I know, but I know Boston Brewski. I knew him from Massachusetts.
No, I think Boston Brewski is fucking awesome. I love that he's hung out for so long. I'm talking about the guy that I got into it with on your show.
Oh, you're talking about Soundwave Nick?
They were saying that he's related to you. Please say he's
not.
No.
That's an inside.
He said he was your son, and I'm like,
no, that's an inside. See, this is what happens on our channel. One thing gets taken and they ride with it. Hell no. Hey, I'll take an DNA test. Come on. Hell no. Banks. I'll need Maury Povich. I'm not the father.
I'm not the father, and I don't need the test. I don't need Maury.
Yo. My wife's in the other room. She'll testify.
I don't.
What the fuck? Oh, no, that one. Yo, then again, he's a Jaguars fan. Shame on you.
What an ass. Nah, listen. I don't.
Yo, man, it was good for content. Yo, that day was good for content, but when it came to that shit, yo, you ain't family to me. Sorry.
Dude, I got messages from people I don't even know who they are who are like, thank you for calling him out. And I was like, God, is this guy this lame all the time? What the fuck? Like
He-
everybody's
don't-
praising me.
He don't get me wrong. He loves his Jaguars, but then again, I'm 51 years old. He's like 19.
Oh,
He's 19 years old.
that's why that mustache looks so puby. I got it.
I wasn't gonna say anything to the mustache on live. Trust me. I had something to say, but I held it in.
I'm proud of you for doing so. My boy Thomas couldn't grow a fucking beard for his
As much as I wanted to say something because he was a Jaguars fan, I know people were having fun with it. I was just riding with it. You know what? It was
I
fun.
love you laughing at what I said. It was great. It was weird to have everyone on your show supporting me.
I always say in life, if you can't laugh, you're not having fun.
Come on,
That's
man.
how I look at life. Because
Man,
life is short, life is beautiful. That's how I look at it. You
I
know,
love it.
if you can't have fun, I always say, if you can't have fun laughing at yourself, then you're not enjoying life. That's how I look at it.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna send a link to Taylor here real quick because I haven't seen her in the.
All right, I gotta hop on and use the restroom real quick.
Do that. I got you, brother. We've talked so much on this show right now. Again, thank you so much for tuning in to the BoltBlitz. But 12-hour subathon, what a show! And I'm telling you right now, we're doing our best. It's gotten a little off the rails, but that's what happens. Lawrence has the most beautiful hair. Trevor Lawrence does have great hair. If you're not jealous, then that's on you. At 47, I'm just holding on to every strand that I still have here. But I will say this. Arguably the best hair in the league, Trevor Lawrence, even though he is a Jacksonville Jaguar. We have harsh feelings towards the Jaguars here. Not only is our former producer, who was absolutely fucking horrible, the fakest, worst producer I've had, and I've had a lot of not so good ones. I've had some great ones too, by the way. Taylor's fantastic. I'm not referring to her. Tony Lagata, Webby, you're one of the best I've ever had, maybe the best. But he was a Jaguars fan. His name was Kyle. I'm not going to give his last name out there, but he is overpromised, underproduced, or I mean, it was all of it. He was just a really bad situation. And lo and behold, he was a Jaguars fan too. So kick rocks. It was easy to literally break an allegiance or any type of working situation with him. It wasn't worth it. He was poor. And then we bring in Taylor, who changes the background. We get the aesthetic things fixed here on the show. And lo and behold, we're doing our best to be as successful as possible. I'm going to send a link over here to my gal before him, Troy. Yeah, Troy Polamalu. Come on now. Man, he didn't do all those fucking commercials for no reason, Head and Shoulders and all that happy shit. Hold on. And of course, Facebook is being stupid because why wouldn't it be? It's the old people app. It doesn't have to operate like it's an old people app, by the way. I just want to throw that out there. But that being said, we're looking forward to Taylor being on the broadcast. She may not be able to join us, but I have not heard that will be the case. She is supposed to be here, I believe, from 3 to 3:38, but I'm going to reach out to her and keep it going. Let's talk about other random Chargers moments that I've had. There are plenty of you who will remember this game, and I don't need to give the year, the game that the Chiefs kicker missed that field goal, that eventually the Chargers went to the playoffs off that. When you're in the press box, if you have yet to be there, and good luck to everybody who wants to be there. I hope to see as many people in press boxes as possible. If you weren't there, it was the most exhilarating moment I had as a journalist because of the fact that in the press box, you're literally not allowed to get loud. You're not allowed to cheer. You're not allowed to do a lot of those things. And the whole press box ignited on fire. And it was a really special moment. I was sitting 2 chairs down from Shelly Smith, and she was battling cancer and beating the shit out of it, and she conquered the hell out of it. It was a really special moment for me. It's one I'll never forget. Lee's taking a break because he had to use the restroom, but more importantly, love you, Lee, but
I'm back.
We got the gal. We got the producer. Oh, sorry. Get back on here, Lee. We've got the producer / co-host of BoltBlitz Uncut, and of course, the host of the Electric Edge podcast. Taylor, you're somewhere new and different. Are you on vacation and you took time out of your schedule for us?
No, I'm not on vacation yet. I'm just in the middle of work. So I'm at a different desk.
I feel so important right now. Taylor, you're the shit. We love you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Let's talk Chargers. We won't get to the record prediction yet. We've had a great show so far. I'm telling you, just a various cast of characters that really is living up to the billing, and I'm really excited. We've talked about a lot of things, and I know that you and I talk obviously every Wednesday on BoltBlitz Uncut. This Justin Herbert talk for MVP, how real is that to you? And do you think he really has a legitimate shot, especially with Mike McDaniel as the OC?
I think if he throws for close to 4,700 yards this year, completion percentage is around 65%, throws over 30 touchdowns, I think that's a real shot for him to win MVP. I think I had mentioned this on my last show. I'm going to go put a bet for him to win MVP. Like, I have confidence. I mean, I think between Mike McDaniel, the weapons they have, offensive line stays healthy, he has a legitimate shot at winning MVP.
Well, do you think of it?
And
he has an offensive line.
Yeah.
It's kind of nice.
Yeah.
So hold on. So the healthy offensive line is kind of, I believe, the most important factor for this team. Of course, the health of 10 is most important, but if the O-line's protecting him, any concerns about the guard spots, the health of Slater coming off of a gruesome injury, do you have any worries concerning that?
Yeah, I mean, I always have worries. It's the Chargers. They find new ways to get injured. Last year had someone blow their eye out with fireworks. So
it was just a firework.
Anything can happen up until week 1. But I think the difference between this year and the prior seasons is that Joe Ortiz really addressed the depth piece of this offensive line. Like, they're not going to have to pull offensive tackles off the couch like they did last year. I mean, God bless Bobby Hart. He earned himself another contract in Seattle for his play.
Somehow.
But I mean, I think at this point there's like 17 offensive linemen currently on this roster. So they should have plenty of depth. It's going to be interesting who they keep and who gets stored in the practice squad. And I think some of those players, unfortunately, who may get stashed on the practice squad are going to get picked up by other teams. But I think Ortiz really addressed the depth piece. And even if there are injuries, I think there's competent backups to fill in this year where that wasn't the case last season.
Oh, Taylor, you nailed it. The difference is obviously players are going to go down to injury. They're going to get hurt. That's part of building a team, is making sure you have depth. Wasn't exactly a strong suit of former Chargers GM Tom Telesco, but you look at Ortiz. We talked about it 4 times on this show. Remember, after they took Logan Taylor out of Boston College, a guard to shut the fans up. He believes in building that foundation. The depth is significantly better than it's been, I don't know, in quite some time.
Yeah.
I mean, that depth is going to be important later in the season. You know that, Taylor.
Yeah. 1,000,000%. I mean, I think it was a good move bringing Trevor Penning back. I liked him as that swing tackle last year, that 6th offensive lineman. Travis Burke's going to be very interesting to see how he develops. Logan Taylor got a ton of snaps in college, so he's more polished, you could say, coming into this offensive line room. I like the Alex Harkey pick. And then, you even look forward, right? They signed a guy like Isaiah World, who should have been, probably a 3rd round draft pick. So they have that depth even for next year if this guy can get healthy. So I think they fixed the offensive line and not broke the bank in doing so. But I just think even if there are injuries, there's competent pieces that come in and play. And Herbert's not going to take nearly as many sacks to tie into what this offense is going to do on the field with Mike McDaniel.
Should be less hero ball and more getting the ball out quickly and suited to what Justin Herbert does best. Don't be afraid of play action, because I'm telling you, if you are, they're going to run it every now and then because he's going to set up. Lee, I know you have a question for Taylor. Go right ahead. Start with the offense.
Well, we know Taylor was talking about Quentin Johnson. So what's your outlook for Q? I think I have him as having a big year this year in the Mike McDaniel offense, especially with his yak this year.
Yeah, I think every single year that QJ's been in the league, he's improved. And I know people, unfortunately, still hold his rookie year over his head, and that's not fair to him. But I really think that QJ can have a 1,000-yard receiving season in this offense. I think double-digit touchdowns is not out of the question. I just think that there's going to be so many things schemed open for whether it's QJ, whether it's Ladd, whether it's the tight ends. Like there's just going to be plays that are schemed open for these guys to make plays. And to your point, he was a big yak guy at TCU. I think that Mike McDaniel's going to play to his strengths. And we've heard in some of the videos that YouTube on the Chargers YouTube that they put out regarding like what Mike McDaniel thinks of QJ, and his drive phase is going to F up the league. Like those
Yeah,
things play into what
Yeah,
the
this is-
coaching staff thinks of him. So I think he'd be poised for a very, very good season, a breakout season, even this year.
Now,
So my-
on the defensive
Go ahead,
side of the
go
ball,
ahead.
Taylor, do you think we pay Tully this year, or we got to wait till next year? And do you think he has a bigger year this year without
So
Jesse Minter?
I think they're going to wait to pay
Great
Tooley. I think if they wanted to get an extension done, it would have been done by now. Now we'll see what happens in training camp if he decides, hey, I'm going to hold out, and he plays the
Hopefully
contract
hold
game.
in.
Like, yeah, he said he was going to show up. So the same kind of thing that Slater did. But I think it's going to be hey, you got 13 sacks last year. Let's see if you can do it again. Now that's a gamble that Joe Ortiz is going to take, and if it pays off for Tooley, he's going to get a much bigger payday. But I think it's going to wait until next year, and I think Tooley's going to have the same level of production as last year. Like, I wouldn't be surprised between the 10 to 13 sack range. I really like the quote-unquote NASCAR package. If Khalil Mack stays healthy the whole year, between him, Tooley, Akeem Mesidor, and then that fourth edge rusher, I really think Nadeem Tucker, that's his job at this point to lose. I think Bud Dupree gets cut. I don't know what the deal is with Kyle Kennard. Let's see how he plays in the preseason, but I really think that fourth edge rusher is going to be Nadeem Tucker's to lose at this point.
I'm afraid that Kyle Kennard doesn't know what he's going to do either. That's part of the problem. It's nuts. He listen, he made a little bit of noise at South Carolina as an edge rusher, but you nailed it. Dame Tucker, he's already he played for Chris O'Leary. Can you imagine being Chris O'Leary as you're watching the draft play out and Dame Tucker just keeps falling and falling? And then lo and behold, he gets to reunite with his former head coach, a guy who schemed up one of the better defenses in college football. I know it's the MAC, and we talked about the MAC several times this show, but it's important to point out that he's so familiar with this. It's similar to the Cole Strange thing on offense because Cole can tell people about the Mike McDaniel offense, help teach that, provide a little tutelage. Tucker may be an undrafted free agent rookie, but he knows the O'Leary system. I think that's a boon. I think it's important.
Yeah, I mean, Chris O'Leary changed his trajectory of his career. I mean, going to Western Michigan, he had no sacks in his career and then just lights up the NCAA last year. And I think Chris O'Leary had mentioned in one of his pressers that they thought Tucker would go between the 4th and 7th round. And, he fell out. And, he's a little bit older too. I think he's close to 25 or is 25, similar to Akeem Mesidor, which, I don't see that as a big concern. That just means he has more reps. He's more polished. But, Chris O'Leary brought the best in him, and I'm really excited to see him perform in the preseason and what he could do.
Well, we've talked about this. I've talked with both of you about this on several shows. It's a different drafting period as far as concerning the NIL, and you're just going to have older rookies because they can make more money in collegiate football than they can initially, depending on their draft position. Who can blame them? Get what you can while you can. You get one of these lives, as far as I'm concerned, and it's nice to see that process kind of play out. I'm a little concerned about it moving forward, but I do believe that football is one of those games where you kind of put your life on the line, at least your well-being, no matter what. So it's nice to see that the NIL position or thing is in place. And we'll see how that translates moving forward. I do think there will have to be some changes because some of these cats are making way too much money in college. And then they come to the NFL and we're doing wrist celebrations when we throw 7 touchdowns and 10 interceptions. I'm just going to throw that out there. Y'all know exactly who I'm talking about. But he made the Pro Bowl.
But that speaks volumes as to what the Pro Bowl has become. So
it literally translates into don't watch the Pro Bowl. It's the Pro Bowl games. It's gross. It's like honestly, I like the passing ones. Let me go ahead.
I went to the Pro Bowl games a couple of years ago when it was out here, and seeing it on the field in person, it was kind of boring to me. But the practice I went to the open practice when it was the last year of the original format of the Pro Bowl. Or it was AFC versus NFC. And that was fun to go to. Like, you got to see live practice, the players are interacting, but I rather them just get rid of the Pro Bowl games in general because they're just boring to me. It doesn't do anything for me at this point.
And I'm not taking a shot at what they're trying to do, but they really need to figure out something different.
Yeah.
The fact that they put the Pro Bowl before the Super Bowl, that kind of shit, Tyreek Hill is still available. Boston Ruski, no. Absolutely.
So I don't know if you've seen the video that came out yesterday of Tyreek Hill. He posted on his Instagram. He says he has no power in his left leg.
Yeah, I think it's all smoke and mirror, but I wouldn't be shocked if he doesn't play at all in 2026.
No, his injury. I mean, he had ACL, PCL, LCL. Like, he's probably at the Tank Dell level where it's going to take another year for him to recover. But he's
Yeah.
also going into his mid-30s. So I don't. Definitely not an option for this year.
Boston Brewski wanted to add in Carson Beck played 10 years in college. Yes, he did. And it looks like unless Jacoby Brissett shows up, Carson Beck might be the starting quarterback. That will bode well for the Chargers in week 1. I just want to throw that out there. I was not at all impressed with Carson Beck. Sorry, y'all. I'm just not a fan. Taylor, lots of playmakers on this team. Only one football to go around. Let's flip the script on this. And when I say that, I mean who, and it's not Ladd this year because there's no Keenan Allen, but who is it going to be a detriment to because of the number of playmakers on this team? Is it Arondé Gadsden? Is it Kamani Vidal? Who is going to get slighted, if you will, because there just is only one football to go around?
Yeah, I think Vidal is not going to have as big of a role as did last year. Now that's barring injury. I think they're going to work Omarion Hampton between obviously the run game, but I think he's going to be involved heavily in the pass game. And also to that point too, like I think they're going to use Alec Ingold as well in some plays in the pass game as well. Wide receiver wise, man, that's a tough one because I really think Trey Harris is poised to take a step this year. I think he's going to have better numbers than last year. Obviously, he didn't do too much as a wide receiver last year except block.
Yeah.
I think Ladd bounces back too, and he gets 1,000 yards receiving this year. Hopefully, the Chargers have 2,000-yard receivers because it's been a couple of years since they've had them. On the tight end spot, I think the tight end, to your point, I think Gadsden, just because like Njoku's going to be a big red zone threat. Charlie Kolar is projected to be tight end 1, especially based on Popper's comments, and he technically is a receiving tight end. He was receiving tight end at Iowa State, so maybe Gadsden kind of gets slotted back, but it's never a bad thing when you have all these weapons to distribute the ball. Yes, you're gonna have some players that aren't happy because they aren't getting the ball as much, but if your offense is cranking, you put up 30 points a game on the board. The last thing in your mind should be, what's my stats? That it should be a win's a win. Let's take the win and move forward.
No, I honestly, I think you nailed it. The wide receiver group, I kind of think it's a bunch of 700-yard receivers, if I'm being honest. I don't necessarily see a 1,000-yard receiver with the team. That being said, I think QJ is going to surprise myself included in what he can do if Mike McDaniel utilizes him the way that we all believe that he probably can and should.
Yeah.
The tight end room, you nailed it, in my opinion. When they signed Kolar to that deal, he feels like tight end 1 to me. I love
just
Popper.
with that money.
Well, I mean, I'm telling you, it's almost 8. Is it $8 million?
He signed, it was a 3-year, $21 million deal. I don't know like what was guaranteed and stuff like that, but it's close to $8 million.
It's starter money, and Njoku signed for 3, and then obviously Gadsden's on it going into the second year of a rookie contract. Yeah. And we've talked about it a couple of times on this show, and I really think you fucking nailed this too. Njoku is brought in for a reason. You're not telling the defense whether you run and pass with him. Gadsden is a true wide slot, and I think that it's important for fans, no matter how much of Gadsden fans they are, that they kind of regress as far as what you expect regarding his outcome or his output. Excuse me. I don't. This is a different team. This is a Mike McDaniel offense, and as much as you like to see tight ends and a Greg Roman offense, that's the Burger King offense, and it was trash. This is a modern offense that actually can feature 12 and 13 personnel the right way. Yeah, I'm telling you right now, I start to think about this again. I'm a 13 personnel kind of guy as a coach. I'm thinking about these cats being on you can literally flex out Gadsden and still have both Njoku and Kolar on in line. Like, this can be really fun. You're going to create a lot of mismatches. And oh, by the way, if you look at the receiving core, we shit on Keandre Lambert-Smith a little too much on this show, but that Brendan Thompson guy, we're all big fans of him. Yeah. The speed, they have guys that can run. Should KLS stay healthy, I think that he'll make a small impact. I think he's the Trey Harris guy this year as far as output. I think he's around the 300-yard mark. It's a great problem to have within all the position groups on offense, the running backs, the tight ends, the wide receivers. Sure, it's a bunch of number 2s, but damn it, number 2s, if you have a bunch of them who are actually going to make plays. And again, Trey Harris was a move tight end in a Greg Roman offense. That will not be the case this year. Could he be the guy, Taylor? Let's ask you right now. Could Trey Harris be the guy that breaks out? Can he be? Let's say he forges his way into a number one capacity. Do you think that's realistic?
I think that's a bit of a leap, but based on like what Harbaugh has said, like he called Vlad, QJ, and Trey elite receivers. So, the coaching staff sees a lot more than what is put out on social media and, all the different news that gets put out. So, I'm excited to see Trey Harris, one, not be a blocking tight end, but two, see why they drafted him in the second round last year. Like, you don't take a wide receiver that high for him to block for your running back. So I'm excited to see what he can do. I think he's poised to have a much better second year and not be used as a blocker exclusively in this offense.
It was so nuts. It was so nuts. And he had some great catches too. He made some plays when given the opportunity. I will say this. I haven't seen a lot of wide receivers that block as well as he does.
Yeah, he did a great job.
It's all about willingness.
Yeah.
You got to want to do it. I love what Boston Brewski just said here. Joker is going to be huge for you guys.
Yeah,
he can block. He's big. And now he has a quarterback.
Exactly. That last part right there.
He's not on the quarterback camera.
He's not the Shaw Massage Washington or Sanders.
I'm telling you, we're showing watches. Like, that doesn't make you a good player. You had more picks and touchdowns, and the fact you ended up in the Pro Bowl, like you mentioned earlier, Taylor, it really puts a damper on my expectations for the Pro Bowl moving forward. You guys are listening to BoltBlitz Uncut here on StreamYard and YouTube and Facebook and Twitter or X or whatever the hell you call it. We're hitting the 5-hour and 20-minute mark here. Lee's been here for the long haul. We've had a couple bathroom breaks. Thank you for being patient with us, but we've had to do that. Taylor, you being on the show is one of my favorite things that I've ever had happen as far as the BoltBlitz network. Let's talk special teams. I've talked to a lot of people, and we had some comments earlier today. Were you surprised that J.K. Scott was retained? And is there a need for a better punter, or do you think that he's going to have a rebound year?
I think he's going to have a rebound year. I think they really like his hang time he has on punts. Special teams in general last year, with the exception of Dicker, was atrocious.
Yeah.
So I think that whole unit as a core is poised for a bounce back year. You get Dean Leonard back, which is really important to that squad. Keaton Mitchell's going to be part of that return game. Yeah. Keaton Mitchell's going to be part of that return game. I'm interested to see if they use Brennan Thompson. I know he didn't return in college. Let's see what he does. KLS, another guy didn't return in college. They asked him to do it last year. I think another year developing definitely helps him. So I'm interested to see how that unit rebounds last year. As I think based on PFF's grading of them, they were like 30th in the league. Like they were close to 30th. So I think as a unit in whole, they bounce back with the exception of Dicker. I think he's going to be Dicker as always. So
one of the weirdest cats I've ever followed. That's a Charger. I'm just going to say that, but he's hilarious. He's fun. And what he does is
with the fans,
dude. He's so talk about that a little bit. Honestly, I had somebody else message me like, are you going to talk about the way that some of these players interact with the fans? Taylor, I don't know. I'm not a part of the quote unquote SoFi fandom. Tell me about Cameron Dicker and the stuff that he's doing that you see. I mean, you're at all this shit. You were just at Charger Social Club. I love the video. I love the pics. It's cool to see you there, but talk about Cameron and how he interacts with fans.
Yeah. So when I was at training camp last year, he was one of the last guys come off the field. Him and Derwin were one of the last guys come off the field, and Digger just went down the line and signed autographs and took pictures. I think someone had, I don't think it was there, but I think someone prior had someone sign their baby or something. Like they had the picture of him or holding the baby. So you had him sign the picture of him and the baby or something like that. So that was funny. I know when I went to the preseason game last year up in San Francisco, he came over to Charger fans that were at field level signing autographs.
That's so cool.
And then I know he signs autographs at games too. Yeah, I mean, there's Charger fan. I mean, there's a bunch of Charger fans up in San Francisco, but also at games too. You'll see some people will post pictures on socials. The club seats that are on the field, he'll walk over and sign autographs before the game. So he's really good with fans. Derwin James too, another one.
Oh yeah,
came over last year, signs autographs, takes pictures. He loves the fans. there's some other players last year that signed autographs too. I'm interested to see. I'm going to training camp in August, so I'll see what players want to sign or willing to sign this year and how they react with fans. But there's some really good guys on this team that like interacting with fans, whether it's actually in person or even on socials too.
Yeah.
So
I feel like there are a lot that are getting a little more active on social. We obviously see Tony Jefferson all over the place. Good Lord.
Yeah, I think
what is it, streamers do?
Yeah, I think he's preparing for his next phase of life to be a full-time streamer, which God bless.
Hey, so I will say this. I'm a little guilty, if you will, of joining a T-Jeff stream, and it's off the rails.
Okay.
It's a little fun. The one I watched with him and all the Chargers, like they were, I don't know what it was.
The spelling bee one? The spelling bee?
Yes, that was bad. I don't like to see that my players can't spell. It hurts my feelings. I spell everything right. It hurts my feelings. But it was fun. It was chaotic. Dayon showing up late, of course, was hilarious to that whole thing. I don't know if anybody watched that stuff. But I will say, I mean, it's T-Jeff's channel, and obviously he's going to continue to do that. And I think Taylor nailed it. His Twitch channel is actually doing pretty all right for the record. Like, he actually does get a lot of folks showing up. Charger fans show up in droves. And it gets a little off the rails. But that being said, if you have yet to subscribe to Tony's Twitch channel, do it just for fun. Just follow him. You don't have to subscribe. I don't know if you have a fee on that, but I followed him. And every time I see TJeff_23 pop up on my phone, if I need a little bit of a laugh, I'll tune in just to see what the hell they got going on. It's funny that you're actually talking about him. Let's talk about the safety room, Taylor. And I know that Lee and I talked about it earlier. One of the most viewed shorts we have on BoltBlitz Uncut is me talking about Genesis Smith can't tackle. But what has he done in the early days? He's just made plays. He's a ball hawk. If he doesn't have to tackle, he can make plays on the ball. I'll follow this up with Lee when you're done. But this safety room, Derwin, Elijah Molden, R.J. Mickens, Tony Jefferson, and then, of course, the aforementioned Genesis Smith. I mean, is this the best safety room they've had in a while?
It's a pretty good one. It comes back to does Elijah Molden stay healthy this year? He's hit or miss with his injuries. I think RJ Mickens had a very good rookie year. I'm excited to see what he does. I know there's some buzz in spring camp about he was playing very well, but I know the big buzz is about Genesis Smith. He's a ball hawk, and like I mentioned to you, you don't got to tackle anyone if you're intercepting the ball.
And if you're playing center field, they ain't got to get to you as long as they're doing their job.
No.
Lee, I'm going to piggyback off that with you. I mean, listen, again, I'm not a huge Genesis Smith fan, but what I can't deny is his ball skills. And what has he done in training camp, or excuse me, in OTAs and minicamp? He was literally making plays all over the place. Yes, he was picking off Trey Lance and DJ Uiagalelei. But that being said, you got to be in the right position to make those plays, and it's something he can do. When you look at the depth, Taylor brought it up too, and we talked about it earlier in the show. The health of Molden has a lot to do with this safety rotation. How do you think that Genesis Smith rotates in, and is he going to see a lot of starting time, so to speak? Hey,
I think possibly he could do it. I think approaching the halfway point. Yeah, I mean, I think he has the potential to, if he keeps on shining out. I think right now, look at it, preseason's going to be is what he does in preseason. If he shout balls out in preseason, it's going to be kind of hard to say, oh man, let's get this guy a shot.
Well, hold on. I'll start with you, excuse me, Lee, and then we'll move to Taylor. Considering Molden's lack of size and injury history, I'll start with you first, Lee. Can Genesis Smith push for a starting role in this offense, or does he have to get Mickens?
I think he can push for a starting spot. I think he really can. There's a lot of hype around him. There's a lot of good things that's being said coming out right now. But all you just got to do is improve on that, and you never know. Preseason is going to be huge for him.
Taylor, your thoughts, and you're going to be at some of those home preseason games for sure. So tell me about it.
I don't think Genesis Smith is going to start right away. I think it's going to be Molden and some combination, whether it's Tony Jefferson, because they did give him guaranteed money, and RJ Mickens, just because I think RJ Mickens played very well in his rookie campaign. Towards the end of the year, he really stepped up, had some picks and some pretty big games. So I think it's in between one of them. I think with Genesis Smith, I think there's a lot of potential, and fortunately, the Chargers have a really good coaching staff. I mean, some of the defensive players they have developed and fixed over the years, like it's telling. especially
Yeah.
Mike Elston, what he's done with some of these defensive players, Steve Klinksdale. No one knew of Dante Jackson 3 years ago, and now he's
That's
No,
true.
because
shot up the list.
he was an also ran. He was cast off by Pittsburgh and Carolina, and then he comes to the Chargers. And Lee brought it up earlier. He might be the best corner on this team.
Yeah. So I think there's definitely the potential for Genesis Smith to start. I just don't think it's going to be week 1.
Early.
Yeah.
I don't think
And
he
as far-
starts. I think if he does, it's around the halfway season. That's where I look at it. Because he has to get used to the NFL and all that kind of stuff. But I think it'd be the halfway season if he does end up starting some games, or possibly coming in for an injury.
I'm going to steal about 10 more minutes from you, maybe 8, because
Okay.
I see that you're not in your regular environment. But everybody's doing record predictions on this show. I will say this. Eric Williams, I believe he said 11-6.
Okay.
Boltman said 17-0.
I love it. I love it.
He was such a great guest, by the way.
He was great. He was good.
I mean, he was phenomenal. But what does Taylor Bloom have to say about this season? It could be special. It could be a heartbreak. But what are your thoughts, and where does this season end? Does it end at SoFi, or does it end prior to that? Or can the Chargers actually win more than one playoff game, or get Justin Herbert his first playoff victory?
So I think the Chargers go 12-5 this year. I've been saying that
We're all in the same boat.
12-5. I think they win a division. I'm not convinced Kansas City is going to be that good. Like, okay, you're getting Mahomes back, but there's still a lot of holes in that secondary on that defense. I'm not sure what you're going to get with Kenneth. I'm not sure what you're going to get with Kenneth Walker either. Yes, he showed up in the playoffs, but he's an average running back during the regular season. I've had him on fantasy, and he would just frustrate the shit out of me.
Yeah, you ain't lying, Taylor.
So I don't know if Kansas City is going to be. They should be the favorite at this point to win the division. So I'm going with the Chargers to win the division and the 16-year drought. I think the Chargers do finally get a home playoff game. I'm not convinced that 12-5 gets them the top seed in the AFC.
I think we need 13 to get the top seed.
It's going to be tough. So I think they do get a home playoff game. And I think, to be honest, like, this team should reach the AFC Championship game.
Come on now. I'm with it. I'm 100% with it. Lee, let's talk about this, and then we'll piggyback right back to Taylor right off after this before we get her off the show. Is the AFC West the best division in football in 2026?
To be personally, I think it has to be one of the top 3 out there. I think if you look at that division with Chicago, and that division.
Oh, the NFC North is the one I think is the toughest.
I think that is the toughest. If you in the NFC or in the AFC, I would say it's got to be the AFC West for the AFC, but that's what I would think.
Hold on, I love what the comments are saying right now because it's helpful. Peacock, Vegas books have the Chargers 2026 win total set at 9.5. I'm taking the over. Thank you for letting me know. I'll go look that up when we're done with this 12-hour stream. I have them at 10-7, by the way. And then Boston Brewski is saying they got Eric Bieniemy back. That's
their run game is going to be we saw what Eric Bieniemy when he was there last time, but do we see the Mahomes? We see that at the end of the season, but he still has an arm, so that's the thing.
He's going to lose a little mobility. I mean, as healthy as everybody wants to say he is, Taylor, you're a knee injury expert. I'm just saying, I don't expect the same Mahomes for the first month and a half of the season, but he's still Patrick Mahomes. How concerned are you about the Chiefs? And you have the Chargers winning the division, so you're not too concerned. And you obviously said, I don't expect them to be what everybody else thinks. But how do they, get in the way of the Broncos, and how does that actually, benefit the Chargers, so to speak? The Chiefs are a weird team for me this year.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I like I said, I don't think the Chiefs are as good as people are saying they are. And a lot of this depends on Mahomes' health. Yes, there's been reports, okay, well, he was at OTAs and he's going to be at training camp. Well, that's great. I showed up too to things, but that doesn't mean that your knee's 100%, especially with the injury that he had. It's besides the ACL. Like the ACL, okay, that rehabs 9 to 12 months. But the LCL, like they can't replace that. That has to be a repair. Like that is a much more significant injury. So to your point, his mobility, being able to make these miraculous plays, like that's dependent on your legs. If your legs aren't 100%, you don't have the confidence in that. That's going to affect how you play the game. And with the Broncos,
affect your release too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, the football starts from the ground up.
1,000,000%. And with the Broncos, they didn't get better to me, and they're not going to win all those one-score games they won last year. Like that's just not going to happen. We saw that same scenario happen with the Chiefs last year when they lost all those one-score games. So all those one-score games aren't going to bounce in their favor this year. So I think how the division's going to play out is the Chargers, Kansas City, Denver, and then the Raiders.
The Raiders, boy.
Their quarterback finally signed his contract.
Yeah, I noticed that.
He broke it live on the show. I will say this: let's do this. Lee gave his thoughts on Kirk O'Chains starting the season for the Raiders. Why in the hell are they not starting Fernando Mendoza? And is it because Tom Brady had to sit too? And he's like, no, we're going to make that shit sit.
Well, to be honest, I think it's not a bad thing for him to sit and develop. I mean, I'm not very high on Mendoza. I think if this was another draft, like if he had Arch Manning and whatnot, like he wouldn't have been the top pick. But I think for his development, I think it's good to sit and learn under a veteran who has had some success in the league. Can't say he has a lot of playoff success, but he has success in the league. But I'm 1,000,000% counting week 2, Kirk Cousins to start for the Raiders, and hopefully the Chargers pick him off another 4 times again, like they did in Atlanta.
I mean, if we have to talk about Kirk Cousins and his success financially, he's been incredibly successful.
If I'm his freaking agent, sign me up. Sign all 3 of us up.
I need him in on my next deal. I'm telling you right now, like cleaning contracts are weird. As funny as that sounds, and I run a private cleaning company. We don't advertise, but I really need O'Chain's agent.
There's a comment here about Jalen Waddle, that Denver got Jalen Waddle. Yes, but Denver also had the best offensive line, best defense last year. Like that's great, but I don't see them improving. I don't see them having that 13-win record this year.
No,
even with Jalen Waddle. Bo Nix,
as we said, if Bo Nix gets hurt, their season's over.
Well, I don't even know who their backup is, to be quite honest.
Jared Stidham right now, as it stands.
Still there. Oh no, y'all remember the Stidham game against the Chargers? That was fun. That was real fun. Golly, well, that's not going to work. By the way, that is definitely not going to work. And should Bo Nix go down and listen, he's not a world beater. I'm not. I said this earlier in the show. I mean, and we're 5.5 hours into the shit. Bo Nix is not as bad as Charger fans say. It's not even close. But that being said, he's close to the touting that the fans put on.
That's the point. Like Denver, Twitter, and Instagram, are anointing him as like a top 3 quarterback, and that's just it's not the case. So look, I love the belief in your own quarterback, but don't say he's a top 5 quarterback when he's not.
So I love what you said there, because you nailed it. The one thing that I do have to add, though, is Eric Williams pointed out from Fox Sports. He was on the show earlier today. He said, hey, Bo isn't as bad as you guys might think, but he's also something that supports that opinion, is that he is kind of clutch. He'll play a rough 3.5 quarters, and he does have a little juice at the end. Mm-hmm. Do I think Bo Nix will ever be a top 5 quarterback? Fuck no. I just think Charger fans just like arguing with Broncos fans, because somehow
it's fun.
Somehow the Broncos fans have become the most obnoxious fans in the AFC West. Lee, how is that possible? We got Raiders in the division.
Well, right? I have a cousin that's a Denver fan. That's sad. And she was her husband was a former Charger fan. And he got transferred from work. And damn, the hate messages go back every single week that week. I don't care if my cousin it's hate. I have no love. He used to tell me all Chargers stuff. Now I got to say, I did a bunch of donkeys' asses. It's all I call Orange Crush time. It's all it is, Orange Crush time. But you know what? It makes the AFC West more fun because the league is the division is competitive. But that's about it. The
NFL's better when the Cowboys and the Raiders are good. I know it sounds weird, and I've just been watching this shit for a long time. We've hit the 37-minute mark on the interview with Taylor. She's literally broadcasting from work. doing everything she can to make sure she's a part of the 12-hour Subathon.
To be fair, like my broadcasting desk is right next to my work desk in my office. But
oh, Taylor, you're
She's got it made. She's got it made.
So I know she's still keeping fucking count on the Benjamins, that's for sure. Taylor, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to have you on the show. Long show. We're 5.5 hours into this shit.
God bless.
I know we got this. Lee is I told Lee it was gonna be 2 hours, and he's been here. I asked him to check out while you were here, and he's been here the whole time.
Hey, you can tell me something, but I'm always prepared for the unexpected.
Let's go. Taylor, tell everybody where they can find your stuff. Obviously, you're a part of BoltBlitz Uncut, but tell them about the Electric Edge podcast. And if you have an extra 30 seconds, if you don't mind sharing the experience at the Charger Social Club, what that means to female fans and how important that is to build the fan base going forward.
Yeah, I'll start with that piece first. So last Thursday, the Charger Social Club hosted game night at the Bolt. So we got to go there and play trivia. We got to play charades, and they had some board games.
Did you win?
So I'm gonna get to that. Hold on.
Okay.
So we got to go to the Bolt. It was hosted at the Bolt, and we got to sit in the 1960 Club. So that was a really cool experience. So we got free food to start. They had some food trucks there for everyone who wanted to participate. So you either got like a Chipotle bowl. It wasn't Chipotle, but it was like a Mexican bowl, or you can get a burger. The first hour was like a social hour, just connecting with other women who were there. So that's super fun. I love talking to other women who are Chargers fans and want to get involved with football or want to learn more about football. So I met a couple of women there, which we connected over the Chargers and talked a little about training camp and stuff like that. All right. So now we get into the next hour, which is when the game starts. So I wanted to play trivia. Round one, our team won. It was women's history. So it wasn't all Chargers based. It was like,
oh, that's awesome though. Let's go.
Yeah, like LA history, like different things. So our team won the first round. The second round, not too hot. And then I had to leave. So I had to leave to go catch my flight back home. Okay. So I missed the last 3 rounds, including Chargers trivia at the end. Okay. So I get to LAX. I would have knocked it out of the park. I get to LAX. I'm at the gate. And they delay my flight 90 minutes. So I could have stayed at the Bolt for the rest of it.
Oh, wow.
If they didn't delay me. But with that being said, I did get to see the pizza oven in the cafeteria.
I saw the picture. I'm so jealous. I'm so
it's so cool. But the 1960 Club was amazing. They had like different, there was cleats, footballs, helmets of different things in Chargers history. So that was really cool to see. It's a great thing that the Chargers have put together for women, because it's not all about football. It's more like it's connecting over football.
It's building bonds. Like, come on.
Yeah. Like I've made some really good friends so far over this. So that's a really cool aspect of it. And our next event is going to be at training camp. It's Women's Day in Sports, August 16th. So I will be there for that. So that'll be fun. So I'm grateful they put this together. Their list of events are going to do a home game for the social club. They're going to do a away game, which is in Vegas. So I'm happy about that. I'm travel for it. So it's a really cool program that they put together. And it's very unique because I don't think any other NFL club is doing anything close to this for women.
Isn't it kind of special to see? Listen, for those of you who have yet to tune in yet and you're brand new here right now, please also hit like and subscribe. But my mother taught me more about cover 2 defense than my father ever could. She just understood the depths of the safeties and the corners. And by the way, of course, you look at the safeties, but when those corners are lined up about 7 to 8 yards off the line, that's cover 2. They're not impressed. They're not in man. Like mama taught me all that shit. My sister literally, my sister could play football with us all the time, but I had to be a captain and I had to pick my sister first. She didn't get tackled very often. She could run faster than a lot of the boys. We're here to support the women. Listen, I'm not who I am without all the women that have been a part of my life. I could not be more thankful for my mother doing what my father couldn't do. And it wasn't just cover 2. Like we broke down personalities, and like she taught me about how to interview players when I was like 7 years old. And lo and behold, yes, we talked about the Kellen Winslow thing where I froze at the Pro Football Hall of Fame and didn't meet him and talk to him. But after that, I mean, Antonio Gates, Phillip Rivers. I mean, those are pretty cool guys to interview, I think.
Hell yeah.
Taylor, tell everybody while we wrap you up. You stayed a little long, not a surprise, because you're incredible And even though your work desk is right, or your show desk is right next to you, you fart. I was like, wait a second, but it's still incredible. Everything you do for us. Tell everybody what you're doing on the Electric Edge podcast, where they can find your stuff on social media, please. And thank you.
Yep. So I'll have some episodes out over the weekend based on what comes out from rookies reporting to training camp today. So can't wait to put out some finally new news about the team instead of talking about the same things for 5 weeks in a row. But
is Keenan Allen going to be a Charger?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Anyway, be putting out content about that. Like I said, I'll be at training camp August 16th through 18th. So I'll be bringing a ton of videos and content for that. If you want to subscribe and listen to me rant about the Chargers, Electric Edge Pod on X, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, podcast, Apple Podcast, Spotify, any podcast platform you should be able to find me. So like and subscribe.
No, like and subscribe now. Don't fucking wait. I'm telling you right now, I've been touting Taylor as one of the best to do it because I mean it, and it's hard for me to say that kind of thing. But she's a welcome addition. She's an incredible producer, and y'all have been witness to the co-host shit. She's also an incredible host. What she's doing on Electric Edge is just giving y'all exactly the edge to become better fans. Make sure you pay attention, like and subscribe, and be a part of all the greatness that she's providing for all of us in the hashtag Bolt fam. Taylor, you know how much I appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining the show.
Thanks,
Lee,
Taylor.
I don't know how we follow this up. I don't know how we do it.
I don't know.
Her.
It's a tough one. You
got seven
you
more hours to
the,
go. You
the
got
Electric
this.
Edge is tough.
No, it's 6 hours and 17 minutes. Actually, it's 16
tough to
minutes.
follow up the Electric Edge.
Appreciate you so
All right.
much, Taylor. Thank
Thanks,
you so
Taylor.
much.
Have a good one.
Lee, as expected. And by the way, she's like, I love how she's like, only 7 more to go. Fuck, that sounds so much longer. We're holding it together. I'm messaging Jeremiah Spicer right now.
6 hours and 16 minutes to go.
Is that all? Fucking Christ. We haven't even hit. I love how Peacock, like 30 minutes ago, was like almost halfway point.
I know, right?
No, I need 6 hours for the halfway point. God damn it. But the good news is by the time we get to that, the witching hour of 9 p.m., it's Lee and the closers.
Oh, the closers. I saw the
both.
closers in the thread saying, what time? And JD said 6 p.m. Pacific time.
That's my dude. So he's ready, obviously. You hold on. I literally have to do this. You good, bro?
Yeah, Peacock. I'm gonna say my sister. Peacock goes, my sister-in-law is a Broncos fan. She's annoying with that. I said, I know that.
I love that.
I know. I used to read the thread last year. He goes, my goddamn sister. Like, dude, I got that with my cousin.
I love it. Hey, man, you literally have a football family. Your extended football family, and you're built in.
Well, see, my cousin used to live in like me, live in Massachusetts. Right? So she was a Patriots fan from start, but she lived in California. So she was a 49er fan, but she was a diehard Patriots fan from growing up there. You know, but then she moved up to California.
Jesus. Yeah, but listen.
And then when her husband moves to Denver, they get transferred, and I go, you traded all that powder blue, and you didn't think of me, all that stuff. And he had there's some of the memorabilia he had like LT shit. He had a signed pair of LT sneakers. I know he still has them, but some of the jerseys he gave away. I go, you didn't think of me, motherfucker.
That hurts my feelings.
I would have sent you the shipping money for that stuff.
Listen, for those of you who are brand new, or again, like and subscribe, but BoltBlitz was literally a sponsor for the LT 5K. Worked with David Miller, an incredible man, one of the best running those kind of things. And it's really hard to set up a venue like that with all these vendors and all the different things that you do. Shout out to David Miller. You're probably not listening right now, but I want to make sure that any chance I have the opportunity to give you a shout out, I'm going to do that. The LT 5K. Listen, did I track down LT after he ran and was soaked in sweat? And that's the picture y'all see on social media. Yes. Have I got a couple pictures where I have weird facial hair? Yes, I do. It is what it is. I had this weird like bootstrap thing just across here. I didn't have anything else. My mustache used to come in like a cornucopia of colors, and it looked goofy as shit. Mostly red and blonde, which does not go with my well, listen, I got freckles. We're not trying to do that shit. That's enough personal shit about my beard. Lee, we've talked about so much. We're waiting on Jeremiah Spicer. I do not know if he's going to show up or not. He has yet to message back. But when you talk about a rise from lack of fame, a rise from lack of glory. This poor young man was literally thrust by his own mother into a trash can as a baby, quite literally on Skid Row. And the guy is out here playing football, professional football. Yes, it was just a cup of coffee in the NFL, but Spice is a real guy. This guy is literally training kids to become football players. He's incredible with the youth in his area. It'd be nice to see him actually link up with Ken Lampkin, Boltman, to see what they could get accomplished together. You know, BoltBlitz has done some stuff. We threw a Christmas party for a young boy who had brain cancer, who's still kicking and literally just, I mean, he's taller than me now, even though he's up to my hip. When we met him, we had the Christmas for Killy. Anybody who is unfamiliar with BoltBlitz, it basically, again, it was a young child who'd been stricken with brain cancer. And we had Elmo, we had Santa Claus, and all these Charger fans. I'm talking dozens and dozens of Charger fans donated gifts. He had the biggest Christmas he's ever had. I hope he has had incredible Christmases since then. But we're a part. We work with the Barking Beast. We work with the Rancho Cucamonga Humane Society. We work with the San Diego Humane Society. Like, we do a lot of stuff here. It's just been a minute. We're looking to get back into those kind of things here at BoltBlitz. So if you have any organization that you like to see represented, on this show, please reach out to me privately. You can do so at Booga Peters, BOOGAPETERS at yahoo.com. You can also reach me on all my socials at Booga Peters, unless you're on the old folks app. And then it's just because I had some dickhead that I fired from the writing staff report me for having Booga Peters as my name. And then Facebook, of course, had me send in my driver's license to show that I was. Crazy shit. Lee, let's keep moving. We got a great show today. We've been doing this. We're less than 11 minutes away from 6 hours. And somehow you've just been hanging out, all the stamina in the world, man. And you're 3 years older than me. Quit going off.
My dog's like, yep. Where are you?
The dog's like, God damn it, Daddy, come hang out with me.
She's like, my attention span.
What's this one? What's the name again?
Lexi.
Lexi, what you doing, girl?
Say, hi. I'm just a Chargers fan, right? I got to get her own Chargers jersey.
Dude, and the little ones are really easy to get. They're like $12.
They are, but you know what? What the thing is, once she has a haircut, it's different because you can measure them, right? Then they grow, and then you're like, oh shit. Because I have this dog shaved. Because here in Texas, it's hot, and she every 3 months she gets cut. So it's like, okay, it works, but football season's coming in 3 months, so I can do that. And she won't have a haircut until she's getting a haircut before I go to Vegas. So a little before, and then August, September. So she'll get a December cut. So August, December, yeah, she'll get cut.
We have it all planned out. You love your animals
because I don't like them. I don't like the hair long. I like the dog hair short.
They're an extension of the family. They're family members. And by the way, you know, we dedicated some stuff to Taffy. Taffy was an incredible dog too.
Yeah, she was. She was a special dog. Yeah, we actually got her ashes back. Oh, they made a beautiful trip. Did you see that? Oh, dude, you know what? I tell you one thing. I was like, we were blown away from them. They get paw prints, right? On a thing. We got a paw prints, got our ashes, and then they gave us a beautiful little thing. But you know what? I tell you one thing, knowing she's home, it makes the healing process a lot sooner. And not sooner, but it makes the healing a lot because she's in the house. And my wife is like, yeah, I love that.
She's back.
She's back home. I picked her up about early this week. Yeah, I picked her up and she is back. But you know what? My wife always watches that clip of dedicating the show because I gave it to her. I sent her the clip. And she always watches that and she saves it. So, you know, and I know JD, because JD clipped that show, one of my show, and I saved it to her. So, you know, things like that. She's more of a person that remembers things, little small things. You know, it's not like you got to buy something. Those little small things she remembers. So
I need that shit. I know you do too, by the way.
To me, I was like, because I was like, well, I do a YouTube show, but I want to remember to, you know, hey, but you know, as I said, life goes on. That's why I did it to Taffy, you know. Taffy want me to do it because, you know, every time I'm looking at him, oh, there's one. I'm looking for the other.
I know, Bubba.
But you know what? It comes September, October, there'll be another one there, and I'll be busy as fuck.
I'm telling you, and you're going to be like, "Oh my God, I'm a dog sitter again. I've got to be really busy." The good news is I'm telling you right
but
now.
you know what? We've always had she's always had Yorkshire Terriers, but they're so easy to take care of. They just need tons of attention. That's it. Like this one yesterday, we went out. Was her first time home alone, and she did perfectly fine. I was like, "Holy crap, you did
I
good."
can't get a little dog. My cats are too big and mean. Even the little cat's mean as
Oh,
shit.
my
Gates just mean.
Taffy, she hated cats. She would. She hated fucking cats.
Hey, we're talking pets on BoltBlitz Uncut. Stay tuned, man. If y'all don't love animals, you're just missing out, man. If you don't have a cat, you don't have a dog, you're missing out.
So Ken, I'm gonna read. I said because I know he puts so much stuff on Facebook. I'm gonna say if you want me to put stuff on my podcast, I can mention it for him. I don't mind mentioning it because if they
doing so much great shit, man. I can't.
Yeah, he always does things for the kids. Or say if it's someone from the Chargers fan base, like surgery stuff like that. I saw like almost like 5 or 6 things last year. They raised a boatload of shit money. Hey, and then all the shit's legit too that they do. So they like sign jerseys or if it's footballs and stuff like that. Hey, kudos to them.
No, that's huge. Listen, the things that Boltman does for the community. Listen, I was a little sour on him before he joined the show, but he proved me all the way wrong. Like all the way wrong. The fact that he's a force in his community, I think that's so important nowadays. Listen, I didn't buy a house in Pontiac just to live here. I would just want to make it a little bit better. Why am I so pretentious to think that I can do that? Because I hope that everywhere I go, I'm making at least somebody better, even if it's just me. I hope that y'all have that type of impetus in your life, that type of focus. I have yet to hear from Jeremiah Spicer. I've messaged him. It doesn't seem as though he's going to hang out or come to the show. So, Lee, I'm going to keep you till 5. We should take the break. But if you want to hang out with Adam Rank, he'll be here at 5.
Oh,
Adam Rank.
Hell yeah. I know a lot of people are coming for Rank.
That's the fact. We had everybody saying, I can't wait to hear Rank and Trask. Like, let's go. Adam is a fantasy football expert. He literally used to run one of my favorite shows on NFL Network. It was that, I don't remember the name of it, which makes me kind of a little shitty and a little sus, as the kids say, as far as if was it your favorite show if you don't remember the name, but he covered the Madden stuff, the football video game.
Oh yeah.
And it was fun as shit. It was so cool to watch those guys play. The commentary was great. But Adam and I met at the NFL draft in New York at Radio City Music Hall, and we were pals for a while, and he was a guest on the show several times, and then we didn't talk. I would send him a text every now and then like, hey, come on the show. And then occasionally I get a response. But
that's my wife's favorite when she watches fantasy. Well, she likes Cynthia Freeland, right?
He's so good at it.
Who is it? Is it Rank? I don't like them all, right? I used to watch that stuff religiously, but now I do this with the guys. It's easy. I don't need fantasy live.
You don't need anybody experts. You're the expert.
No, I wouldn't say I'm an expert. You know what? I always feed off the other guys. What are your thoughts? You know? Because you know what? Everyone has their own opinions, but you know what? It is what it is. But I have my own Chargers opinion. You know? But you know what? In fantasy, you can have your own opinion. I learned that from Peacock. I learned that from Bogey and JD. You can have your own opinion, but you got to be really open your range because it's every single team. So I've been doing this with the guys almost 4 years now. But I've had to open up, not just a Charger lover in me. I have to open up the broad range of the fantasy world. As much as I don't like the Texans or that, I have to look at the fantasy value of what their players bring to my team, also to cash in. So as much as it hurts me, yes, I have to broaden my whole range.
We don't play fantasy football for fun. We play to fucking win. Come on now.
Oh, you know what?
High stakes league.
As you saw, Dennis, we all call ourselves a bunch of degenerates.
I know. He put that. Somebody put it in.
Yeah, that was Dennis. A bunch of degenerates. Yeah, we're just a bunch of savages. But I'll tell you, when you go at them one week, and then you got another savage 1 week, you go, shit. Hey, Bakes is tough. Now Bakes in that 200 Bakes is a tough motherfucker. Come to fantasy, these guys know that.
Wild too.
JD, they're this, and then you got Steve, Diamond Joe. They're all good on our leagues. It's crazy. They're all good in their own way. It's just like, oh man. But you know what? When you're a Chargers lover, they know who you're going to draft. So this year, when I come into Vegas it's like, man, I got to go to a new mindset. I mean, I picked up my magazine yesterday just to look at some things, but I don't usually use the magazine all the time. But it's more like, yo, I'm going because I know these guys like, but you know what? It's a new year. It's a new me. And I gave up a lot of my secrets last year. I'm not doing it this year.
So no,
because you know what? Last year was my first ever live in-person draft. This year, I know what to expect.
Had a fucking blast, and now you're going to Vegas. I'm jealous.
Yeah. But you know, you figure things out year in out, year out. But you know what? Hey, I know we all put like a 10-second video in. We're doing a video for Vegas. Hey, congratulations to JD, but also to promote the channel, but also promote Vegas. We're gonna put it on YouTube, I believe, and social media.
Oh, you're kidding me. So if I don't sneak into your suitcase, I still get to be a part of the party. I love it.
No, it's just like we all. It's like what? There's 14 in the league, so that's about a minute 40. I think Peacock's was kind of funny. He did a little with women in the Vegas background, and then you had I did mine. I said, JD, I'm coming for you. The belt is coming home. Fellow. I said something, but
I was in the comments when you were talking shit about that mother. Look at this guy. You're gonna lose all your fancy foosball games. Los Angeles is the devil. I believe he's quoting Bobby Bay's mother.
Bakes has shook up the Gen Wealth League. I'm looking forward. It's going to be a competitive league this year. It's a $200 league. It's not no play. Come on, you play to win, and it's a nice. But Bakes is a damn good fantasy competitor, man. I love the challenge. I love the welcome. A new season. It's going to be fun. Vegas is going to be fun.
By the way,
I don't care.
Bakes is back again. He was here for hours, and he's like, "Oh, these cats are
still back again."
I'm telling you, Los Angeles is the devil. I can hear Kathy Bates saying that shit right now. Are you kidding me? It's straight out of Waterboy. I love the reference. By the way, we use a lot of movie references on this show, a lot of movie puns that get missed. It's nice that somebody had to add or could add, especially to the flavor and what we're doing. We are 37 seconds, Lee.
Yes, sir.
Point, almost 6 hours, Lee.
Yep, we are.
Baby,
that's crazy shit, man. It goes by, but I'm looking. Man, look at the guests we got coming on. That's the wild stuff.
Oh, the last half is insane. It's literally insane. I know we're gonna miss out on Spicer because he's supposed to be here in a minute, and he's not gonna be. But that's okay. I've been prepared for this. I was built for this, and it's always
Kingstruck 24. Who is that?
Kingstruck 24 is Jeremiah Spicer.
Okay, Spicer. Okay.
Yeah, he and that's okay, man. He got too busy. He's training kids to be football players. Maybe
that's right.
I'm not worried about it. But at 5, 1 hour from now, we have Adam Rank, a long awaited revisitation of the BoltBlitz family. And I'll just tell you this.
I recall Bogey told me he was in a league with him. And you know who JD's in a league with that knows very well? Is Maurice Jones-Drew.
Oh, he's with MJD.
They're in a league together, I believe. Now you have to ask JD on that when he's on, because I think he said he's in a league with MJD. I could be wrong, or I don't know if he is still, but he and they were in a league together. And Bogey was in a league with Adam Rank. He told me.
Listen, I love me some MJD. When you're that short, so to speak, but stout as a running back, and then you plant that stupid bitch ass Sean Merriman on that one play along the goal line. Yeah, I'm a big fan. You're like, wait, Merriman's a Charger. Man, fuck that guy. He knows that. Him specifically. He knows exactly how I feel about him. He said a lot of things too. I just beat him to his bullshit fucking mom jokes and stupid shit. Like I just told him, like, my mom.
Now let me ask you a question. What's your most prized Chargers memorabilia you got?
Oh God. Ooh, wow, you really put me on the spot. Look at you, Mr. Interviewer. If I had to pick one thing, it's not here, it's down in the basement, but it's a 1994 football with this metallic emblem on the front from the Chargers Niners Super Bowl before the Chargers obviously got embarrassed.
Now, here's my 3 Chargers games I've been to. They would be, what was it? Yeah, these are all I was on to. Was This was the 2010 NFL playoffs. I went to the Steelers 2009. I saw that against when it's the San Diego Chargers, and then I saw the Chargers versus the Colts, and that was in 2008.
Damn. Oh, wait, in 2008. Oh,
2008 yeah. Chargers versus the Colts. Yeah.
Was it in Indy or was that at home?
It says Chargers versus Colts, so that would be in. It's an Indy chart. It's at home. It's at home. Yeah, it was a white helmet. It was Game 7. It was Sunday. Yeah, it was Game 7 that season. Yeah, and that was 2008. And then with this, and then 2009 I went to the Steelers, and then I went to my uncle took me to that game, the playoff game. That was fun.
That's cool as shit, man.
It's wild shit, yeah. But no, I got a lot of fun stuff. But no, I'd say I got my Herbert signed helmet over there. I got a lot of Charger shit. It's just I don't
have a Herbert signed helmet.
Mini helmet, yeah.
Show that shit off.
Yeah, right here. And look at this one. It's the Rookie of the Year too.
Oh, that's a cool one.
The Rookie of the Year. Rookie of the Year one.
You motherfucker.
That's my prize possession.
Listen, I may not sneak into your luggage, but I might sneak into your house and take that shit. I love it.
That's mine. That's the Rookie of the Year helmet one. That was you don't see that many around. I mean,
no, you don't.
Nope.
That's crazy. I love it. So talk to me about your Herbert McConkey jerseys. What made you
that
the decision?
Jersey was given to me by the GWN lawyer last year. I got home, he got an extra jersey, and he sent it to me.
Ty.
The Herbert.
Ty Mayberry.
Ty Mayberry gave me that one. The Herbert one is one of my jerseys, and I just hung it up. And then I got my old Derwin James one. I love the
33. And it's loyal too.
Yeah, I love the Color Rush jersey on that one. That is my favorite.
No, it's kind of shitty they got rid of it, don't you think?
Yeah, I know that one, yeah.
What I love about the Chargers is actually they really have a very, I think it's literally all of them are the best other than the yellow on yellow. But Lee, we talked about it pre-show, and that was so many hours ago. That was at like 8:30 this morning. The Chargers are going to face the Buccaneers in December.
The creamsicles.
They're wearing the white creamsicles, and the Chargers, they're wearing the sunshine gold, but there was a change. They're wearing white pants. None of us like to see, well, I shouldn't say none of us. I'm sure 7 people liked it or whatever. But seeing the sunshine gold jersey and pant, it was frowned upon. We don't want to be bananas. We don't need to be the baseball team that does all the flips and singing and goofy shit. They're wearing white pants. I mean, I'm excited. That's a great color match.
I got a segment for my next Power Hour, and it's going to end the show on that segment. I have to get someone a cup of tea because someone's not feeling well. Be right back.
Oh, you're good. I got you. I'll run for a minute. That's obviously Lee Ainsworth, co-host Tuesdays here on BoltBlitz Uncut. And then, of course, the host of the Chargers Power Hour. Everything he's doing with the team there at Gen WealthNet is something to pay attention to. The Heart to Start podcast network. Guccini, JD, and Bogey will be here later tonight. For the record, when you hear Lee and the closers are Guccini, JD, and Bogart. By the way, dude's got some very, very serious raps that you really need to listen to. Some shit I'd love to write a hook to, but I'll talk to him about that here in the near future. Again, we did miss out on both Rocky Sealanders and then, unfortunately, Jeremiah Spicer. Jeremiah hopefully is out there training young cats to be good football players and good human beings. What he's doing in the area that he's at is incredible. It's similar to what Ken Lampkin does. The Bolt, man. How great was that interview? I had so much fun talking to him, and I'll be completely honest. I didn't necessarily expect that. But the rapport that he and I literally built almost instantaneously, excuse me. It's been a long show. It says a lot to me. I'll keep an eye on what he's doing. And if you're not a fan of the fact that the pink lot is going away at SoFi, make sure you keep an eye on what he's doing on this Boulevard tailgate. I mean, listen, it's a bunch of shops. And as obviously as the SoFi land is developed and they put in different things there, it'll be interesting to see what Ken can get going. You know, he is the Bolt man. when it comes to that again, I think it's not right across the street. I think that's what he said, but it's very close. It's close enough. I think it's more caddy corner than anything. But keep an eye on what he's doing. Again, sorry we missed out on Jeremiah Spicer. And of course, Rocky Sealanders. Rocky is an offensive lineman for the Chargers from the 60s. I have a black and white autograph from him and literally signed it to Booga. We had him on the show back in the day on Mountain Country 107.9 Christian Country Station. Booga Peters hosted the show. BoltBlitz Live. By the way, I only cussed once. I accidentally dropped shit on air, but we did not receive an FCC fine. Shout out to my former station director, Chris Torek. Really proud of everything you're doing. It's nice to see that y'all are still doing your thing out there at 107.9 Mountain Country and Alpine. Although I like to say San Diego. It's on the outskirts of San Diego. But Alpine, let me tell you, when I'm hosting shows there and we have the chickens, the roosters, and the pigs all making noise in the background, it was an experience, one that I'll never forget, and I couldn't be more thankful and grateful for the opportunity. We had Antonio Garay. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Antonio Garay, he drove the Hello Kitty car, or as my daughter still says, even though she's 17, the Kitty Hello. I don't know why she transposed Hello and Kitty, but she did, so we call it Kitty Hello still. It's kind of fun. But he drove that tiny little roller skate from San Diego to Alpine. He showed up in person in studio, which is crazy. I mean, it's like a 49 minute to 1 hour drive for him to get there to Alpine. He showed up in studio. He was an incredible guest. RIP to Thomas Powell. He was so excited for him to be there. And other than my ex-girlfriend, the girl I was dating at the time, interrupting literally everyone, the station director, me, Antonio Garay, all of our friends, every co-host we had, it was an incredible experience that I'll never forget. And he's one of the players that Tom really coveted and cared about. And it wasn't just because of in fact, it had very little to do with the crazy hairstyles and all the nutty stuff that he did. But he was a favorite of Tom. And that's something that will always stand out to me. It was a different experience out there at 107.9 Mountain Country. For those of you who don't know, I'm not a big fan of country music. I think it's bad, but I like the newer stuff. I'm trying. Does that make sense? Former opera performance major. So I do have a singing background, sang the national anthem at several different places, but nobody gives a fuck about that. I'm literally burning time until Lee gets here, but I'm going to keep rolling because that's what I do. Incredible cast of characters still coming up. We've passed the halfway mark. We're below 6 hours left. Good God, I'm too old for this shit. But at 5 p.m., the reuniting of Adam Rank of NFL Fantasy Live and Booga Peters of BoltBlitz. Listen, I've been texting this guy for a while, and I don't hear a lot back, but we got him back. Oh, we also have wearing the LAC Jam, courtesy of NeonPeacockMerch.com. Tell people how they can get that shirt, Lee. I know they want to wear it.
Well, Peacock designed this about 2 years ago, and it's over on NeonPeacockMerch.com. You got this shirt, you got the Lightning Lad shirt. God, there's several. Those are the only Charger shirts over there at the moment.
Or now.
I need to see. You know what I need? I need a bomb shirt.
I want it too. Come on, Hampton, again, 2025 favorite player in the entire draft class. It felt similar to Derwin in that I didn't think I thought the Broncos would take Hampton, to be quite honest, at 21. Chargers.
I was talking to my friend in Massachusetts, Mark Davis, right? Who was on my power, and he thought that's who he wanted the Patriots to pick was Hampton.
I get it. But then the reason I relate it to Derwin is I didn't think in a million years a safety / corner and everything he did at Florida State was going to allow him or afford the Chargers, I guess I should say, the opportunity to draft him at 17 and lo and behold.
I never thought we'd get our hands on him, to be honest with you.
And then here we are so many fines later because the guy still wants to hit people in the mouth. I love it. He's old school and new school football. Derwin James. Let's have some fun with this, Lee. We're obviously past the halfway mark. We're at 6 hours and 11 minutes. Who's the defensive MVP for the Chargers in 2026? Talk for a minute. I got a reef.
Defensive MVP. I'm going to say it's Tully.
Ooh, tell me more.
I think if you look at his stats year in, year out, he is not just produced every single season, gotten better, more sacks. But I understand this is not the Jesse Minter defense, but here's my sneaky. I think it's someone in the secondary. I think our secondary is a hell of a lot good this year. I think O'Leary's going to have that secondary bowling around. I really do. I think it's someone in our secondary really comes out and surprises a lot of us. I understand Minter's gone, but you know what? The NFL is a business. We know this change coming. And you know what? I look at it this way. We knew what Minter was doing the last 2 years. We knew the head coaching. So the Chargers had to know that. So you know what?
Of course, they were prepared for him to leave.
Exactly. I knew that last year, how we balled out. I knew that was coming.
Harbaugh talked about it. Literally in press conference.
It was a pause. You knew after last year and what he did, he was going to get it. But I know he went back to the Ravens. But you know what? Do I think the Ravens are going to have a defense? They have a good defense, all right. I think Kyle Hamilton. Him going over Derwin I thought was just asinine. I thought it was asinine. I thought Derwin James should have been first over Kyle Hamilton. I know he's younger, but
they both play in the box too much to even be rated the number one safety. So I loved it. Listen, I like Kyle Hamilton coming out of Notre Dame. But I did say he was probably too slow for what I thought the defense needed, which is so embarrassing because it's clearly not slow and his play speed is a lot faster than his 40. Forget the underwear Olympics, the combine. We love it. We get hyped for that shit.
I like Brian Branch more than I like Hamilton.
So, listen, I'm in Detroit. Well, I'm about 40 minutes from Detroit, but I love me some Brian Branch. What he did at Alabama, that draft class of the Lions is one of the best I've seen in a very, very long time.
That was Hutchinson's year too, wasn't it? Wasn't Hutchinson was Hutchinson that year?
Year before.
Oh, okay.
Might have been 2 years before that. Forgive me. I should. He's a Michigan guy. Forgive me.
Yeah.
I followed a lot of college football. Listen, one of the laziest things about me is as much as I scout players and I feel confident in doing so regardless of position, I don't start my scouting as early as I used to. It's usually later into the season and it's closer to like playoff time, but God only knows what collegiate football is doing with the playoffs and I don't know how to keep up with the conferences and everybody switching this and that. And it's not fun anymore. And then NIL has made it to where a bunch of guys who are never going to make it in the NFL, they're getting paid a lot of money just to play college football. Now, we talked about it earlier. Do I believe that football players especially, or a lot of athletes, collegiate athletes, should get paid? Absolutely. But man, football, you're literally putting your life on the line. Can we do something about that? Baseball, same thing. Don't get hit by a baseball in the head. I literally have a scar on my inner thigh.
I saw a baseball player got hit in the gonads and ruptured his testicles.
Oh, the ruptured oh, Jesus. I saw it.
Oh, it was like, you got to be. I said, ouch on Facebook.
I saw that. Sorry, I did see you.
I said, owie.
Owie is, Jesus Christ, man. Listen, I wore a cup in football and I got made fun of, but I'll tell you right now, my balls were safe.
That's all that matters, but come on now. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to wear in baseball, too. Right, Les?
Two beautiful kids out of the deal, man. It worked out. It paid off for me. My son's quite a bit taller than me already. My daughter's my height, and she's a gorgeous little gal. I'm blessed. I'll tell you right now, protect the testicles, folks. Horrible to hear about that baseball player with a ruptured testicle. That's so gnarly. It's so gnarly. Yeah. Hopefully he has a good contract, and I don't think he does.
I don't think he does. They do get good health insurance. That's all that matters.
Hey, professional sports fucking better do that for these guys. The NFL especially. I'm so tired of I have a lot of former players who are friends and acquaintances, I think is probably the better way to say or characterize, if you will, the majority of them. But they just talk about all the time, like, dude, my insurance cut off, like 5 years out of the league. The NFL needs to do something about that. They're creating the billions of dollars. The people before the players that are playing now are why the NFL is successful. You do not have to try to throw shade over my eyes. It's not been that hard to understand. It hasn't been a kid's game for a long time. It's a business. Lee, you mentioned it earlier in the show. the business that is the NFL. Your thoughts on the NFL constantly expanding. First game in Paris, France.
Yeah, I reported on our show, what is it, a couple of days ago, last Friday. The NFL wants to broaden it to 10 more different countries and even Japan.
Of course.
I understand it's money, but I'm like, man, what country would not? We call it the International NFL?
Listen, the name will have to change. It can't just be the National Football League at that point. But let's make something clear. Roger Goodell, obviously former lawyer, very good lawyer from what I'm told, by the way. I didn't like meeting him in person a couple times. He was kind of a shit. But I will say this. His expansion of the game into other countries and what the NFL can become, if they actually cared about the integrity of the shield and the safety of the players, I'd have a much higher opinion of Roger Goodell. I don't have that. The 18-game schedule, like Eric Williams of Fox Sports talked about earlier on the show. There he is. Look at this cat. Man, you're worth the wait. Hold up for a second. He's smiling too. Hold up. Let me get this cat on the screen. Jeremiah Spicer.
My bad, man. How's it going, man?
It's so great to have you. This is the first time I interviewed you via written article, but you're here on the show with us on BoltBlitz Uncut on a 12-hour subathon. How you feeling, man?
Man, I'm feeling good, man. Hanging in there, man. Taking it one day at a time, man. Taking care of business, man.
Yeah, that's clearly what you do.
Yeah, man, I was going to what I'm doing is, man, honestly, man, I might be signed to a team soon this week. So, in the AFL and the AF1, man. So, right now, I'm really just getting ready for that right now.
Let's go.
I see what you're doing.
Yeah, I had a kid for summer.
I see what you're doing.
I had a kid for summer break.
You're constantly training. I see Gray. I see the highlights. I've seen the progression. How important is it to you to make these young players, these young wannabe players, I think is the best way to put it, into actual prospects that can get it done? Gray is literally improved right before our eyes, and I feel like you're responsible for that.
My thing really is just making the world a better place. That's what I'd like to do, and making people happy, you know. That makes me feel better, so shit. You know what I'm saying? As long as people are happy, shit, I'm happy.
I think we need more people like Maya. And I wouldn't say myself, because I do want to see everybody happy. I'm just not as good spirited as my man Jeremiah Spicer. By the way, if you have to follow him on Twitter or X or whatever you call it, he's at Kingstruck24. Sorry, we had a little technical difficulties. That's on me. Jeremiah, one of the things we touted earlier in this show, and I know you've talked about it on several shows, give a little bit of information. He's out there working in the sun. I see you. Talk a little bit about your upbringing and how rough that is. Talk about Skid Row. Talk about your beginnings, man. It's important. There's so many kids out there who need to learn from you.
Yeah, man. So pretty much, man, I had a rough upbringing.
That's all right. A little bit of technical difficulties. He's walking around. Maybe he's nervous on such a big show.
That or it might be hot out there, because usually what happens when Buggy gets in the Matrix, it happens. The heat knocks them out. But no,
we're gonna remove Jeremiah for right now and invite him back. Let's see how he deals with that. Hey, I hear you again.
At the time, I was listening to a lot of Nipsey Hussle and stuff like that, so he's always.
Yeah.
That's all right. What Jeremiah is saying, he used to listen to a little Nipsey Russell back in the day, and I'll tell you right now, part of that forms your foundation. Especially, listen, if you're not into music, that's all right. You don't have to be into everybody else's music. But what Jeremiah is saying,
trying to do better, man. Trying to do something for myself, man. You know what I mean? Like, you either do it or you don't. Yeah, man.
Hell yeah. No, you nailed it.
Downtown LA, Skid Row. My grandma, man, foster home, group home, 2 colleges. You know, Chargers, and with the
shit. Jeremiah, you're good. Hey, you're good. You're good. Thank you so much for joining the show. I cannot hear you, and the fans can't either. Jeremiah, I'll have you back. You and I already talked about you even being a co-host. You just got to hold still when we're doing this shit, man. I just want to say, is there anything you're working on right now while you have time to shout out to the fans? You do work with everybody.
Right now, I got some kids I got to get with in a little bit right now, so it's not the right time. If I was out there in the field, I'd be able to show y'all. But I'm out here in my city actually right now, Moreno Valley, California right now, giving back to the community right now out here right now. But most time, I'm out there in Phoenix, Arizona, out there, where I stay at, and giving back to the community out there. You know what I mean? The community in need out there. So, I'm in both places.
And most pleasant things that I've seen in the last 10 years is the way that you're constantly giving back, whether it's in California, whether it's in Phoenix, all over Arizona. You're constantly cultivating these kids. Why is it so important to you?
Well, my business is called West Coast Sports Mechanics, so I pretty much go around like a mechanic, but I'm like a sports mechanic. So I go around helping athletes with their talents and abilities. You know what I mean? And so I pretty much build athletes from scratch. I can take a kid who never played football in his life and turn him to a great star. That's what I can do. That's what I do pretty much.
I was a little impressed what you did with the kid who was trying to be a quarterback. I didn't know you had that in you.
Oh, yeah. One of the kids I train is actually one of the top quarterbacks in the state of Arizona.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Look at you, man. Come on now.
Name's Evan. Yeah, his name's Evan. Yeah.
If you're not proud of you, we are. I hope you're able to provide
an hour to train to me. He literally drives a whole hour from Maricopa to where I'm at to train.
Where Maricopa County is. No kidding.
Yeah, so he drives from there to Phoenix to come train with me.
Let me do this. You were with the Chargers there, literally, under the tutor Anthony Lynn. When you got that, the lightning bolts on your shoulders, how did that feel?
Man, I'm not gonna lie. Like, honestly, what happened was when I first started really feeling things was when I was when I went to the locker room. Meetings kind of I didn't really feel too much. Like it was like, okay, I'm pretty much paying attention. I'm locked in. But when I went to the locker room, I started looking around. I'm like, what? Like, man,
this shit's real.
Crazy, yeah. So, but really, when I stepped on the field, that's when I knew. I was like, okay. It was like a light bulb came on my head. Like, dang, you can do anything you want to do in your life, man, as long as you work hard. So pretty much, like, if I take that same effort, what I did with anything I do in my life, I could be successful at it. And I really believe that with anything I do with that same energy, if I take that same energy, I could be successful in my music or anything I want to do.
Oh, you got some music. You better plug something right now before we get you off the show. Talk to about it. Oh.
Yeah, man, I've been writing since 2006. I've been a writer, man. Yeah, I've been writing.
Send me links, man. We'll get you linked up. Don't worry. Send me shit.
I'll send you some stuff. Yeah, I send you some stuff, man. I send you some stuff. I write to all genres. I can write rock, anything. I can write to R&B. I can write to like whatever. You know what I mean? Like literally.
What's also funny about you, by the way, I love to point this out to people who ask me about you, is like you're this weird like doctor on the side where you literally have like they work. I followed two of them and they some shit up.
Some people probably think all type of things about me, man. You know what I mean? But it's all love, man. I'm a Pisces for one, so I'm like kind of I'm always in my imagination. So people never know, like they always curious about me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're always curious, like what type of person is he? Like is this motherfucker crazy? Like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody, you know what I'm saying? I'm just me, man. You know what I'm saying? Like shit. I'm me, shit. You know what I'm saying? As long as you don't do nothing bad to me, shit, I ain't gonna do nothing bad to you, shit.
Hell you know what I mean? We should all be, man. I'm done with this weird feuding shit. It's 2026. Let's get over our fucking egos, man. You have really gotten over your whether you had one or not. I doubt you did, but what you do for kids, you're literally training people to be better people, better players.
I want to do a podcast too. I want to do something with y'all where we could just talk and be ourselves. Even if we see things a different way, we can still sit there and talk and have a conversation.
That's how it is. That's the best part about it.
You know what I mean? So that's the type of stuff I be on. Like you know what I mean? Like I'll be talking to all type of different people. Like I said, like I'll talk to you about it later on about some other ideas about that, man. But yeah, I got some stuff, man, where I wanna let my other self, myself go. I wanna let people see who I really am. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, dude, you're multifaceted. You're not trying to restrict yourself from being who you could be. That's what this is what kids need to hear is you're not stuck.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty much a jack of all trades, so I'm not gonna lie to you. Like anything I pretty much want to do it. I want to try to, as long as it ain't jumping out of airplanes and stuff like that, and heights and stuff like that.
Man, fuck that skydiving shit. That's for goofy. Man, get the fuck out of here.
But I'm not gonna lie though. I be tempted though. I be tempted to face my fear. I'm like, man, I need to face that fear. But I'm not into control. I'm not in control, so I'm not really. I don't really like messing with things too much. I'm not in control of it. If I'm like in something like a car, if I'm driving, I'm good. You know what I mean? I'm in control of it. I'm good. But if other things, like, I don't know, man, because I got in that bad car accident too. I got ejected out the car.
I was literally about to bring it up. Say, talk about the car shit. I mean, I saw the video. I literally saw the pictures. You weren't just ejected. You were shot the fuck out of the car, man. That's insane.
I was knocked out in the middle of the intersection, man, in Florida, in Orlando. Yeah, so a lady ran a red light. Was getting up the freeway, and she T-boned us, smacked us. She was going about 60 or 80. I know we was going about freaking a good. We slowed down to like 15 miles per hour damn near.
Damn,
you know what I'm saying? So we wasn't really going that fast, man. And she was flying, man, smacked us coming through the intersection. And knocked me out the back seat of the car.
And you were in the back. So hold on. I don't think people understand that. You were in the back, dude.
Yeah. I'm the only one, like, I ain't gonna lie, my doors, my side got messed up the most out of everybody. So that's what happened. Like my door
went to play more football and you led fucking your last team in sacks. You're not playing around, are you, Jeremiah?
Nah, man, but it's always a little bit harder for me. So when I do it, it's different than when other people do it. You know what I mean? Because I come from a different background. So like me, I gotta keep doing what I'm doing just in my lane. You know what I'm saying? I don't really like. I'm gonna keep doing my thing with the sacks and stuff like that. Yeah, but
come on.
You know what I'm saying? I leave that up to other people to have their fame on that stuff like that because, like, shoot, I had 8 sacks in 9 games and dudes barely want to give me credit. And I'm like, all right, whatever.
I saw it, dude. I know what you put up, and you did it.
You know what I mean? And then I'm like, I did that in 9 games, literally. And then, like I don't even talk about the other hardships I had to deal with in the middle of doing all that stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I got guys that play the whole season and they even did that.
I'm telling you.
You know what I'm saying? So that's where I'll be telling dudes, I'm like, bro, I have not even seen a dude this year even do it. You know what I'm saying?
You're talking about having an opportunity with the team. Who is that? And is it close to you, or where can we watch Jeremiah play football?
Honestly, I had a couple contract offers from Albany Firebirds, Kentucky, and a couple teams in the IAL I've been talking to. But it's just been I had my kids for summer break, so I promised my kids I was going to spend time with them. So that's why y'all haven't seen me balling.
No. I see you training kids. I know what you're doing, and I love that you're such a family man. Considering your upbringing, it's got to be hard to kind of force that kind of thing.
That's why I do it. That's the reason why. That's the reason why I did it, man. I'm like, I was freaking sitting there, man, freaking miserable, man. I'm not gonna say I'm miserable, but I'm fighting myself because I want to ball.
We need to get you on the field, man, for sure. Listen,
and I'm like, I need a ball, and I'm like, dang, but my kids gonna be mad if I go ball right now. So I'm like, man, that's where I was stuck at right there. I was stuck for 2 months.
You need to be a good daddy at all times. If it means making money playing football, they're gonna understand down the road. They may not understand it initially. My kids hate how much I work, but man, owning a cleaning company and then doing the editorial shit and then running this show, like I'm busy, but my kids get it because they get spoiled in the right way, not the wrong way. I want to put that out there. Jeremiah, tell everybody where they can find you on your social medias. I appreciate you joining the show. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for a minute. And you know what? You and I will talk soon. and let's get you on here regularly. Let's get your story out there. Let's get your message, and let's let people know, especially in your area, they can literally be trained to play any possession in the position.
Man, I'm on the West Coast. Like I said, West Coast sports mechanics. So I'm trying to grow this thing big enough to where I can ride around like a mobile, like a wherever you call me, I'm there. You know what I'm saying? Like a mobile mechanic.
Come on.
That's why it's called West Coast sports mechanics.
I love it. For those of you, listen, if you're trying to build a football player, check out West Sport Mechanics. Jeremiah
West Coast sports mechanics.
West Coast Sports Mechanics. Check
West
out
Coast Sports Mechanics, yeah.
If you're not a friend of his on Facebook, send him a request. And if you're lucky enough, like I am, you will be. Jeremiah, thank you so much for joining the show. Appreciate you, brother. I'll talk to you very, very soon at the end of this. Show.
Thanks, Jeremiah. Pleasure meeting you, dude.
Hi. Oh, he's awesome, man. He's busy. He's moving around. He's constantly helping anybody that he can. His story, and we didn't get into it too much, and we will on a completely different edition of this show, but I'm telling you right now, if you're not going to be inspired by or if you're incapable of being inspired, what Jeremiah Spicer has gone through to fight through adversity, literally from birth, to make himself into somebody who all he does is pour himself out to the community. Just check out what he's doing and what he's saying. And he's constantly trying to make all these kids into football players. Some were a little rough, and now they're not so rough. I think coaches, just like teachers, are some of the most important people we have in society. Let's do our best to support coaches and trainers. And then, of course, teachers. Lee, we're 6.5 hours into this shit. How you feeling, brother?
I'm feeling good. I was just getting some shit. I just see Diego Pava. He got cut. He got waived.
Already?
He just got waived before training camp. So if you have him for fantasy football, you can go.
He's my height. Of course he got cut.
Jesse Minna said, no soup for you.
Yeah, he was the fucking Pavia Nazi. No play for you. I love that. Hey, no, I'm not shitting on that. I just thought the whole thing with his mom was really weird. Like, I don't.
Oh, yeah, I thought that was fucking.
I'm doing that?
Oh, I think he's just a weird dude in general.
Yeah, possibly. I don't know. But he's not going to
he screwed himself from doing all that Heisman shit. That's what he did. I think his biggest issue was his social media shit.
65 quarterbacks have to go down for him to get a job.
He made himself look like an ass on social media.
Well, yeah, his mom didn't help though. Like,
no, she didn't. Nope.
I mean, she's all putting her leg. Like, listen, she's all right, by the way. She's kind of fine if I'm being completely honest. But you don't want to see your mom doing that shit. A bunch around. I mean, they're all college kids.
Exactly.
She's all, like, flexing her leg over the shit. Like, what are we doing here? And then like Theo Vaughn shows up at the game and like maybe Dayton mom. Like, it was just super weird. I don't like distractions on my football team, and I definitely
you're right.
Nothing to do with Diego Pavia. I do not ever celebrate somebody losing a job unless it's Brandon Staley.
Yeah. You ain't lying.
But that being said, it's no surprise. When I saw that Baltimore picked him up, I was like, okay, if you make it to camp, cool. He clearly didn't.
I can see him going to a quarterback needy team, just picking them up for the hell of it.
It's got to be something where you got boots.
Like the Dolphins or something picking him up.
Wish I could post gifts in the chat. Shut up. Boston Brewski, no. I'm so glad you can't. I'm actually so glad you can't. I'm also so glad you've been joining us. Man, this cat's going to hang out. I think he's been here most of the 6.5 hours.
He's been, I've sent the link to our New England thread, and George joined in, and I was like hoping the cats because they're all Patriots fans. So I would have heard something about.
God, it's tough. You know what's funny is like literally I don't have very many Chargers friends, so to speak.
Yeah.
I do in obviously in San Diego and Los Angeles, but I'm in Michigan, so everybody roots for a different team. And it's always funny listening to the way that people talk about Chargers and the Chargers fandom. They think there's 11 of us. There's a lot more. And by the way, if you didn't pay attention, like we talked about with Eric Williams of Fox Sports and also Boltman, Ken Lampkin, the stadium got loud a little bit. The Chargers fans were outnumbering the opposing fans, Lee. What a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, well, and that's coming from someone that's at games every single week, too.
Dude, he's
So
always
to me,
solid.
I mean, that's great. I mean, it's just like we know when San Francisco comes in, that place is a sea of red.
Oh, always. Yeah. Well, and his Steelers and his Packers and his Cowboys.
The Cowboys, yeah, the teams that travel well, yeah.
Yeah. Well, and you know, we expect that. Those are the oldest organizations in the league. I'm talking.
George goes, Manti Te'o's fake girlfriend.
By the way, him being on Good Morning Football is one of the biggest downgrades in NFL history of any kind. Give me a fucking break. You want to know why Good Morning Football doesn't work? It's just not what it used to be. We had Kay Adams, we had Peter Schrager, we had Nate Burleson, we had fucking Kyle Brandt. I know Kyle Brandt's still there, and I know that Schrager shows up every now and then. It's just not the same show. I like Jamie Erdahl. She's not a host.
She's just not it.
And that's not a shot at her.
I think it's more of like for the female viewer. Other than that, I'm not a fan of hers. I mean, she knows college ball. That she's good at is college ball. I'm not saying she knows
basketball. She's a former basketball player and a damn good one. I just don't know. Thank you, Felix. I don't know. Thank you for joining us. Is that one of your guys, Felix?
No, I don't recognize that one. I wouldn't.
But I will say thank you for joining the show, Felix. ON7IB. You're gonna have to explain that to me because I'm old and dumb. But I will say this: GMFB is trash now. It's been weird trying to follow like what has happened since they did get rid of the original crew. And I get why Peter Schrager moved on to Fox. Like it was going downhill. When you got rid of Nate Burleson, who is now doing like regular.
Yeah, he's doing NFL. What is he doing? The NFL
today, but he's also Good Morning fucking Football. America.
Yeah.
Like he is legit. One of my favorite things was to watch him on what the fuck is the name of the old school show? Hollywood Squares.
Oh, yeah.
Funny guy on there. He's a cool guy. We're Twitter followers. And he's been invited on the show no less than 6 times. Agreed 4. And how many times has he showed up, Lee? It sucks. Yeah. Oh,
yeah. Kay Adams. That she's killing it over whatever she's doing.
Oh, I couldn't disagree more. She's horrible. I'm friends with her producer. Not friends. That's so stupid to say. We're Twitter acquaintances, and he's been on the show before. Matt Hamilton's incredible. He's so funny, even though he's a Chiefs fan. Shout out to Matt Hamilton. I did reach out to you. I just said hi with the wave, and I got nothing back. That's okay. I disappeared for so long. I'm not sure people know who the fuck I am, but it's time to put that Booga P stamp back out there in the Bolt fam, in the Chargers world, in the NFL world. Lee, we're hitting
almost
6 hours.
Close.
I'm telling you, we're 20 minutes away, baby. This shit's crazy. We're having a blast. I'm literally so glad we're past the halfway point. As Lee mentioned earlier in the show, we love everybody who's been on the show, by the way. But when we start to talk about the way the show's about to pick up at the end, these are hard-hitting cats that really have a lot of NFL information. Lee, you know the setup. You know who we got. Do me a favor, because I don't know that he's that known, because a lot of old folks like me, and maybe you, but even though you're on there, talk about Charged Up Jay while I go use the restroom, and tell everybody out there listening what he brings to the show, and we can't wait to talk to him.
Oh, let's see. I met Jay on TikTok about 2 years ago, and I saw his Chargers content. He does weekly content, probably twice a week. During the season, he does quite a lot. I mean, he covers the chart. And now with training camp coming, he'll be killing training camp. But man, he's good. He's a fun. He has a great personality. Loves the Chargers. Hey, he was watching the World Cup. He loves Mexico. But man, he is a diehard Chargers fan. You find him over on TikTok. It's Charged. It's Charged Up Podcast or Charged 81. Yeah, I think it's Charged 81. I think I can pull it up. Hold on, because yeah, he's got some great content over on TikTok. So shout out to Jay. Let's see. Hold on. Jay Charged Up Podcast. He is over on TikTok. Let's see what Jay is over here, because he has one. Yeah, he's Charged Up Podcast. That's what he is. Which is good. His ID is Charged Up 81, and it's just the Chargers logo. That's what it is. But he's right. Sorry about that. Yeah, he's Charged Up Podcast. He's got some good content over there, and this is what it looks like over there. It's got a Chargers logo, and he's got he does training camp. It'd be having fun. He's got a wonderful personality. He loves to talk Chargers football. If it's his Mexican soccer team, hey, we chatted up. He was hoping he just like, I would like to see England win. I'm like, yo, man, but my England team beat his Mexican team.
Oh no. Oh no.
We were going back and forth about it. We were shit talking. He goes, but it's Chargers football now.
Hey, Mr. Bakes a lot. I'll get back to you about the West Coast Sports Mechanics site. I don't have a link right now, but I will get that. Listen, I know it was a little rough interview with Jeremiah, but I need you to understand something right now. I do not have people on this show that don't matter. Jeremiah matters. He affects the lives and impacts the lives of so many kids. He's literally just trying to make football players. We need more of that. Just like Taylor talking about the women's social club there that the Chargers are doing, and they're one of the few teams to do it. We really need to reach out and help as many people as possible to learn about this game. It's the greatest sport in the damn world. And if you don't agree with me, that's okay. They won't catch up to football anytime soon worldwide. But I'll tell you right now, if Roger Goodell has anything to say about it, this NFL is going to continue to expand. And I got you, Mr. Bakes. I'll get you that link as soon as we're done with this show. But we do still have 5 hours, 16 minutes, and 30 seconds. I mean, we're killing it. We're crushing it. We're past the halfway point. Lee, I think there are a lot of things we can talk about. Again, we have Adam Rank, a fantasy expert, coming on this show. Lee, do me a favor. I need you to get 3 questions, Chargers related, fantasy wise, for Adam Rank. And while you do that, I'm going to give another shout out to the daughter of Thomas Powell. May he rest in peace. Our gal, Kayla Powell, his daughter, she suffered an internal injury, and I'm not going to get into all of it, but she's fine. She's back home. Almost went septic. Kayla, we love you. I'm Uncle Booga. You know how much love I got for you and your family. I'm so sorry about what you're going through. But what I will say is, prior to your injury, the love I have for the love that you provide for your children is so important. Archer, damn it. Boston Brewski, don't do this while I'm fucking saying something sentimental. God damn it. Puss Lee matters. I mean, why did this dude, he's all about it. It's George, right?
Yeah,
George,
it's George.
On the show. I'm gonna have George on the show with you, Lee, and you guys can just fucking argue for a minute. Y'all figure it out. But no, a shout out to Kayla Powell. I'm proud of the woman you are. I'm proud of the mother that you are. You keep fighting. You keep getting better. Please keep healing. And of course, rest in peace to your father. You know how much he means to me. We've talked about it ad nauseum. I miss him very much, but we do have a good team. We are building some stuff here that I do believe that your father, Thomas Powell, would be proud of, especially our guests. And we've got a great list. I mean, we've been trying to make shit up for, I don't know, a couple hours. But once we get to Adam Rank, it's info. And then Charged Up Jay, Amy Trask, David Drogemeyer, Alex Ainsdorf, Garrett Greenlee, who's one of my favorites. He's a young kid, but he's really, really good at what he does X's and O's wise. And then, of course, Bert Grossman. Bert is the worst at responding to text, by the way. He's the opposite of Lee. And then 9 p.m., the closers. The closers and Lee. Guccini, JD, and Bogey. I'm going to try to get Bogey to put one of his tracks on the show, see if how we can get that happening. Love for y'all to be able to sample this shit.
Bogey just had a couple little projects working out. He had one was something cult, and he has projects, just like 2 projects just dropping. He did with a few of the people he worked with. Yeah, Prime One was that. Yeah, it was Prime One. He worked with Prime One. They put out some good music. Yeah, it was some good stuff.
All about it. People don't know this about me unless you went to high school with me. Like, I am that singing motherfucker in opera performance and all the goofy shit. I write music for a lot of people, not the notes, just the words and the lyrics. And then I help people learn how to sing like a fucking bird, because if you come to tech, you fucking asshole. Your boy George cracks me up every time he posts, come to Massachusetts. We are massholes. Yes, you are.
Well, that was one of the reasons why I left.
And you're racist as fuck.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, but hey,
Hey, look at that. We spiked to 53. Right now, viewers, we have not dropped below 47. I'll tell you right now, folks, BoltBlitz Uncut is highly unknown. It's possibly by design. I wanted to get my feet wet. It's been hard for me to get back into the business. I just didn't trust myself anymore. My memory is not what it used to be. And when you have so many surgeries and you go under anesthesia so many times, it does affect your memory. That being said, I'm happy, healthy, and safe.
George, I always say, once a masshole, always a masshole.
It doesn't change, does it?
Nope. No.
You don't
Once,
that do?
No. I spent 28 years of my life there, man.
Did you? I didn't know you were there that long.
Yeah, I came back in '86 from England because I've lived all over. I've lived in England, Massachusetts, New York, not New York, New Hampshire. I've lived all around the East Coast, but I lived 28 years of my life was spent there. It was one top fun. Hey, I couldn't stand winters there. That's one thing I don't miss.
Oh, fuck all that. Y'all know it's weird. Rain comes in sideways too.
Oh, fuck. You know. Hey, you can say 3 inches of snow. It's not 3, it's 12 inches.
Oh, dude, stop.
And it's not the game. You can get your powder snow, but you get the heavy snow. Oh, I'm out of there. Sorry. I hated those days. I'm all set on that. I got my new chair coming today. Thank God.
Oh, don't do that with me.
Got one of those gaming chairs. Wifey bought me.
Oh, dude. By the way, those kicks you got from the wifey, I need a wifey, apparently.
She's
like, I need somebody to give me gifts.
I'm like, I need a new chair for my scoliosis for my back, right? And she's like, what's your? I'm like, I'll just keep it in the house. The other one, this is like less than about a year old, but this one is like for those 13-hour stream days. Yeah.
Dude, speaking of 13-hour shows, if you took the over of 12 and a half beers, you win. Because we're past that here. I know. Listen, for those of you who
I
don't
know, George, it's not 3 inches, it's 12 inches, Paul.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's not 3, it's 12 inches, pause. Exactly. Fuck no. Yeah, George, I don't miss those winters, man. Hey, living here in Texas, the most amount of snow I've had in 16 years. It told George, this is no lie, about 5 inches of snow I've had in the past 16 years. And I'll take that any day.
Hold on. Shout out to your boy, George. Look at my boy, Shaw. I love it when he shows up. Wives give gifts to get gifts. 25-year veteran of that scheme. It's a scheme, Shaw. You know it is. I love it.
Lying.
Thank you for showing up, baby. I appreciate you so much, man. I want to point this out because your boy said you should drive with me in the Pike. Road Rage Central. 1,000% right. I hate the Pike more than I do the St. Louis fucking Cloverleafs. I've driven all over the United States. Fuck all that dumb shit. I'm not here to impede on what my truck driver friends, which is half of the BoltBlitz group chat, excuse me.
Hold on a second.
They all drive truck, but I'm telling you right now, having Shaw here is a blessing. We had 3 blizzards. Yeah, you had more. I thought it was more than that. We didn't have it that bad here in Michigan because I'm in the mitten, but we're surrounded by the fucking Great Lakes. So lake effect snow, all that goofy shit. We're just constantly hounded by that stuff. But here we are.
Yeah, I know.
I think it's about 75. Not complaining, but it's humid as fuck. Hold on. What's Lee doing? Keep an eye on Lee. His camera moves with him, which is weird.
No, my chair came.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what it came. Yes, my wife bought me the chair. It finally
You're
came.
awesome, wife. We love you.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me do this. She's got to be so mad at me. She doesn't even know me. She's like, this motherfucker.
No, she's just resting. Nice. We had 3 blizzards.
I'll keep my voice out.
We had 3 blizzards last year. Hey, I don't miss those for the world.
You said Boston Brewski is George. George, listen to me
George,
right now when I tell you my son and I have had some of the greatest moments of my life grilling out in this fucking snowstorm. Like, just put it under the awning, get under there, get the coals hot. Again, coals. We're not a propane family because we're not communists. Don't be afraid to cook with charcoal, y'all. Get the real flavor. You don't need that. I got a fancy fucking propane grill, too. It sits in my fucking garage because I'm a man. Ooh, that sounded bad. But you get the point, I think. I drove through it. Oh, dude. Years. No shit. And he said Christmas in Big Dig. Hey, Christmas in I mean, it's everywhere. I think BoltBlitz is always Christmas. I think it's Christmas regardless of the month because we're putting all these presents and just gifts right here on a platter for y'all. And thank you so much for tuning in. We're hitting a rough part of this. I'm telling you right now, I haven't had to say Lee stick with me in about an hour and a half. So he's got more stamina and he's proving it. But I will say this. We've talked about the roster. We've talked about the schedule prediction. We've literally talked about almost everything Chargers. And yes, I'm losing my voice a little bit. That's okay. As much as this may surprise people, the cat. Hold on. We're going to get to the cat carrier thing in a second. As much as this surprises people, I don't talk that often other than on my shows. Like Lee and I talked about it. My shows are like 22 to 36 minutes. Lee is the fucking running man. He's like the fucking 5-hour shit. This is brand new. It's kind of a crazy idea, but we're sneaking up on hour 7, Lee, and you've literally been here the whole time, minus a couple bathroom breaks. Why is it you're so dedicated to BoltBlitz? Is it because you believe in me or you believe in us?
I believe in us, but I'm used to doing long shows. I'm used to these long shows. I'm used to like sometimes 13-hour streams for fantasy football on weekends, helping the subscribers. It's kind of fun, but you know what? It's the grind, but you know what? You get used to it. I mean, some not international games. My morning starts at 4:00 in the morning.
Oh, so that's the England. So I'll say this, and listen, former co-host of the show, and he was literally who I tried to build the foundation of the show around, was 80 Simons. He lives in London. I can't remember the actual city in London, but the guy would stay up all hours of the night. Imagine a Chargers Monday night football game that starts at 9:15 or 10 p.m. or whatever the fuck it is. You're from England. You understand what that's like.
Oh yeah, it's a nasty thing. It's an 8-hour difference. Yeah, it's a 7-hour difference, 7-8 hour difference. It's tough.
Oh, it was tough. We couldn't schedule around it. It was really hard. But that being said, if you have yet, and I'm going to do this, I don't mind pubbing people who I'm not friends with anymore. I do miss him. I don't mind saying that either publicly. But if you need to find an O-line expert, go find ADYSIMONS on Twitter. He's been playing football for a long time. He's done now, but he's played it overseas, so he really had to do his best to learn his craft. And he's 6'11". Listen, we're not pals anymore, which sucks ass. I fucking hate it, but it is.
Hey, George, I wouldn't consider the 3 most dramatic and heavily scrutinized figures. Eli Manning never even played for us. He just was drafted, didn't play for us. So.
I get what. No, hold on. I
understand the story behind it, though. Yeah.
I mean, we could talk. I mean, I'm a Chargers fan. We could throw Derek Cox in there. I mean, we could throw a lot that were scrutinized. Manti, I mean, come on, man. There aren't a lot of us who are listening or a part of this show right now that have been duped that bad, but motherfucker, it wasn't really the social media age then. And he really had to learn the hard way. Like, listen, if I could give any advice to the children out there, do your best to listen to your parents when they're right. But also don't ever form an online relationship because you don't know who's on the other side of that phone. You don't know who's on the other side of that laptop. We're here trying to help everybody in all facets. This isn't just a Chargers show. We're trying to make everybody better. And that's one of the reasons why we had Jeremiah Spicer on the show. Boltman, Ken Lampkin, really impressed with his interview. Really proud of him. It was nice to have him on the show. We're here to honestly enhance people's lives. Again, our goals are 3 things: inform, educate, and entertain. We do our best to entertain, of course, and we actually do provide you with stats too. We're not as straight to the point as our gal Taylor Bloom, but we don't listen. 4.5 minutes, less than 4.5 minutes to the 7-hour mark, Lee. 7-hour Chargers football, Chargers talk, BoltBlitz Uncut. Lee, this has been a long one. Let's do something a little bit different here. When you look at what the Chargers social team is doing, how much of a fan are you when it comes to like the Halo stuff?
I'm not really a video game. I'm not a video game player, so I have no. I look through. Oh, that's cool, but when you don't play video games, it's tough.
No. Well, so the way
everyone thinks it's cool. Don't get me wrong. Everyone loves it. I love what our social media team does year after year. Don't get me wrong. It's just, but you know, if people love it, I think it's great.
They hate me. They hate me. Like the whole social media team hates me, and that's okay. And I get it because I caused a stink when they kept, and they still do it, they don't capitalize the names of the players. They're putting their lives on the line, quite literally, at least their brain and their body. And we can't capitalize their names. If you look at the social admin's Twitter account, she literally has as the first sentence, actually, I can.
Oh, wow.
Bolt fam, me. Bolt up, me. That first sentence of her fucking profile, me. Welcome to BoltBlitz Uncut, man. We don't fuck around. Listen, BoltBlitz has just been different. It's been kind of fun because you have all these people, listen, who are super serious. Do you know what I did before every press box I've ever been in? I tailgated.
There you go.
I had a fucking blast. If you know what you're watching, it doesn't matter if you have a few in you. You're not going to have the best opinion ever. I understand that. I really get that. Hold up. Damn it, George. Manning forced a historic 2004. No, his daddy did. Trade after the Chargers picked him number 1 overall, refusing to sign and getting dealt to the Giants for Phillip Rivers. And then you're missing out on some of that, man. It worked out great because the Chargers also got some other pretty solid fucking players.
Yeah, they did. They did.
I'm not saying the other dude's name. I don't do that. 56, but fuck that guy. He and I can't stand each other. Yes, he's much bigger than me. I don't care, man. He and I would have an interesting conversation in person. And they'll probably end up in the hospital. But
that's right.
If y'all have met me, you know I ain't afraid to take an ass whooping. My daddy gave me that to me fucking for 16 years until I moved out. Lee, let's keep moving. At 5 o'clock in 2 minutes, should he show up, we have what is the most requested. And it's a little embarrassing that he hasn't been here for a while. But the most requested return visit on the show is Adam Rank. I'm going to text him and make sure he's good. But we get him on the show. I need you as the fantasy expert to be the man, because you're going to have – I need 2 questions out of you no matter what.
I got like 3 fantasy questions. I got 3 fantasy Chargers related questions.
We'll see. I just texted him. I said, you good? I sent him everything, and he specifically requested the 5 p.m. Eastern block. If we get him on here, I'm just going to tell you right now, Adam's probably one of the best guests I've ever had on any show I've hosted. All my shows are BoltBlitz related, except for one called Just the Tip. And for those of you who have watched the show, you see the number 1 jersey and you think it's a Quentin Johnston jersey. I'll grab it right now. Quite literally just a tip. There he is. I hear him.
You
God, and he looks good too.
Oh. What do you think this for a question? What is the biggest mistake fantasy managers are making in the drafts this year? Is there a player or strategy you think is being overvalued that people should avoid?
Oh, I do love that show too. I'm so glad he brought that up. So Adam was in studio and then he left. But we're going to get him back. We're going to be patient. And I'm telling you right now, Mr. Adam Rank has joined the show. Hello, sir. How you feeling, man?
I'm great, thank you. How are you doing, man? What's been going on?
Well, just trying to get this Chargers thing rolling, and now I got a guy like you on the show. It's been a long time. Met you at the NFL draft at Radio City Music Hall. You used to be a frequent guest, but I guess we don't like each other anymore. But you've taken the time to join the show right now. Adam, we're talking fantasy football and the Chargers outlook. This is an exciting offense. I just don't know, other than Herbert and Hampton, whether or not this is an offense that people can count on when it comes to picking players in fantasy. Your outlook, especially on the running back group and the tight end group, when you look at the Chargers.
Well, for me, I think Amari and Hampton has to be one of the guys that you're going to be focusing in on in your drafts, especially in the second round. I think that, as you get around that turn and you start to look at some of the prospects who are going to be available to you, now you'll probably have to have a decision between him and, let's say, Ashton Genty, for instance. Sure. And really, you got to be comfortable with your decision. Now, for me, I try to look at the history of what we've seen out of Mike McDaniel over the years, what he was able to do with Devon Achane. And to me, it seems pretty easy to go with Amari and Hampton. I don't have any hesitation about that at all. I'm willing to go all in. I think this is a huge opportunity to cash in on a guy who's ascending. Far too often, we're reactionary in fantasy football. We wait till somebody breaks out and then we're like, well, now we can go draft him. Now I can go get, because last season, and I know that everybody was, I was screaming over the rooftops last year. I was like, listen, you got to go out there and you got to get this guy JSN. And people are like, no, we still love whomever it was, whoever the name du jour was. But you're like, you got to go out there. You want to be in front of these things. And so for me, it's the same thing with Hampton here, is be on the forefront of a guy that everybody at the end of the season is going to be kicking themselves. They're going to be like, why did I not take Hampton when I had the opportunity? Why was I scared? And listen, a lot of these times, things like this will be risky. I know last year I was also very big on, what's his name? Travion Henderson, which did not work out. It didn't work out. Like, I'll wear it.
He didn't get the touches, Adam.
I mean, and again, like this season, he's going to end up being a much better value because people are going to be scared off. They would have seen what had happened last year, and they're like, "Wow, this is easy pickings. I'm not going to draft him." And I think Amari Hampton will be that way too. Although I think there will be. That's the problem. That's the one thing about fantasy football, though, is that by and large, the majority of your friends and your drafters will not buy in. They do not want to be a part of this. They're like, I'm not drafting him. But then all it takes is one guy in your league to be like, oh no, I like him. And then they fire in, and then you're poop out of luck at that point.
I'm telling you right now. Lee's got a question for you. Obviously, you've been in the fantasy forum, if you will, for quite some time. I love the idea of Hampton being the guy that you would count on fantasy wise for the Chargers. Before I get to Lee's question, that tight end group, I mean, listen, McDaniel uses the tight ends. It's just a little bit different than the rest of the league when it comes to offensive coordinators. Is there a Chargers tight end worth drafting? I mean, Kolar's probably the number one, which feels weird. And Njoku might be number two. And then Oronde Gadsden, after a big year, especially after not playing in the first 4 games, he's the hot name actually out of the group, but it feels like he might be tight end 3. Your thoughts on the Chargers tight end room?
I honestly believe it is going to be Gadsden because the upside and what we were able to see last year coming seemingly out of nowhere. I mean, people might have remembered his dad playing in the NFL, but he was a player that was not, by and large, I know there'll be people who played in the Scott Fish Bowl or whatever who are like, I drafted him. I knew. Like, okay, fine. Give those guys and those men and women their flowers for that. When I look at that room and I'm trying to figure out, because David Njoku does kind of muddy the waters a little bit because he is a really exceptional receiving tight end as well. And I still would rather go with the ascending guy. That's always been my thing, is like when you bring in a veteran presence like that, I think he's there to help guide and shepherd Oronde Gadsden the second to greater heights. So as I'm sitting there looking at that room, that's who I've been going after. And again, the value has been pretty good. And I just drafted in a tight end premium league. So for me, it's pretty easy to go out there and go with Oronde Gadsden.
Good. I love it. I kind of shit on Gadsden because he's a wise slot. I like real tight ends. I'm old, Adam. I'm so sorry. But that being said, what he can do, he already proved it. And again, he didn't play the first 4 weeks of the season, and he still finished with almost 700 yards receiving. Lee, go ahead with your question, brother.
All right, Adam. Thank you. I love all your content. Follow you. Love you on Fantasy Live. But I'm a fantasy football. We have a channel over on the Gen Well, and we play Dynasty. From a fantasy perspective, which Chargers player do you think is the best value in 2026 drafts?
What's funny is I know that it's been one of those things that we've waited for years. Every season, Quentin Johnston always is one of those players that people look at and they're like, oh, he's great. And he has trouble catching the football. I remember a couple of years ago, I don't want to, it was somebody in the Chargers organization. And I said, hit me up on Quentin Johnston. What do we think here? And he goes, you know what? He's like, if I'm going to be honest with you right now, it's like Justin Herbert doesn't trust him. Ooh. Like that is one of the, like at that point, this was 4 years ago. And this was 4 years ago. They said they don't trust him. But over the last couple of years, we've seen more and more trust, more camaraderie. Him and Justin Herbert have gotten onto the same page. Now, one of the things that I really love is we were talking about what Mike McDaniel means to this offense in terms of like Amari and Hampton. Think about the routes that Jalen Waddle was running and why Jalen Waddle was so successful with the Miami Dolphins. It's a lot of comebacks and picks and all those things, stuff that Quentin Johnston's going to be able to go out there and really take advantage of. So I think this is going to be an instance where a lot of people who've been burned over the last number of years just stay away. But anybody who's willing to stay the course with Quentin Johnston, this could be the year that it all happens, that it all comes together.
It pays off.
Yeah, right? Like it's a Mike McDaniel 1 year thing, and he comes out and this Chargers offense is dynamite, and they go off, and Quentin Johnston has this remarkable year. If that happens, and if Mike McDaniel ever leaves, I would get rid of him immediately. But I think that the Mike McDaniel effect is going to make Quentin Johnston an absolute steal in fantasy drafts this season.
All right. My follow-up question, Adam, for you is, do you think Justin Herbert finishes as the top 5 fantasy quarterback this season with a healthy offensive line?
And he's going to run the ball a little bit too, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me think. I'm thinking of this right now. Top 10 is easy for me, but I think that top 5, let's break this down. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. I would have put Caleb in there. It depends. A lot of it too depends on the health and what we're going to see out of some of these players. Like, honestly, like if you wait on a quarterback, for me, I have a dynasty league with a lot of like the ESPN guys, Field and Mike Golick Jr. And my 2 quarterbacks, it's a super flex league. And I was rolling for so long with just Justin Herbert. I was never able to address the other quarterback position until I got Jackson Dart last year. Justin Herbert's been fantastic. I think he's tremendous. And I think that having a healthy offensive line is going to make such a huge difference for them. I really do believe that. And I think that, when you look at the Chargers' outlook, when you look at their ability this season, it comes from the availability of that offensive line. And if everybody is on, if the tackles are healthy and ready to go, I think it's a no-brainer that they go out there and get it done this year.
Adam, we talked about this tackle duo in Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt. Maybe top 2 I think it's top 2, but do you think that there's a possibility for them? I think that the consensus number 1 tackle duo is at Philadelphia in Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson. Can the Rashawn Slater Joe Alt duo, can they supplant them as the number 1 tackle duo in the league? Should they stay healthy?
Yeah, they got to stay healthy. I got to see it. I mean, like it's great in theory. Like every time there's a superhero movie, it always seems great in theory. Like, yeah, how does Superman not work as a movie? And then you go out there and you watch it and you're like, all right, it was fine. Similarly, like these are one of the things. Actually, that's a terrible analogy for me because I liked them, and I usually don't like Superman. But my thing is like we got to go out there and we got to see it. Yeah, they really do have they do have the capability of going out there and being one of the best combinations in the NFL. I truly believe that. I thought Joe Alt coming out was tremendous. I forget who was the other tackle who was coming out with him because they kicked Slater to the right.
They went to Tennessee. It was fuck.
What was his name? And now I know we can work Bluetooth, so that helps out. Also, can I say this though? And I don't want to
say whatever you want on the show.
Listen. The Eagles is good. Yes, the Eagles. That's the duo. I think too, man. One of the things that made Denver so good last year, and it's been good for the last couple of years, is their offensive line has been together
exactly
for what is it, 5 years?
Continuity. And Garrett Bowles is legit.
Like so much continuity with that offensive line, which is like when people want to talk shit on Bo Nix and stuff like that, I'm like, Bo Nix to me is a really good quarterback. Okay. But I think like having the offensive line as well, like, dude, that makes such a huge difference. And I think it really hurt Justin Herbert last year. And for people who come out and hate on the Chargers and they want to hate on Justin Herbert, I'm like, are you watching the dog shit that he's playing behind?
Yeah,
he
played behind 16 different offensive lines last year. The
crazy.
Most in the
like,
NFL.
It's a miracle he was as good as he was. And the ability is so good. And I'll be honest with you, like when he was coming out, actually him and Bo Nix went against each other in college, obviously. I remember watching him at Oregon, and I'd be like, Jesus, I don't see it in the big games. I'm like, he's a good player. And like when he's going up against Utah, he's kicking the shit out of them. But it's like, God, when they play Auburn and all this stuff, and I was like, I'm worried, guys. I don't know. I actually had Jordan Love. And as this all works out now, it's so terrible being like, I was so pro just Jordan Love coming out of college that he gets taken by the Packers. I'm a Bears supporter for anybody who doesn't know that.
100%.
But it's so funny. Not that Jordan Love is bad, but I think as I watch Justin Herbert, it's like, God damn, he's so good. He's so good. And obviously just the way his NFL career started with a stabby, Tyrod Taylor getting stabbed, and having to be forced into play against the Chiefs, and he played so well, and it wasn't like, well, they didn't get to scout him, and he goes out there and he plays so well, and he's such a good quarterback, and it's so disappointing because, and for me personally, I was the guy a couple of years ago, and I'm like, why the F aren't the Bears firing Eberflus when Jim Harbaugh, is there? Like, this seems like a no-brainer. Although I guess he played for the Chargers too. But I just thought it was crazy. And I'm like, we really fully haven't seen the Jim Harbaugh effect with Justin Herbert. And I feel like this season, when that gets going, especially when you bring Mike McDaniel in, like what a quirky little, like, what a group of coaches. Like, so quirky,
it's so weird.
fun.
Come on. It's so weird.
Love it.
Harbaugh, 3 yards in a cloud of dust, and then Mike McDaniel, one of the most innovative offensive minds in the league. And yet we're all banking on it working out. I mean, are you excited about this grouping of Harbaugh and McDaniel?
I think we have to give Harbaugh a little bit more credit of being willing to do whatever it will take to win a football game. And if he comes up and if Mike McDaniel wants to do some things that are outside of the 3 yards in a cloud of dust variety, I think Jim Harbaugh is going to be down with it. I think Jim Harbaugh is cool. I think he's ready to go. I think he's ready to be a part of, like, whatever Mike McDaniel wants to do. I'm sure he's going to have some input. I'm sure there's ways he would want it to get done. But I think ultimately, when Mike McDaniel's out there and this offense is clicking and moving, I think Jim Harbaugh is just going to go out there and enjoy it.
I mean, we've seen it in the way that they acquired players for this team. I think that one of the understated things about this new 2026 Chargers team is the fact that Mike McDaniel has had a lot of say on the pieces that they bring in. It's not just the wanted posters of Keaton Mitchell, and we're going to talk about him in a minute, and then Alec Ingold. It's that you saw draft picks that kind of cater to what he does. Guess who else he asked for? My guy, Brennan Thompson, 4.26 speed. This is an exciting offense. Again, I just feel like there's only one football and there aren't a lot of shares to go around. What are your thoughts on Ladd McConkey? I mean, listen, his exit interview was rough leaving the Chargers last year. He basically said, I need to get more chances. That's not verbatim, quite frankly. But I believe that this is an opportunity. Number one, in your opinion, can Ladd be a number one? And number two, is this I don't want to call it a breakout year because he had 1,000 yards, over 1,000 yards this rookie season. But, like, is this a Ladd McConkey season or is it more a Quentin Johnston season?
Yeah, that's why I'm leaning towards Quentin Johnston. And I love Ladd McConkey, and I loved him coming out of Georgia. Thought he was a tremendous player. And his rookie season was no shock to me. I had plenty of shares of him as well. The thing of it is, the things that always disappoint me are when, and this is a wide receiver thing, is when they chirp too much about getting their opportunities. And I know part of it is because that's how you get paid. You get paid by putting up numbers, like, and it sucks. It really does, because a lot of times these role players don't necessarily go out there and earn the bag as a lot of them would. And
they're running cardio and it frustrates them, Adam.
Yeah, you become the cardio king, as Patrick Claybon would say. And the thing for me, though, is I wish that Ladd McConkey would just understand, like, I would rather be a good football player than somebody who's putting up fantasy numbers. And I think that that's one of the things. It's so difficult to do. And again, this is how these guys get paid. But the Rams found a way to do it. Cooper Kupp was still able to do it. And Cooper Kupp has always been able to run alongside a wide variety of players back in his prime with the LA Rams, whether it was Robert Woods or Puka Nacua when he came on, is like
Bush.
still finding your opportunities to go out there and get things done. So I think that he can do it. I just think that he's got to mind what he's saying, and he's got to be very careful with the way that he addresses things. And so for me, I hope that he does pretty well, but I think when you look at the ADPs and the prices, and like people they're still living on Ladd McConkey's rookie season. So they'll lean towards him as opposed to Quentin Johnston. And as somebody who's been very critical of Quentin Johnston for some time, it's something for me to come out here and say like, no, I'll wait. I'll take the discount. I think that this is an opportunity for him to go out there and get things done.
Yeah, if you got a question for you, if you had to predict one surprise fantasy star from the AFC West, who would it be and why?
Oh,
Trying to think. At first I was trying to figure out. Oh, who's the shit? I was trying to think of somebody from the Raiders because I think
I was going to say
Raiders,
Brock Bowers, but
Brock Bowers is so obvious because
he's
I think
not going to break out. He's just going to be Brock Bowers.
What about Tyquan Thornton?
Thornton's good. Who is the guy? Goddamn, why can't I think of his name? But I think it comes from the Raiders. I think there's got to be somebody on the Raiders who we're not thinking of who's going to go out there and be better. I think Ashton Genty's going to be better. I think they're probably going to lean towards Kirk Cousins for the most of the year. Because with Jacoby Myers leaving, I think that opens up for him. And it's not Mechie. God, what's his name? But it's what I think that
Peacock's right. Trey Tucker?
Yeah,
Trey Tucker.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? That's the thing, is I think there's going to be somebody on the Raiders side who is going to come out of seemingly nowhere, because I think the offense is going to be better. I think Clint Kubiak is going to do a great job right there. I think they'll be safe. I think they'll play it, a little bit closer to the vest, waiting to see how long it takes for them to put Fernando Mendoza out there and get him into games. But I think they're going to be competitive. And I think that Kirk Cousins, he'll allow them the opportunity to be effective. And if Kirk Cousins can just get the ball to Brock Bowers, and I know that I was saying that when Kirk Cousins first went to Atlanta, and I'm like, if you could just get the ball to Kyle Pitts, we're going to be fine. Similar type sentiment right here. I really do like him. I'm curious too in Denver, because I've always liked Troy Franklin, and I always thought like, I don't want to overdo the like, these guys went to college together, but I do weirdly like Troy Franklin a little bit. Again, when you're later on in your drafts and you're getting into depending on how big your rosters are, and you're getting into these dart throws, I'm like, I know that Jalen Waddle's there now, but you know what? I'll take a chance on Troy Franklin. I'll throw down some currency. It's funny too, because Rashee Rice also gets kind of overlooked for what he was able to do last year. They kind of it's weird that he's not getting the rub that I think he should. I've been doing like mocks or even doing some of my early drafts, and people aren't taking them and are like, what are we witnessing? What are we seeing? Like, what is the deal? Like
trouble again, Adam.
I mean, that very well could be the case. There is something to be said about that. And it's weird that it's a Kansas City Chief and not a Raider, which anybody who is alive 20 years ago would always be like, they would always just default to it being a Raider. But yeah, the Chiefs are the bad boys now.
Adam, shout out to the Crooked Commission, the Chicago Clubhouse. He loves the Chicago Bears, and that's the Chicago Clubhouse. But shout out to you. I had to shout out the Crooked Commission.
Yeah, the Crooked Commission.
At Radio City Music Hall, he was very clear he's a Chicago Bears fan, and he showed just as much back in the Madden. I remember. I know you had to love those days. I love watching you doing the I don't remember the name of it. Forget me. But the Madden show on NFL Network.
Madden NFL Live. That is one of the things, like, every time MJD and I get together, we'll always bring that up, because like that was such a fun show. We were doing Madden NFL Live. We used to do a show called Fantasy and Friends. Like, MJD and I get a lot of shows canceled, but they're always like a ton of fun. And I'm like, what's funny is we had signed a deal, and I guess I can talk about, I don't work for the NFL Network anymore. I work for ESPN.
Yeah.
So it's funny, like we did Madden NFL Live, and we did it. It was so great. People loved it. People loved that show. And so the guys who were in charge of the NFL Network at the time, who lasted like maybe 8 months after this went down, they canceled Madden NFL Live, and the sales department showed up and they're like, we already sold that show. Of all the shows that we have, Madden NFL Live was the easiest one to sell. We sold it already. So they're like, okay, we'll bring, but instead of like bringing back the show that we did, they're like, the guy who was in charge at the time hired his buddy to do some other thing, and it was awful, and it died. And I'm like, that is a show that should still be going on right now. Like that was a perfect show to put on after NFL Fantasy Live. I even pitched too. I'm like, this should be 5 days a week. Like, people love this show.
It catered to all of the ages of the fan base. There are a lot of old dudes who play Madden. I'm one of them, the young folks especially.
Yeah. Like it's one of the things that I've never truly gotten over is like that show still not being on the air.
Big studio, so much big fun. Like it was
so great.
And you're not too bad on the sticks. I don't know how you are now, but you were all right back then. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Oh, I'm awful now. Like so bad. My daughter, she was just born. So we had to do that show as a decade ago. Like she was just born. So like for the first, when she's a newborn, you know, the kids are like a paperweight at that point. So she's just sitting there. She's in a little, you know, she's in her like, not a car seat, but like whatever.
Bassinet or whatever.
Whatever. You're just sitting there, you're just playing Madden, whatever, just having a good time. And it is great. And then like, you know, eventually these kids grow up. I'm getting close. So I'm getting very close to introducing my kids because they have like devices. And I'm like, I got to get them off the devices because they like playing games, but they play these stupid games that have no end to them, like Roblox or whatever it is. You got to like somebody gave me a piece of advice recently. Is like, you got to play a game that ultimately has a conclusion. So it's like, hey, the game's finished.
Goal.
There's the goal. We're done. Let's move on. It's not everlasting. And believe it or not, both of my kids love football. I'm sorry, soccer to you Americans. And so they want, okay, sorry. So I want to go out there and I'm like, I'm just going to go to GameStop and find, and it doesn't matter what year, just find like an old version of FIFA.
Come on.
And just go out there and get them. Although my kids do like, I actually was like, it would be okay because like, I mean, if Mbappe's on PSG and not Real Madrid, it will be fine. But still like, no, because they love all the new players and everything. Although this is fun. You know, it's been funny. So my kids, so they really like, they love the Premier League. Well, they love Arsenal.
Oh, there you go.
So during the World, so yes, sir. So during the World Cup, as all their friends started falling in love with Holland, my especially my daughter is like, Holland sucks. She's like, I'm not rooting for Erling Haaland. She's like, I like Martin Odegaard, but Erling Haaland sucks. Like, and anybody like when people were cheering for Egypt and they're like, my daughter is just like, I'm not cheering for Mo Salah. Like, no, I'm like, no, he's a quality person. She's like, yeah, but he's Liverpool. Like, I'm not like, he might not be anymore.
I'm a Chelsea fan.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing too with Cucurella going out there and winning because like they wouldn't root for Spain because of him. And I'm like, Mikel Moreno has been their most clutch guy. Like that we can root, and Zubamendi was out there at the end. So it's like, yeah, like, and I honestly like, I'm glad. Well, where did Cucurella? He's gone. He left Chelsea, right?
Yeah, he left. He left.
So I'm like, we can like him now. I actually do like him as a player. So. I'm but so it's funny because no, it's good. But it was fun because like all the Premier League, like they don't like this guy or that guy, and everybody was rooting for these. It was sickening. I mean, he's good, but watching the world fall in love with Erling Haaland, you're like, oh my God. Like
you're all gonna.
Really?
I kind of fell into the trap.
He's going to be
good.
good. He is great. He's a great player.
He's amazing. Yeah, there's nothing wrong.
There's nothing
as a human
not
being,
like about him.
as a human being and all, that's a great person. He's right. We want nothing bad to happen to him. We just want Manchester City to lose all the time.
There you go. That's all you do.
That's all.
Man, you out. Listen, you guys are, I mean, we're 7 hours and 26 minutes into a 12-hour subathon. And here we are on BoltBlitz Uncut, blessed by the presence of my man, Adam Rank. I missed you, brother. Nice to have you back on a Blitz show. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's get back to the fantasy aspect of this team. A lot of these fantasy players out there are trying to judge whether or not the Chargers have a defense worth picking up. Talk to me about that. Obviously, you have your edge rushers and Tuli Pelotu and Khalil Mack, the veteran. Akeem Mesidor was a first-round pick for a reason. The secondary, maybe there should have been a free agent acquisition there. But when you look at the Chargers defense fantasy-wise, what type of an output do you expect? Are they middle of the road, or is this something that's going to be different?
It's tough for me because of some of the teams that they play, that it's always going to be difficult. Whenever you're a team in a pretty good division, you're like, there's going to be some weeks where you're going up against a high-powered offense. But here's the one thing, and this is why it's so difficult to talk about team defenses, is you really need to go and study and find and look at your league settings and find out what gets rewarded through your league settings, and then go out and try to do it that way. Like, there's some leagues that, they're the higher sack total teams are going to do a lot better than other teams that have, tremendous special teams. So for me, I'm more of a streamer. I try to look at, who's got the easiest schedule the first month of the season. What you want to do is go out there and I should have this identified before I sat down, but go out there. It's easy to figure out. To go out and look at an NFL schedule, like who's got the easiest first quarter, who's going up against some younger quarterbacks, some inexperienced quarterbacks, some not so good quarterbacks,
new coaches, unproven defenses,
anything like that, and then go out there. Usually, I always try to find, especially over the last couple of years, it's been a little bit easier with the AFC South. Like, who's going to be good in the AFC South? And try to go after their defense, because
the Texans,
Cam Ward last.
The Houston Texans. Shout out to Peacock.
Listen, I'll take the Texas defense every time. I'm probably earlier than I should.
Yeah,
but
I went to IDP, so I'm doing IDP now.
Yeah, which is a good way to go.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like that couple of years ago, focusing in on the Texans and taking them, and now they've become, one of the chalkiest picks in fantasy, but still. You can go out there and try to find these mismatches, ride that wave for the first month of the season before you then start turning to streaming defenses on a weekly basis.
You nailed it. I want to talk about this. I mean, when you start to look at the fantasy leagues that are out there and that are available, when you look at 10, 12, 14 team leagues, what's your favorite and where is your wheelhouse? And what do you think is the most appropriate for somebody who's kind of starting out in the fantasy field to really kind of maybe try to get their first championship? What do you think is the easiest way to get it done? I don't think it's 14 teams. I think it's shorter than that.
Now, 14, you get into the one cool thing about 14 team leagues is that usually your roster is set. There's nobody on the waiver wire. So you don't do anything where you drop the wrong person or you have to sweat out and you don't usually have to sweat out too many roster decisions because you're like, wow, I got to start this guy because my backup sucks. There's a lot of that stuff. I think, you know what, and this is the thing, like I played in an 8-team league and people are like, so easy. I'm like, it's not easy because everybody has a stud. Like you're picking between studs. Yeah,
I play in a 32 and that's hard as hell.
But your lineup's set. Like you're not picking between two quarterbacks. Like there's so many things that can go wrong. And it's out of your control. You're like, what am I going to do with this? But I would suggest people go with 12. I'm thinking about, and I think, in the next couple of days, I'm going to be announcing too. So I do coach club soccer, and I was trying to figure out a fundraiser for one of my teams. And so I think what we're going to do is I'm going to start a fantasy league. And if anybody who is interested in joining me in a fantasy football league, you could do it. I would have a suggested donation for my club soccer team to help out some of our players play this. So everybody was talking about this during the course of the World Cup. Like, hey, we want to make sure there's like accessibility to play. Like, okay, well then here's your opportunity. No, but I'm going to do that soon, so that'll be announced soon. So make sure you keep an eye out for that. But
let us
I would
know,
go 12 to.
Adam, we're all happy to contribute. Please let us know how to do so. We appreciate that.
Oh,
Thank you.
Like, honestly, we have a couple of players who, we go out, because the girls are getting older. And what happens is, one of the things about AYSO is that as you get older, more players leave. They choose other sports. They go to softball or volleyball or whatever it is. And when you get into U12 and U14, the pool gets different. And these girls, some girls get left behind. Some girls just, unfortunately, just can't afford it. So what we try to do is raise money for some of these athletes just to go out there and be able to get the club experience and go out there and, just go out there and continue to play competitively and do what they got to do.
That's fantastic.
Literally, I believe the best fantasy expert out there. You're big into soccer. You're fantasy football all over the place. But by the way, I'm also this soccer guy. Anybody who would like to contribute, again, Adam said, pay attention to what he's doing on his social media. Please give us a link. And Lee is great at making all this.
Yeah, I'll check his tweets out. I think I follow Adam on X and I follow him on other places. So I'll make sure to look out. Yeah.
I'll be on that.
He doesn't follow back. But anyway,
you just started following me the other day.
I had to again.
Adam, I've been following you for years.
My
new follower, Booga Peters. Listen, I don't follow that stuff. Like, I'm an old man. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing on social media. I'm just kind of trying to, do it.
Adam, I have a question for you. Next month in Las Vegas, we have a fantasy football draft. We would love you to come out, if possible, if you're available. It's August 20th to the 23rd as we have a fantasy football draft in Las Vegas. It's our annual place, and it's going to be in Henderson, Nevada, if you are available from the 20th to the 23rd.
Is it at
They got 5 podcasts going.
We have 5 YouTube channels there. We would love to have you there if you're available.
I know. I think I'm there the week before. But let's listen. Boogs has got my number.
Yeah, he can get you the information. Yeah, the draft.
Let's get this together.
The draft is being held on the 21st.
Okay. Let me see what I can do. I can't make any promises right now.
I know that
Southwest always sends me these things like, do you want to fly to Vegas for $49? And I'm like, of course I would. And then I go to log in and it's like, yeah, it's $170. $170? A one-way flight to Las Vegas?
Which isn't 49. Give me a break.
Not even close to 49. Like, I got one. So I got a day. So I'm going out there. God. So it's the Saturday. Maybe it's the 15th, something like this. And so, like, I did get a 7:45 a.m. out of Long Beach. It's for $70, and I'm like, okay, fine. And because it's early in the morning, I'm not going to spend $80 at the bar. So even better.
Well, there's one of us who would, and it would literally be me. Hey, shout out to, of course, Boston Brewski. We love you hanging out for the whole time. Adam, it's so great to have you back here on a BoltBlitz related product. If you get bored, give me a follow back. You don't have to. I'm just glad to have you.
I'll go do it right now.
Whenever you want. No rush.
I get, it's funny. I get that a lot. Well, it's funny too, because there's guys that I work with who are not following me. I think it's easy to fall out of the cracks on X, because there's a guy who doesn't follow me, and I'm like, well, that's kind of weird. I'm like, because I'm always like, did I piss him off? Because like, they very well could be the case. And then so I look and I'm like, well, we're following each other on Instagram. I texted him the other night, like, we're fine. So it's never, if you're like, hey, Rank, why were you? I'm like, it's an oversight. I don't know. I don't check that. I don't take it close enough. I've actually been more active on Threads over the last year or so. I guess because it's connected to my Instagram, and it's been easier. It's been easier to get rid of people who you don't want to who you don't want to see on your timeline. Because everybody's like, you want to be in an echo chamber. I'm like, a little bit. Like, yeah, sort of. Like, I don't need people showing up. I don't need people showing up calling me a dick all the time. Like, I get it. Like, I'm sorry. Sorry if I don't want an unpleasant experience with
I
my.
didn't like your favorite player on your favorite team. I'm so sorry I let you down. Hopefully you can get the fuck over it. It doesn't happen.
Oh God, I swear to Christ, what did I say the other day? Honestly, let's just say this is the for instance. Let's just say this is the for instance. I was like, hey, I'm supporting Spain. This might actually been it. I'm supporting Spain over Argentina. And this guy goes, that's an unfollow from me. I'm like, the fuck? Because of, and I'm like, I'm basing this on the fact that there's 3 Arsenal players on Spain.
Correct.
And I'm going again. And Martinez was terrible when he was Arsenal. Well, he got into like, I think 9 games when he was the Arsenal keeper years ago, but still he's an Aston Villa guy. I'm not rooting for him. I mean, it was tough. It was tough supporting England because Pickford, I'm just like, this guy just, it wasn't his fault they lost, but
No,
he didn't
I'm an
win
England
it for him.
supporter. I was hoping for England. They played well in the 3rd place game. Why couldn't they play like that against Argentina?
I was like, if and that's that's another thing too. Now I'm glad that Erling plays for Norway, which is his heritage. What people do not know is that he's actually an Englishman.
Yep.
Because his dad was playing for Leeds and he's from Leeds. I actually went and looked because I'm like, I wonder if his mom went back to Norway to have him. But like, no, according to the things that I saw that he was born in Leeds. So I don't know how this goes, but I'm like, could he have really been on that? Because if he would have been on the England side, if you're going to swap out Harry Kane for Erling Haaland, I think that would have been all right.
You ain't lying there. It would have been a doozy, but
I paid enough. Patriot.
All right.
I did my best to see what was going on in the soccer world. I wasn't allowed to play soccer. My father also didn't let me watch Sesame Street. You guys can use your imagination to decide why I wasn't allowed to play a non-contact sport and watch Sesame Street. Use your imagination. Adam Rank, man,
I don't have to.
Coming. It's so great to have you back on the show. It sounds like we've reconnected to some degree.
Yeah,
you've been a little rough on the Chargers the last couple of years.
Wait, hold on. I gotta go. I literally have to go. Well, let's talk about this. Listen, yeah, all the Charger fans hate me, which is funny. It's between us, it's almost become a bit now because I don't want to pull back the curtain too much. But with Matt Money Smith, because like the social media team asked Matt Money Smith one time, they're like, hey, like, this is your friend. Like, is he going to get pissed if we, go after him? And he's like, absolutely not. It's going to be hilarious. No, I think where I fell, the Chargers organization did get, they were not happy with me one time because I supported the fans in San Diego. And for those who are unaware, so I live in Southern California.
I know.
LaDainian Tomlinson is one of my favorite players of all time. When he was playing for the San Diego Chargers, I had a mini plan. I'd go down for at least 4 games a year. I love that team. I love the Bolts team. I was literally, well, it was going to be the best of both worlds because the Marlon McCree game, obviously, if Marlon falls down, and I still can't believe that people dispute this fact. I go, if the AFC Championship game, which would have been in San Diego, they would have beaten the Colts by 40. They would have blown them out. They would have beat the shit out of the Colts. There's no doubt in my mind. No doubt. Like I was actually, I was actually very happy as a Chicago Bears supporter. So obviously the Bears lose to the Patriots. They go to the AFC Championship game in Indianapolis, and the Patriots are up. What was it, 21-3? So they were up big on the Colts in that first half, and I'm like, son of a bitch! Like we have no chance of being. Like this is awful. Like not only did the Chargers lose, we're gonna have to play the Patriots, and there's no way the Bears beat the Patriots. And then it was the Colts. I'm like, fucking could not be better. Could not be better. And then the Super Bowl starts. Everybody remembers Devin Hester's return. Peyton Manning immediately throws an interception. You're like, it's fucking done. Get the shots out, everybody. This game's over. Peyton Manning's doing what Peyton, even then, Oh, you got to be some sort of
It's
terrible
funny.
quarterback.
I'm not sure you're the reason why, but I just believed in the Bears that year. I didn't give a fuck that Rex Grossman was the quarterback. I really believed in the defense and what they could do. I thought they would get in the face of Peyton Manning at an extreme level. Of course, is it not one of the most electric moments in Super Bowl history where Hester returns the kick for a touchdown? Why'd they kick it to him? And if you haven't heard the Tony Dungy interview, it was hilarious because he's like, all week, we're not going to kick it to him. We're not going to kick it to him. And then he's like, I want to send a message to my team that we got this. We're going to kick it to him. Motherfucker, that was a bad idea.
Really bad.
Almost
cost them.
I don't want to keep you any longer. Adam, before we let you go, just tell everybody where they can find everything you're doing. I know shit's changed since the last time we talked. Thank you so much for joining the show. Everybody is – hold on. Derek Lincoln is asking for one. That helps no one. Can we get one from you? I don't do gimmicks, but can you?
Yeah, let's do it. Let me think of here it is. I'll just do a Bears one. This will be easier for me. And there it is. Caleb Williams rolling out. Looking, finds Colston Love. No, it's Sam Roush. Oh, Sam Mayday alone. No cheers to you because that helps no one.
Adam, thanks, man.
Jesus
Christ. There it is. Appreciate you. Find me on all the social media channels. I don't hate your team. Some of the guys at your team hate me. That's fine.
Hey,
I love Matt and Daniel, and so we're good. So we'll do this again really soon, and I'll try my best to get out there on the 21st.
All right, Adam. Thank you so much. Booga has my information, and if you do, it'd be great. And I appreciate all you, and I appreciate everything you've done. And again, thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you guys.
You're all right in my book. I appreciate you so much.
Man.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the great Adam Rank was just on the show. It's been a minute. There's no feud between us. I just missed him a lot, and he didn't return some texts, and it hurt my feelings. He's got a great beard now, by the way. I want to throw that out there. I can't do that. It doesn't look good when I do that. I just want to say, if you have yet to pay attention to what he's doing fantasy football-wise, you're missing out. If you weren't privy to the fact that you got to watch the NFL Live, the Madden Live show on NFL Network, it was so fun. And by the way, he's saying he's shitty on the sticks. I would imagine he's not, because some of us get older, but we can still maintain what we know about the NFL. And Adam is one of the most learned folks in the entire NFL sphere. By the way, hope you appreciate we got you out there, man. We got him to do that. I mean, he literally did a call. He did a game call. Come on now.
That was cool, man. Well, the clip, that was a good one.
Come on now. That was fucking insane. Adam is one of the best in the business. And what's funny to me is he has been forever. And the thing that fucking pains my heart the most about him, people don't talk about him enough. As far as literally a fantasy expert, he helped me win a couple leagues, by the way.
He did too. I learned.
I'm just saying. It was a pleasure to have him on the show. What I thought was really cool is the love in the chat. Of course, I mean, we're 55 strong. That's our max. We're still 55 folks tuning in for whatever reason. Thank you so much for hanging in there. This is BoltBlitz Uncut. I'm your host, Booga Peters. Of course, I'm joined by my co-host, Lee Ainsworth. Listen, Lee, we're almost to the 2/3 mark, and you're still here just hanging out, having fun. You really going to ride this thing out with me? I mean, come on, man. You ready for this?
I always say, on the Gen Wealth, you don't start something if you can't finish it.
Ooh, let's go. I need to adopt that into my whole entire life. 6 p.m. here in 15 minutes. It's not me who can talk about this.
Jay just texted me about to pop on soon.
Jay, Bolt, charged up. Let's go. Tell him to take his time. Do me a favor. Remind everybody who Charged Up Jay is while I go use the rest.
Jay is a friend of mine who I followed on TikTok the past 2 years. He does a lot of Chargers content. He about 2 to 3 times a week. I know with training camp coming, he'll be there. He'll be doing stuff and content for the Chargers and training camp. But he's an avid Chargers fan. He's a diehard Mexico football, soccer fan. But, man, he's a diehard Chargers fan. So follow him over on it's Charged Up Podcast, or it's Charged Up 81. He'll be on pretty soon. But, yeah, he does a lot of Chargers content over on TikTok. That's the only place I have him on socials. But, no, he puts some good stuff out there. But, no. And I'll probably have him on one of my shows this coming season. So So yeah, he's almost 2/3 of the way through. Yes, sir. Yo, Peacock, you ain't lying there. But yeah, that was a fun segment with Rank. That was fun. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, shout out to Derek. Shout out to George. Shout out to Peacock. Shout out the whole chat. Shout out to the Ginger Ninja, Derek, Dennis. Or I'm trained. Excuse me. But no. Almost 2/3 of the way through. Yeah. Yeah, that was cool. Yeah, Derek, he did the shout out. Yeah, that was one of his sayings. Yeah. I was going to ask him one too myself. I was going to say, if it wasn't the hype train, that was the shit too. I always loved that segment of the hype train. When he did the hype train,
Come on.
yeah, that's the shit I loved the most. It was the hype
Go,
train,
baby.
and it helps nobody.
That helps
Nobody.
You shout that shit out. I'm telling you, listen, he got jacked up from ESPN. I love that almost as much because I love.
Oh, he's no longer with NFL Network, is he? No, it's ESPN now. Well, yeah, because ESPN bought NFL.
Didn't know he was with ESPN, but the merger is a little different. So we're going to have to be patient finding out who is still staying with the NFL Network, ESPN conglomerate.
Yeah, that's a mess. That's a mess.
It's a huge mess. Hey, I literally got a text from your boy. Jay's getting ready to hop on here in a minute. Charged up Jay. I talked to him on the phone. I want to tell you something right now. If you need energy,
he's got the energy. He's got energy. That's facts.
A lot of it. He was so slick. He was so cool on the phone call. As I told Lee, I'm not real good about inviting, as I like to call them, new Chargers prospects on a BoltBlitz Uncut. I need the folks who know it. What they're talking about.
Oh, the people I know on TikTok that put it out, Paul, is Jay and myself. There's other creators, but Jay is doing like he does a lot of stuff. I'll put my podcast up there once a week or clips, but golly, he puts some long content out there.
Listen, I'm still unfamiliar with TikTok. We're gonna talk to Charged Up Jay about that. Maybe he can help a brother out. But we're excited to have him on the show. We're 11 minutes away from his journey, his first step as far as being a part of the BoltBlitz Uncut family.
Derek says the hype train was that shit too. Yep.
I know. I saw the shit. Motherfucker. The comment section. Appreciate all y'all. The chat. We were a little slow on the ones. I had to add a one. But we're going to try to cultivate this chat. I know it's StreamYard. I know it's YouTube. But what I want to do is I want to see people all the way excited and be a part of what we're doing. Because what happens is when you guys get excited, I give away free Charger shit and I send it to your home. So the more often ESPN, hold on. Let's do this. This is a perfect. Thank you so much, George. Boston Brewski, who is also known as George, one of Lee's pals. ESPN is trash. I'm a little disappointed that Adam's a part of that. That being said, he will be a beacon of light upon whatever else the messes that they're doing. I'm tired of the dummies that are just loud, talking heads. I want to know about football. I want real stats. I want to know about folks who, have the right opinion to share. Am I sad that Ryan Clark's gone? No. Cam Newton, the villain from Strawberry Shortcake, got fired. Who's surprised? Great hats, bro. Go fucking figure out what you do with that shit. One of the best players I've seen play in person, by the way, Cam Newton, but he is just not an NFL analyst. His show was horrible. I think it's 4th and 1. And the fact that he's not a part of ESPN, it does not hurt anybody's feelings other than Cam. Go to Kick. What's Kick? Tell me.
Kick is another platform. I've never used it, but it's another platform. I think.
Is that like Twitch?
I think it's like Twitch. I don't have it. I just have my usuals. I don't have Kick. I had Twitch, and some reason I got booted.
By the way, how good was Adam Rank?
That was so good.
We've had a great show.
How long have you known Rank? How long did you
it was like 2010, 2011. I got a picture of him and I with the jankiest fucking headphones you've ever seen. They were Chargers headphones I bought off of fucking eBay, and they were horrible. And he went to try to meet me. Oh, look at this cat already showed up. Oh, and he's got the background. Hold on. We don't have.
Oh, he always got some good stuff.
Is this cat ready? It sounds like you're telling me he does a lot of Chargers content.
Yes,
But
sir.
let's see if he got what it takes. Come on, let's bring this cat onto the stage. Ladies and
What's
gentlemen,
up, boss? How you
Jay,
doing?
Charged Up Podcast.
Let's go. Let's go. What's good, fellas?
Hablas
How
español,
you doing?
bienvenidos a BoltBlitz Uncut.
Let's go. That's right.
Let's go.
What's good? What's good, fellas?
Everything. We didn't get a record prediction from Adam Rank, not necessarily, but we've done that with all the other guests. I'm not going to start that way with you, but Jay, please, it was a pleasure to talk to you yesterday. And obviously, you're brand new, and I've never done this kind of thing before when it comes to Chargers fans, because I'll tell you right now, some of the best advice I got was from Kevin Acee when he was writing for the San Diego Union Tribune, covering the Chargers. And there were two things. Chargers fans are the second dumbest fan base in the NFL, and don't read the
Easy, easy.
You like that? You're like, I got support from my familia. Let's go. Like, so when you look at this Chargers fan base, let's start there. I mean, we talked to Ken Lampkin, who is also Boltman. The Chargers fan base is really showing up in droves at these Chargers games. Our producer and co-host here at BoltBlitz Uncut, who is also the host of the Electric Edge podcast, Taylor Bloom, talked to about it ad nauseum, and of course Jessica Thompson, whom we believe should be fan of the year, but they don't have that anymore. It sounds like when you looked at the fan base showing up, I mean, you go to the games, what'd you feel?
Well, honestly, I think we're finally starting to see the fan base grow. The only thing about this fan base is what probably people talk about the most, and what stands out the most is that Chargers have PTSD from like all the trauma they put us through, all the heartbreak
decades ago, baby.
To where like, so it's like when you're trying to tell them like this is the best season, Mike McDaniel's the secret weapon. They already heard that, and the PTSD just growing, and it's too good to be true. They don't believe it just yet, but just hold up, I'm telling you, Mike McDaniel is the secret weapon. Justin Herbert MVP for sure.
Ooh, let's go, Lee. I know you have a question for your boy. Hit him.
Hey, Jay, I know I see your content all the time, man. You know that you're always grilling and grinding. But I'll tell you one thing: you're one of the best Charger creators out there.
I appreciate you. You know the grind don't stop.
You grind, all that shit. All that shit's real.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah,
even though, man, you're real.
And I appreciate it. Though, you know, we kind of hit the part in the off season where like people don't know what to talk about. You know what I'm saying? Like
you make shit
and they're
up.
just making up. Yeah, exactly. So I'm trying not to like fall out of the algorithm.
Yeah, exactly. But you know
right
what?
Now.
I'll put my clips up there, man. And you know what? You don't see many Chargers creators. I ain't gonna lie. But you know when you find them, they're real ones. And this is one right here.
I was built in the off season. All of the BoltBlitz content was built. It was nuts. It's top 5 lists. It's top 10 lists. It's like, who's going to do this? And you're right, Jay. You fucking nailed it. We're all tired of spitting the same shit. Can we start to get towards at least training camp and the games that fucking count?
Yeah. On the bright side,
right now, Jay,
on the bright side,
Chargers team. You're excited.
Man,
you're hyped. Justin,
man, you know what? The thing about it is like, it took me a while in the off season to kind of put the picture together because at first I didn't see it, but now that you've seen like how much Harbaugh allowed McDaniel to do him and build this, bring this offense into right now, like people don't understand that like the outside zone scheme with McDaniel revolves around the tackles being good, and we just got back both of our tackles, which we've never seen, right? Now we added like Charlie Kohler, we added Alec Engel, like pieces that are like, vital to the Biotis, which is like clearly like an upgrade from the trash we had last season, right? And Herbert, Herbert ranked number 10 with the trash O-line. Now imagine what he's gonna do with all these add-ons and the McDaniel scheme. Like, dog, people just don't understand. It sounds too good to be true, dog. But you heard it here first, dog. I'm telling you. The ceiling is 13, the floor is 11. We already see that's for me because we did it 2 seasons back to back. I just feel like 11 is the floor, and I know the gauntlet scares a lot of people, but I feel like people aren't even seeing it. I feel like that's what gets me more excited because it's gonna prove like what the Chargers really are in 2026.
To be the best, you gotta beat the best, right?
Exactly. Besides, like, just to dabble in a little into that, like we're playing the Joe Brady Bills, right? Not the Sean McDermott Bills. Then we're playing the Seahawks off of a Super Bowl hangover. They lost a lot of vital pieces. like there's a lot of things where like it's not the team of last season, and it's not the same old Chargers as last season either. So like I just can't wait to see it on the field. I'm so excited for it.
Yeah,
Well, it's
it's
kind of a
gonna.
weird combination too. We talked about it earlier in the show. You have this 3 yards in a cloud of dust, Jim Harbaugh, the Bo Schembechler offense out of Michigan, and yet
Yeah.
you bring in Mike McDaniel, completely different, new age, like it's a real new offense as far as the way that you look at some of these old school cats. Again, the NFL is a nepotism league, and if you find a way to hang around for a minute, you just stick there. The bottom line is though, even though McDaniel didn't have a lot of success as the Dolphins head coach, the fact that he's the Chargers offensive coordinator, Jay, I don't think you're missing the point. Like this could be exciting. A lot of cheat motion, a lot of jet sweep motion, a lot of sky motion. It's going to be getting running backs involved in the passing game. Who knew?
Exactly. I think, in my opinion, the running backs is the ones that won this whole offseason, just from the upgrade with everything and the scheme alone. Omarion Hampton and the addition of Keaton Mitchell, without forgetting Kimani Vidal, bro. The lanes are gonna split, and oh my God, I'm telling you. And then people are like, "Oh, you know what? Herbert's gonna be able to air it out. Like Quentin Johnson's finally gonna get used properly." And I don't know what's up with Keenan Allen, but if he doesn't make it back on the field, I mean on the team, I know that Lam McConkey is clearing 1,000 yards for sure, just due to target shares. Like period.
Hey, hold up! I love that you said that, Jay. Obviously, Lee, you're a big proponent, not opponent. Proponent in favor of Lab McConkey. Can he hit 1,000?
Oh,
for
he
sure.
did it. Yeah, did it on his rookie season, and that was just, you know what I mean. Like that's when it was just the last because we had nobody but that.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Remember, Keenan Allen. As much as we all love and listen, I don't want him to break Gates' numbers. For the record, by the way, I would love to see him in lightning bolts if it made sense. But that being said, we talked about it 4 different times on the show. The exit interview of Lad McConkey, he seemed frustrated. He seemed, I don't want to say hurt. I think that's too far-fetched of a term to use. Right. But he literally said, I just want to be given the opportunity consistently. Yeah. Is probably what he meant, to really make plays. He has an opportunity in this Mike McDaniel offense, and I know everybody's touting QJ, including our boy Adam Rank, who was on the show earlier, who's texting me, by the way. Lam McConkey has a true chance to be a number one in this offense. We've seen what the Dolphins did with Jalen Waddle, and of course,
exactly.
Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, no. And I mean, to credit to Adam Rank, like QJ has never been used properly. When we first drafted him, they wanted him to be Mike Williams, which he never was. Like then he contested catch. And shout out Sanjay Law, because you have seen his progression like over the seasons, and Dog has been getting better. Now he's gonna go in the scheme where he's used to doing the shit he did in TCU. Bro, my God! Like I'm trying, but people don't get it because they can't forget the drops from the Green Bay game. You know what I mean? Like the PTSD just don't let you see it.
Yeah, it's his rookie season that haunts him. It's his rookie season haunts him. It follows him.
And that's
Jay's really onto something here that we don't talk enough about this show because I'm old as fuck, and I do have PTSD, brother. I have all the PTSD regarding the Chargers.
Yeah,
it all hurts my feelings, but can I get over it? How can I? Help me out.
I think this is the season where Herbert, like when people say he has no more excuses, like, yeah, he didn't have protection. Yeah, he didn't have a scheme. Yeah, he had the vanilla Greg Roman offense. Now you got Mike McDaniel. You got your tackles back. You got the best tight end in Njoku. Like, you have no more excuses. You got to do it this season. I love you saying that. Like, just as much as I praise him and I give him credit, I got to hold him to the same accountability. Like, you have no excuses. We have to win a playoff. Damn.
Like, we all want that. He needs it, and it's the only way to shut everybody else up. What I need to understand is you're talking about Njoku as a weapon, as this guy who's going to show out. I'm with you 1,000%. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I just feel like ever since Hunter Henry left, we never really gave him a solid, like, tight end one. It was they could either catch or they could either block. They couldn't do both, and we had to deal with it, right? So that's what people talk about, like, yeah. And people were saying, "Oh, how are they gonna split?" Before we got Njoku, they were talking about Charlie Kohler and Gadsden. Well, one was a blocker and one was a catcher. Well, now we have one that can do both at an elite level. So I'm saying, look at the things they were doing. He was doing in Cleveland with like what quarterback? So like. So imagine he got the best tight end
football out there in Cleveland.
And Njoku just got the best quarterback he's ever played with. So I'm telling you, even in the tight end room, like I'm telling you, Herbert's gonna eat in so many different directions. People are just, I'm telling you, and Herbert for MVP. I'm gonna keep saying it. I've been saying this since the season ended.
Come on.
I've been saying it all off season. I feel he's an MVP candidate. It would have helped the offensive
Hey,
line.
guys, I'm fucking warming up. I promise. I need to see better command at the line of scrimmage. I want to see a
Of
better
course.
pre-play shit. I'm spoiled. We're all spoiled as Chargers fans. We had Phillip Rivers, and let me tell you right now, we saw it when he came back to Indy, which was really hard to see him in fucking blue and white. That was not Chargers. But the command at the line of scrimmage, I've been begging and pleading with the Chargers organization to get Phil in there. Just work for one summer with Herbert. Please help him figure out that the machinations that take place as far as reading the defense and getting things set up prior to that. Spoiled by Corey Linsley. I know we all miss him. But now
no kidding.
You both brought it up. Tyler Biadasz is the center. He's a guy who's probably going to do the line calls. Any concerns about that? I mean, he came over from Washington, and it sounds like everybody else we've talked to, Eric Williams, Adam Rank, they're in favor of the Tyler Biadasz signing. Your thoughts on Biadasz, and is he going to be a real impact this year?
Well, most definitely. I think Biadasz is already an upgrade massively from what we had last season. I mean, who was even in there?
Didn't say his name.
Who was even in there? Like, right? And Biadasz is already like a top 10 center. All I'm saying is like not even just the player alone, but just because the pressure was coming straight down the middle. Like everybody and their mama knew that you just gotta hit the Chargers right down the middle and you got a free blitz, right? Well, I feel like eliminating that. Plus, let's not forget that McDaniel said like eliminating the pass rush is just getting rid of the ball quick. So you're not even gonna need that. Like you're not gonna need it, bro. You know what I mean?
We got a Raiders.
Look at all the weapons.
Damn! I just got out of my first job. 5 hours in my ear with Chargers content. I just got to say Raiders.
Oh no! Oh boo! This man. By the way, he's been tuned down. He's been tuned in most of the show. It's okay. We love Raiders fans here. We're hoping
all
to have
fans welcome. It's gonna be a fun season.
You ain't lying.
It's gonna be a fun
It's going to be a fun season. It has the opportunity to be one of the best the Chargers have had. And here's why.
Most definitely.
Mike McDaniel literally caters to almost everything, his offense at least.
Yes.
But to what Justin Herbert does great. You're going to get him on the move again. You're going to say he's not going to have 499 rushing yards again, although I missed literally the over on that by 1 yard. I would have made so much money. I did not make a lot of money.
It's always by one.
Isn't it? Oh, no, don't do it. Hey, Boltman. Hey, our boy Lee, Boltman Ken Lampkin just stopped in the chat and said, family, trust, respect.
Hey,
let's go.
You guys
That's right.
you know what I'm saying? Can we do this? And we won't say it too much because we like this fact that it's kind of this little secret underground thing. Family, trust, respect literally means fuck the Raiders. Take the first letter of each word. That's all we're doing is fuck the Raiders. When you see people posting family, trust, respect on Raider posts, we're just saying, man, fuck those cats. Jay, it's been a pleasure to have you. We're going to keep you here for a little bit. When
yes, sir.
Running back room with everybody. It's so exciting. I mean, Lee and I talked about Kamani Vidal possibly being a trade target, but Eric Williams was very clear in saying, like, listen, Hampton, Keaton Mitchell, and Vidal, regardless of the order, of course, Hampton's the starter. But what type of expectations do you have for this Chargers backfield and what they can do, not just as running backs, as far as rushing the ball, but also as receivers out of the backfield?
Yeah, well, you guys are probably onto something because Kamani proved that he was able to like low-key save our running back room last season, right? And now that, but we got to understand that McDaniel had a wanted poster for Keaton Mitchell.
Come on!
So like that already shows you the importance of like how much he's gonna be used. On top of the fact that the man hit like I don't know 40 miles per hour like 20 times last season, which we've never had. Like the explosiveness plus the 1-2 punch with Omarion Hampton. And we've seen the sample size like in the Giants game of what Omarion can do, and that was with that line. Now imagine with our tackles, which is where the scheme revolves around. I'm telling you, there's going to be a lot of home runners. Now, when it comes to pass catching, we haven't had that since Eckler left. And we know that Omarion Hampton is great when it comes to catching it out in the backfield and then just taking it in open space. So my prediction is that we're going to have a top 5 running back room, and Omarion Hampton is for sure going to hit 1,000 yards just due to the scheme and the amount of like lanes that are going to be split due to like the tackles that we finally get back.
Man, we got some. I agree with everything you said, and I love your enthusiasm. We got Mr. Bakes
I
a lot.
lost.
By the way, in the comment section, he's
I
also
lost
a
volume.
Raiders
Give me a
fan.
second.
We'll do it. We don't pussyfoot around the shit talk with PG acronyms. LOL. We tell the Chargers they ain't shit and will never be shit because they never won shit.
Give me a second, boss. I lost. My fault. I lost
You're good.
volume. I can't hear.
No, you're still with me, and we got Lee coming back too. We're good. We're great. We're
My fault.
better
My
than
fault.
we
My fault.
to be. Now stop. Don't you dare. Don't
Yeah, my
apologize.
technical
We're providing
difficulties.
greatness, brother. We apologize for greatness on
Oh,
this
there we go.
show. We're BoltBlitz Uncut. You're going to be a frequent visitor, by the way. I'm going to talk
Hold
you
on.
into it, but I want to do this. For
I'm
those of
kind of
you
cutting
who
out
are
and in.
tuning in, we are 8 hours, quite literally 8 hours and 7 minutes into a 12-hour subathon. Thank you so much. We have not had this many viewers that
Yeah.
consistently stay the whole time, and we do 26 to 38-minute shows. Maybe my boy over here, Charged Up Jay of the Charged Up podcast. Tell us about that and where we can find it.
I can't hear.
Hey, go ahead and reset. I'll talk. Hey, Jay, while you reset, I'm going to talk to Lee real quick, but get yourself ready and we're going
Just
to
come out and go back in.
Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. Right there.
You got us both?
Damn it. There it is.
Hey, listen, it's a 12-hour
Damn, I
stream,
can't
guys.
hear you. I apologize. That technical difficulties.
That's okay. I'm gonna phase you out and bring you back. That's all right, man. We really want to continue, to glean the information and knowledge from.
There he's back.
Yeah, sorry, y'all. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I can hear you. Can you hear us?
I don't know what happened to the mic.
It don't matter because
Oh,
we're
I
back,
could hear
baby. Who gives a fuck?
somebody.
That's the Pats. That happened minutes ago. We don't give a shit about that. You feeling
I
all right, man?
apologize for the
Glad to
segment.
have you. So big year for the Chargers in your estimation. It really sounds like that. So many position groups. Lee and I talked about it ad nauseum.
Oh, something about the office, Lee.
The tight end room, all that. Man, you better listen to Lee. He knows what he's talking about. But what you're doing on TikTok, tell me a little bit about your following on TikTok. And I mean, it sounds like you're burning up the heat a little bit out there. What's the following like?
I apologize. My noise is down.
What did he say?
He said his noise was down.
Oh, I can hear you now, but I can't hear him.
Oh, you can, all right. I'll come in and out.
Y'all got you are both frozen.
All right, I'm gonna come. I'll be back. I'll be back.
I can hear Lee.
Yeah, I see.
Hold up, Jay. Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, what's up, boss? My fault. I can't even hear.
No. It's okay. Can you hear me now? No. Okay. That's all right.
Damn, I apologize.
Bring you back in. That's all right. Here we go. We got Lee back. Hold up.
There we go.
Lee, hey, do me a favor. Charged Up Jay has done us a favor by joining the show. It sounds like he can hear you for whatever reason. Go ahead and give another question, please.
Hey, Jay, give everyone your socials, where they can find you, and what they're gonna find on the Charged Up podcast over on TikTok, man. Yeah, he's probably have some StreamYard issues.
If he can come back, well, can you hear me now? Come on, Jay. Oh man, it's back again. This cat, man. Listen, I'm gonna be.
He's got some high energy. That's all I know.
Well, he's been here.
I'm gonna actually have Bakes on week 2, right? And I'm having Jay also. So I'll get a Raiders fan, and I'm gonna have Jay over.
Hold on, he's back. Let's see what he's got.
Let's go. Hey, checking in. Y'all good?
You're good.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear y'all now.
There you go.
Man, I'm so computer stupid that I have producers for the whole entirety of my podcast life. Radio.
Yeah, I don't.
Like, I get it.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but yo, we back.
We're back. We got
We're back.
Up
Yeah,
today.
let's go.
On the Charged Up podcast. If you have not followed my TikTok, do so right now. Let's talk about it right now, Jay. Everybody is saying Justin Herbert for MVP. You echoed that as well.
Yes, sir.
Honestly, though, how likely is that? I mean, it takes the offensive line staying healthy, and I believe Hampton staying healthy, but how likely is a Justin Herbert MVP vote? We got one from Sam Monson.
Yeah, and
Oh,
that
no.
was brave of him. That was hella brave of him.
So
A lot of people
brave.
said that cost Drake made the MVP, but hold up, like he made a lot of sense because if you put any other quarterback in the position that Herbert was in, they wouldn't even would have made the playoffs. So what were you
Well,
even
they
talking
probably
about?
die.
Now,
They
so
probably
if
die on the field.
so this is the thing. Like he could play his ass off and get all the numbers, and do the crazy last minute wins. But if it's anything like the FIFA and the favoritism, it's not gonna swing this way. So it has to
It
be a
won't.
clear 5,000 yards, like
Ooh.
some outrageous numbers for Herbert to get it, but I feel like he's in the best position to do so this season with everything that he finally got put around. I feel like they finally put vital pieces for him to be successful. Like I said, if he's gonna do it any season, it's gonna be this one. I mean, you have the coaches, you have the players back, and God willing, you have the health because man, we already know how before the season starts, people are already breaking shit. So
Rashawn Slater signed the biggest O-line contract in NFL history and then tore his patellar tendon.
yeah.
Didn't play it all that year. I want to add an interesting fact to this show that people don't talk about enough. Obviously, we know that Slater went down before the year started, but
Yes.
literally, Omarion Hampton has yet to play behind both Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt. If I'm paying attention to what's happening with these Chargers in this running game, I'm paying attention to that. It's one of the reasons why I think Omarion Hampton is one of the biggest gets you can get in fantasy. Again, as Lee and I talked about early in the show, I've seen him ranked as the 19th running back. Y'all are losing. Do not do that. Take him earlier. I'll tell you this, or I'll ask you this. Excuse me, Jay. Is the second round too early to take Omarion Hampton? In fantasy,
You know what?
of course.
Yeah, right. If you ask anybody right now, they're gonna tell you yes because they don't know what's brewing.
Come on,
But if
come on.
but if you've been taking notes and you know exactly what's gonna happen, and when you've seen what McDaniel did with Devon Agent in Miami, you know exactly what he plans on doing with Omarion Hampton. Now, it would be brave to take Omarion Hampton in the second round, but it would not be stupid. I'm gonna tell you that right now. It will pay off.
I kind of love the way I said that. That's perfect. It would be brave, but it's not stupid. If you're not taking chances in your fantasy football league, you're not trying it.
Hey, scared money don't make no money.
Come on now. Don't be scared. Don't be scared in fantasy, especially if you're in a money league. Like, come on now. You gotta do shit. Lee is obviously our fantasy expert on this show. Lee, when you look at Omarion Hampton, I would assume that you would agree with Jay as far as what he can do this upcoming year. Any thoughts about him? Of course, we talked about a little bit.
I think Hampton has. I think of all. If you're looking at Ladd, Herbert, if you're talking about a fantasy player, it's gonna be Hampton. If that run game, we saw what he did with A-Chain in Miami. And looking at, I'm not saying you looking at a 3-down back in Hampton. A boy that's gonna run through those fucking tackles. Let's go. And the yards after the run is gonna be insane.
Exactly.
You watching Charger fans argue with Raider fans in the comments right now is fun. Just in case nobody's paying attention.
And Jay will say last year we never had a red zone offense. You added Choku. Sure. That red zone offense just goes like this.
Boom. Yeah.
We both did.
How many times?
I'm not saying hey. I think our offense is going to fucking ball out this year.
Yeah.
Yes. The thing is, the key is our offensive line. That's the key. We have a healthy offensive line. I think we have these pieces. It's nice to say pieces are in place. Now we got to put that pieces to the puzzle and then act it out.
Yeah.
Other than that, that's what you're looking at.
Hey, the running back depth. You have Hampton, obviously, as your RB1. We don't know who RB2 is. It looks like Keaton Mitchell, according to reports, but then it's Kamani Vidal. Are people sleeping on Vidal?
Yeah, I think he doesn't get the love he deserves because of how the hype behind Keaton Mitchell and the explosiveness that he's put on tape, like in the little bit of time that he's been like on the field. On top of the fact that he also serves as like a punt returner because we lacked a lot of explosive plays when it came to like running the ball back and special teams. Thank you. And Keaton Mitchell provides both of those, right? On top of so I feel like a lot of people are sleeping on Kimani, but we got to remember he saved our running back room last season.
Come on.
So he deserves a roster spot for sure. But I think that McDaniel is favoring Keaton Mitchell for sure, at least at the beginning.
Well, and I mean, listen, we talked. I mean, it's been a long show. We're 8 hours and 16 minutes into this bitch, and we're having a blast. But if you're the new offensive coordinator of the Los Angeles Chargers and you put wanted posters up in your GM's fucking office of Keaton Mitchell and Alec Ingold, it's for a reason. The Chargers literally built an offense that can run. I know it's easy to sit here, and we've done it here on the show today, and say like, maybe the wide receiving core isn't the best, but damn it, the running back room, the tight end room, and should the tackle stay healthy, I mean, this is a different offense.
Yeah, no, on top of the fact that people are excited to see Herbert, the H-bombs is what we missed in the rookie season, right? And we have field stretchers now, but let's not forget that both Harbaugh and McDaniel, they're run first. They're meant to run the rock. Like, people forget that. They're runners. Like, yeah, they have explosive plays, and thank God we got like our Tyreek Hill 2.0 and Brandon Thompson, and I know he's going to be used a lot. But I feel like our majority, we're going to be running the rock efficiently, finally.
Listen, I know you're just on TikTok. I can't talk you into Twitter because it's a fucking cesspool of horrible ideas and just horrible opinions. But before we get you out of here, I think it's important. You're the host of the Charged Up podcast. You're Charged Up Jay. Tell us where we can find your shit and how often you do what you're doing, man. It's important.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on, man. It was a blast. I can't wait. We were like 1 week away from training camp and finally getting some highlights, right, to see what we put together. But thank you for having me on. It was a blast. I'm Jay from Charged Up Podcast. We're exclusively on TikTok right now, but we're spreading out already. So we're gonna be all over these platforms. Invite me every time. The season's only getting started. The best part's barely gonna come, and like the season is gonna be epic, bro. It's gonna be cinema.
Come on now. I want absolute. I think, Lee, I think you and I would agree that we should have Jay back on the show. Is that cool with you?
Yeah, he's more than welcome. He knows he's welcome week 2 on my podcast anytime.
Let's go. You already know, man. Stay tuned.
You and I got on the phone. You're on the show today, and you did not disappoint. I'm really proud of you. Thank you so much for being such a force on the show. You're hyped.
Boss.
Let's be a little bit excited about this Chargers season, brother.
Oh, yeah, let's get it. Yeah,
your PTSD stuff, your PTSD stuff about the fan base, I don't think enough people are talking about that, myself included. You did it. We need to start talking about that because I am so guilty. It's insane. I'm just ready for the next Charger to happen. I got to get over it.
Yeah, no, it's something that's gonna take some winnings to get over. Like maybe a ring. Then we can get.
Man, come on now, guys. If you're just tuning in right now, we've had an incredible interview. Appreciate you so much.
Yes, sir.
Charged Up Jay from the Charged Up podcast. Right now, he's solely on TikTok, but we're gonna Bolt Tough is right. By the way, I came up with that. Solely from the Dolphins. None of your business. They had fins up, and that shit was corny as fuck. I just want to say right now, you're going to be back whether you like it or not. Everybody shout out. Let's get some fucking Charged Up Jays in the comments.
Let's go. Follow your boy, Charged Up Podcast.
Lee Ainsworth, did you just serve one up on a platter to me? A guy who really – hold on. I'm with you, Ken. We're going to do this right now. Ken Boltman, who's back in the comments, one before I died, please. My father died without a Chargers Super Bowl win. I am not ready to do that. Lee, we're going to transition into, I think, what is the toughest question of the day. Are the Chargers Super Bowl bound, and is this the year, or should they be a little patient at maybe 2027?
I'm going to be patient. I'm going to say I don't want to go Super Bowl, right? I don't want to jump on there and say, whoa, he's predicting a Super Bowl. I'm going to say a deep playoff run, and that's going to be the safe bet. That covers everything. I say a deep playoff run.
So, in your estimation, Justin Herbert,
I think
he gets his first playoff win.
Yeah, I think he gets the playoff win this year. The monkey comes off his back. Yeah, the monkey's off his back. Mike McDaniel, list the monkey. Yo, Jay just said thanks, brother. It was a blast. He had a great time.
What I love about inviting new people to this show, again, I'm losing my voice. I apologize. We're 8 hours and 20 minutes into this shit. Hold on. I'll read it right now. And I said, shut up, man. I'm a sentimental motherfucker. It's okay. I just want to say, Jay Charged Up Podcast said, thanks, brother. It was a blast. Apologize for the technical difficulties. Don't you dare apologize for
That's StreamYard for you. That's StreamYard.
It is StreamYard. Motherfucker, even Eric had problems, and obviously Adam ranked it too, and it had nothing to do with them. You saw Adam's studio. we saw Taylor's studio by her studio. Like it's just StreamYard. It is what it is.
Yeah.
I've been told to maybe move to Riverside, but StreamYard's got my money and all that happy shit. SoFi Super Bowl starring the LA Chargers. Bolt man at SoFi. Listen, the Rams did it.
Why can't we?
Won the Super Bowl at their stadium. Well, hold on, you nailed it. Why not us? And I don't like to do the us thing. I'm not out there tearing ACLs and everything. I mean, I tear everything, but I'm not out there doing it with the team. So I have a weird spot when it comes to that. But this is a different roster. We've talked about it for literally 8 hours and 21 minutes, Lee. This is a deeper roster than we've seen in this Chargers outfit for
It is for real.
It's pass rushers. Even the linebacker group, we started talking. I mean, Troy Dye, one of the best special teamers in the league, but he's also great in pass protection or pass coverage. Like you actually have a lot of different versatile pieces. Who knows what happens with Darius Davis? But again, when we looked at the wide receiver group, if all I want to do is run him for cardio every game, then keep him on the roster and maybe he returns punts. I kind of want to see what Keaton Mitchell can do in a Chargers jersey and lightning bolts when it comes to returning kicks. But I think this could be, and it has the potential to be, even 8 hours and 20 minutes into this show. This could be a special year.
It could be. Yeah, a lot of things have to fall into place for it to be a special year. But, man, I think for me also, and I look at it this way, there's so many people saying the Mike McDaniel effect, the Jim Harbaugh effect. And if you look at what we've done and been building this team, it's been, I'm not going to use this, it's been a work in progress, but now it's put up or shut up time.
Listen, Amy Trask just she actually tweeted, look forward to joining BoltBlitz Uncut in about 10 minutes. Thank you, Booga Peters, for inviting me. Also, since I'm joining after Adam Rank, I think that means that Adam is my opening act. Okay, it doesn't mean that. Talk soon, Booga. Come on now. We got the Princess of Darkness, brother. Hey, listen, we didn't set this up for, just anybody. We set it up for literally everybody. We do cater to, I guess it would be experts regarding all the other teams in the NFL. And if I had to find an expert who literally worked hand in hand with the Al Davis, who started with the Chargers, we talked about it earlier, we'll be joined by gal Amy Trask, literally, who just entered the studio. I'm going to say this right now. Anybody who joins the show, whether they don't want to have their video on there or not, their voice is what matters, because voices is what changes the opinions of the people around you, and it provides us an opportunity to really learn. And we got Amy Trask on here. Let's see what we can do.
Can you guys hear me?
Amy, can you hear me?
We can.
Here?
Oh, good.
Oh, we can hear her. She's live. We have the Princess of Darkness back to the BoltBlitz Uncut show. Thank you so much for joining us. How you feeling, Amy? You good?
I am well. I thank you very much for having me. I thank you for accommodating my request of no camera. I'm in a location where that would not be, being on camera would not be possible, or is not possible. I don't even know how to say that, but thank you. And you're right. It's our voices that matter. So thank you very much.
When you stand by, especially, and when you have the foundation underneath those voices and you've been consistent for so long, just like an Amy Trask has been. Listen, this is a Chargers show, but we respect. For those of you who don't know, we threw an ice cream social here on BoltBlitz Uncut, and I was fortunate enough to get a statement. I couldn't get Ted on the show, but the stork, Ted Hendricks, his family was very clear to make sure that Amy knew that he was a part of what we were doing. By the way, Amy, if you're unfamiliar with the comment section, Raiders from Mr. Bakes a Lot. He's a huge fan, and he's very excited to see you. This is a different type of a season for the Los Angeles Raiders. Obviously, Tom Brady's a part of the management there, so to speak, and then you draft the number one quarterback, one of the best players I've seen in a long time. We'll see how his career plays out, but what's the excitement like in Vegas as far as what the the Raiders can do this year? And is this a year where they're kind of rest on their laurels and hope for a draft pick next year?
Well, let me answer one or two things before I dive into that, and then I promise to dive into that. That ice cream social, was so much fun. If we do one of those again, and I say we, because if you have another ice cream party, I want to be part of that ice cream party, because when you talk about ice cream skills, I have ice cream skills. And if you recall, not only did I have ice cream, I had whipped cream, I had toppings, and I had sprinkles. So thank you for having me on your ice cream social. And then number two, to address your point that this is a Chargers centric program, and I spent almost 30 years with the Raiders. I will note again that, which I've noted a number of times, teams can be competitors on the field. On game day, when your teams are opposing one another on the field, you want nothing more than to decimate your opponent.
Come on.
But you know what? At all other times, you're colleagues and you work together. And I had a tremendous relationship with the Chargers, sat across from the Chargers at every single league meeting from the time Alex Spanos purchased that team. My relationship with Alex was meaningful. Dean is meaningful. All the Chargers, the entire Spanos family, Jeannie Bonk. So yeah, on game day, we wanted to kill one another on the field, but we were colleagues at all other times. As to your question about Vegas, they've got a decision to make. How much cushioning, if you will, do they want to give their number
Perfect.
one draft pick? I think it's very, very, very smart what the team did, bringing in Kirk Cousins. Everything Kirk has said sings to the fact that yes, he wants to play. Yes, he's a competitor, but he's also there with the understanding and the knowledge that he's going to mentor and help Fernando along. So, they're going to have to decide, how soon do they want to put him on the field? Do they want to let him have a slow lead up? Do they want to put him on more quickly? These are all decisions they're going to have to make throughout training camp and the preseason.
Do you think that hampers the foundation of what Mendoza can do? Or let's also remind everybody, like we talked about earlier in the show, Tom Brady had to sit behind Drew Bledsoe, and had Mo Lewis not murdered Drew Bledsoe, so to speak, with that literally heinous hit, but anyway, do you think
wait, before you go on, what about Patrick Mahomes? He sat for a bit of time in Kansas City. What about Aaron Rodgers? He sat for some time in Green Bay. So there's nothing wrong with sitting someone if you think that's in the best interest of that player and of the team, and you have to balance those two issues.
Those are facts.
Literally perfect. Listen, Phillip Rivers had to sit, and who did he sit behind? Drew Brees. And until Drew had the horrible shoulder injury, and then it was kind of a toss-up whether he would go to Miami or New Orleans, and we saw what happened. Well, I don't know. He built an NFL career off of that. It was nice to see him as the first pick in the second round, obviously in the same draft that the Chargers took LaDainian Tomlinson at number 5. But we're talking ice cream. We're talking with the Princess of Darkness. We got my gal Amy Trask on here. I mean, it feels like a combination of folks that don't make sense, a Chargers fan and then literally the Princess of Darkness. But what we do here is we try to make sure that the rest of the NFL is informed and educated, and of course entertained by who we have on the show. When you look at this Raiders organization, Amy, you're obviously very close, still related to all of that. When you see them bringing in Tom Brady to help make decisions in the front office, I mean, is that something that you were worried about, or is it something that you embraced and you're very confident in what he can do?
Oh, many people assume that because of that infamous play on that snowy day in New England, that I harbor ill will towards Tom. And the fact is, I do not. Tom Brady did in that moment what every fan of every team would want his or her quarterback to do. Tom did nothing wrong. From a fan perspective, from a team perspective, Tom did everything right. Does that mean I agree with what the refs called? Of course not. But my point in sharing that is I harbor no ill will against Tom. I don't know to what extent his contributions are going to move the organization one way or another, but I hope for the best.
No, here's the deal. I think I obviously, you being a huge part of the Raiders organization, being Al Davis's right-hand gal, and we're going to talk about his relationship with the Chargers and where he started here in a minute. But I mean, I think that's probably a point of pride for you as far as what the Raiders are doing moving forward. I mean, this isn't the holy roller. It's none of that kind of shit. I'm kind of excited to see what the Raiders do this year. You brought in Clint Kubiak as an offensive coordinator, obviously Gary Kubiak. If y'all aren't familiar, he was a backup quarterback for the Denver Broncos for a long time. One of the most innovative minds in the league. Clint obviously did what he did with the Seahawks last year. You're familiar with what the Raiders are doing in the machinations regarding what they do behind the scenes. When you see a guy like Clint Kubiak come in there, regardless it's Kirk O'Chains or Kirk Cousins, and Fernando Mendoza starting games, you know, how positive or how concerned should Chargers fans be, especially? How positive should Raiders fans be, and how concerned should Chargers fans be about what the Raiders can do this season?
Well, I think the whole division, Chiefs, Broncos, Chargers, Raiders, I think, look, this is not simply born of bias of having spent almost 30 years in the AFC West. Objectively, I would say this whole division is very, very, very exciting. And I would not be surprised to see any of the 4 teams win the division. And I would not be at all surprised to see more than one team from the AFC West in the playoffs. So we'll see, for the Chiefs, does Patrick Mahomes come back, well from that injury soon? He will eventually come back, but is it going to take him a little bit time on the field to get back? Are the Broncos going to improve? They had a quarterback injury in that final game in which he played.
Serious one.
Yeah, a very serious one. You guys know I've been a Justin Herbert fan since before he was drafted. I shared on CBS Sports Network before that draft that I thought he would be one of the smartest picks in the draft. And then the Raiders have a new head coach and a new quarterback, and I think things are trending in the right direction. So I would not be surprised to see any of those 4 teams win the division.
I honestly, Amy, I love that part of it because, again, and I've said this for the last 20 years, the NFL is better when the Raiders are good. The NFL is better when the Cowboys are good. When you have these teams that have the high exposure that have earned. Listen, if you're not aware, Raiders fans travel everywhere, literally quite everywhere. The same thing with Cowboys fans, Steelers fans, Packers fans. When I watch what the Raiders have done in this offseason, I do think it has a little bit to do, of course, with Tom Brady being an addition. But when you look at the quarterback situation, Tom Brady had to sit behind Drew Bledsoe. At what point, in your opinion, of the season, do you see Fernando Mendoza get some meaningful snaps and actually play some games for this team?
There's no way for anybody to know that right now. How do you know? They haven't even taken a snap in training camp yet. So there's a lot of factors that are going to go into that decision. How does Fernando look? How does the offensive line look? They had problems last year on the offensive line. The offensive line was abysmal, but they addressed it. They added strength to the offensive line. I think that was tremendously, tremendously important. That's going to help not only pass protection, that's going to help the running game. And the better the running game, the easier it's going to be for Fernando. So there's a lot of factors that go into this: pass protection, running game. Does your defense hold opponents to fewer points? Because it's math. The fewer points the opponent scores, the fewer points you need to score. I don't think there's any way to know right now when it's the appropriate time to start him.
Amy, that's literally the perfect response because we really have no idea. We kind of poo-pooed on the fact, if you will, that Kirk has been named the starter to begin the year. I don't know if that's the right decision. We've had several, including Raider fans, say, I don't know if that's the right decision. That being said, there's a process to protecting your rookie quarterback. And you have a guy like Tom Brady, again, who sat behind Drew Bledsoe. I believe he believes in that process. I think he believes in quarterbacks sitting behind a veteran. And that's part of the reason why Kirk Cousins was signed to that team. Brock Bowers, I mean, listen, of course, you're Raider Nation all day. Is Brock Bowers one of the most special tight ends you've seen recently? I'll tell you right now, he's a big fantasy darling. But I believe, despite the fact he's not the best blocker, I think that he's revolutionizing, again, this tight end position in a passing league.
He is a very, very, very special player. He's one of the ones that catches your eye when you watch the team. And he can be of tremendous, tremendous use to a rookie quarterback as well.
Perfect.
And by the way, you guys may be too young for this. I'll show my age right now. Do you remember the ABBA song Fernando? I don't even know if that's what it was called, but the
I
lyrics
can
were
sing it
Fernando.
right now, but I won't.
Well, you know what? I don't want to get you thrown off the air, so I'm not going to sing either because I would not do that to you. But if they're not playing that when he takes the field, what the heck are they doing? They got to play that song.
Come
They're
on
gonna
now.
have to.
Listen, I mean, it's perfect. By the way, it's a beautiful ballad, by the way, if you haven't
It
listened to it.
is.
I mean, it's a great song. Um, um, uh, None of us are too young, by the way, on this show. Lee and I are about the same age, and
We're not going to get into that whole age thing right now.
Nope.
I'm
Nope.
calling Uncle. We're not getting into that. I shouldn't have even brought it up, but that was my cute way of saying you guys might not even know the ABBA song, but obviously you do. And because I love you, I won't sing on your show.
well, here's the deal: we get copyright stricken. That's the only reason I didn't invite you.
Well, you know what? Once when I was on air once and I was about to start singing something, I heard someone in my ear say, don't sing it, don't sing it. We have, there's issues, legal issues. And then I heard someone else in my ear say, oh, she can sing it. No one's going to recognize the song if she sings it.
Oh, stop it.
I
Don't
know.
you dare
Can
say
you
that.
believe that? Yeah. Can you believe that? It's
That's
true.
pretty
Yeah, well,
It's true.
producer in your ear, probably some 20-something-year-old saying, hey, we're gonna get in trouble for this. And by the way, I would assume you can sing all right or you wouldn't do it.
You're very kind.
It's,
My family would disagree.
Well,
hey,
they're
we all
not
have our talents. That's what I say.
That's
I'm
right.
I'm an opera performance major. I could sing like a damn bird. I'm just gonna throw that out there. We're gonna make sure everybody knows that.
Wait. You're a what major? You were a what major?
Opera performance major. I don't
Really?
look-
Really?
Yeah. Western Michigan University. Yeah.
Okay, that is so cool. So you really are a singer.
Old. Yeah, but listen, I'll just tell you right now. As much as the Chargers have provided me as far as being a fan, music has given me so much more. I miss it. I don't do the national anthem anymore, but I did a lot of Charlotte Hornets games. I sang the national anthem at the big house for a Michigan Ohio State game. And again, the opera performance shit. And I met my ex-wife at music camp at Western Michigan University called Seminar.
That is so terrific. I never knew you were an opera singer major, opera music major. That's impressive. That's really impressive.
No, I love Latin. I love to sing in Italian. I may mess up a couple words, but I can hit all the notes. I promise you that. Even as we all sit here apparently in this show at our elder stages of life, I'm just saying right now I can still sing like a bird, and I appreciate everybody who gives me opportunity to do so, especially when they pay me. Amy, we're talking Raiders right now, and that's different on a Chargers show. We talked about the quarterback position. Clint Kubiak coming there to be the offensive coordinator is a huge deal. For those of you who are unaware, he's the son of Gary Kubiak, who was with the Broncos for so long. Obviously, they had Elway, and of course, Kubiak was the backup quarterback there. That type of a scheme is very fitting, I think, for both, not just Kirk Cousins, but also for Fernando Mendoza. It will benefit Brock Bowers, but the addition of Clint Kubiak, obviously coming off a Super Bowl win there with the Seahawks. How excited are the Raider Nation fans about having Clint Kubiak as an OC?
As a head coach.
As a head coach.
My
he was an
understanding
OC, but now he's the head coach.
right. And by the way, going back a generation, I had wonderful opportunities to interact with his dad, Gary Kubiak, who you mentioned, throughout my career. Tremendous respect for Gary. Not only the coach he was, but the man he is. I just really enjoyed all my interactions with Gary. I understand that the organization and Raider fans are thrilled with the change at head coach for the Raiders. And, you're getting Clint, but in theory, you're also going to be getting generational wealth of knowledge handed down.
Exactly.
No, I think that's a great point. The Raiders are an interesting team to me this year. I don't really know what to expect clearly because I thought it was the
You never know what you got to get. That's true.
But that being said, Brady in the front office knows how to build winners. I think that he learned from literally the best coach in the NFL and the history of coaches, honestly, Bill Belichick. Sure, he's made some questionable decisions since leaving the Patriots. We're not going to get into all that because that's none of my damn business. But I'll tell you right now, Amy Trask, whether you're on video or not, you're a wealth of knowledge, and you've really made the show a lot better. We're going to do the ice cream thing again, by the way, but I need you on camera because I got to see all the sprinkles and the crazy shit you put on it.
if we can do the ice cream thing again, we will do it, I hope, on a day where I can be on camera, and I will once again show everyone that which I inherited from my mother. It's called the ice cream tray. Growing up, we had one giant tray. And you'd go to your friend's house and the mom would say, "Do you want some ice cream?" And they might bring out a pint of ice cream. My
Sure.
friends would come over and my mom would say, "Does everybody want ice cream?" And she'd walk out with this tray with about 9 to 12 flavors on it and toppings on the ice cream tray. And I now have the ice cream tray. So if you do another ice cream social, I will find a way to be on camera and I'll bring my mom's ice cream tray.
Hold up. My kids are listening to this show, by the way. 17-year-old
good.
okay, and of course my 15-year-old Caden David. We got to quit talking about all these like elaborate ice cream schemes.
Oh, no. I'm going to give them more information right now. Let me tell. Okay, kids, listen up. When it's ice cream time, there should be a minimum of half a dozen different flavor varieties. And there
Lord
should be every single topping. Maybe you want chocolate, maybe you want caramel, maybe you want strawberry. You got to have whipped cream and, of course, sprinkles.
Let's go. Gosh, you really have it all down. Lee is a pecan fan. Do you put pecans on your shit?
I don't. I understand it. I'm not viscerally opposed to them. It's just, as my mother would say, not really my cup of tea. I'm going with the sprinkles and
exactly. It's whoever. If it suits you, then it's not. If not, it is what it is.
There you go. And by the way, I agree with you about Belichick. Putting everything that's currently whirling and swirling around, and I'm not talking about that either. A phenomenal head coach, and Tom had the great privilege of working with him for all those years, and undoubtedly learned a lot.
I mean, how could you not from a guy like that? I mean, it's interesting when we hear all these past interviews from guys like Randy Moss inviting Bill Belichick to the Halloween ball. And what did Bill do? He showed up with whomever he was with at the time, respectfully. But he was in a pirate costume. Like, he literally played along with his guys if it was the right guy. Bill wasn't shy to get on guys and literally cut them from the team. But I think that what's forgotten because of, again, like, we're not going to talk about the more recent news regarding Belichick, is we've just forgotten there's Don Shula, but to me, there's Bill Belichick, and 6 Super Bowls seems pretty damn good to me. I'm assuming everybody would agree.
Well, and whenever I'm asked about this and I name Bill Belichick as one of the, if not the best head coach, the immediate pushback I get is, "Well, what about Vince Lombardi?" And my response is, of course, Vince Lombardi was a phenomenal head coach. And there have been other tremendous head coaches. But let me tell you something. When Vince was coaching, there was no free agency. There were, the rules were entirely different. So I think you have to look at everything within the context of the league as a whole. It's why I don't think you should compare best players from one decade to another decade to another decade. Because right now, if you're a quarterback now, you're not facing the same defense that a quarterback when you were allowed to have the forearm shiver, when you were allowed to having blows to the head, when there was stiffing. I mean, yeah.
Different generations. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, listen, the game has evolved. So, I mean, again, before we get you out of here, thank you so much, Amy Trask, the Princess of Darkness. Of course, this is a Chargers show, but Amy's been a friend of the show for quite a little while when it comes to BoltBlitz. When you look at the evolution of the game, and I think you might be the perfect person to ask about this. Has it gotten better? Has it gotten worse? And your thoughts on the way that the NFL has kind of moved to, yes, I understand the whole protecting the shield thing, but the safety thing, is it real? Are we really protecting the players? I know the rules have changed, but the evolution of the game, your thoughts on that, and has it gotten better?
Well, I think the answer is yes and yes and yes and no and no and no. And the answer is, has it gotten better? Of course it's gotten better. As we were just talking about, there is no more forearm shiver. There are no more blows to the head. The game 30, 40 years ago was entirely different than it is now. Is it much safer now? Absolutely, positively, yes.
100%.
But it is still a contact sport, or actually, as I once was told, collision. So it was the first week or two of my career, and I was on the sideline at a practice. I was entertaining our business partners, and I made a comment about it being a contact sport. And one of our players chimed in wonderfully, beautifully. I love that he did. And he said, "Not contact, collision." It is a collision sport. So has it gotten safer? Yes. Is it still a collision sport? Yes, those two things are not mutually inconsistent.
Miss Amy Trask, Mrs. Amy Trask, excuse me. You're a pleasure to have on this shit all the time. I don't know how, again, and I'm horrible at this. I say the same thing to my co-host and producer, Taylor Bloom. I don't know how we linked up, but I will say this. It's always a pleasure. Raider Nation adores you. And honestly, it's actually gotten me some ins with Raiders fans because you've
Love
been
that. And you know what?
being a long-standing friend is great.
I love joining you on the show. And if there's a message in me joining you, if there's a message in you inviting me to do so, if there's a message in us having the conversations we're having, it's that, you know what, everybody, we can be competitors on the field. We can root against one another when our teams are playing, and we can be friends in all other regards.
And we disagree agreeably, correct?
Yes. Disagreement can be healthy and productive, but there is no reason to disagree in any manner other than agreeably.
I love it. Amy Trask, you're a jewel. We're so blessed to have you on the show.
Thanks for having me.
Everybody just like cannot wait for Amy to come on the show. You made it here. Ice cream soon. Lee and I.
Ice cream soon.
I'm telling you, no, but I'll eat actual ice cream this time, not the lactose stuff that you gave me.
No, you have what? No. You do you. If you want to have sorbet, you can have sorbet or sherbet or lactose free. Or you could have like almond ice cream or oat ice cream. They make all different kinds now.
I'm learning as I go. I don't eat a lot of
you eat whatever is best for you.
And I will continue to do that. What's best for this show is we're not going to get a lot of guests like our gal, Amy Trask. But Amy, I cannot thank you enough.
Thank you for having me.
The queen, as I like to say, of Raider Nation. I know princess, but come on now. Amy, thank you so much. You didn't have to do this, and you did. We cannot wait to have you back, and we're all eating ice cream.
Ice cream next time.
I'm telling you right now. So much. Huge shout out to Amy Trask. Thank you so much. Again, I'm losing my voice. Forgive me. It's been a long time, so this may be hard for people to understand, especially anyone who knows me. I don't usually talk for 8 hours and 48 minutes. But Lee, can you believe what we're doing?
Yeah.
We're almost 9 hours into this shit. We're almost in the fourth quarter.
Yes, sir. You ain't lying.
Oh, man.
The end is near. But, man, we got some good guests coming up.
Dude, we're just, what's crazy? Incredible guests so far. We're literally just getting started. Oh, hold on. Dave Drogemeyer still has 6 holes left to play. He will not be able to join us. He's golfing, man. He doesn't need to make room for the BoltBlitz Uncut podcast. I understand that. I take no offense to it. Appreciate him. Love you, Ken. Man, what you're doing for the community, we talked about it earlier on the show. Just keep grinding, and you don't worry about anything. You keep doing you and doing it the way you do for your kids, your family, your beautiful wife, Mary. Thank you so much for what you guys do for everybody. Oh, I got a cue. Is this Bellicose? I'm not sure. Give us a cue, brother. Ask us right now. We got you.
What's the question? What's the question?
Come on now. We're waiting. I can type it for you if you tell me what it is. I can't until then.
I got dominoes. I got dominoes pulling up soon, so I'll be right back. I just gotta accept some dominoes.
I got a question for your team to be as talented as it is. How come y'all can't win the division, and what is the real issue with y'all? Oh, is it injuries? Is it quarterback? Oh, or is it lack of talent? So I really don't think it's a lack of talent. The offensive line obviously is lack of talent. Sean Slater and Joe all go down multiple times. Joe all the time. I mean, he fought his ass back. I think it's just a weird thing with the Chargers. And again, I've been doing this shit for 47 years. Obviously, I wasn't a fan at zero dark, if you will, when I was first born. But I will just say this. The Chargers are that weird team where it's, I don't want to say grief-stricken because that's an excuse. I don't want to say like they just have the bad breaks because I don't think that's fair. But I think what they're doing now, let's move forward in the 2026 season for the Chargers, O-line depth. Even though I believe it's a bunch of number 2 wide receivers, they can still get the job done. The running back, I'm telling you right now, the running back core I think is very special. Marion Hampton can score from anywhere on the field. Same with Keaton Mitchell. I mean, he literally led the NFL in 5.9 yards per carry. Kamani Vidal, I don't know why we're all shitting on him or not thinking about what he did for the Chargers last year, but he proved that he could be in a running back one in the NFL. I think that's important. I think people are selling. Lee and I talked about the fact that if we looked at the roster, would there be one guy that could be traded? Maybe it's Vidal. I love me some Jarrett Patterson, by the way. I think we sleep on him. He's always a fall forward guy. And if you listen to the show for the last 8 hours, 51 minutes, I've talked about the way that I prefer my running backs, to be. And I want the fall forward guys. You want those kind of folks. Remember, it's just 3 feet, but get down and get the extra yardage. Do I think the Chargers have a QB play problem? Fuck out of here, man. Don't you dare. I love you joining the show, whomever you are. But no, we ain't trying to worry about it. Hey, there it is. Hold up. This is the one. Hollywood Herbert just has to release the juggernaut. This is the year he takes over the team. Can it be under Mike McDaniel at the helm as the offensive coordinator? Listen, we make jokes on here about the Burger King offense under Greg Roman. And listen, what people don't understand, I actually like the hire of Greg Roman. Sorry. If you're just tuning in now, I'm a big 12, 13, and 22 personnel guy. I'm an old school guy. When I coach youth football, I like to use those type of formations because all you have to do is put a wideout on the end, have them run a slant, and then we're scoring 6 every time. It's not that hard. Youth football is fun. You have to have the right players. But that being said, youth football doesn't work in the NFL. Greg Roman, the pick plays, literally 2 to 3 wide receivers in the same zone, hoping they can shield off a defender. That is not today's NFL. It was a gap scheme. Now we're running outside zone. It's a different running game, and you have the weapons to do it. Marion Hampton. Again, Kamani Vidal. I don't know why we're all shitting on him. By the way, since Ken is in, Boltman is in the comments still, I love your commitment to this shit. It means so much to me, by the way. He's doing stuff with Kamani and, of course, Marlo Wax, who's another player the Chargers should keep an eye on. I'm excited to see what Wax does this year, and he earned, and I'm telling you right now, he earned the opportunity to make some plays this upcoming year, but the only way you make plays is if you get the chance to do Justin Sherbert. I'm not doing that. Any interest in bringing Bosa back if you have a camp injury or something?
God. I'm off that.
Hold on. God. When Joey Bosa was healthy, he was one of the best pass rushers in the NFL. That is so long ago, and the attitude, and we all saw what he did against Jacksonville. He did not respect Brandon Staley at all, and when you don't have any care or respect for your head coach, it's just probably not a relationship that's going to work out when you're a marquee rusher on the team. I love that you brought it up. Honestly, I disagree. It's a team game. The QB can only do no. Sure. We need to see Herbert take that next step, and it's winning a playoff game. Now, can he help? Who blocks for him? Clearly not. Everybody praises Bradley Bozeman for getting after the guy who gator rolled Herbert against the Saints. But what ended up happening? Oh well, what do you know? Bradley Bozeman was the guy who gave up the rush, and is the reason why Herbert got gator rolled. Listen, if you have yet to play football and don't ever play it in this direction or in this mode, if you haven't been gator rolled, I had Craig Alexander do that to me when we were in Pee Wee ball. And I was a small guy, so everybody was trying to hurt me because it was fun to them. It's a shitty experience to have. The fact that, of course, Bradley, why would he not jump in? Bozeman, literally, historically, one of the worst centers, in the history of the NFL. Lee, can you believe this? 5 minutes away from 9 hours. We're 3/4 of the way through this shit. You've been here the whole time. We talk about this Chargers team. We've had a Raiders guest. We've had so many incredible guests today. Jeremiah Spicer, Adam Rank. I mean, did he light the fantasy world on fire?
Yeah, he did. That segment was crazy.
The takes were great.
It's going to be some great content either way.
And here we are going into the 9-hour mark. Who's wearing the green dot? Oh, I love this question.
That's a damn good one.
It's Henley. That's a great man. He's a Raiders fan too. Hopefully you enjoyed having Amy Trask on the show, even though it's a Chargers show. We do it here. We do a big brother. Oh no, it won't be Perriman or Colson. Colson
might not even see the field.
I'm a little embarrassed at how much I touted him as one of the best picks the Chargers have had in a long time, because it just didn't work out that way. But that being said, I do believe he's going to get a chance. For those of you paying attention, I do think Junior Colson gets a chance. I know Jesse Mentor's not here, and obviously he doesn't have that Michigan connection, but he still has the head coach and Jim Harbaugh. I do think he gets a shot, but Henley's your number one, and then Perriman's your 1 and 2 down guy. He's your first and second down guy because he's a run stuffer. He's a liability in pass coverage. Let's get to crooked commissions. What kind of topic?
Dude, I didn't get pizza. I got my wife a pizza, but I got myself some chicken nuggets. But man, I've been starving all day.
Are you eating nuggies? How old are you? God damn it, Lee, you're old.
Dude, I love Domino's chicken nuggets.
Oh, I have the Domino's hack. God, you're so good at this. The best pizzas you can get, and I like the $6.99 deal, the mix and match. Do steak, feta cheese, and then for the sauce, do garlic parmesan. Thank me later. And then if you're into chicken Alfredo, do chicken bacon as the toppings with Alfredo sauce. 2 of the best pizzas you're going to get. And even though it's Domino's, which is basically fast food pizza, you will not regret it.
My favorite for Domino's is Philly cheesesteak with bacon.
I'm allergic to onions, so I don't get to do that. I love the green.
I don't do onions on anything. I can't. I don't do onions. Don't do onions. I'm not an onion fan.
Why? Wait. Why are they saying? Wait, hold on. They're saying you like sardines. Peacock's back.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm all set. Sardines and I'm all set. I like seafood, but not sardines.
Your boy. Hold on. Your boy Peacock. Lee looks like a sardine guy, and he knows you. And then it says Domino's has great sides. Hey, listen, we love what they got going on there. They have a chicken bake with some random shit on there. I don't know the name of it. My kids order it every time. We love the Parmesan bread bites. Hey, Domino's, hit me up. We're always looking for sponsors, but Domino's is like to me, it's like that secret kind of grift because you get everything for free, and it's good enough to where you're not like, oh, that tastes horrible. Just find the hacks, and you're going to be happy with it. Let's go.
What is commission? Nuggets. We can't take the kid out of Lee. Man, get the bone in it, Paul. Man, I'll be seeing bones in Vegas, but then again, supposedly Bakes is going to be his security when I'm there.
Ooh,
because I violated him last year.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I put a Chargers jersey on him.
Pause. Oh shit. That Bones. I thought you were talking about one of your buddies.
That Bones, yeah, that Bones.
Don't violate your buddies, but if it's a skeleton, please get on that. Again, like Craig,
you know what I say? He's dead man. He's dead man walking.
Oh, clearly. Hey, we have a picture of me with a Peyton Manning skeleton at a BoltBlitz meetup at the Tilted Kilt. We had, I can't remember. Oh, shit. I was Melissa something. I can't remember her name, but she brought that and she was like, please feature this today during the raffles, during the show, listen, Eric Williams was there too. We had Fernando Ramirez. We had Derek Togerson. Then BC San Diego, we had Sean Lissamore, former Charger. Dontrell Inman, former Chargers wide receiver. We had Kyle Emanuel, former Chargers linebacker. We had Craig Watts, former Chargers offensive lineman. Then, of course, Jeremiah Searles. You've seen the pictures. And listen, if y'all start digging too much history up on me, I lost a bet for that meetup. I lost a bet. I had to wear a dress. Thomas,
oh man,
I love you so much. I'm butt naked in the Tilted Kilt fucking bathroom putting a dress on. I'm like, well, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to look good when I do it. Tom walks in with a dress and says, I'm with you. Like, what are you doing in here? It's like, everybody started cheering. We walk out of the bathroom in fucking dresses, which is a weird thing for me. My father was probably not happy about even thinking about that. But it was like paparazzi, man. Flashes the fuck everywhere. It was a different experience. If you lose a bet, can I say this to all the grown men, women, children, anybody who's listening? If you make a bet, you have to back it up. Wouldn't you agree? I'm done with the dumb shit.
What did Dennis say?
I put a dress on, God damn it.
What did the Ginger Ninja say? That's how Bones dies. Eating bone and wings and then choked on the bone. I pause. Okay. I took my pause.
We're going to go back. We're going back a couple minutes. I love that Mr. Bixalock is like, all right, I'm out till 9. Sounds like he's anticipating the 9 to 10 p.m. hour, the end of our 12-hour subathon when we have Lee and the closers. Lee, You didn't go away. You stayed the whole time. Still counting on you, brother. I don't have a friend who would do this for me, so I can't thank you enough. Hold on, let's get to Derek Lincoln because he's had some great comments. I want to see this. Lee can't be messing with Bones this year. Oh, somebody's laying down a referendum. Don't you dare mess with Bones, according to Derek Lincoln. Mr.
I did that last year, and I suppose I don't know if I messed my fantasy juju up by that last year, but dude, I ain't going anywhere near Bones. It's a business trip this year.
I love it. Well, hold on. It sounds like you're not allowed because again, Mr. Banks-a-lot says facts.
Yeah, they got security. I'm not worried about security. I'm just gonna mellow. It's a business trip, man.
This is awesome. Hold on. Bones eats. Come on now. Peacock. Damn it, Peacock. We need to get you on here. ASAP. Bones eats chicken wings without bones. Otherwise, it's cannibalism, or as I like to call them, chicken nuggets. What are you doing eating chicken nuggets, brother?
I'm hungry.
I'll eat eventually, but I don't have time for that. I've used the bathroom 3 times. For those of you who took the 4.5 over for the bathroom visits, thank God you didn't vote on that.
What is this? Peacock says Bones gives up riding shotgun with Diamond Joe and Bogart when just kicks in the couch and the whole trip.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh. I mean,
the
hierarchy of where we ride in the car or drive in the car is a big deal. It really establishes who we are as men. I know some of y'all don't like to hear the whole man thing. I'm just saying we're a little bit different than some of the gals. Yeah, the car ride, where everybody sits, it's been a point of contention for me for a very long. Look at this guy. Look at Crooked Commish. Love you being in the chat. Come on now. Keep coming, y'all. Pause, as y'all like to say. Proof Lee is still a Toys R Us kid. Man, how sad was that when that shit went out of business? I mean, when you overcharge for literally everything, what the fuck do you know? We got Neon Peacock merch, of course. By the way, neonpeacockmerch.com. The sale's over now, but be adept and pay attention to the next sale. He had $12 t-shirts, and I'm telling you right now, great designs, very high quality. Keep an eye on what he's doing. I know he doesn't have time to be a producer for this show, but what I can say is his quality of merch is something that the Gen Wealth Net and the Heart to Start podcast, they're not pushing shit for the fun of it. They're doing it because it's high quality. It's something that you deserve to own and put on your body. Big shout out to Peacock. What is this, like 7 or 8? We just want to make sure he feels appreciated.
No, yeah.
I think Diamond Joe has a Tesla, so we could actually stick Bones in the driver's seat. Good Lord.
Well, I ain't worried about it. They just opened the toy. Hey, that was my hangout when I was a kid. When I lived in Massachusetts, Toys R Us was my hangout. I used to hang out in the mall, Toys R Us all the time.
We always got you, Peacock, man. You're the man. We're going to do whatever we can on this show. Obviously, the Gen Wealth Net and the Heart to Start, they're always constantly praising you because you deserve it. It's 7 p.m. Eastern, 7:04. We're 9 hours into the BoltBlitz Uncut, 12-hour subathon. I have no idea how you're still here or why you're still here, but damn it, Lee, I'm going to keep you until I have to get rid of you, which means I will never, ever get rid of you. Lee is one of the best additions to BoltBlitz and all this. I mean, we had all the writers. It doesn't matter what they look like. I mean, we literally have had everybody as a part of BoltBlitz. One of the best decisions I've ever made was incorporating Lee into this mix. And how has he proved that? Well, I don't know. Being a part of a 12-hour podcast is a good start. And by the way, as we talked about 7 times during this show, Lee was like, 12 hours, I got this shit. I'm like, oh, I do that. Listen,
this is I call this a normal Sunday normal Sunday routine for me. Well, on our channel, this is what we call a normal Sunday. It's a normal football Sunday. It's a fantasy football Sunday for us. But then again, there's football going on. But man, as I say, if you have the practice that I have, that the guys on the channel have, it's in me. You know what? It's integrated. It's not integrating. It's getting me ready for the new season.
Do me a favor while I refill. Talk about the team that you guys have. Talk about Bogey's knowledge.
Be right back in a second. I'll be right back.
Well, don't do that. I'll talk about that. GWN, baby, via Derek Lincoln in the comments. What I've experienced via the Gen Wealth Net is support, Friendship minus that sound wave guy. Sorry I was so mean to him. I'm so sorry that I was honest with a guy who has no credentials, who hasn't proven anything in the NFL world. And, you know, this old cat over here, he's done all right. If you haven't paid attention to the guest list today, again, I'm losing my voice. You boys set that up. A lot of help from Lee as well. He brought on Jay. Come on, Charged Up Jay. He was a really fun guest. I can't wait to have him back on the show. Make sure you check out the Charged Up podcast. I believe it's solely on TikTok. I'm not completely sure, but make sure you check out, excuse me, what he's doing. He was a great guest, and I mean, we had Adam Rank before that. It's been a long time since I talked to Rank, as I like to call him. He did follow me back on Twitter in his defense. I gave him a lot of shit. By the way, I unfollowed him first because I'm a fucking priss, and that's who I am. Oh, look at you. Hey, Crooked Mish, he did. Lee hit me with a fucking reverse Uno card and then hopped the fuck off before I could go take a leak. This guy, I'm telling you, he's like, no, I'm giving all my heart to this cat. I'm going to have to – I'm really losing my voice. I kind of love it. But, hey, Crooked Commish, you're welcome on the show all the time. Cannot wait to have you as a guest on the shit. We're trying to build this community. And I want to get back to this comment by Peacock. Totally forgot that the grit don't quit goes all day long on Sundays.
Yes, sir.
Great. Oh, come on. We have a great team of guys out there. The rotation on the panel out there in the GWN. I don't need to finish the rest of that. It's just something special. If you like to see congruence, if you like to see symmetry, and I know I'm using big words here, what everybody, Lee, Guccini, JD, Bogey, even Spencer the Guru, I don't know, everybody.
I'd say there's JD, Bogey. It starts off with Bogey, JD, Peacock, Kidda, Kidda. There's at least almost 8, and then you got Diamond Joe. There's at least 8 to 9 of us, maybe more. And Dennis, yeah, there's people on the channel. There's like 5 solid that are on the shows, but it's behind the scenes. There's a lot more. There's Diamond Joe. There's Dennis. There's Derek, who says salute. That's Derek Lincoln. He's a diehard Cowboys fan.
Hey, man, he's been fun the whole time. Not the whole time, but he showed up several times in the comments. Cannot appreciate all of you enough. Lee, we're still sitting at 51 viewers just chilling, hanging out with us for whatever reason. Hour mark, 9 hours, 8 minutes, and some change. We're talking Chargers football. We've talked with the Princess of Darkness of the Raiders. We've entertained the Raiders fans. Let's get back to Chargers shit. We've talked so much about record predictions and everything the Chargers can do this year. What I would like to ask you right now, and let's be honest all the way about it, is this the year of the Chargers? And I know I hated saying that this is the year hashtag because that was mine back in the day too, like Bolt and Bolt Up. But we don't talk about that because it was embarrassing. They went at 8-8 that year. Is this the year the Chargers really do make some noise? Is this the year that as Chargers fans we get to say, let's get off the schneid and Justin Herbert gets his first playoff victory?
I think the monkey's off the back and we do get a couple wins, couple playoff wins. I do think this is the year.
Come on.
I'm not going to say Super Bowl. I'm really not. I'm going to say we get the monkey off our back. Huh?
I'm not there either. I'm not there. I
want to see what we do because you look at our schedule from 3 to 10. It's nasty. I know everyone's got a schedule, but that schedule's not easy. I understand Kansas City has a crazy schedule. The AFC, if we got it, they got it too. But it depends on what their schedule and if you look at our weeks from 3 to 10, yeah, it's kind of mad looking. But hey, if we can get through this mad schedule, that's some good shit right there.
You come out of that week 3 to week 10 gauntlet, as we've all, I mean, listen, everybody in the media has literally called it a gauntlet. We're all borrowing, the term. I mean, it's a real serious thing again. After they face, obviously, Arizona and then Las Vegas at home there at SoFi, then you go right to Buffalo. I mean, come on now. I know it's early in the season, but the Bills, they're constant contenders for the AFC Championship. It's a huge barometer for this team. That's a lot of beers later, by the way. Then I'm using the word barometer. I'm just throwing that out there. Y'all can have fun with it. But I think this is really one of those years where we're going to find out early who they are and who they aren't when it comes to the Chargers. Any concerns about that gauntlet? We've talked about the games that do concern us. Is this one of those years where the Chargers let us down? I know you don't think so. So talk me into the fact that the Chargers are not a 10-7 team. They're your 12-5 team, as you've mentioned several times this show. Talk me into it, Lee.
I think we have the offense, we have the defense, we have the special teams. It's now putting all those three phases of the game in place to get those 12 wins. Tack on those wins week out, week out. I mean, we're going to take some L's here and there, but that's football. But we have to get through the hump, the schedule, and avoid injuries. And I think that 12 win is a feat that can be met. And if we meet that feat, and then it's what can we do if we get that 12 and then hey, 2009 was our last division champion. We win the division champion. That's a whole different ball game. We host a freaking playoff game in Los Angeles. And if that happens, Herbert's got the monkey off his back.
Playoff game at SoFi? You think the fans aren't going to be? Listen, I know everybody around the league likes to call the Chargers fan list, and they don't have fans and this and that. But I'll tell you right now, a second game in the playoffs past the first round, it will be so lit at SoFi. I'm not sure the opposing team will be able to hear anything, especially when they're on offense. How important is that? And by the way, I need to get to Peacock's most recent comment. Kind of glad we got a bye week before playing, y'all. But actually, he usually lays an egg coming off a rest.
Be right back.
Oh, you're good. I got this. Listen, Peacock, I mean, you've been in and out of the show all day. Thank you so much for being a part of what we're doing here. It matters so much to me, and obviously it means so much to Lee. Thank you for tuning in. I will say this. If there are if there are any teams in the AFC I don't want to see the Chargers ever have to face again, it's that pass rush of the Houston Texans. Derek Stingley Jr. is a player that I coveted highly. I really wanted to see him in a Chargers jersey. Those lightning bolts would look good on number 24 right now. But I will say this. If you're a Houston Texans fan, put all your money on the defense. Feel free to draft the Texans defense a little bit earlier than you would in fantasy football, because I'll tell you right now, I do not expect them. Jalen Petrie, come on now. It's a ridiculous team right now. Do I have all the faith in the world in CJ Stroud? I'm not so sure, but that means he's shown enough at times. He had an epic playoff failure. If you're a Chargers fan, you watch Herbert the last 3 playoff games, that happens. Now, listen, I'm not comparing the two of them as far as what the circumstances were behind the way that they played or lost games in the playoffs. I will just say this. I'm not here to shit on CJ Stroud. I expect him to have a resurgent year. I think it's somebody that when you start to get late in your fantasy drafts, don't be afraid to take him. Crooked Commish here with a comment. Be honest. If you guys could go back, don't you dare. All right, Crooked Commish, be honest, if you guys could go back to SD or another part of California, would you? Oh, come on. Or you'd be cool sharing with the Rams. Here's the deal. I never wanted the Chargers to leave San Diego. It's my favorite place in the world. I love San Diego. It's beautiful. I'm not a fan of LA. I've never been a fan of LA. The smog is enough to literally put me in my grave, but let's figure it out this year. I have some opportunities. Thank you so much for the Chargers organization for some of the things we're going to be doing this year. I appreciate everything you're doing. It's not too shabby to have Susie Spanos as an Instagram follower and Facebook friend. We have some special things on the horizon for BoltBlitz Uncut, not just by having folks like Amy Trask on the show, Adam Rank. I mean, you guys, the comments we got about folks requesting or at least stating like, listen, when Adam Rank and Amy Trask are on the show, that's must-see TV. I agree. I couldn't agree more. It's why we built this opportunity, this family, even though she's a Raider, even though Adam's a Chicago Bears fan, he used to love the Chargers. But one of the things that Adam didn't talk about on the show is one of the things that made him hated by Chargers fans is he went on this tangent for like 2.5 years, constantly betting on the Chargers to lose. Adam, I love you, brother. It's so nice to connect with you again, but you were wrong. And that's okay. I get it. We missed out on a few people today, unfortunately, and that's a shame. Rocky Sealanders, former Chargers offensive lineman from the black and white days. I'm telling you right now, I have an autographed picture that my son actually owns. I think it's at his mom's house. I'm not sure right now, to be quite honest. But we missed out on him. I'm sorry, Rocky. I could not get you tuned in. I tried to do so. It just did not work out. But we've been grinding all the way. We're 9 hours, 16 minutes into a 12-hour subathon here on BoltBlitz Uncut. Again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, I'm Booga Peters. Been covering the Chargers for a long time. Been a Chargers fan basically since birth. More Chargers gear home from the hospital, just like my children did. Raise them right into misery. Is kind of my motto, apparently, unintentionally. Lee's taking a little break right now, but let's get back to the comments right now. Look at this cat. You can do it. I love that shit. Let's go. I'm going to back up a little bit. And we got Peacock here saying, yeah, that's all totally fair, bro. CJ needs to hold on. I love what he's saying here, actually. CJ needs to show that he can play as well as he did his rookie season, and the team definitely relies on that stellar defense. Sure. And you kind of you're gonna segue into, you guys are so good at this. Should CJ Stroud regain his rookie composure, his rookie form, Texans have a great chance to reach their first Super Bowl. I really believe that, Peacock, and I'm not just trying to get free T-shirts out of you. I think that CJ Stroud is slept on, and I still have my issues, and I'm a little concerned about what he can do moving forward. But Nico Collins, come on now, 6'4", that can run like a deer. I'm all about it. It looks like your other Tank Dell. I think he's coming off that injury fairly well, considering we saw his leg on backwards. That was a little wonky for me. That was tough to see. I'm a guy who's broken and torn all the things. Let's get back to the next Peacock comment. The Chargers would have way more fans if they stayed in San Diego. I don't know if that's true or not. I will say this, and this is going to be tough for folks to hear. I do believe that it would be a much more dedicated fan base. But again, they're in LA now. We can't turn back the clock. We're all grown-ups now. We don't have to do that. Let's get to the next comment. Thank you so much for everybody filling up the comment section. Yeah, SD deserves a team. Beautiful city, but there's not much room. And then again, Derek Lincoln, I already read your shit. You can't do it. You can do it. That's that Rob Schneider shit.
You can do it. Yes, sir.
He's kind of a wacko now, but anyway, whatever. Going to need. This is Crooked Commish again. Thank you so much for all the comments. We love it. We need it. We fuel ourselves based on what y'all have to say in the comment section. Going to need to get you a cup of hot tea after this. Hey, hold on. And I'll read the rest. 12 steam is rough, but I think he meant 12-hour stream is rough, but I'm sure it'll be worth it. And I couldn't agree more. Again, upper performance major. I will teach you guys this. You get a boiling pot of water. You put some Ricolas. It's a lemon herb cough drop. You put that in your throat. You put the towel over your head. And I'll tell you right now, and this is a little embarrassing, even in high school, no matter how many accolades I received via singing, I really had to do a lot of work to get myself ready because, pot and alcohol and acid and shrooms and all the fun stuff we used to do back in the day. I just don't get to do that anymore because my brain can't handle it. A 12-hour stream is rough, but there's nobody else that I would rather do it with than my guy, Lee Ainsworth. I cannot believe we're still rolling with this. And look at Ken. Boltman is back. I'm Diego, my son. Oh, hold on. This is perfect. This is a great way to encapsulate the move. I'm Diego, but yeah, used to. Hey, come on, Crooked. I'm not that fucked up. Have a little fun. Yeah, hey, man, I love me some shrooms. Ooh, we did paper. We did gel tabs. I mean, I'm just saying right now, I went to Southwest Michigan Vocal Festival, and I'll keep the story short, but it's fun. This kid named Wesley Morris, he taps me on the shoulder, and obviously I'm tripping on acid, and he's like, we have to go up there. So I literally thought I had to go up there. Good news is, I'm a singer for life. I got called out because all my friends are sitting there. They're sitting next to each other, and they're doing this thing. They're scratching their face. So what did I do? Oh, fuck. Scratch my face. And I'm hiding myself behind the music, and the conductor goes, you have a solo later. What are you doing behind your music? And all I said was, because I recognized the error in the music, I said, listen, there's a B flat here when it needs to just be a B. Everybody praised me. You hear the crowd clapping, and all my friends are going, you got so fucking lucky, brother. And I did. It was at Dalton Center at Western Michigan University, second time that the Dalton Center has come up. Let me tell you right now, if you have not been to Western Michigan University's campus and you're way younger than me, way younger, go check it out. It's kind of fun there. I'm just going to say. And yes, Crooked, I ain't done any of that shit in a long time. And listen, look at Peacock. He's like, yeah, haha, nice shrooms. Yeah, it used to be a long time. Sheets, oh. So when we talk sheets upon sheets, that's that acid shit. And I'm telling you right now, I had a buddy who literally had a sheet in his back pocket. Literally, if he's still alive to this day, is seeing in 2D, no 3D. Acid is not something to play around with. I've literally talked to my kids about it a ton. You want to smoke a little bit of pot? I'm 1,000% behind it. Don't get into alcohol. It's a bad decision. But Jesus, all these comments, I'm on mushrooms right now.
Oh, dear golly.
Who is that?
That's Bogey.
That's Bogey. Listen to you, fucking Bogey.
When you see Gen Wealth Net, that's Bogey. It's the kingpin.
Hey,
I call him the king. I call him the glue to the armor.
Wait till we
He
get
set the stage. He made this group up, and that's the Gen Wealth right there. That's the conglomerate. Starts right there.
Impressive, special. What you guys are doing over there, I've been praising all show long. I mean, we're 9 hours and 22 minutes into this shit. What you guys are doing clearly has made me want to be a part of what you're doing. The fact that half of the look at Kingpin Bogey. Yeah.
Kingpin Bogey. That's a t-shirt right there. Kingpin B.
Fill the hold up. I love this. Ken Lampkin, that's Boltman, by the way. Fill the bathtub with Hawaiian Punch and White Lightning.
Oh, shit. Oh, don't get Hawaiian Punch near me. They know that was my issue. I had to get rid of that shit.
Hey, Ken just literally proved he used a party. I'm not going to talk about it.
Bogey said Kingpin Luigi mode right now.
Everybody's up. Hey, who's Chicago Clubhouse? Tell me about them. I know it's one of your
Crooked Commish. He's got a
Again?
So he has the Crooked Commission. He has Chicago Clubhouse.
Do me a favor. If you took the over on bathroom breaks, by the way, this is my fourth. If you took the over on the 3.5, I apologize. Lee, talk about, of course, Crooked Commish, what he adds to your show, and then, of course, what he's doing at Chicago Clubhouse. I'll be right.
The Crooked Commish, I was at. Oh, the Crooked Commish has head on over to the Chicago Clubhouse. They don't just have the Chicago Bears. They have the Chicago Club. Every single the Bulls. Every single Chicago sports team that they represent over there. They have multiple people over there talking. The Commish. You got the Mouth of the Bay. I can't name them all, but those are the two main. And then he does his fantasy shows during the season. But as I said, head on over to the Chicago Clubhouse and check out the Crooked Commission, the Mouth of the Bay. Bogey's on there. JD's is on there. Even Peacock. We all rotate to come over there and join once in a while. But the Clubhouse is a fun place to visit, and we collab with the Clubhouse. So it's always a good place. And the Commission's a good guy. So is the Mouth. So, I mean, sub up over there. They got all sports, as I said. I'm the Gen Wealth. We do watch parties for football. We did the World Cup. We do the Home Run Derby. But over the Clubhouse, they have guys that cover certain topics and certain sports. So, as I said, if you're into all sports, the Chicago Clubhouse is one place to go. Yes, sir. The Mouth of the Bay. And yes, sir. We're all Chicago. Foulmouth, CJ. Hey, Commish. I don't know all I've watched a couple of shows, but I don't know them all. I mean, I don't know the names by heart, but I know the guys that are there a lot. And it's going to be the Commish. It's going to be the Mouth. But they got guys that do hockey. They got just basketball. Because I know there's a Chicago Bulls over there.
Tank. If you're talking about,
I knew that was the other one. I couldn't remember. Yeah. He's
got a mouth like me, though. I kind of like him.
Yeah, they got a couple over there. Yeah, and Commissioners. This is the show I produce. Yeah. I was over there a couple, like maybe three or four times last year. It's kind of fun. It's been a while since I've been to the Clubhouse, but I know there'll be an invitation sometime.
Yeah,
I know that. Trust me. I enjoyed the collab, but I'm looking forward to next year. I get to collab with the Commission next year when we play the Bears, and I got to stay tuned live. They got the Green Bay Packers, so yeah, it'll be kind of fun. We get the I think, do we get the Vikings next year? If it is, I'll have the Ginger Ninja on for sure.
But hey, can we talk about him for a minute? I just want to say something. he messaged me, via text, and then of course on Facebook Messenger. But I just want to say something. He really wanted to be here today. He just has, a lot of responsibilities that are far more important.
He does.
BoltBlitz Uncut. I want you guys to understand something. Please listen to me when I say this. Everybody who's putting out this content, it doesn't fucking matter what sport, what team they support. Everybody's giving up a piece of themselves to make sure that somebody has something to listen to, something they can relate to, something that they can care about. When I hear about these stories, and honestly, it was heartbreaking.
It is.
But that being said, the guy just pushes through it. And I think he's a great example for all of us. We would have loved to have you here, Ginger Ninja. I'm sorry it didn't work out. Dennis, I think it's Dennis Johnson. Am I wrong?
It is. Yeah, it is. Dennis, yeah.
DJ, you're welcome on the show anytime. Take your time, figure out when it fits, and we'll make sure that you're a part of BoltBlitz Uncut. You're already part of, obviously, Gen Wealth Net, but we're going to get everybody who matters here. And I think that's important. Lee, I just want to say something.
Yes,
2
sir.
hours, 33 minutes, 10 seconds, and we're done. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good now that I eat.
Yeah, I should do the eat thing at some point. I will get to that, but I had to use the bathroom. I mean, come on now. It's a long show, and you don't do what I'm doing and not have to use the restroom. I'm just going to throw that out there. What's important, I think that is kind of interesting to throw out there to people. This is my last day drinking alcohol. I'm excited to be done with it. I kind of miss the idea of being sober. I love me all the grass in the world. Give me all the good green. I grow my own, for those of you who don't know. Hold up. Did you know? Don't you dare. Is that Bogey? Is he,
Who, me? Whoa. Yeah, that's anything that says Gen Wealth Net. That's Bogey.
No, man. Well, no, listen, I'm on 5G. I can't. Shit. But that's none of your business, Bogey. This I can't. 9 o'clock's gonna hear. I'm gonna need the push. I'm gonna need JD, Guccini, JD, and fucking Bogart. Come on now. We're ready to party. It'll be 9 o'clock. That's sooner than folks think.
You want to hear, man? I'll say this: when I know people that know like football, but what those two cats do, I don't have a memory like that, dude. That's like a walking encyclopedia. And then you got Papa Guru, or I told you, like a baseball and football encyclopedia. It's crazy. But these cats, Bogey and JD, they just walk miles. They're miles ahead of me. Yeah, I'm fine with that, man. I had a great memory, but when it comes to football, I can't even touch what those fellas do. It's just ridiculous.
Talk about something real quick, man. When it comes to getting hit in the head a lot, you and I are basically experts in that. We've suffered some things. Let's just say that.
Yes,
the memory a little bit. It used to literally separate me from the rest of the bunch. Literally in my 20s, 30s. When BoltBlitz was hot, it was because of the fact that I literally photographic memory. I don't remember last night nowadays, brother. Are you kidding me? Beer. It's not changing as you get older. We have our high of consistent 57 viewers right now, Lee. We're 9.5 hours and 42 seconds into this shit. And people are still tuned in. How much does it mean to you that people are paying not just so much attention, but setting records here on BoltBlitz Uncut for this show? What does it mean to you that people care so much?
I appreciate each and every one, but from the chat to the whatnot. I appreciate everyone popping on. It just shows, hey, 12 hours. It takes a lot of dedication. But I as I said, I'm used to this kind of stuff, but now I got to get back into the routine. It's a long day, but you know what? It's a fun time because you know what? I always say, when you have fun, it goes quick. Now, if it doesn't go, if you're not having fun, it goes a lot longer. And that's facts.
9.5 hours gone quickly for you.
Yeah, it's gone quickly. For me, yeah. I'm like, because I'm having fun. I'm talking Charger football. I'm talking football and having fun. But also these guests. I'm listening to Amy Trask was like crazy. That was wild. And here she is from the Raiders. And I'm like, shit, I could shit all over that shit. But I'm like listening and she's talking shit about Tom Brady, I'm like, yeah. I'm like, okay. And I was waiting to hear something. And she was talking nice things about the Chargers. Like, holy shit,
mean, listen, her mentor was fucking Al Davis, who literally started with the Chargers. She's one of the best to literally fucking ever do it. And again, we talked about it with her a little bit, and she's honestly not trying to run too hard with this whole storyline, so to speak. But like, she's the first female executive in the NFL. Yeah, oh, we know who that is.
What did Poggy say? I was once struck by a lightning bolt, and then I had magical powers.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's on rooms. We understand that. And a shout out to Bolt, man, for the love, the devotion. But I don't
Yeah.
want to waste time for this next guest. It's one of the hottest episodes we've ever had on BoltBlitz Uncut. It's a pleasure of mine to bring to the stage Alex Insdorf.
Hello.
BoltBlitz
Hey, Alex.
Breakdowns, and then, of course, the Guilty as Charged podcast network. I don't know if you've been listening, Alex. We covered a lot of things. We've really talked about everything Chargers. What I want to know, you're a Kamani Vidal fan. We've talked about him possibly. I mean, you talked me into him, by the way. I appreciate you for that, because he literally proved he could be a number one back last year. But there are talks about him possibly being trade fodder as this season kind of plays. See that even happening? I mean, Keaton Mitchell had a wanted poster on the wall in Joe Ortiz's offense via Mike McDaniel. Any concerns about Vidal making it the entire season in lightning bolts?
Yeah, I think the trade consideration is, I guess, fair when you consider the depth that they have there, but we also haven't seen Hampton play a full season yet. I mean, in the pros, obviously, was largely healthy in college. And I think you kind of want someone like Kamani on the roster to be in that RB3 role for pass protection, special team stuff. So I really don't see them trading him. And Keaton Mitchell, the last few years, has not had the greatest bill of health either. So to me, even if he's your RB3, that could be an RB2 elsewhere, unless you're getting like crazy draft capital for him and someone says, hey, here's a third, fourth round pick. I am not like itching to move off of him, considering the health of the running back room last year, right? With Najee and Marion, sadly.
Well, I know. I think it's perfectly fair, everything you said right now. It's weird for me to see people shit on a guy who literally proved he can be RB1 last year, and now he's relegated to RB3 because of the situation. Hampton, should he stay healthy, is obviously the RB1. I know that Keaton Mitchell is the RB2. We're going to see that play out, but again, you don't put a poster on your GM's wall saying it did. The Keaton Mitchell thing, let's talk about him, because you've talked about this on your shows. What expectations do you have for him, especially as a kick returner? I mean, it's kind of interesting to see what happens there, and this has an effect, of course, on Darius Davis. The special teams is up in arms. It's a weird kind of murky situation. I'm not sure that any of our shows are talking about it right now. Any concerns about Ryan Ficken kind of having a bounce back year as a special teams coordinator? And what can they do with a healthy Troy Dye? Dean Leonard is back as one of the best gunners in the league. But when you look at the return game, is it Darius Davis? Is it Keaton Mitchell? Is it Brennan Thompson? Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think overall special teams will probably get thought of as like rough last year. And I think it definitely started out that way overall when you look at the group. I think the coverage game got better throughout the season, right? Once they got Dean Leonard back, once they were overall just like a healthier team, I felt like that aspect improved week to week. Occasionally you would see like KLS in that Chiefs game return a kick nicely.
Yeah.
You would see a couple moments where there were things like that, but they were 26th and 29th in kicks and punts returns last year. And it just felt like they weren't getting enough of that because of Darius Davis and him dealing with injuries, never really having a returner when he wasn't healthy that was consistent like that, outside of like maybe a couple weeks of when they had Nyheim Hines. But outside of that, there really wasn't much to go off of. So I think these returner competitions are important because this feels like the first year where Darius Davis's job is on the line. And in addition to the special teams component of it, they take someone in Brennan Thompson who has a lot of overlap with Darius Davis, right? In terms of what his, physical skill set is. So I definitely think this is the year he is, pushed in training camp and kind of has to earn that roster spot.
for whatever reason, everybody on this show today, and we've had tons of guests, incredible guests, and you're exactly one of them, Alex. When I look at this special teams unit, as I've mentioned several times on the show, if it wasn't for kick returner and punt returner, I wouldn't have played high school football. I needed to do that. That was the only way I could get on the field. Darius Davis, he is kind of that wild card. It's really hard to see. Ryan Ficken has positive things to say about him. I'm not sure, because you do have a Keaton Mitchell who averaged 26.9 yards a kick return. He's obviously an explosive player. Even though Brendan Thompson didn't return kicks or punts except for one, he returned one for 39 yards in the one chance he was given. In collegiate football, I don't know who the kick returner is going to be. Steer me in the right direction. Who's going to be the starter in your mind, Alex? You have your ear on the street, man.
Yeah, to me, you bring in Keaton Mitchell to do something like that with what he was able to do last year, and obviously you have to have two kick returners. So I kind of think it's maybe you can go with him and maybe Darius, or whoever wins that, second returner spot as a kick returner with the way the new format is now. But I do think Keaton Mitchell will be involved. Maybe you throw one of Kamani could be in there. The receivers that they have in that. Receivers are in there too, like Brendan Thompson, who I think would be more of the punt returner. But sure. They've had a couple wide receivers like towards the end of the roster, working with like Jaquay Jackson and Devontae Ross, some of those guys who have just done those drills. I would say right now, I think it's Brendan Thompson punt returner, although we have to, see it. And then obviously I would say Keaton lead to be sort of the kick returner right now. And then whether Darius Davis is on that unit with him, I think is another question with how it's, a two-man kick return now.
It's tough. I mean, like you said, you don't get to line up one guy back at kick returner anymore. This is not my NFL. It's somebody else's NFL. It's a completely different game. The rules have changed drastically on special teams. I don't know if I can make it trying to share a kickoff return with another guy. It would hurt my feelings. I'll just throw that out there. You're talking about Darius Davis. How likely do you think it is that he sticks? Pardon my voice cracking. It's been a long show. We're 9 hours and 37 minutes into this thing. How likely do you think it is that Darius Davis sticks on this team? Is it because he's a favorite of Ryan Ficken, or does he see his way out the door because they just have other options?
I think this is the first year they really had other options. And to me, the Brendan Thompson pick in particular, I think is the one that puts him kind of on the clock, because that would, if he were to be involved with the offense at all, kind of be the role that he would play, right? And so you're also talking about a Mike McDaniel who uses a lot of 0 to 2 wide receivers, right? Like he doesn't have a ton of plays where he's going to be using 3 receivers on the field all the time, right? It's going to be a lot of here's 2 wide receivers and a tight end, here's 1 receiver and 3 tight ends, right? Whatever it kind of is. And so to me, that kind of decreases the amount of receivers you're keeping as well, right? In terms of having, less so probably 7 guys on the roster and more so towards 6 or 5. You have Trey, you have Ladd, you have QJ, Brendan Thompson, who they just drafted, KLS, right? And at that point, you're like 2 or 3 guys that are fighting for maybe 1 or 2 roster spots.
It feels like 1 spot to me.
Right.
Talk about KLS a little bit. He was banged up a little bit last year. He obviously has the speed. It seems like to all of us that are novices, when we look at the Mike McDaniel offense, he could be somebody who could help, obviously, in accord with Brendan Thompson. But I feel like it's going to be a tough road for him going into 2026. Any type of opinions on his output, or what do you expect from him coming into this year? It's going to be a tough road. Like you said, do they keep 5? Do they keep 6? I don't think they keep 7, Alex.
No, I don't think so either. But I think KLS definitely showed signs of life towards the end of last year. It felt like that Chiefs game, obviously he gets the big return, the big touchdown score there. So I liked seeing that from him. And, he was kind of the perfect rookie in preseason journey where he has this electric preseason.
Ryan Walter,
right? Which
former guys,
right? Which was great. He did awesome in that preseason. Deserved all the credit he did. But then you get to kind of real regular season football where the refs are going to be like, hey, if you're foot is 6 inches off the line. Like we're gonna throw an offside flag if you run the wrong route and Herbert the timing is off, then it's going to be an incomplete pass or an interception, right? And so that happened in the Chiefs game, the Raiders game, and then he was kind of on ice for a few weeks after that. So, but I do think him, picking up everything special teams wise, offense, I think towards the end of the year and getting a little bit more comfortable when they did let him back on the field a bit is a good sign. And obviously now it's a huge change with the type of offense he'd be expected to learn. What are his special teams responsibilities exactly? And we'll see. But I at least think you saw signs of life towards the end of last year.
Alex, one of the things that I enjoy the most about your shows is you're to the point and you actually use factual data, and it's very, very little of just opinionated stuff. But when you do put your opinions out there, it's literally based on literally facts and stats. KLS, I mean, you're not suggesting that he could be a man on the way out, but I think he's somebody that's an interesting player to look at. Let's talk about this. I mean, we've talked about literally this with everybody on the show today. The Chargers, Justin Herbert, is he a real MVP candidate, or is this an offense that's going to see running the ball a lot more than folks think? Is Omari and Hampton maybe the guy that folks should keep on when it comes to the MVP race?
I think I would say Herbert if you're talking about a candidate for league MVP, but I think if we're talking about Hampton as a top 10 back at the end of the season, right, in the league, I wouldn't be surprised by that conversation at all. He had, some incredible data, if you want to use that, from when he played last year. He was 7th in breakaway runs over 15 yards amongst like 50 running backs last year who played 100 snaps. That's like a, pretty good indicator. He was 10th in yards after contact amongst that same group.
Alex, when you look at this offense, are you more excited about what Omari and Hampton can do? Again, you think that he has an impetus or a leg up in starting for the running back core. I don't know if you're unfrozen.
Sorry.
No, don't you ever apologize on the show. You're blessing us with all the knowledge you provide here, and we really appreciate you being here. In fact, I'm going to go to a completely different question because I have it written here, and I want to know your take on this. Y'all at GAC, y'all are huge Rondé Gaston fans. Thoughts on adding Kolar, and then, of course, David Njoku. Where does that relegate the Y slot Rondé Gaston to a Y slot? And who do you see getting the most snaps? And should anybody even look at these Chargers tight ends in fantasy football?
It's probably going to be terrible for people who play fantasy football trying to figure out which one to draft. I think Kolar is going to end up on the field the most. Like I said, whether that means he is going to be the receiving yards leader, right? That's a different discussion. Because you have Gadsden and you have Njoku. I really think he's going to be using kind of all three in different roles. We just talked about how little he likes to play receivers relative to using all those tight ends. And I think that's in part, really the theory of bringing Kolar, Njoku in here. You have your lead blocker essentially in Kolar, who also has caught, more receptions and more catches quietly kind of every single season.
Very quietly.
And obviously has the background of doing that in college too. And then you bring in Njoku, who's, kind of coming off of a injury-ridden few years, a little bit down as a blocker, but still can play kind of either role. And then you have Gadsden, who is very much going to be, I think, kind of their slot weapon, much like Jonnu was a little bit in 2024, much like you had Darren Waller in Miami last year. So I really think there's going to be a role for all of them, even if it's probably going to drive fantasy people up a wall in certain weeks.
They're going to lose their fucking mind. But that being said, aside from Darren Waller producing some of the worst music I've ever heard in my life, he was a serious weapon. And I think what's important is to realize, you pointed it out, you're going to see 12, you're going to see 13, but that being said, if you play Madden, it's tight end attack. You're going to see these tight ends actually used as receiving weapons. Of course, they're going to set up the run game. I mean, you have the stable that we talked about. I want to get to this question here for you, Alex, and it's from the Neon Peacock merch. He's one of the best in the business. How much do you think Vidal eats into Hampton's workload? I know what's perfect about this, I think you're the biggest proponent of Vidal I've ever seen on social media. Talk to me about it.
I don't think he eats into Hampton's workload per se. I think it's really, I would say Hampton is RB1, Mitchell is RB2, Vidal is RB3 right now. But then when it comes to,
how do you even say that out loud with your love for him? It hurts my heart,
brother. I mean, you gotta call a spade, but I do think it's gonna be interesting to see like what do they do if Hampton's like out for a week, right? Because Mitchell has at the NFL level not had more than 11 carries in a game, right? Versus we saw Vidal get 15, 20 carries.
11, I did not know that. Thank you for informing myself.
In college, I think he was, more of a volume runner at ECU, but he has not had more than 11 carries in a game, which I think makes, he is the perfect complementary back to Hampton. But I think it'll be an interesting conversation if, Hampton has to miss a game for whatever reason, who's kind of the guy that steps up. And I think I would lean more Vidal in that conversation right now, but it's probably, a mix of the two in that scenario. So I think it's Hampton RB1, Vidal RB2, Mitchell RB2. Sorry, I came out for a second there. Mitchell RB2, and then Vidal as your RB3.
And by the way, Lampkin, who was on the show earlier today, he's saying no, Vidal is number 2. By the way, he has an autograph signing with Vidal and Marlo Wax. We get the allegiance. You talked me into Vidal.
I get it. I think the other thing is pass protection too, which is why I still think that Vidal is going to see the field. Really improved there last year, and I still think from that pass pro point, you really want to see that from Hampton this year. Because there's some rough moments from last year in pass protection for him, and he was playing through injuries too, so that contributes to it. Keaton Mitchell's never really been a pass blocker in the NFL, but that's also not what you brought him here to do. And so I still think, in terms of doing the dirty work on offense in that running back room, a lot of that will still kind of fall on Vidal.
I love it. No, it's a good point. And I think that's one of the reasons why us talking about trade candidates for the Chargers, it's really been hard for me to dig up somebody that makes sense, that actually would be worth something to get back in return. Vidal's been the hot name, but I will say this, again, you talked me into him. I'm a big Kamani Vidal fan now. He proved last year, I believe, that he can be a number 1 running back in this league. So that, as trade fodder, I think is a little bit exciting. But that being said, this is a Mike McDaniel offense. Everybody likes to talk about the motion and all the explosive passing plays, but it's a run-first offense. I'm really excited to see what they do and how they employ the backfield. And let's not forget, Alec Ingold is going to catch some passes out of the backfield. He had a wanted poster as well. I saw some of your reports and the things you said about Ingold. I mean, you report about everything the Chargers do in press conferences. You're one of the best, might be the best at doing No, don't thank me, man. I just appreciate all the news and the information you give us. Old folks like me are a little busy to do all that. And I don't know if you notice, but I try every now and then. I'm not Alex Ensdorf. He's just doing it the right way.
Yeah, I catch his stuff as much as possible.
I'm telling you, Alex, you're one of the best doing it right now, and it's important that we actually make sure that people know that you're doing some incredible things. You're obviously doing some things for obviously skin technology, as I like to call it, which is important. We need better doctors in this world, and we appreciate everything you're doing there. Here we go. We talked about almost all sides of the ball except for, or no, we haven't, not with you, but forgive me, the wide receiving room. I listen, I'm guilty. I've been calling them a bunch of number 2s. Am I wrong? I mean, you have Quentin Johnson, who I expect to have a better year than even last year, 8 touchdowns, 2 years back to back. Ladd McConkey down year, but he was trying to share targets with, Keenan Allen, who led the team with 122 targets. Trey Harris, he was used as a move tight end in the Craig Roman offense. When you look at this wide receiving core, what are your expectations? Does anybody stand out as a number 1, or is this one of those like guilt by association where everybody just catches, 700 yards worth of balls?
I think it'll be less like that than it was last year. I remember I was just going through the numbers for an article, and that was actually the first time no one touched 800 yards for the Chargers since 2015.
Good God, that long? Oh,
do you want to guess who the leading receiver for the Chargers was that year?
Hold on, 2015. That would be. No, tell me. Just tell me. I'm not going to guess.
Okay, Danny Woodhead. Danny Woodhead led the team in receiving yards that year.
By the way, there's a picture of me and Danny Woodhead together. He's not tall. I'm not either. But I just need everyone to know I slink down when it's shorter players because I want to look better than me. You're NFL players. Come on now.
Yeah.
I love that you brought up Danny Woodhead. Real quick, can we do this real fast? How fun was he as a Charger?
Oh, awesome.
He was one of my favorites. It was cool to see him. 39 is a weird number to wear, which made him even more intriguing. And it wasn't just what he did again as a running back, but like you said, or excuse me, as a rush running back. But what he did out of the backfield was important. That is a good nugget, Alex.
That was I know. Going back to what we were just talking about, like I do think Ladd is the one who kind of sticks out to me as the wide receiver one of this group. I just think with what he's shown the ability to do, yards after catch, he was 12th, I think, with 477 yards in his first year. Dropped a little bit last year in terms of yards after the catch. But to me, he's the guy that I think makes the most sense of taking advantage of a lot of the Mike McDaniel stuff. QJ too. I think I was looking up a stat that he had like 500. He was like 8th in the country in YAC at TCU back in 2022, right? So like he is another guy that I think you can get out in motion. You can use him on screens, all that kind of stuff too. Just hasn't been done yet in the pros in terms of what he was expected to play in the Greg Roman offense. So to me, that's your wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2. I think your Trey is your wide receiver 3. To the question of like, is this a group without a true wide receiver 1 yet? I think that's kind of TBD, right? Right now, I think going into the year, do they have a bona fide top 10 guy? No. But I do think we could be looking at one of these guys getting that McDaniel stimulus by the end of the year. And maybe we're talking about Ladd in that discussion. Maybe it's QJ, whomever it is. Trey, I think, is going to have a sizable role as well this year. But I do think we're in a better spot with the receiving room with, this coordinator compared to the previous one.
I feel like a lot of people, the previous one, he who must not be named.
Yeah,
Harry Potter fan over here. I don't care how old I am. The 7th book, the last book, probably the 8th, I think it is, probably was my favorite book I've ever read. I love Stephen King, but give me J.K. Rowling. I know that she's controversial and all that happy shit, but that last book was literally, oh God, I could read it 10,000 times again and I'll still be riveted, including every single word of what we're doing there. I got Lee Ainsworth calling me, which I'm not sure why. He's the co-host of this show. Sounds like he lost a little internet connection. Let's get back to Trey Harris real quick, and I'll get you out of here in about 5 minutes if you don't mind staying around for another 5 minutes. Trey Harris, he's an interesting thing. Again, in a Greg Roman Burger King offense, he was a move tight end. It was weird. I didn't like it. What I loved that he did at Ole Miss is he was kind of that guy that the Chargers don't have. He can actually go up and get the ball. The Chargers don't actually have a 50-50 ball, a contested catch receiver right now. Can Trey Harris be that guy, or do you think am I missing out? If you try to tell me QJ is a contested catch guy, I'm going to be very sad, folks.
QJ, I think, has gotten better at dropping the ball less. I wouldn't necessarily call him a contested catch guy, but compared to year one, I think he has made strides there. I think Trey Harris can be that contested catch guy. To me, like, he really came on those 2 games he had last year versus it was Dallas and Kansas City back to back.
Sure.
And to me, that's where you really saw his ability on the outside. Made some good catch versus Philadelphia too, where he kind of had that going away pass from Herbert that he caught.
Yeah.
So I really liked what he showed towards the end of last year. I think like almost half of his yards came in the last like 5 games of the season.
4 to 5 games, yeah.
Yeah, it really felt like that. So to me, he's going to be on the field. I think the question is how, if he is, let's say, the wide receiver 3 to QJ, right, how much are they rotating those guys in, consistently, where, like we just said, it's going to be a lot of 2 wide receivers more than it is going to be 3 wide receivers on the field. So, you could have one drive that's all Ladd and QJ ball. The next drive could be Trey and QJ. You could then pair that with, a full drive of like Ladd and Trey with a little bit of Brennan sprinkled in, right? So like, I think there's a lot of different combinations you can have there in those 11, 12, 13 personnel packages, depending on
Love
what they
all
want
of
to do.
it. Come on now. This is it. Listen, we've been talking about it for literally 10 hours now. I'm a 12, 13. Hey, hold on. Lee is like, what happened? I don't know, Lee. Come back, brother. You'll figure it out. I'm a 12, 13. I love 22. I'm an old school guy. I'm from Michigan. I was born in Kalamazoo. I love me some Bo Schembechler, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. What's fun is this is a different team than that. They can do everything. They're so multiple in the way that Mike McDaniel attacks these defenses. I think one of the things that fans are sleeping on before I get you out of here, it's like he changes his scheme as each season goes on, depending on the personnel. Now he's in Los Angeles. It's going to be multiple. I think that the Chargers are one of the worst teams unless you're Herbert or Murray and Hampton. I would not have any stakes on them in fantasy football. But when you look at this offense and what Mike McDaniel can do, I think it's going to revolutionize what these Chargers have done in recent years. And let's say that, maybe Herbert gets his first playoff win. Would you agree, disagree? How's it look to you?
I think he gets his first playoff win. I think I said they're a divisional round, team today. That's how I'm like kind of feeling about them. So I think hopefully it's a first round bye, but fingers crossed. But if they are playing the wild card round, I think this is a team that probably will have the same kind of record that they've had the last couple of years, but will be better equipped in the playoffs should they make it relative to some of the teams that have come before them. And I think, like you said, the Mike McDaniel stimulus is going to be, I think, huge for a lot of these players. And, we were just talking about Darren Waller, who was a guy that everyone thought was, washed. He's done. And Mike McDaniel gets a hold of him, and it's like, okay, this is a guy we can like consistently target, on big scoring drives towards the end of the Dolphin season that everyone hated, right? So to me, being able to like just kind of take advantage of guys' size, skill sets, their athleticism like that. Jonnu was coming off of a down year before he got to Miami. And
look what he did, though. You're right on point, Alex. You're really nailing it. Like, he finds a way to utilize these tight ends that he has in his offense. You look at the Chargers tight end room. I mean, you got to be excited, Alex.
Right. Absolutely. And that goes to, the wide receiver room too, with what he was able to do with, Waddle and Tyreek there and all the crazy numbers that they were able to put up. So I feel like kind of regardless of who it is, like I do think there will just be a big advantage of like a player we think is here on offense that's going to take it to here, whether that's in the running back, tight end, wide receiver room. I think it's going to be a fun year, definitely in terms of the weapons.
So what we're doing this show, I mean, we're again almost 10 hours into this shit. We're asking all of our expert guests, and again, you are an expert, and I appreciate all the coverage that you provide. I think Charger fans get smarter by listening to you, and I hope you continue to do content for as long as you can. I know you're important and a doctor and all that happy shit, but I hope that you find a way to continue to educate us as Chargers fans. Please do us a favor and tell everybody where they can find you on social media, please.
Yeah, you can find me at AlexInsdorf99 on Twitter, X, whatever it's called now. You can find me there. You can find me on the Guilty as Charged podcast YouTube channel. I do a show called Bolt Breakdowns there. And you can check out my articles over on BoltBeat.
BoltBeat, which I started at, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Everyone has started a BoltBeat story, I feel like, back in the day.
It was nuts. I love the guy. He and I are cool. I mean, I haven't talked to him in 5-6 years, but Ernie Padon, he just didn't edit anything. You just wrote, you put your shit out there, and that was BoltBeat. It seems to be a little bit more ratcheted in, a little more controlled, a little more substance. If you have yet to tune in, or read what Alex is writing there on BoltBlitz.com, please do so. Huge pleasure to have you on the show. Alex, I'm going to always ask everybody live, especially if I want them back. Can we get you back one more time?
Of course, anytime.
We love it. Thank you so much to Alex Insdorf. And by the way, we got a guy waiting in the wings right now. I've been trying to talk to this cat for a long time. I couldn't be more excited about the fact that he's on this show. I'm all about up-and-coming names, and he's somebody that I found, I think it was about 18 months ago. FB Analysis, YouTube is YT. It's Garrett Greenlee. Garrett, football analysis, it's the X's and O's. This is what the Chargers fan needs. Thank you so much for joining the show.
Absolutely. Appreciate you guys having me. Looking forward to talking some bolts.
Listen, I mean, the Chargers in a weird, I don't know if it's a state or a state of flux, so to speak. You have a new offensive coordinator, and Mike McDaniel. You look at this offense, and we're not going to talk about fantasy output. You're the X's and O's guys, and that's why I want to talk to you about this. Mike McDaniel obviously is a huge addition to this team. Is Mike McDaniel the guy that can actually unlock Justin Herbert, or I saw that video. Is Herbert part of the problem?
No, so the whole thing, let's address the video part first. The whole thing is whenever you look at the Chargers entering this year, my whole point was I think you're entering the year hoping for a Super Bowl. Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert and everybody, they're not reporting the training camp saying tomorrow, like, hey guys, like let's work hard, have a good time, and hopefully we win one playoff game this year, and then hopefully that'll be good enough for us this year, right? So that's kind of the whole concept, you know what I mean? And then to go off of that with Mike McDaniel unleashing Justin Herbert, what's frustrated me looking from afar over the past couple of years is not having that true deep threat to actually, you know, have Justin Herbert, you know, to kind of use a golf term, to be able to hit the ball 300 yards down the fairway. You know, we have to constantly use the 3-wood. We constantly have to, you know, use the long irons. And now that we have a rookie like Brennan Thompson, who's a speed receiver, a guy that we can set up off of play action, take a deep shot, take the top off the defense, this is where I think we're going to finally see some of those big Justin Herbert plays. And whenever I think of, you know, an iconic Justin Herbert play, to me, one of the best plays of his career, it's that one back in 2021 against the Giants where he's getting hit, getting knocked down, you know, puts the ball, you just drop it in a basket 60 yards. Not that that's going to happen once a game this year, but you're going to see more of those plays this year than we have in the past couple of years.
I mean, listen, he's shown the capability to do it, and he threw it to him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I can't even remember the dude's name, and people are number 15. I cannot tell you who he was. It was before Ladd was there. But Justin Herbert, at times when he was allowed to unleash that cannon, he's literally shown he can make every throw in the game. I mean, he can do it all. It doesn't matter if it's short, intermediate, obviously the deep ball. He has all the arm strength in the world. I want to ask you this because of what you do, and forgive me, we're 10 hours into this, so my voice keeps. Does Herbert put too much zip on the ball? Should he take a little bit off, in your opinion? I mean, you're doing this shit X's and O's wise all the time. I like a little bit more touch, and it's a reason why I have Justin Herbert's the only quarterback I want in lightning bolts, but I really wish he'd take a little zip off of it, especially on the short to intermediate routes.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely times with that for sure, and it's something you don't really realize about your quarterback having too much zip on it until you see it firsthand. I'm a Vikings fan, and last year there were so many times where JJ McCarthy would throw a ball from 15 yards away, and it would be, you know, like a 60-mile-an-hour fastball on a play that quite frankly didn't have to be. But there are times with Herbert where some of my favorite plays with Herbert are those, you know, between second and third level throws where he'll hit on the sideline where he's, you know, fitting a ball in tight coverage, just putting it where, you know, fitting a football through a mailbox where it's his ball or nobody's ball. And I think back to the week 1 Brazil game last year against the Chiefs, where I thought that was one of the best games Justin Herbert's played over the past couple of years, where he was quite literally doing everything to put the team on his back and to help the team beat the defending AFC champions at the time.
Listen, it was a little weird as a Chargers fan to see the Chargers sweep the Chiefs last year. Obviously, they split with the Broncos, but obviously, you know, we didn't have Herbert in the lineup. The Chargers went 5-1 in the division. I believe that the AFC West is one of the strongest divisions in the NFL. I look at the NFC North, they're right up there as well. When you look at this AFC West, I think we all expect a bit of a resurgence and a comeback to reality for the Chiefs. Broncos finished 14-3. The AFC West, one of the best divisions in football. We'll see what happens with the Raiders. But when you look at the way that this AFC West plays out, your expectations, not just for the Chargers, but everybody else in the division.
Yeah, so, I mean, I feel like a bit of a regression year for the Broncos should be expected. I don't think it's reasonable to expect a team to go 28-6 over the course of 2 years and for them to repeat a 14-win season. That's just, you know, kind of the regression to the mean, if you will. But with the Chiefs, I have a lot of questions with the Kansas City Chiefs entering the season. I have a lot of questions about their ability to get after the quarterback. I have a lot of questions at edge, a lot of questions with the receiving core. And I don't think that the Kansas City Chiefs are, after one down year, snap of a finger, hey, they're the big bad Chiefs again, and let's just reserve one of the 2 spots in the AFC Championship game for them. And they're in an interesting situation as we enter the second half of Patrick Mahomes' career, as he'll turn 31 in September. So right now, what's up?
No, I just said, God, I didn't know he was 31. I didn't know he was there yet.
Time flies. So right now, as we sit here in July, I do think the Broncos are, I think they will win the division at this point, but that's not to say the Chargers don't have a chance. I think that the Broncos are, a little favored than the Chargers, and then the Chiefs and Raiders. And that's probably something people wouldn't expect, I guess, heading into this year, because I feel like there's this kind of belief that, hey, look, the Chiefs took 1 year off, they're back, but I don't think that's the case.
Well, it's weird because, if you were to tell me on paper, an Andy Reid coach team with Patrick Mahomes at the helm, like, I feel pretty confident until, like you just literally pointed out, it was a weird year for them. I know that folks like me have brought up the fact that Eric Bieniemy has come back. I don't know how much that does or doesn't change things with the Chiefs. Rashee Rice, God only knows whether or not he's going to even see the field, quite honestly. It's a different team now for the Chiefs, and I think you bring up a really great point. It's easy for me to fall back on the Reid-Mahomes connection, but the Chiefs, it's the edge for me. It's the lack of pass rush. I'm not really sold on their O-line either. I do like several pieces or a couple pieces on that O-line. But, hey, we had Amy Trask, the Princess of Darkness, on here. I'm telling you right now, first female CEO in the NFL, but she literally she didn't concede, but the Raiders, they're in an interesting position in this AFC West. They're kind of being considered bottom dwellers. Is that okay? And is that kind of the focus? I don't want to say it's a focus. No NFL teams are trying to lose, but when you look at this Raiders team, they're starting Kirk O'Chains, Kirk Cousins. When you look at the Raiders 2026 output, what do you expect from them? Are they a threat to the Chargers at all, or anybody in the NFL?
I would say for the Raiders, they're better than what you think, but in terms of team ceiling, I would say 7 to 8 wins. I don't think that this is going to be a playoff team personally, but I think there's a lot of things that can be true. Are they going to miss the playoffs? Probably yes, but are they going to be an absolute pushover? No. And some of the Raiders games last year, they went up to Philly last year. Before they departed the plane in Philadelphia, the game was over. They had less than 80 total yards of offense. They got beat. I think it was 31-0 was the final. And that Raiders team towards the end of last year was truly one of the worst teams that we've seen over the past 4 or 5 years. They were, and aside from when the Jets were playing backups and getting beat by like 27 points in the final 5 games of the year, but the Raiders last year, where they were, 7 months ago versus where they are now, is 2 completely different places. And I can't wait to see Ashton Jeanty in year 2. And I can't wait to have some stability at the quarterback position, and also Brock Bowers being healthy. But I think a successful season for them would be, Kirk maybe starting the first 10 games and then Mendoza taking over from there, and having setting a precedent for who we're going to be in 2027 and beyond.
What I love is you literally talked about the fact that Mendoza at least has to play this year. I think everybody has their questions about Kirk Cousins starting the year, but that being said, Eric Williams, who was on the show of Fox Sports, he said he thinks it's a mistake that Mendoza's not starting. There's part of me that loves it. It will be interesting to see how it plays out. But like you said, I like my rookie quarterbacks to at least get some real play in the season. The Raiders aren't they're not primed to go make a playoff run or anything like that. Again, we're anti-Raiders here all the time, but you look at the weapons there, whether it's Kirk Cousins, whether it's Fernando Mendoza, who I expect to be a good pro. I don't know if he's going to be as great as everybody says, but you have Bowers. One of the most dynamic tight ends we've seen in a very long time. Ashton Jeanty, I think last year was a misnomer. I expect him to do so much better this year. I'm not suggesting people pick him up in fantasy or anything like that, but don't be shy to do so. Let's talk about this Chargers defense, Garrett. You're an X's and O's guy. The Chargers brought back Khalil Mack. They obviously have Tuli Pelotu, who's about to get a big contract, a whole lot of zeros. They brought in Akeem Mesidor. We kind of gotten over the fact that these edge rushers coming out of college, or any players coming out of college, are going to be a little bit older. speaking of misnomers, we just have to get used to these older rookies. But when you look at the edge group in this defense for the Chargers, what stands out to you when it comes to Thule and, of course, Khalil Mack? And then what kind of an impact can Mesidor have on this defense?
Yeah, so Tuli Pelotu was a prospect I liked coming out of USC a couple of years ago. And back when he was a rookie, I thought he was in a great situation, similar to the situation Akeem Mesidor is in now. You have the two guys in front of you, and at the time for Tuli Pelotu, it was Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack, and now it's Khalil Mack and Tuli Pelotu for Mesidor. And this is a great situation because when I think about building a football team, one of the things that I want to have is depth at pass rush, right? And football is such a violent game where we're one snap away from literally anything happening. We're a snap away from,
or a Hall of Fame career.
Right. We're a snap away from, rolling his ankle and being out 6 weeks. We're a snap away from a hamstring injury. So to be able to bring in a player of Akeem Mesidor's caliber that should contribute in year one and play meaningful snaps and be able to get home on third down and be able to play in what we call DPR, designated pass rushing situations early on, and to be able to kind of have him in a specialized role early is a situation I like for Akeem Mesidor a lot. And regarding the older rookie part, I don't think it's that big of a deal because if he's going to play for your team for 5 to 7 years, does it really matter? Because not every first round pick works out. Not every first round pick's Justin Herbert or Rashawn Slater. Some are Zion Johnson, who plays 4 years and is out. And you know what I mean? Not every first round pick is going to be that level of player. Some are Jerry Tillery as well. So there's going to be players that don't work out. So
he knows Chargers lore. That's sad. Don't you ever bring up Tillery on the show ever again. Feelings, man. Good Lord. No, you obviously are in tune with what's going on, and you make so many good points about what the Chargers have dealt with, and they've not necessarily had a lot of success with some of their first-round draft picks. I do feel like, and listen, it took me a minute to warm up to Akeem Mesidor. I should have watched more tape, quite honestly. Older, I didn't like the fact that he had the two different, both lower leg injuries, two different foot injuries. That concerns me. But that being said, I'm old. I'm really old. I just don't look like it because I'm kind of cute, but I'm just saying these rookies are just older now. They're just older, and we have to deal with what that's going to happen, or what that's going to look like. Because again, with the NIL, these cats are getting paid more in collegiate football than some of these lower level guys are going to get paid in the NFL, which is weird. It's this weird juxtaposition that the NFL has to figure out. Collegiate football is having fun with it too, by the way. The NCAA is just like, ooh, we can play around with this a little bit. I'm not concerned about the age of Mesidor. I'm more concerned about the injuries. But when you look at the depth there along that edge group, obviously Khalil Mack, he's not no spring chicken, so to speak. And then obviously Thule is just, he's still 24. He's 2 years younger than Akeem Mesidor. It's Kyle Kennard that worries me. It's Bud Dupree that worries me. It's the depth behind that top three. Because Mesidor is going to see snaps, Garrett. When you look at that edge group, what does the rotation look like, and how often are we going to see Mesidor early?
I would like to think because he is an older rookie and because he has the pedigree that he does coming from Miami and having been coached by Jason Taylor, the former Dolphin who's in the Hall of Fame. And Jason Taylor, I know Jason Taylor within NFL circles, not just because he is the player that he is, but I know he's really respected as a coach, and that it's kind of another plus on the scouting report if a player is scouted by, or if a player is coached by Jason Taylor and Jason Taylor is able to really get his hands on him and really mold him that way, that when you look at the Chargers, top three guys, I'd like to think that there's quite a bit of a gap between Mesidor and then edge 4. Now, Kyle Kennard is a player I hope works out. I liked him coming out of South Carolina last year. In terms of the edge 4 between Bud Dupree and Kennard, I wouldn't be surprised if Dupree wins that early on, because Bud Dupree's kind of at a point where, he's a veteran. He's a wily veteran. He's been in the league a long time, where it's kind of a conversation of if he doesn't win this year, that edge 4 for the Chargers, then he's probably on his way out of the league, where Kyle Kennard at least has, a third year in a contract next year and still is a young player that teams could sell themselves on if it didn't work out in LA.
So frustrating to me to see like the beginning of Kyle Kennard's career in the NFL. I liked him a lot at South Carolina too. I'm not really high on him against the run, but I thought that he had a little pass rush juice. It's been disappointing to see kind of the way that his career has kind of turned out so far. Speaking of another Charger, you obviously know the NFL inside and out. Let's talk about Junior Colson. Of course, this is in the linebacker room. Weird stuff. I mean, this was a guy at Michigan who could play the pass. He could play the run. You know, he's fighting behind Deion Henley and then, of course, Denzel Perriman, who's a two-down linebacker. But when you see Junior Colson, do you expect a resurgence, or is there anything that he can do to earn a spot on this team? Because he's got pressure behind him. Marlo Wax, there are a lot of guys who are trying to fit their way into this linebacking core. When you look at that kind of a guy, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, Junior Colson's a player that when we talk about misses in the draft process, I thought Junior Colson was a rock-solid linebacker during his time at Michigan, thought he was going to be a player that was going to start for this team for a couple of years, and we'd be talking about him kind of in the light that we talk about Deion Henley now, and that he's going to be in this team for a long time and probably be a captain as well. But pretty quickly, you don't have a good rookie season, you miss your second season, and now we're talking about Junior Colson kind of being on a roster bubble. I mean, for him this year, I mean, this camp is, I mean, it's kind of do or die. This preseason is going to be like, hey, buddy, like you better figure it out. Otherwise, you make it cut prior to September this year, or this may be your final year in LA. But what I'll say about Junior is, because of how young he is, he's still only 23 now, that I would like to think he would still be able to bounce around the league for a little bit on practice squads and be able to eventually earn a role somewhere else. But this is kind of a good example where when you think a player may be safe on day 2 of the draft, it's not always safe because things can go wrong pretty quickly. And Junior Colson right now looks to be one of my bigger misses from that class, but I hope everything works out. But we're entering a camp now where I'll be eager to read from, people that are at Chargers camp, how Junior Colson's doing, because this is a player that I certainly have my eye on as we're entering year 3 of his career.
I mean, Lee and I talked about it with several other people on the show. It's been a huge disappointment regarding what Junior Colson has been, quote unquote, allowed to do or able to do on the field. There was some wonky stuff. There was information that maybe he wasn't in shape, and then he just, for whatever reason, he forgot how to cover in pass coverage, which is weird to me because he was so good at it. At least I believe so at Michigan for a guy that's 6'3", almost 250. I mean, he was a big boy, and he literally filled the A gap. Like, he was a guy that we were so excited about. Again, another Charger I literally predicted would be exactly that in lightning bolts. And he didn't let me down, but I think he's letting himself down. And I would love to see a resurgence from him. Having a guy like him that actually has the size, the strength, and the things that he can do in the run game. And then, of course, what we used to see when he was at Michigan, the pass coverage ability. You have a 2-down linebacker in Denzel Perriman. He is not going to be out there. He's a 2-down guy. You need somebody to fill in. Is Troy Dye the answer? As we talked to Peacock about earlier in the show, Troy Dye is still all right in pass coverage. So I do expect him to get snaps and nickel and dime or whatever it is, however you want to employ your linebackers as far as making sure you can stop the run while defending the pass. I like turtles. I don't know why you're saying that, Boston Brewski, but you've been here for almost 10 hours, so we appreciate you, brother. I like turtles, too. It's literally my favorite animal other than cats, so thank you for adding that. Let's get to something else right here. Garrett, you're literally in tune with what's going on in the NFL. When you look at the Charger special teams unit, Ryan Ficken, I mean, he's under fire right now. They had the top special teams unit for 2 years in a row, and now the last 2 years really suffered. I think part of that is because of the injuries to Dean Leonard and, of course, Darius Davis. But when you look at this Charger special teams, this is a 3-unit team, every team in the NFL, offense, defense, special teams. Any concerns about Ryan Ficken rebounding? Because there are a lot of people who don't believe in the fact that Ficken can actually put a good special teams unit on the field.
I want to preface this with, I'm probably not the best guy to answer special teams. I don't want to take credit for something, but what I will say is I like Cameron Dicker as a kicker, and I think he's been fine throughout his career. But I mean, for special teams, for me, it's kind of like, hey, you either go out and make the plays or you don't. And I feel like it's straightforward as it can get. And I hate to give such surface level with with not much more to add. But I do love the addition they had this offseason with Keaton Mitchell, and think that there's potential for him to have a good role as a kick returner for this team. And he's a player that I think could prove to be not only one of the better additions, in terms of being a second back to Amari and Hampton, but a player that could be one of the better kick returners this year and be in the top 8 to 10 kick returners in the NFL this year.
Listen, hey, 26.9 yards per kick return speaks for itself. It was one of the top numbers in the league. Although it was in limited time, like you mentioned, it will be very interesting to see how the Chargers employ him, especially in special teams. But he's sneaking into the RB2 conversation. Y'all are talking me into it. I like Kamani Vidal too much, and it hurts my feelings that we're not talking enough about him. But the only reason we talk about him as in trade fodder, and I'm kind of trying to get away from that. Garrett, you do a lot of great things on your YouTube channel. Before we get you out of here, please tell us what you have coming up, where we can find you. Give us the YouTube handle and everything else you're doing. I really want to make sure that people get to glean information from a guy like you, because you're really doing great things. You're a little young, a little too good looking, but we're going to deal with you.
I appreciate it. No, I run the YouTube channel Football Analysis, and it's football analysis on every social media platform. YouTube, of course, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Recently just started a Viking show with Matthew Collar and Alec Lewis, and a couple other things in the works.
Oh, Dennis, you got to check that one out.
Yeah, so we got a huge Viking fan, by the way. So he'll definitely check you out. Garrett, thank you so much for taking the time. I hope you had a good time. I know we did. Again, thank you. I mean, this is a crazy show. We're 10 hours and 22 minutes.
I credit you guys big time. 10 hours is, I mean, I credit you guys for doing this for 10 hours. I do have to, I also want to say last year, when my Vikings played you guys, I just want to kind of say, like, you're welcome for one of the probably easiest wins you've had in the past 5 years.
Listen, I will tell you right now, one of my favorite Justin Herbert games was against your Vikings, and you know exactly what game I'm talking about. Boy, he lit it up, man. Listen, Flores he was sending everybody, and Herbert's actually really good against the blitz. We hope to see that continue. What we also hope to see continue is having my man, Garrett Greenlee. Thank you so much. FB Analysis YT on Twitter. Like you said, you can find him all over the place at Football Analysis. He's worth your time. Please learn the game better. It's important. It makes us better fans. Garrett, thank you so much. I'm going to do this. I do this to everybody who comes on the show. I need a record prediction for the Chargers, and I need a guarantee you'll be back.
All right, we'll get the guarantee out of the way first. And this year, the toss-up games are always, where do you lean? And I worry about the Chargers at Buffalo, at Seattle, at Kansas City, your first 3 road games, and then off the bye at the Rams. I think there's a chance they start out, like 2-4, and I'm just saying, but I think there's a really good chance. I think there's a really good chance they battle back to 10-7 and make the playoffs. 10-7, 11-6.
If they don't make the playoffs, I mean, everybody in the fan base is going to lose their fucking mind. Garrett, I mean, listen, that gauntlet weeks 3 through 10, we've talked about it ad nauseum on the show. It is real. Again, at Baltimore, at Seattle. I mean, it's nuts. And they get a bye week in week 7. But that being said, like, that's a brief respite before they get more fucking hate in their face.
Yeah. You go at Buffalo, at Seattle versus Denver, at Kansas City, bye week, at LA Rams. So that's really good schedule there.
it's a nasty gauntlet.
Yeah. Makers and the schedule makers literally wanted to set the Chargers up. What will be possibly an epic season. I believe that Garrett and I agree. It sounds like a 10-7 year. It's been a pleasure to have you on the show. Love all of your content. Thank you so much for doing what you have during this show. We're 10.5 hours into this shit. Thank you so much, Garrett Greenlee.
Thank you, Garrett.
FB Analysis YT on Twitter. Excuses the perps. That's embarrassing. Not too embarrassing. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, brother. Lee.
Yeah. I'm alive.
10 hours, 24 minutes. And it was nice to hear somebody like Garrett, who produces so much content, say, like, I can't believe what y'all are doing. Not necessarily verbatim, but what we're doing right now, it's kind of special. We're down to 95 minutes, sir.
I know the closers are ready. That's all I can say. I was just reading the thread. They're like, ears is just barely holding in there. We're coming. The artillery's coming.
Let's go! I'm telling you. Hey, listen, I didn't have to get on you after the first 4 hours. The first 4 hours, like, stick with me, Lee. But we're still doing it, man. This is the longest show I've ever literally done ever.
I can't say what they said in the thread to me.
Don't you fucking do. I mean, you can say it on this show.
Let it snow.
No. For the record, I'm a long time removed from skiing. Use your imagination. No powder over here. I'm not allowed.
I don't do that shit. I'm the soberest motherfucker you're gonna find.
Well, I'm definitely not sober, but we're the over/under on 18 beers was way off. Hopefully, it took the over.
You put the over/under on me drinking, you're gonna lose either way.
Just don't ever take the under when it comes to me drinking beers. This is also my last day of doing so for
Hey, congratulations to you, man. That's a hell of a feat.
I'm excited. I need to reclaim July 24th, and I'm excited to do so. That's tomorrow. Lee, let's talk about the people we've had on this show today.
Oh, I mean, man, that's wild.
We started with obviously the man, the myth, the legend, Lee Ainsworth, and then we had Eric Williams.
That was fun. I enjoyed that one. That was really fun.
Eric is so informative, and he really has a huge pulse in the beat on what's going on, and not just the AFC West, but the NFC West as well. By the way, we hit a high of 58 right now, viewers, at a time. Can't believe y'all are still rocking with us. I'm telling you, if you've been here the whole 12 hours, let us know. Nobody has been. It's too hard. I drink a 30 rack every. Hey, stop drinking for 8 months.
George says I drink a 30 rack every weekend. Stop drinking for 8 months. Hey, George, congratulations, man.
Well, shit, I quitting a long time ago, but I'm about to quit again. So that being said, I love beer. I love the taste. It doesn't matter what kind. I drink Busch Light, you know. I love that it has the American flag on it. Judge me, whatever. It doesn't matter how y'all think about that. But I will say, I will miss it. But what I can do is I can provide better coverage for y'all. And then at the end of these 12-hour streams, which will never fucking happen again, I have no idea why we decided to do this. Insane.
Hey, you try it once, you learn once, and you say, wow.
Here's what's fun. We're reaching the 8:30 mark. Bert will show up probably at 8:30 if he shows up at all. But we got former Chargers legend, Bert Grossman. If you have not heard the stories that Bert has to tell on BoltBlitz Uncut, hey, fuck you. Don't you do that, George. That's not cool. Wait, is he George? I'm getting every
His name is George, but he goes by he goes by Boston. But man, he's a character. That's all I gotta say. George is a character, man.
Well, he's also a supporter now. I mean, listen, he said it. I've been here the longest. He probably has. I think it's And by the way, it's not that I'm admonishing you when I don't respond to you. It's just that you had some good points, and I'm not ready to fight on air with anybody. I've already done that recently on somebody else's show. We're trying to keep this thing as cordial as possible. Lee, you know me, and again, we're on like 20-something. I'm going to have to use the restroom real quick. What I want you to do is when you talk about this year's Chargers team, sure, with the sky is the limit, and that being said, but what – other than the lack of health, because that's the easiest way to get out of this thing. What can stop the Chargers from, number one, allowing and providing Justin Herbert the ability to win a playoff game? But what's going to get away in the Chargers actually making some moves here in the offseason? I'll be right back.
We got the money. I think we have the money. I think there's just these players just not buying into the system, but hopefully they do. I mean, we cut Mike McDaniels, but I know. I'm not going to use the injury excuse, but that happens all the time. It happens to every single team. But to me, if we buy into the system, buy into McDaniel, what he's chirping, I think we can do it. But man, it's going to take a team. It's going to take all of us, all players, to just put together and put this together as a team. I mean, we want to go places. In order to go places, you got to do it as a team, not as individuals. And then hopefully we can get that monkey off our back in the playoffs, get that Herbert his first win, and then just carry on and go from there. But I mean, To me, I personally feel we can win the AFC West. That's me. I feel that that's possible. Many other people I know feel it's possible, but then a lot of things have to come into play and work for this to happen. But hey, it's going to be a fun season, I feel, for the Chargers and for fantasy football people. This Chargers offense could be a nice one to have on players like Hampton, Herbert, McConkey, and excuse my dog. But other than that, I think it's
never excuse the dog. We love the dog.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Here we go. It's that time. It's 8:30 p.m. Former Chargers legend and one of my favorites. He's everybody's favorite. Look at him all. Oh, he's got the tats out in the tank top. Look at this motherfucker showing off, looking all good. He's got the tan. Bert
I'm not
fucking
showing
roasted.
We're in the middle of a goddamn heat wave here. It's like 90 degrees.
Man, hey,
that's Texas, bro. I live in Texas.
Like
it's like that all the time.
That's true. That's cool for you.
Come on now, Bert Grossman. And for those of you who are just tuning in for the first time, Bert's been a friend, I should probably say, of the BoltBlitz network for a long time. He's been somebody who's blessed me with his presence. And of course, he's blessed the listeners with his presence. We're asking everybody a record prediction for this year. We've asked every guest. We've had an incredible star-studded cast, and it only gets better when we have tank top Bert Grossman on the show. Tell me, I'm going to fuck with you. Come on now. Tell me about the record prediction and what's going to stop the Chargers from actually getting Justin Herbert his first playoff win.
I'm going to go with 11 wins. What's going to stop them is, I hate to say this, but it's always injuries to the offensive line.
The Chargers curse. The Chargers curse.
It's always that. It's either that or it's, you win 11. If you don't get home field advantage going throughout the playoffs, it's a tough road to go, back to Baltimore in the winter, back to Buffalo in the winter, playing those conditions. And you can draw up all the fancy shit you want when the wind's blowing, 40 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour. It's snowing. It's cold as hell. They're not used to that. That's the biggest factor nobody talks about. If you don't secure home field advantage, you get under that dome in LA the whole time, you're in trouble.
Well,
do you think
cold weather team?
Yeah. I mean, look at Chicago. I mean, if they would have played the Rams, if they would have played the Rams in Chicago, they would have won.
Listen, I think that we don't talk about that enough as a show, so to speak. Is home field advantage is real, especially in the playoffs. Obviously, the Chargers under Justin Herbert, which is hard to say out loud, but it's the truth. They've struggled in the playoffs. We saw what happened with Jacksonville, obviously Houston, and then New England was an embarrassment last year. Hard to watch the Chargers underperform in a year that we expected them to do a little bit better. Back-to-back 11-win seasons for the Chargers. One of the things that I posed to Lee on a show we did the other day, and I want to ask you this because I know you're an old school guy. Obviously, you're all, I mean, literally you were fucking built in the fire, if you will, of old school NFL football. If there's an opportunity at the end of this season, regardless of how the record turns out, is Mike McDaniel worth retaining, considering he only has a 1-year contract? Is he worth retaining if it means you lose Jim Harbaugh?
Why would you lose Jim Harbaugh?
I mean, do you keep him if they don't have a winning season? If it's a subpar year, are they done? It's year 3.
How many years did he have left on his Dolphins contract?
Oh, man.
They bought that. I think there was 2 years they bought out of his contract.
Yeah, they bought him out.
Yeah, they bought him out. Yeah.
So, all right. So, I mean, they have to be better. No matter what happens, they're going to be better. It's night and day from last year. So, I don't know why he signs a 1-year deal. I guess in his mind, he thinks he might still have a shot at being a head coach, which will never happen again.
So I really think that's actually what in his mind, and whether it's with the Chargers or somebody else. And listen, we're not trying to kick Jim Harbaugh out of the fucking stable here at SoFi and at the Bolt and all that shit. I just think that this is a weird amalgamation of both Jim Harbaugh as head coach and Mike McDaniel as OC. Lee and I talked about it several times today on this 10.5-hour show. So hour and 26 minutes left. It's a weird hearing, but that being said, can it be what propels this Justin Herbert-led offense to the next level? They have a great running back core. They have a tight end group that should be one of the top in the league. The wide receiving core, as we've talked about, maybe average to below average. But that being said, Bert, I know you're old school football, but when you see a guy like Mike McDaniel take the helm of this offense, what does that mean for Justin Herbert, and how important is that for folks moving forward as far as the success of the Chargers?
I think it's great. I think he's a great offensive coordinator. I guess the part is you have to be built to be a head coach. He has no presence. Nobody's going to follow him. You've heard his speeches. He's just looks like a dopey kid at the mall. He's never going to be, didn't play. He's never going to get followed by any of the players. But that doesn't mean he can still survive under Harbaugh's leadership. Harbaugh. And it's the same as Brandon Staley. I mean, he's the same thing. He's the defensive Mike McDaniels to me. He's just, they can't hold the room of leadership, but they're great at the X's and O's, which is what they need. So it'll be a perfect fit. He'll just live under Harbaugh's leadership.
Underneath the hand of Harbaugh. 100%.
He's not getting another job. It's like Adam Gase. Remember that weirdo? Remember when who are these owners that get these guys in front of them? They say, I'm going to hire this guy. He's a leader of men. I know it.
Guess who Adam Gase is with this year?
The Jets. That's right. The Chargers.
Is he?
Yeah, he is. He's like something. Is he? I forget his title too.
The weird bringing in all like the video game simps you can find in the league. They're real smart with the X's and O's, but no leadership, and he'll never be threatened by them. They're never gonna. Those guys are never getting another job. Brandon Staley, Mike McDaniel, none of them.
No, listen,
they will as offense coordinators. I mean, head coaches. They'll never be head coaches again.
No. I mean, Bert, come on now. Brandon Staley is as much as people like to point out the greatness in New Orleans that he's done with the defense. Still deficiencies there. I can't imagine another team taking a chance on Brandon Staley. There are too many young minds. There are too many offensive-minded guys.
There's too many young guys coming up too. The Rams especially have some young guys that can be head coaches like that. The one that almost had a job interview last year, he's next man up. Yeah,
but you look at the young ones that you should hire, and it's like, look at the difference between Ben Johnson and Brandon Staley when you have them in the room.
Oh God, that's night and day.
Yeah, it's like, because he's the leader, and for some reason they get these guys and they get so wooed by their playbook and their X's and O's, but they're not like, wait a minute, is this guy are people gonna follow him? Or like Adam Gase, how do you walk in, or Brandon Staley, or fucking Mike McDaniel? How's an owner? It's a Spanos, so I get it. But how do you walk, or Mike McCoy? How do you walk in there and be like, no, this guy's like no presence, no nothing? And Dean Spanos probably like, wait, he's like me. He has no presence. He's a dope.
Oh, shut up! Don't you dare relegate yourself to that bullshit. Fuck you.
I said Dean. I didn't say me. I said
Dean. Oh, I thought you said me. I was like, fuck you, and you have all the presents.
No.
By the way, you're getting compliments in the fucking comments saying like, ooh, the gun show's out. Ooh, the tan is real. Like, come on now, Bert Gross. I know that feeds your ego, and why. I mean, why we do that for you, we have to do that for you because you need it and you deserve it. Bert, when you look at this team, Herbert has to find a way, whether it's coaching-wise or injuries or whatever, to get over the hump. At what point do we start to talk about the fact that Herbert is a part of the problem? I do not agree with that. But what I am going to do is cater to the rest of the fans who listen to this show. We're 10 hours, 38 minutes into this shit. Is Herbert part of the problem, or is this Mike McDaniel offense exactly what the doctor ordered for Justin Herbert?
wouldn't even, those words wouldn't even come out of my mouth. Is he part of the problem? He has no offensive line. He had no running game last year, and you don't really have a great receiver. So how is it his problem? I think he does too much to try to win for people.
Yeah, you're right.
Which every quarterback's going to do. But if he didn't try and play hero ball, they would probably win 5 games. I mean, half the time he wins them. So it backfires in games, of course, because it's the NFL and the other team gets paid millions of dollars to stop you. But he's not part of the problem at all. I think he has to cover for a lot of the inefficiencies and deficiencies in that whole system and the injuries and everything else.
Why does the rest of the NFL hate Justin Herbert? Is it because he's 6'6", Dayton Madison fucking beer, which our music is terrible, by the way. But is it that kind of a thing? Is he Hollywood Herbert? I don't agree with that. But why does everybody sleep on Herbert? He has the arm. He can make every throw in the game. He's mobile. He's 6'6", 236. Like, why do people hate Herbert? Is it just a playoff record?
No, it's not that. I would say everything you just named. The average fan is we go to the bar and we drink and we paint our face and shit. We want somebody like Josh Allen that's out in fucking Buffalo and it's fucking snowing. He's getting his ass whooped. They like that. They can identify with that. He's the
blue collar person.
With Herbert's the fucking he's the movie star.
Listen, it's a different thing. It's a different vibe. Obviously, we had a little lull there in the middle when it came to quarterbacks. Tyrod Taylor was gonna be the starting quarterback for the Chargers, and then the team doctor punctured his lung with a syringe, and then what do you know? 5 minutes before kickoff, the Justin Herbert experience starts, and what did he do? He almost won the game against the Kansas City Chiefs.
I don't understand that coaching staff went through an entire training camp with looking at Tyrod and Justin Herbert. Like, how do you justify that?
I don't know that one.
It's almost like God was watching. He was so goddamn frustrated. He's like, punctured his motherfucker's lung. We can't do this. It was baffling. Another great hire. This coach.
Well, come on now. Listen, Anthony Lynn is an incredible running backs coach, and I think he can do shit with an offense. He's just not a head coach.
I'll say it. That doctor stabbed that man.
I'm telling you, he did it on purpose, Peacock.
The doctor probably fucking knew too. Doctor's like, no, I'm not even letting this shit happen.
Hey, Bert has a little experience with former Chargers doctors. I have a lot to say. I got pictures with David Chow, but he was kind of. We're not going to talk about how that whole thing worked out because we could keep Bert here for hours, and we're not going to do that. We're 10 hours, 41 minutes, Lee.
Yes,
79 minutes till the end, sir. We got Bert Grossman on the show. For those of you who do not pay attention, Bert is my favorite guest. I don't mean to tell you that out loud, sir.
Who's your next guest?
We have the closers.
Are you going to tell them your favorite?
JD and Bogey, and of course my man Lee, who's somehow, for whatever reason, been here for almost 12 hours with me. We've had some bathroom breaks, but we're really running through it. Bad Doctor had Justin Herbert on his dynasty team. That's hard. That's horrible. That hurts. Bert, again, we're talking, obviously Chargers here on BoltBlitz Uncut. I'm your host, Booga Peters, joined by Tuesday co-host Lee Ainsworth, and then the one and only, everybody's favorite, Bert Grossman.
Oh, stop it. You're such a liar. Are you drinking today?
Jesus Christ, I'm so sick of you asking me. Yeah,
I'm just curious if you drank.
Yes, I have. Do you want to see the can? It's the most I've drank in very long.
You told me you quit. What happened?
No.
He said he was quitting today.
Oh, all right, today.
Yeah, come on. And then the next day, and then no, come on now. Yes, I've indulged today because I need to.
You doing lines today?
All the people have been on the show. We've had an incredible lineup, and of course, Bert, you top it off because when I get these crazy cats in here, the closers, it's going to be rowdy as fuck. But you're always rowdy. Bring up the John Kidd story. We're not going to do that kind of shit because y'all aren't ready for it. But I will tell you right now.
John Freeze. Why do you keep saying John Kidd? It was John Freeze.
God damn it. Because I have to deny it. I have to literally lock that into and I've said John Kidd so many times I need to really apologize to that guy. I mean, he won't know. But Freeze, he and I, again, we're Facebook pals. So I should probably continue to not include him in that. But it's funny. I don't think that fans ever will appreciate what really happens behind closed doors in the NFL. But y'all are just people. You were an elite player, Bert. I don't give a fuck who knows what you used to do. I know what you used to do. You were my favorite. I was really happy to see you get selected by the Chargers out of Pitt. And then what do? Back-to-back double-digit sacks, year one and year two. What was it like to be the first defensive player or any rusher of all time to do that? There are a lot of good edge rushers in this league, man.
I think I was the first one to do it. Actually, no. We both tied. Derek Thomas and I were the first two to do it.
Oh, there you go.
I thought he had 9.5 the second year. Am I wrong?
I don't think so. I think he had. Oh, you know what? You're right. He didn't have 10. I think I was the first. And then the coaches get fired. They hire new coaches, and they put me down at a fucking 3 technique.
God, is so weird to me, man. I put you on the edge and I let you go eat, man. But whatever. I'm not a Chargers coach, and I will never be that unless they're smart enough to finally, at some point. Daniel's the head coach. I'll be the OC. I look forward to that. We're 5 wide all game long, and then we're using 12, 13, and 22 in between. Let's have a little fun with that. Oh, shit. This guy, Guccini JD, has joined the lobby. But before we do that, I'll bring you in a minute, JD. I got to finish up with this guy, Bert Grossman. Bert, part of this show, this 12-hour subathon, is everybody predicting the record. That's great, and you're going to do that.
My neighbor just walked all over. I'm doing
what up?
The podcast.
Oh, tell him to put his face, or he or she to put their face on here. We're down.
Why, you need something? Is it tomorrow? I got a game tomorrow. All right.
He's the president of the San Diego Strike Force. He's important. God damn it, man. Busy
Number 1
as
seed.
hell. Are you really?
Do you fucking look at any of my social media ever?
Never. I share your shit with Paul Rudy because you know I do that. You don't. Come on, you don't follow my shit either. Stop that shit.
I see your shit all the time. You know what I watched today? I was on social media. Did you see a thing where the girl gave another girl a tour of the facilities? That was fucking depressing.
Really bad. It was really hard to watch.
It was.
I know everybody loves the social media team, but it's embarrassing to me.
I mean, it was embarrassing how much shit they got. They got restaurants in there and fucking weight room, smoothie bars, spas, and a pool.
You know, we got to cater to these nowadays athletes, sir. Unfortunately, you just missed out on all that shit. We were just born a little bit too early. Bert, you're doing great things in the community. You obviously are a part of this show on BoltBlitz Uncut. Anything we need to learn about? Obviously, you're the president of the San Diego Strike Force. Number 1 seed is very exciting to hear. Anything we need to hear about? Anything you want to talk about before we get you out of here?
You ask this every time, and I never say a damn word. You don't know by now.
You've said it before. Don't you dare.
No, I got nothing.
Give you guys a platform to share. That's Lee's dog. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Bert Grossman, it's always a pleasure to have him on the show. I love you so much. Hey, I see the guns out. I'll get a tan. I'm going to get bigger arms than you. I'm going to wear fucking tank tops, and you're going to be pissed.
It's a heat wave. What do you want me to do? Wear my sweater?
I mean, I wouldn't if I were you.
Lee fell asleep. Look. Lee fell asleep. I don't know.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
In the first 4 hours, if you knew the number of times I said, hey, stick with me, Lee.
Yeah, he's kind of cutting the line out. Keep you up.
He quit doing that shit. I know that for a fact. We talked about that too. Listen, I used to ski back in the day. I just can't do it anymore. Deviated septum, bad idea. Bert Grossman, I don't know if they've ever had anyone on this show like you, and you make everything we do at BoltBlitz better. Thank you so much for joining the show. We're 10 hours and 40 minutes in, and you hung out for Bert.
Too long? How long did I hang out for?
Well,
man, you're over on time again.
If Bert gives me so much shit, and what folks don't know is he's the worst responder ever. I never get a response back, or like if I ask him something, it's like yes, or if I it's a multi-layered question, it's yes, no, okay, whatever. You're a horrible communicator. I hope you're better with your wife.
I am. Anybody ever hung up on you on this show, or just am I going to be the first? Right now.
Oh, you will. I love you, man. Peace out, brother. That motherfucker. Oh shit. Y'all are not ready. Lee and the closers are here. Yeah. We're entering the 11th hour of this shit. Get cats on here.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Hello.
Bogey on BoltBlitz Uncut.
I think the Matrix is stuck. He's spinning.
I'm gonna remove him and add him. Hold up. Let's talk to this 49er fan. Oh, well, one of the two that are joining the show, JD. Gucci JD, one of the main all the shit y'all are doing on Hard to Start. I like everything y'all do because I need to. JD, how you feeling? You happy to be here? I hope so.
Oh, man, hell yeah. I appreciate the alley-oop, man. I just hope I can slam that bid down by the end of the 12th hour. 100%, man. Good looking for having me, man. What's up, Ears? What's up, boo?
I'm alive.
We're trying to get Bogey in there.
Y'all got Red Bulls on deck? What y'all sipping get through the 12?
I've been just living on some water and some flavored water.
That's all I got is water in my cup. I feel you.
If I showed y'all that my little recycling can, because in Michigan you get 10 cents a can, you'd be embarrassed by the damage I've done today. Alcohol. let me say this. I've earned it. It's my last day of drinking. I quit tomorrow, so I'm excited to embark on that journey further. I think it's the third time in my life, but I'm 47 years old. Makes me feel like shit, and I don't need that to actually be a good host. But
tell me about it.
Good host, JD. I'm watching the Hard to Start shit. Your fantasy shows.
I appreciate you, big bro.
No. I'm serious. It's so important. People who want to literally win their leagues, tell them why they should tune into what you're doing, Guccini JD.
100%. I appreciate that. And just to double back on you, what you're doing starting tomorrow, I start Sunday. It'll be my 14th day on my dry out. So I'm a few more days away from my full 10. I'm only doing a 30-day dry out, 100%. You know what I mean? Because like you just said, waking up the next day feeling like crap, having to try and put work in for the pod, you know what I mean? It's being groggy. No, that's not a good feeling. So I'm trying to kick for 30 days, man, 100% straight cold turkey. But to answer your question, though, the reason why you should turn into the GWN and the Hard to Start podcast, because we're going to give you unfiltered, unscripted, just raw and pure based, all stats and our opinions about these players 100%. It ain't nothing biased. It ain't nothing that we talk behind the scenes and be like, oh, you talk about that, I talk about this, and we gonna argue. No, it's not like that. So it's all authentic, you know what I mean? And we put in the homework to be able to do this. We just not naming off players. We get behind the scenes and really dig into these numbers and make it happen 100%.
JD, I need to say this to you. In watching your fantasy perspective and the shows that I did some backlogging work, man. I watched some old shows of yours. You really are in tune with this shit, and you're not biased. It's literally about the fact that you're trying to implore people to make the right decisions to win their fantasy football leagues. What is it about you that gives you the edge? Because you're constantly making an impetus on your fantasy leagues that you're in, but the information you give people, you can help them win leagues. Where did that come from? Oh, no, 49ers in the house. I know we got Bogey and Pete.
Just being a fan of the game first, you know what I mean? Understanding the game, you know what I mean? You got to be a fan of the game. You got to understand what's going on out there. And then when you remove your bias, your team bias, because that's what this is. This the BoltBlitz San Diego Superchargers 100%. You know, we all ride for our team 100%. But once you start to be able to remove that factor, and like with me, like, you know, me and Ears, one of my main sayings is I'll talk crap during the off season, but once the season starts, that's when I lock in for fantasy. So all the bias goes out the window and it's just straight to the books and 100%. And then another thing is that, you know, I don't mind digging into the numbers. You know, you got to understand what's going on out there, but you also got to, you know, try and read some of these deeper stats in order to try and figure out who getting the ball on the team, you know what I mean? Who's a main factor on the team, who's up and coming, you know what I mean? Who's trending, you know, because the waiver wire during the season is where you can also win your league at too. So you got to be up on the waiver wire, and we make sure we keep all the viewers in tuned on that 100%.
Listen, I'm telling you right now, if you're not paying attention to what JD's doing, by the way, Bogey, hello, sir. How you feeling, brother?
Yes, I'm out of the Matrix. Yeah.
Fella.
Hey, what's happening, JD? What up?
Come on out.
What up, Luga?
Listen, what we do here and what we're going to do from now on is when I get these cats, Bogey and JD, on this show, I want to feature you both singularly and, of course, as a team, but y'all are the closers. You're leading the closers. You get shit done.
We the closers, baby.
Y'all have a good time. And
Send in the closer. Hey, our bullpen is loaded.
Our shit to have some fucking fun, and that's why we got JD and Bogey. Bogey is I listen to your shit. You're all right, man.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate that.
Serious. I'm
please,
really
please, please, kids, I'm doing a show.
I'm trying to say something in my room.
Okay, I'm using my son's room. He's hella mad. No, he's very particular. How about that? Close the door.
That's how much he wanted to be on the show. He's still my boys. I love it. I guess BoltBlitz Uncut's kind of important to these cats over at Gen Wealth Net. If you have yet to check them out, please do so. Fantasy football, real time NFL football. Go to Gen Wealth Net. Don't be shy to subscribe to both that Gen Wealth Net and, of course, the Heart to Start podcast network. I love that jersey you got, JD. That basketball jersey. You better stop it.
Hey, you know, I had to come on. I know this is a San Diego Supercharger or LAC Supercharger show 100%, but you see what time it is. I had, you know, my gang member right there next to me to my left, you know, he had to represent too, man. It was only right that we pulled up, you know, with the red and white on.
It's the Crimson Tide. Call it.
Listen, hey, Lee actually has a buddy that can support him. Listen, we don't want to hear about 94, 95 anymore, y'all. But you all have literally one of the best super teams in the history of sports. I'll go through the whole
You know, we
roster.
might have been one of the first like super teams, like before they started like relegating super teams. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just to double back on that, after that year that we won it, I think that's the first year that they implemented the salary cap.
Franchise tag. Or the salary cap.
Yeah, it wasn't no cap sports until after 95, I think it was.
They're like, we can't just have primetime going anywhere.
Right.
Yeah, they literally try to control his next team.
Them is facts.
Right.
Listen, Super Bowl, we'll do it. We'll talk about it right now. Of course, you're listening to BoltBlitz Uncut. I'm your host, Booga Peters, joined by somehow, for whatever reason,
BBUC in the building.
Ever. Bogey is joining us. We got the closers and Guccini, JD, and Bogey. They're showing up in we got an hour and 4 minutes. We got 64 minutes to get live. Let's have a little bit of fun here right now. You guys are 49ers fucking fans. Let's talk about the Chargers. I'll start with you, Bogey. Your expectations. We've had everybody on the show, all these incredible guests.
For the Chargers.
Prediction for these Chargers. Again, you got the red and gold, if you will.
I think 10 wins is your floor.
Floor. What's the ceiling?
11.
Yeah. By the way. JD, come on, Guccini, JD. Talk about these Chargers.
Come on, that's good, man.
You're not necessarily Lee with his ear on.
All right, 12. All right, 12.
Hour left. But Guccini, JD, what do you think about this Chargers team?
You know, I work with ears every day of the week, you know what I mean? Even since last year, you know what I mean, going into this year, I got the Chargers winning the AFC West, you know, doing the show with him and seeing how last year went and how far that they did get, even though it was a one and done 100%. But the fact, like when I first turned on the show this morning, y'all was talking about the 126 times that he got fucked up 100%, you know what I mean? And the investments that they made in the offseason to go get Slaughter and Badass and to be able to bring Control Alt Delete and fully healthy and Slater back, bro. And then like how my boy Ears keeps saying, it's the Mike McDaniel effect, bro. 100%, you know what I mean? And even though that Roman is a run first OC, you know, he is old school. My thing is that Harbaugh allowed this offense to come into the present day 2026 football, you know, what's being played out there by allowing Mike McDaniel to come in and run his system. But another thing is it's like training day for me. Harbaugh is Denzel and Mike McDaniel is the white cop. You know what I mean? Denzel about to get Buddy ready for his next job 100%. I mean, that's how the way that Mike McDaniel as a first-time head coach had, you know, a all-pro player in Tyreek and everybody else over there, right? You know what I mean? You know, they was kind of lightweight taking advantage of Brett, but they was still winning and whatnot. You know what I mean? Here it is now. He come into y'all playmakers, offensive line set, defense about to be nasty. It's like, look, bro, the sky is the ceiling is the roof. Michael Jordan voice, 100%, man. I love what the Chargers is putting down this year, bro. I think Denver take a step back. KC, bro, they not ready to go right now, even though they spent a lot of their draft capital and offseason moves on the defense. That shows you where they needed to go at, but that offense ain't back yet neither, 100%. So, yeah, I got y'all winning the West, dog.
Hey, Bogey, follow that up, man. You look at the Chargers, the NFC West. And you obviously have the Broncos, best record in the NFL last year at 14-3. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. Obviously, we're for a minute. But Bogey, piggyback off of what JD said. I really believe in what he said. I think it's a different NFL this year, especially regarding the AFC West.
I mean, I guess like when you look at the Chiefs, right, who are like the historic cream of the crop in recent history, modern history in that division, right? They're not on paper like any kind of good in the trenches right now, if you ask me. You know what I mean? And it's really going to boil down to their coaching, right? They have Andy Reid, and they brought back Eric Bieniemy, and you got what's brother's name? Spags over there, Spagnola. He's just
one of the best DCs for sure.
Yeah, hands down, right? And then so they got that going, but personnel wise, I still think the Chargers got them there, right? You look at the Raiders.
Are y'all listening to the comments?
The Raiders are literally trying to get Jeremiah Smith. You know what I mean? What's his name? Jeremiah Smith? Is that his name? Jeremy?
Oh,
Jeremiah?
no. Oh, fuck. No, Jeremiah Love went to the fucking Cardinals, but
yeah, no, I'm talking about next year. Like
Jeremiah
Love,
Smith, the wide receiver.
Smith.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Smith.
Yeah. Like they're literally trying to get Jeremiah Smith with their schedule and their lack of team on
to
paper.
stay out of jail.
Right? And then you got
come on, he's a talent.
I mean, look, Rice. Here's the thing. I think Rice is I think when you get second and third chances, even I think this one he probably will take serious. I would imagine, right? Because he has money on the line, extensions and this and that. Pause. So but anyways, to get back and finish my point. Then you got Denver. They added Waddle. They drafted Coleman to go along with RJ. You got weak ass JK still there. Mind you, JK is not weak. He's really good. I hate JK for all my shares of RJ and Coleman. Right, but at the end of the day, it's going to come down to the defenses here in that division. You know what I mean? And I think Mike McDaniels, the addition of him, is going to help that defense a lot better because with Mike McDaniels, he's going to put the pedal to the metal and run the scoreboard up. You know what I'm saying? Like Jim Harbaugh, he has a history. You go back to the Niners, he has a history of winning games, lower scoring until we got Kaepernick in there and had a dual threat. And then we actually could we could actually run the scoreboard up. You know what I mean? And I feel like that's what why Harbaugh brought in McDaniels, because he wants to fight fire with fire. Everyone's grabbing some type of coordinator and or coach that came from the Shanny or the McVay or all those lineages they want. And McDaniels was one of the coveted ones that Shanahan was trying to hide for a long time. So
you nailed it.
Yeah. So, it's hard to disagree with JD here because we're Niners, but we had Harbaugh. Like Harbaugh is King rah-rah. You know what I mean? Like, Harbaugh will be the first one running through that brick wall with everybody. You know what I mean? So
he's a jolly fellow, brother.
You know what I mean?
Still singing that.
I do draw issue with who's got it better than us, though. I try. You know what I mean? Like he could have. Who doesn't have it better than us? Maybe he could have remixed it. You know what I mean? But it just reminds me of those heartbreak years with Harbaugh.
Oh, dude, I had him too. The lights going out in the Super Bowl was weird. Literally, fuck.
Cold world.
I pulled the plug.
It was you. Sorry.
Yeah, we actually looked this up at one point to see statute of limitations, so I could actually admit to this. So I can. You figured it's clear. I pulled the plug. I did it.
Cool world.
I was wearing a red collar shirt just like this too.
I'm sorry.
Not really a Jersey guy.
We have questions for them. Let's talk Chargers with these Niner fans. Good Lord.
Why you just say it like that? Right?
I've got to, man. I'm telling you right now. My feelings are still hurt. I'm still mad that Ronnie Harmon tried to celebrate a first down. Sanders pointed to the fucking scoreboard.
Was he a former Charger?
Oh, Ronnie Harmon's one of my faves. Love him. Number 33, great receiving back. Special. It came from Buffalo. One of my favorites. But man, when he tried to celebrate a first down, Primetime said, "Why don't you look up there?" The part that matters, the points in the game. And boy, that was a rough one. 49-26. Again, we've talked about Andre Coleman returning the kick for a touchdown for the rest of the game.
Let's just change the subject.
It's not hurting my feelings. Trust me, I hear it all the time.
I know from these cats.
I just don't want to bring it to this show. I mean, we give Lee enough of it on our show.
You got a respite from taking that on just by yourself. Pause. I don't know if y'all do that, but saying pause for, I'm just trying to fill in and be right when I do this kind of thing. Less than an hour. We got the closers here. Bogey, Guccini, JD. These are fantasy football cats that y'all do not understand. Their expertise is something that's important. Lee, I'm going to let you take over for just a quick second so I can use the restroom for the
Go right ahead.
If you
I'm
took
gonna
the
use
six,
the restroom as well. I'm gonna go number 2. I'll be right back.
Gentlemen, this is BoltBlitz Uncut. We don't fuck around here. I'm on 7 GI meds. Let's talk about shit. And I'm kidding.
Oh my goodness.
But we ain't got to talk about that. I'm too shy.
Oh,
Derek's been putting fucking laughing shit in the fucking comments.
Derek. Derek fucking rolling.
He's been in here forever, dude. Derek is one of the cats who's been hanging out. Clearly, both taking shit. Peacock is, oh my God, Peacock's been the whole time. Hey, do me a favor while I use the restroom. I'm just going to take a leak.
Oh my shit. Yo.
Can you do us a favor and do Peacock a favor? And will you pub his line again? Talk about $12.
Yeah, head on over to neonpeacockmerch.com. You put your email in there. You check out the pillows, the custom tees, the custom sweatshirts. If there's not a thing that man can do, Peacock.
It was a false alarm.
Oh,
it was a false alarm.
I wish I had those. Oh.
It was a false alarm.
That Adam Rank shit.
How was it? Was he talking fantasy?
Oh, I asked him like 3 straight fantasy questions.
Yeah.
Shit.
What you asking?
I asked him about like, did he have like what was the question? One of the questions I asked him was there a player that would stand out to him that you say? I said, from a fantasy perspective, which Chargers player do you think is the best value in 2026? And he said it was Hampton. The other question I asked him,
Hampton does go like where in like the 2-3 turnaround.
Yeah. And I asked him, this. Every year there's a breakout player nobody sees coming. Who's your favorite sleeper in 2026? And what makes you believe and they're ready to explode? And the player it was I forget the player name because I asked him like, Booger, who was the player he thought was going to break out in fantasy? Adam ranked, he said this year.
Oh, fuck it, man. You're asking me to remember like 5 hours ago. Come on now. I'm the only one.
It might have been QJ.
Yeah, it was QJ. It was.
Listen, Peacock.
I mean, if you ask like the breakout as far as biggest value, it would be QJ.
Yeah.
So as good as QJ's done, people in fantasy don't like gravitate towards him.
Can QJ be the guy that can be an actual number 1 on this team for the Chargers? I know you're a Niners fan, but you know fantasy, you know NFL, you know football. Talk to me about Quentin Johnston and what can Chargers fans look forward to in a Mike McDaniel offense. We're cutting a guy from the Big 12 who was a yak guy. He's going to get opportunities in a Mike McDaniel offense.
I mean, you just got. I would imagine you just got to pay attention to the camp battles because we definitely want the number, whoever they consider the 1A or 1B, because I think that's what we're gonna get here. We're gonna get Ladd, who's probably the 1A to me.
Bogey hit the Matrix. Bogey in the Matrix.
Oh no, he's in the. That's okay. Hey, what I know about the. Oh, he's back. Let's go. Go ahead. Go ahead, Bogey. We got you, Bubba.
No, it looked like he frozen.
He froze. A shout out to Papa Guru. Excellent
Shout out to
show.
Pop.
Even though I'm a Saints fan, good way to close it out with my guys, JD and Bogey.
Shout out to Pop, man. Papa G.
Papa G.
That's first base, Papa Guru.
Spencer's Pop. That's Spencer's dad.
That's Spencer's dad. That's Spencer's dad.
Saints guy. Love it.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Hey, by the way, he's been here for a minute too. Thank you so much for tuning in. By the way, Peacock was real quick to say the Matrix got him. Listen, if Bogey isn't talking fantasy football, I mean, I'm not gonna slate them in order. But if I gotta talk to somebody about fantasy football, let me talk to my man Guccini JD. When you look at this wide receiving core, when it comes to the Chargers, it's Quentin Johnson, it's Trey Harris, it's Ladd McConkey. Like
y'all, wait, hold on. I don't know if y'all said it when I put it in the chat earlier today, bro. Brennan Thompson, bro.
Yeah, we know that.
You better watch out for him, bro. 100%.
That's one of your.
Yeah, if bruh get any type of action on the field, bro, 100%. That 4.23 speed, whatever the hell it is, he was the fastest wide receiver in the at the combine, 100%. And we've seen what Mike McDaniel do. His offense is predicated on speed, even though it's a run first, but his offense predicated off speed, bro.
Track stars.
100%. So be on the lookout for Brennan Thompson. But to answer your question too, though, bro, I don't think nobody really going to carve out a defined role. The last time we seen Mike McDaniel all full go was in 2024, right? And that's Jonnu beat out everybody. He beat out Tyreek. He beat out A-Chain. He beat out Waddle 100% in the receiving game, 100%. So, and I wanted to drop in the chat earlier today, what's y'all opinion? Let me flip this on y'all. Out of Njoku or Gatson, what tight end is going to be the featured tight end? Because I don't know if it's enough room for two tight ends to be on the field. And y'all talking about Charlie Kolar a couple of shows ago being a breakout candidate too. So let me ask y'all that. Who is the tight end over there?
You know who Adam Rank said? Rank said it's going to be Gatson.
It's going to be Gatson.
Said I love me some Adam Rank. It was nice to have him back on the show after a decade of not being on the show. Give me Charlie Kolar, because this is an offense that Mike McDaniel does not want to allow the defense to scheme against him. When you have Kolar, a guy who's so effective at blocking, and by the way, like we've talked about on the show, he literally was drafted as a receiving tight end. It just so happens he learned to block so well. He's one of the best blocking tight ends in the league. Do not sleep on Kolar, but remember, and Lee, my man over here, Lee Ainsworth, who's literally been hanging out for 11 hours. That Njoku, is he the red zone target? Is he the guy that we really need Herbert to have as that safety valve? I know Danny Woodhead was a running back, but is he that kind of guy for Herbert like Woodhead was for Phil?
Like a safety blanket? I think he is a safety blanket.
I mean, you guys said it earlier. You're going to see a lot of 12 and 13 personnel. So, you know, we might see all three of them motherfuckers, and then you got, you know, Kolar out there blocking, and
for fantasy, that's gonna fuck us.
Two other cats are running around.
Exactly. That's why I asked that. And Peacock, they only gave him $3 million. I think it's like 7 with incentives when Lee first broke that deal.
It was like $3
million.
Yeah,
and Njoku, he got a permanent Halloween mask, bro. He's the baddest motherfucker on the planet right now.
Cold world.
Shit.
Hey, look, bro, he plays better after he got burnt up. He plays better.
I'm telling you, hey, every time
because he's frightening. You know what I mean?
No,
and
fantasy football. My fantasy football is a tight end. I fucked because I have a lot of shares of gas.
The tight end is the worst thing to diagnose. Well, it's not the worst thing. It's just probably the few what's the word I'm looking for?
3 million, Peacock.
What's the word I'm looking for? It's there's scarcity. It's the most scarce position. You know, it's not the top heaviest at all.
Yeah, just the other day.
It's gonna be fun though.
Who are your top tight ends, Bogey? Talk to me about that. Obviously, Brock Bowers is up there. You think about guys like T.J. Hawkinson, but when we're
McBride,
no, you don't. You think about guys like McBride. You know what I mean?
McBride and Bowers are 1 and 2.
Yeah, the main thing, like how Bogey was saying about the tight end scarcity, we did this on the show not too long ago. Kidda had me look up the points from tight end 1 to tight end 2, and McBride was at like 350, and Kyle Pitts was at like 275. It was almost 100-point discrepancy.
And he missed 100%. A lot of time, right? Bowers.
Yeah.
So with McBride, I think McBride played all 17 and Pitts played all 17. Just the drop off from tight end 1 to tight end 2 last year was almost 100 points. That's bad. 100%.
Kind of an outlier. Would you imagine?
I let y'all down by not bringing up McBride. Forgive, I'm losing my voice, man. We're 11 hours and 13 minutes into this. Thank you so much for joining the BoltBlitz on 12-hour fucking Subathon.
When I do mushrooms, time doesn't exist.
Hey. We're not talking about Super Bowl 29 anymore. God damn it, Bogey and JD. I'm done with that shit.
I didn't.
But what we are doing is rocking out.
Mushrooms. Did I just say that? 1994.
It's a good year. It was a good year for me. I graduated high school.
I love how Lee holds on to that part, minus the heartbreak that was the Chargers.
I had
embarrassingly. To the 49ers. I'm with you. Hey, I told
Lee,
Bogey.
Hold on, Lee. Here's the thing, though.
Yes, sir.
Did you graduate in 95?
Well, I had the credits in '94, but I stayed the next year for my brother. I could have graduated
that means
either
you
or year,
graduated
but
before
I
the
stayed the next
Super
year for
Bowl.
my brother.
That
For
means
my
you
graduation.
graduated before the Super Bowl. You gotta find another
Yeah,
curve.
are you getting called
That
out?
would have been
You gotta
June
find
6th.
another
It would have
curve.
been
If,
June
like, every time I
16th,
bring up
1994.
Graduations are in June, you know. So
Yes, sir.
Super Bowls were back then. We're in January, so it was 95.
Oh, that's right.
you know?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
That's
now
right.
they're on my daughter's fucking birthday of February 6th. That fucking sucks. It's a weird juxtaposition.
Yeah, it's
to
kind of
be in.
crazy in February. Like, but you know what though? We have 17 weeks, so we actually need that for our guys, right?
And moving to 18, let's literally
2 bye
start there.
weeks.
I'll ask you first, Bogey, Roger Goodell. He's literally been trying since he
18 weeks,
became
right?
commissioner of the NFL, expanding the league worldwide. The 18-game schedule is the next step. We talked to Eric Williams about it. He literally called it inevitable. Your thoughts on an 18-game schedule?
So according to my knowledge, they add like several, like tens of $1 billion every time you add a week of football. So if you're gonna add 18, if you're gonna have an 18-week regular season, we're talking 20 weeks of football, because now we're going double bye weeks.
2 bye weeks, right?
Yeah. So, and because why wouldn't you add 2 more weeks of football if we're talking tens of billions of dollars in revenue and advertising and television contracts and streaming contracts, etc. Right? So yeah, I'm actually all for it, because I just love strategic shit. Like, we're coming, when speaking from a fantasy perspective first, right? I just like that it's going to add a different wrinkle that we got to strategize for. And as content creators, then we get to guide these people through it. Like I love that I work with a Guccini JD, because he guides me through a lot of the fantasy treacherous waters. You know what I mean? Like,
hell yeah.
So
what is it with all you guys segueing perfectly to the next guy? JD, I got to talk to you. When you look at this 18-game schedule, how does that impact fantasy owners in the way that they attack building their team, especially when you start to get in these larger teams, the 12, the 14, and some of these goofballs who play even higher leagues than that? Like, how does that affect this NFL?
Shit, well, excuse my language. On a fantasy perspective, we're gonna have to deepen our roster, the bench, and we're gonna have to deepen the IR on everything. Them is fact. 2 bye weeks, more injuries. You know what I mean? Even though it's gonna be one less preseason game. 100%. So we're gonna have to be able to stay deep, my friends. That's the most interesting man. What's the name of that beer? I forgot the name of it. But instead of stay interesting, stay deep, my friends.
By the way, fuck that guy.
Thirsty.
Oh, everything. Stay thirsty, my friends. We got to stay deep.
Yeah,
that's all that is. Hey, but on the flip note, though, I mean, it gives us, like Bogey said, us content creators, it gives us a job security 100%. And then on the flip note of that, hopefully, the players, because the main thing one of the main things that I learned about doing the World Cup with Lee is the surface that they was playing on, right? Like, I've heard a lot of ex-players on podcasts be like, look, bro, hey, forget the money that y'all trying to get, man. Go fight and try and get that grass back in the stadiums. You know what I mean? When they do the negotiation for the players agreement.
The NFLPA,
the PA on everything. I have heard that being floated around, like because you got to give and take and stuff like that. But the only thing about them stadiums is they hold concerts, they hold all types of WWE type stuff, all types of stuff. So them owners ain't giving that back. That'd be my only thing is like going forward with these more games that they play, because I'm pretty sure when they go overseas, them is grass fields, because them is originally soccer stadiums, 100%. You know what I mean? So
Absolutely, dude.
Oh, everything. I would love to see it be natural grass, bro. That's one thing that Lee did point out, how great the field looked for the World Cup, and that was all like NFL stadiums, dog.
I know you're reading it, Lee. By the way,
nothing but Kentucky blue.
Hey, we love that Kentucky bluegrass, by the way, when it comes to grass. Come on. Hey, I like a little.
Are we still talking about fields we play on?
Yeah.
Hey, hold on. I want to point this out. Y'all are Niners fans. And Ken Lampkin, who is actually Boltman, the Chargers' literal mascot, You just want to let us know. Great way to start the season. Respect, gentlemen. That's for you guys too. It's not just
Shout out to Ken, man. Bolt up, baby.
Yeah, he's the Bolt man. Hey, JD, I gotta have to get one of those to put in the office.
I got homies in my fantasy league that live in San Diego on everything, bro. 100%. Born and raised in that mug. One of my dogs, shout out to my dog BJ. He's a champion in my league. He born and raised in San Diego, and he did the same thing that kid did, bro. When they left, man, F them. But he root back for him now, though. He be sliding little stuff in, but he born and raised in San Diego on everything.
It's like they're good now.
Love Odie, come on, baby. Bring it. No, I get it.
Yeah, Peacock said it. They have the technology to swap the fields out. But
that's Dean Spanos calling right now. He said, man, y'all better leave my team alone.
Arizona can do it because you can roll it in from Arizona. Arizona is a perfect example. They can roll. They have the grass outside and they roll it in the stadium.
Right.
Well, they literally have
grass is a living thing.
Mm-hmm. And George Kittle is one of the players is the most outspoken about it. He wants grass back in football.
No, for sure, bro.
And out of all the players, George Kittle is the most prominent one that I can say that has been speaking about it.
Sure, a lot of reserve linemen, but a lot of players have come out and spoken about it. For those of you who have played football, let me tell you, it's fun to cut on grass, especially if you got them number 20 Barry Sanders moves really benefited.
Come on now.
Playing gas.
Hey, my sophomore year, I had the Barry Sanders Doom turfs.
Come on, don't you dare.
On my mama, I had the white ones with a little bit of blue and gray on everything. Yeah, them motherfuckers was hard. They had the little spikes at the bottom on everything. They was turf shoes. They was for the was it the Metro Dome? No, they don't play no Metro. I forgot the name of their old stadium.
Hey, you know how people be wearing them Giuseppe's with the spikes on them? I'm just gonna start wearing cleats, like spikes on the bottom, just regular shit though. You know, I'm out on the streets. Fashion,
you brought some cats with us, huh? These guys just know what they're fucking doing. Let me tell you right now, natural grass is what these NFL players deserve. It's overdue. Listen, even whether it's George Kittle or Tom Brady or anybody who's ever been in the NFL, it is so much easier on the body to play on grass. By the way, don't forget, we saw so many electric plays on grass. I understand, again, what turf does and how that allows players to cut a lot quickly, a lot more in an acute angle. But that being said, can we keep them healthy? These guys are putting their lives quite literally. Look at these guys. Listen, the CTE shit is very, very fucking real. At what point do we say, like, oh, I don't know, Roger Goodell, you're running the league, you're making all this fucking money, $55 million a year. What if we just cater to the fucking players and we actually took care of them and put them on grass? Bogey, talk to me.
Grass is God's carpet.
Thank you. Look at that shit. That's a great fucking quote, by the way. That's incredible. No surprise there. JD, talk to me about that. It's true. It is literally. It's not just God's carpet. It's what makes legends. Don't forget what Jim Brown played on, and he's arguably the best running back of all time. Look at you, Peacock. Like football.
Come on now.
What's going on?
I mean, like you said though, if we go into 18 games and inevitably, you know, he gonna try and stretch it to no more preseason games and try and get that full 22 weeks, 23 weeks, because you ain't gonna pass the Super Bowl past the 14th, past Valentine's Day, because I think last year was like the 10th or something. It wasn't the first week of February last year. You know what I mean? Because they're not going to pass it past Valentine's Day. So, you know, they're going to try and stretch it to where it is like a 22-week schedule or something like that, bro. And that's the main thing is the health. So in order to keep the players healthy. And another thing is like we've seen this rules already be brought in because of players getting hurt. We've seen it with Tom Brady in 07. We've seen it with Brock Purdy in 2022 about the emergency quarterback being dressed and not being accounted for as your 45 that's dressed that Sunday. You feel me? Because we all know that the quarterback is the number one position in all of sports, 100%. So when Brady go down at the beginning of the game, the beginning of the 07 season against Kansas City, and he done for the rest of the year, you don't take money out the NFL pocket, 100%. You know what I mean? It's star-driven league, 100%. So, you know, they got to find a way to keep everybody on the field, especially if you want to extend it out. First way by doing it, bro, let's get these motherfucking green grass back out there. God's carpet.
Come on.
Oh, you talked about it.
Carpet.
Come on now, God's carpet. There it is there.
When you say carpet, carpet to me is a rug on someone's head.
Lettuce. I call it lettuce. Just
I
Jim
call
Rome.
it carpet, dude. When someone has to do
Yeah,
it's a carpet.
Got a hat on, don't you dare.
Shit, I just have my fuck. It's going bald.
Hey, Lee,
You better put that hat back on, boy.
It's
I don't
going
want to make
bald.
fun of no one's hair anymore because I don't want to lose mine.
Oh, come on, dude. Literally, like I pull this back and I feel like I'm 70 as opposed to 47. It's depressing. Like, hey, we're 12 hours almost into this.
You don't
Come
look
on
a day
now.
over 45.
Oh. By the way, what was awesome forever is except when you're trying to buy beer, is everybody thought I was way younger than I was. Now it's like, no, we can see your eyes, bro. You're 50.
I'll eat carpet. That's fucking wild.
Yes.
Ain't nothing wrong with eating the carpet, Brewski. Oh, my mama. I ain't mad at you. Everything.
Hey, you know what I mean? As long as it ain't a shag carpet, right? Like, you know, like a shag carpet.
Does the carpet match the drapings?
I don't want to be like.
Hey, shout out to all my gingers, man. Oh, my mama. I love you, all my gingers. 100%.
I may do this.
Fire crotch.
JD, I may do this as a giveaway. I
Love
may
it.
give away one of my brand new Chargers hats that are not even worn. That are still in a bag. That might be one of my giveaways.
Bolt up, baby.
That way I can say there's a Chargers giveaway.
Bolt up.
It's not a yellow one, right?
No, it's still
You
still
fucker.
it's still a black. Hey, all those over there are the, I got some upstairs.
Hey, nah, hey, Booger, when they wore them yellow jerseys last year, we was flaming them, bro. Them things is uglier than a
yeah,
mug,
but this
bro.
year it's yellow.
Hey, look, somebody, if you want to,
I don't know what they was thinking.
Chargers jersey. Somebody buy me a Justin Herbert yellow thing, bro. Give me that thing.
He
I'm
won't.
bringing that yellow thing to Vegas.
Bro, I'll wear it, bro.
You want me to bring it to Vegas?
Great
I'll bring it.
point.
Listen, I rock yellow. I'm trying to actually expand my
I'm gonna go get some
yellow
water. I'll be right back.
category of my closet. I don't have enough yellow gear. I got all my gears red.
I got this. I'll put on a 49ers jersey. You put on the yellow jersey.
I don't. You know what? Let's just agree to disagree so we don't curse each other's teams.
Yeah, that's right. I was telling Booga that Bakes is going to be Bones' security. I said it's a business trip. I'm not worried about that. Last year was last year. This
Tell me
year is this
about
year.
Bones. Tell the fan base about Bones. I'm telling you right
Oh,
Fuck it. Let's go take it to Bones. Fuck it. I'll go into the 100-degree weather. Fuck it. Let's go to this.
literally getting a tour right now of what Bogey's got going on. We're gonna see a skeleton in some kind of jersey. If it's a Niners jersey.
You know, he's so, you know, first of all, like, I don't know if Lee's like a vampire nowadays. He's definitely been like, he's 200 plus years old, right? And he outlived Bones. And but him and Bones, they were business partners back in the day. You know what I'm saying? They were regular engineers. They were in robotics, actually, back in the late 1800s. Robotics.
I swear to God.
All right, Bones, let them know.
oh shit!
Let them know, Bones.
Look at Bones.
Bones,
Hanging
Lee,
out.
do you have anything to say to Bones?
Yo, Bones, I'll see you very soon. But you know what? It's a business trip. I'm gonna say hi and bye because Bakes is gonna be by. So it's bye-bye for me.
JD, you
So,
look
you're,
at this
so you're
damn
not
truck.
going to fight Bones again this year?
Nope. I learned my lesson.
What are we going to do Saturday night then? We're actually hosting Fight Night Saturday night.
Bones,
The epic rematch of Bones versus
How about
Lee.
this? I'll have a kumbaya with Bones on Saturday night. Kumbaya with Bones.
You're married, Lee. Let's calm down a little.
We'll just give you guys some privacy
I'm
then.
sorry.
We'll leave you guys alone. We'll just
Provide
leave
them the
you-
time that they need.
I don't need a long time with Bones. I don't need to be cursed.
Sure sounds like you do.
It's
by
not.
the way.
It's actually not that bad out here. It's only 100.
Jesus. Yeah, you told
It
me
was
that.
100 today?
Well, it says 100 in my garage, but it's like 91 or 92 outside.
Do you broadcast out in that shit? Like, do you,
He
where's
does.
your studio?
Yeah, because like I'm a stupid fuck.
And
And but also too because you know what I mean I be getting medicated too, so and I don't have a designated area in the house, but I've been thinking about that because I'm about to send my oldest off to college, and I feel like her room looks really good as a podcast setup, you know. But she knows, you know what she said to me, JD? She was like, "No one touched my room."
100%. I get to
"Fuck,
come
have plans
home.
for your room." She's like,
No.
If you get the setup the way you want it,
And then and I said, well, you ain't taking all your gear up there? I'm like, you know what I mean? Like all your stuff, you take it up there with you? She's like, no, I'm buying all new stuff. Who's buying it?
Listen, I need to do.
I'm buying it.
I need my daughter to move out. She'll be 18 in like 7 months. Like we got to figure some shit out. She's crushing it. Literally an early vet tech. So I'm really proud of her and everything she's going
Hey
to
man,
do.
that's what's up, man. Shout out, man. That's cool as fuck, man. Like you know what I'm saying? When I met JD, his daughter was graduating high school, and then within that time I've known him. She graduated college too, and I'm like, and here I am. I'm sending my.
She's an
daughter off.
Aztec booger.
Oh no shit!
Yeah, she's an Aztec. Wow.
You. We believe that we
No,
can win.
everything.
Fuck they say. I forgot. I was.
Yeah,
old
fact.
then.
Class of
man, and, like,
2022.
I'm just trying to follow in them same footsteps. You know what I'm
Fact.
saying?
Hey, baby Bog's about to be a lawyer, y'all. Everything.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna have two
She been arguing
GWN
with me
lawyers.
her whole life.
Hey, shooting her free throws. Oh, everything.
She been fucking stating her
All
case
day,
her
baby.
whole life.
Cold world. Hey, girl dads, boy. Hey, you gotta unite, man. Oh, I'm out.
Ain't it different? Ain't it
girls.
different?
Bro, my son, I got 3 girls and a son, and I be looking at him like, thank God, bro, because you know what I'm saying, all this estrogen.
And all the
of it,
estrogen, boy.
Estrogen everywhere.
Yeah, that shit rubs off on you too. You got to be careful.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying.
The
I'm like, oh
spidey
my
senses
God.
gotta
I'm like, oh my
be
God.
up.
Did I just say, oh my God, like that?
Listen, the sense has got to be Spidey sense. I'm telling
Facts,
you.
100%, bro.
You really got to be on it because they play with you. You know how they are. Come on now. We've all been there. We're all there.
Come on now.
17-year-old daughter. This cat, I'm telling you right now, she plays me all the time.
They're not trying to hear
dude.
shit we say.
Ever, dude. And listen, she's so fucking smart. It's hard to argue with her. That's the
Yeah,
worst
for
part.
real. My daughter
Facts.
knows. My daughter had an A in trigonometry. I don't even know how to spell that shit.
Come on now.
Somebody spell trigonometry for me.
I can. That's one
See?
word.
I ain't gonna try.
Thank you. It's
How
fucking
about I take a
amazing.
hard pass? Pause.
And then
I can
she was
spell it
upset.
all.
She was upset that she didn't get into calculus. I said, man, hold on, bro, but you got into trigonometry, apparently. Shit crazy.
That's how they say it, right?
Trigonometry. I
Come
was
on
trying
now.
to figure
Well,
out how to
I
I'll
spell
just
it.
say trig.
I
You
think
know,
what's
I do
special
fantasy
about
football
having a
content. I
closer-
don't do spelling bees.
Man, come on now. I think one of the things that's special about the end of this 12-hour subathon is we got the closers. We got Guccini JD, and we got my man, of course, Bogey. Listen, they're 49ers fans. That endears my
Yeah, I
heart
know,
to
right?
it because of my mama. I'm telling you right now, huge Chargers fan, or excuse me, Niners fan. That Super Bowl was a weird scene in my house. Yeah. Me and my dad clearly lifelong Chargers fans.
We
My
can
dad.
change the subject right now. You brought it up.
No, I'm owning it
I-
right
no,
now.
Okay, no, you know what? Paint me the picture. I need it. So it's
Yeah,
kinda
you need to
somber.
hear. Oh, you need to smell the sound, so to speak. I got you.
Kind of just paint me the picture. You know what I mean?
It went from the greatest day as a Chargers fan with them beating literally the Pittsburgh Steelers, who were overmatched and way better than the Chargers.
What was
And
bro
three
with the chin?
Stadium. The Cower.
Steelers coach, the chin.
Bill Cowher.
Sergeant Slaughter.
Yeah, bro. Like you guys just beat You guys beat Bill Coward, bro. That's crazy.
Shit. It was nice to beat them. It was a game that nobody expected the Chargers to win. They didn't have the roster to match up with the Steelers. That being said, and I'm here. Y'all are listening to this show on BoltBlitz. JD, don't you? The Chargers were overmatched, outperformed. It was a really embarrassing game. I mean, literally the fastest touchdown in Super Bowl history to Jerry Rice. Steve Young, 6 touchdown passes. Props are deserved. Respect is given when we're on the show. Congratulations to the 1994 Super Bowl, 94-95 Super Bowl win for the then San Francisco 49ers. Let me ask you this.
You know-
I'll start with you, JD. Thoughts on Brock Purdy moving forward?
Hey, perfect Purdy is Himothy, 100%. I was just shameless plug. Me and my cousin did our first episode called the Fantasy Football Cousins, where we broke down our 12 quarterbacks, 1 through 12 quarterback rankings, and I got perfect Purdy in there. And one of the reasons why I threw him in there, looking at the numbers, he threw 20 TDs in 9 games. So we had the likes of Jordan Love, who played 15 games, throw 23. We had the likes of Bo Nix, who played 17 through 25. Jalen Hurts
And led
through
the league in passing attempts, by
24.
the way.
I'm missing one more player. So, you know what I mean, with him,
was it
you know, we're not
Stafford?
predicting no injuries, you know what I mean, you know, because, you know, it's July,
Oh, no,
you know what I
Stafford, you
mean?
were 40.
But it all going well for us. Like, this is the best load of weapons that we've had since 2023. For the last 2 years, it's been a complete boo-boo show over there, 100%. You know what I mean? CMC go down in 2024 with only 3 or 4 games played, 100%. Then Ayuk only played like 5 games, so we ain't had him in the last 2 years. And then if you look at last year, you know, you had the likes of a Kendrick Bourne. We had to go get Sky Moore. We had to get Tunjish. You know what I mean? It was a lot of makeshift players that along with the defense. You know what I mean? But this is a Brock Purdy question. But also just to double back on that, like how I feel about y'all. You know what I mean? If y'all offensive line would have held up, you know what I mean, it would have been a little bit better for y'all. But here it is, a whole new year later. You know what I mean? And with the additions y'all done made, y'all my favorite. And you know what I mean? This is barring any injury. You know what I mean? With just what you got on paper and what we got on paper, bro, I'm not scared of the Super Bowl winning Seacocks, and I ain't worried about what the Rams got going on, because the best thing that beats them is a run game. If we can get back to being over 4.4 yards per carry, 4.4 yards per carry, bro, we getting in the third and short, and that's where Brock Purdy excels at, is on third down. He is the highest rated quarterback on third down with EPA, 100%. He makes plays every day, 100%. Man, he the best quarterback on third down. So when you playing with a whole bunch of cast of characters that's just, you know, makeshifts off the street, stuff like that, and we ain't had no full offense since 2023, and that wasn't even our best team. The 2022 team was our best team, in my opinion, 100%. And with the investments we done made on offense, bro, it's full go. I got Brock Purdy in there. I got him throwing for 40 this year, bro.
Hold up. Let me say something real quick. And Bogey, I'm going to send this over to you. How underrated is Brock Purdy? I'm fucking tired of people sleeping on him. How more efficient does he have to be to literally catch the fucking eyes and the minds of this NFL? It's weird to me.
I'll jump out the window on that one first. It's just 9 or hate. You know what I mean? Like, either you love us or you hate us. You know what I mean? Because we are one of them. We are one of them. What they call it? We are one of them blue bloods, like they call it in college basketball. We are one of the blue blood franchises in the NFL. We were 5. We was 5-0 at one point, but even though we didn't lost 3 straight, 100%, couldn't nobody say that, bro. And it's only one. It's only one team that got 2 teams that got 6. Pittsburgh and I think New England got 6
New England
on my mama. So yeah, we ain't too far off, 100%. And my thing is for y'all, look. So I love the 94 thing that y'all keep talking about, but that shit in the past, right? So with our hardball era, our motto was the quest for 6, and that left out the door when we couldn't get it done with 3 straight NFC championships and 1 Super Bowl. So we had a chance to get 6. You feel me? The quest for 6.
Hey,
you know what I mean? So that's all of y'all, because he had us relevant in that shit, and that shit about to rub off on y'all. So I don't know what our new motto is, but Shanahan, we got to get it done here pretty soon, bro.
Blueberry Tito's.
There it is. There. Facts.
Here's
Facts.
the thing. Here's what I'll say too, right? It's like, I don't know whether I need to blame the substation or us bringing over Brandon Staley, because you could say the substation destroyed a bunch of us, but Brandon Staley might have brought the residue of the Chargers curse on us. Because when you talk about the Niners and Chargers, we're the better coached teams. And you guys, I'll say you guys personnel wise, and even us on offense personnel wise, like, you know, our defense is so-so. I love the Raheem Morris addition at DC. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying?
Oh,
Like, as
dude.
long as our teams can stay healthy. And I got to ask y'all a question. I know you guys are the hosts of the show, but I have to ask the question to the Chargers. And I always ask Lee this, bro. Do you want that rematch or what?
I do. Week 15, but I know you told me that's not a
No,
rematch.
Lee.
But I too
No, Lee. Do you
The game-
want that rematch or what?
I want it. Yes, I do.
Let's
So
go.
we got to
I want-
preview
Let's
week
get to the Super
15.
Bowl then.
I want
That's the
Niners,
preview.
Chargers, Super Bowl.
Listen to this. I want perfect Purdy.
Fuck week
and Herbert
15.
to do it out.
Niners,
Do
Chargers,
it
Super
out.
Bowl. Do you want it?
I want it.
You want that rematch?
I want it. I
I
want
There's
want it.
nothing more that I want.
And I'm also welcoming your
Let's
ass.
fucking go.
Let's go.
Clip it.
Yes, clip that. And I just
Hold
sent the fella tomorrow's show sheet.
Guys,
Yeah, and I mean, and another thing though, like what's y'all boy name? Mentor? Is it Mentor Lee?
Well, for who we used to have.
O'Leary, excuse me, O'Leary.
yeah.
O'Leary attacked. They first picked Akeem Mesidor. We're gonna pair him with. I didn't know Thule was only 23 years old, 24 years old.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
JD, Taylor Bloom, that I told you about, right? Who does the electric edge pod? She thinks Tully will get paid next year.
Yes, and so he ain't gonna be no hold in, right?
Next off season.
But
Here's the
we
thing:
shall
is like
see
they
on
want
that.
him to show out again.
What'd you say, Buck?
I listen. Thule, literally, he's worth all the money in the world. I don't think people.
I want to
understand.
pay him now. I want to get it over and done with.
He's been in the league for 4 years and he's still 24 years old.
That
Like,
shit is crazy to me. I just heard that
That's
on
how young
NFL
he
Live
is.
the other day. That he
He's
only
that
24, bro.
He's hella good, bro. Shout out to the. Is he a target
Yeah,
or a Simone?
and to pair him with Mesidor, and you still got the OG over there. Then you got baby Big U over there.
Khalil Mack, come
Yeah,
on.
you got, and see, we call Henley.
The
So where
third
me and
down
Bogey
package
from,
specialist.
where me and Bogey from in California, you might know Book, but you know Davon Henley dad, he from the community. You know what I mean? 100%. So we root for Davon Henley.
Yeah,
We root for Davon Henley, bruh. On my mama.
Yeah,
He made it from out the, you know what I mean? On everything. So that's a fella right there. 100%.
We had Jeremiah Spicer on the show earlier. He's straight from Shaw.
Yeah,
Skid Row.
that was cool.
Incredible guest. He was special. It was a little rough to watch him because he couldn't stop moving around, but it's one of the first times he's been on a big show. So I'm glad that, honestly, I was a little honored that he felt a little nervous. It felt good to me. Hold on, let's do this. By the way, I need to point this out. Boston Brewski, I mean, Lee's kind of been here. Is that that's George, but Mike
That's his cousin from
in
Boston.
addition, for the 49ers, let's talk to both of you. We'll start with you, Bogey. Mike Evans. Come on now. That's a find. He still has a lot of juice. I've heard that he's uncoverable so far at OTAs and minicamp for the Chargers. Obviously, we'll wait to see what happens during training camp and the regular season. Talk to me.
He's definitely a reason why JD and I won't even argue it. Like, this is why JD has the Brock. That's what I call him, the Brock. That's
I love
why
that.
we have the Brock in the top 12 at the QB position, barring any injury, because and barring any injury for Mike Evans, he's like a lock for 8 touchdowns as a floor. You know what I mean? So add that 8 to the Brock, right? Like, you know, a guy who threw 20 touchdowns in 9 games. You know what I'm saying? So this is
To
why
nobody's.
I love that
Really,
addition.
no one. Thank you, JD.
I love that addition of Mike Evans.
Yeah. And I think that they have Mike. I think Kyle's going to use him in a lot of situational football. You know what I mean? He just ain't going to have him out there for 500 snaps or however many snaps they play in the season. I don't think it's going to be like that. That's why you took Stribling in the second round 100%. That's why you take Jordan Watkins last year and then Ricky and Jacob Cowan the year before 100%. You done already spent the first round pick on that in that position just 2-3 years ago 100%. So he's been trying to attack this position. And then like how Bogey said about the defense not too long ago, we've been building this defense up for the last 2 years 100%. You know what I mean? The year before we took 5 straight players on defense 100%. Then you come back this year and go mix it in with some skilled players with Kaylon Black was Stribling in the second round. So my thing is that we have a healthy mix of veterans with Christian Captain Kirk 100%. You know what I mean? The Mike Evans edition. Lee keep telling me that my boy gonna be healthy week 1, GKO 100%, and GKO and Mike Evans, them is the red zone threats. Who are you gonna cover in the red zone 100%? Kittle get busy in the red zone,
and then you got
get busy in the red zone in the receiving game, and then like how Bogey said, bruh is a lock for 8 of them TDs. He's a 6'3" wide receiver with he's like 220 pounds, bro. He good for them one-on-one balls, 100% pause. And I seen when you had your Paul shirt on too, when you did your wardrobe change. Boogers said we got another wardrobe change on everything. I remember that from earlier today, bro. Oh, everything. So we got a healthy presence of mixed young talent and OGs, because we seen last year it was a cast of nobodies. It was Joanna Man and CMC in the receiving game, and with a little bit mixed of Kittle. But now we got a plethora of weapons, and no, we can't talk about no injuries, even though injury history does matter. But this 2026, dog, and it's all off gas to the pedal, bro. And I think like I said, I got Brock for 40, bro. Lock that in.
I fuck with that.
Talk to me real quick. You're hearing these rumors. You guys have, I mean, I know Lee is the ear on the street, but you guys have heard I'm sure, at least the idea that perhaps Deebo Samuel is in the best shape of his life. Any thoughts on him coming back to the 49ers? What are your thoughts on that? And can he actually be somebody that, let's say he doesn't come back to the 49ers, but is he a fantasy impact kind of player right now at this stage of his career?
If he comes back to the Niners, then it just have Brock Purdy or CMC. Because then, like, you add another weapon like that who's very familiar and comfortable in the system. And, now you're just going to have this vicious rotation of receiving weaponry. I would just rather have the Brock then, right? Like, have the cake, fuck the icing type of deal here. But because CMC outside of that is their only safest one. But this is why I wouldn't want Deebo there for fantasy purposes. Hey, look, for reality, if I can get Deebo back and he's out there with the boombox on his shoulder, bro, that shit is it's going to make me cry good tears of joy.
I kind of love that shit too, by the way. I didn't care how wonky the fucking boombox looked. I just liked that they were trying to get everybody together. Cat's walking out to the field of battle.
He started that. Deebo started it. So it's good to see it continue. But like if Deebo comes back, he's definitely at minimum carrying that boombox.
Speaking of boombox, Bogey, what is your latest project you just put out? Pause.
So we got a project called The Cargo Cult. That's produced by Prime One, featuring I don't even want to say featuring. It's also it's a tag team EP. It's me and Smooth Benny Franco. That's Guccini's little bro, actually. And he's one of the dopest lyricists. Listen, I put him in that category, bro. And it's dope because, you know what I mean? I've never been in the actual studio with him. We work remotely. And just the inspiration is definitely mutual, you know what I mean? Because he definitely inspires the hell out of me. And he'll tell you, I annoyed him to get him back in the mix. You know what I mean? Because I was like, the world.
Eric Lincoln loves your shit, apparently. Cargo Colt Bogey.
Come on now.
And we're going direct to consumer. You can go on Shop Prime One if you want to purchase the entire EP. Otherwise, you could look on all streaming platforms, whether it's YouTube or Tidal or Spotify or Apple. I don't know why I said Tidal. Anyways, and you could listen to a sampler, which is a portion of each song mixed by our man Prime One, and it's called Prime One: The Cargo Cult Sampler. You know,
come on. Oh, that's hot. Come on now. Listen, obviously Derek's a fan because he keeps putting fucking lyrics in the chat. And also Peacock is putting out there, it's on my YouTube, y'all. Like, it's literally, man, like,
if you want to hear all the bogeyisms, bro, Neon Peacock. Shout out to my man Miles, because I was telling him just yesterday, like, he is like more instrumental than anyone else outside of Prime. It's literally Prime. Shout out to Prime One. and then my man Peacock. Like we make a specific trifecta when it comes to your old pal Bogart Scott-Free's music.
Yeah, Peacock makes some of the dopest videos for Bogey.
Yeah, he's really dope.
Shit. No, that's who does it. All
We got some really
it's
ignorant things on the way too. Like
It's
I love
insane.
Peacock because I can hit him. I can hit him anytime of day or night. I'll just text him just because it's also having a record when you text someone something. Because I'll have an idea like, oh shit, I gotta text him this before I forget.
Yeah.
And like literally,
I
like
mean, I'll write it for you. I'll sing a hook on anything you got.
okay, yeah.
I promise that.
We're gonna have to do it. It's actually,
I
actually want to do this song. It's a timepiece. I'm gonna call it 1994.
You motherfucker, that's so dirty. I know exactly what you look at.
I need you on the hook. It's a song about pain and joy, right? I need to capture both sides. You know what I mean?
Bridge Iceman.
Music
Better
is
late than
emotion.
never, but I'm here.
Music is a reflection of emotion and life and all of it. Yeah.
Hey, the motion.
No, listen. I want to thank you for real though, because it's really a pleasure to be invited on here. You know what I mean?
100%.
Especially to close out with that list of that cast of guests you had was phenomenal. So really appreciate inviting us and letting us grace as closer.
Come on now, them is facts.
Come on, y'all better stop.
We won the World Series right now. We closed it.
Back to the closers. Lee and the closers. Literally, that's the moniker.
I'm Bumgarner.
Exactly who you are.
I'm Bumgarner, the Bumgarner.
That's the boss.
Come on, man. Closed it, man. We won it.
JD, Guccini JD, listen, we're at the 10-minute mark, Lee, which I'm sure
But also, I am going to plug one thing. We have a giveaway on the Gen Wealth, the Heart to Start, and the Neon Peacock merch, and Spencer the Guru. You subscribe to one of those channels, take a screenshot, send it
If
on
you
over
subscribe to everyone,
Guccini on the Heart to Start YouTube channel or his Instagram, and you are entered to win a signed Jackson JSN signed Super Bowl helmet. I'm out of breath, but I know what I'm talking about.
Hot, man. I know. Hey, listen, by the way, you understand how hard it is for Bogey and JD to fucking hoist that fucking autographed Seahawks helmet after they.
Hey, if you want to go viral,
you ain't lying. That's why we giving this motherfucker away. Fuck this helmet.
Yeah, you guys can have it.
This cold world. Cold world. I didn't even look at it like that way, Booger. Oh, my mama, I never did,
but
bro.
it's funny because now I'm like, you're right, Booger. They
Cold
can have
world.
it. Somebody pick this. Somebody come win this thing.
We got some folks who are trying. Kids were born in Walla Walla, Washington. I promise I got Seahawks fans trying to line up.
You said you know people that you're going to pass it on. Yeah.
I'll be right back.
What'd you say, Bud?
JD, you said you knew people out in Seattle that would want to win that helmet.
Oh, yeah.
My kids grew up there, like literally we lived there for 10 years, like
wow.
Their life. I was in Walla Walla, Washington, a really weird.
That's where Drew Bledsoe went to college.
Yeah, I know he has a winery
Washington
there.
State.
Washington State. Yeah, but he was from Walla. He was from that Walla Walla. That's where he was from.
Yeah, I'll be up in Seattle for my draft this year.
Yeah, I was telling
I'll be up there Labor Day weekend.
And then you got one in Miami, don't you?
No, it's in Seattle.
Oh, okay.
Hey, as long as the weather cooperates, you're gonna love Seattle. It's a little bit of a weird place depending on how you align yourself, but Seattle's cool. Just don't go to the gum wall. That shit's fucking disgusting.
The gum wall, huh?
Oh, it's so gross. Looking at people's chewing gum that's sticking on.
Wow. Oh yeah, that's nastier than a mug.
Seattle's cool, by the way. There's some cool shit there. I don't give a
fuck. I can't wait to go. It's gonna be my first time up there, so I'm gonna get up there a day early and be on my tourist stuff. Get on a little electric scooter and get the ride because I'm staying downtown. Oh my mind! But we got our Airbnb is on Lake Washington because they said that during Labor Day that the lakes be cracking 100%. So our Airbnb is on Lake Washington.
I'll just tell you something.
Or Lake Union, one of them. Lake Union, Lake Washington. One of them ladies.
JD, are you married?
Yeah.
Well, then be careful out on that lake. Ladies out there are there for a reason. I'm just going to put that out to you.
I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at a lot of eye candy, huh?
Yeah, Peacock said wear a helmet, bro.
Come on now.
I mean, you could wear it on your head. I would just make sure that you keep your midsection out of the way of all the gals around you, because listen, it's all right out there. Seattle is rainy as fuck all the time, but when you get out to Lake Washington, you even get out to where the penitentiary is, right off the island, so to speak, if you will. And I know Washington's not an island. There's some funky shit that happens out there too. And of course, if there's a prison there, it's going to be nuts. We are 5 minutes and 20 seconds counting to the end of the show.
We're closing out.
Guys, the closers, Lee and the closers. Guccini JD, my guy Bogey is so literally the pleasure is all mine. Bogey's doing all this rap. Let's talk about it. Like, you send everything to me, we'll put it out there so everybody can hear it. I heard enough to where I can honestly say